Gaming? What's been going on?
Lately, gaming a lot, but honestly, just trying to focus on myself, trying to get stuff done, and got some growing up to do. Time to grow up. I'm not 18, I'm not young Stu anymore. Gotta do adult things and kind of grow up from there.
It sucks, but welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Adulting. All right, man. Have fun. You're gonna do great, I'm sure. Nico, we just heard from Stewie. You're gonna be in-game leading. Was this the plan all along?
God damn, man, he can't keep any secrets. I mean, you guys are going to have to do some lip reading to figure out who's going to be ideal.
Are you excited?
Yeah, I mean, I remember last time I played the standing event, so I think it's going to be a bit more relaxing. So we should have way more fun and no pressure. So, if you get to the playoffs, I think that's going to be very fun for us to play because we have Jake on the team. I think the crowd's going to be on our side, so that's our main goal.
How tough it is when you go into a tournament and you have to have a stand-in. How tough it is to choose a player, what type of a player, young, up and coming, more experienced. How do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, it depends what role kind of you need to replace with. And obviously we had to replace an IGL who has been kind of entry figure, he was taking the space. So, and obviously you can't bring another IGL, that makes no sense, right? So we just tried to find someone who could kind of be a bit more versatile, who could fill in more roles, that he could entry, that could help the IGL a bit, and general just take space for us. So I think Jake is a perfect fit when it comes to that, and that's probably one of the biggest reasons why we took him.
Was it fun practicing with him with 170 ping?
I mean, it was definitely better practicing than not practicing. So yeah, we used the best what we could, and it wasn't good for him, but I think we gained a bit of a form with him, I would say.
Is this new update and the patch and the changes to Vertigo finally gonna make you ban the map?
I don't know, we'll see. I mean, we can't say anything, but this event, obviously we have to stick what we had before, and we'll see how it goes.
What do you think about the incendiary changes and some of the other changes in the patch, the economy?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the CT molly right now. I think it's gonna change the way you play a lot, especially on certain maps like Mirage and maybe Ancient as well. Nuke as well, I was testing if you do a deep molly now in Nuke, they can pretty much always run around it. So I think there's gonna be a lot of change. I'm not a big fan of it, but yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I mean, you just have to adapt and find new ways how to prevent of using the control. And I'm glad that now you can maybe afford the molly in second round. For example, if you lose pistol, I think that's gonna be a good change. But overall, yeah, we'll see how. I think it's good that we have new things and people have to come up with new ideas. I think that's fun, but I'm not sure if it's good or not.
Any thoughts just on the first matchup, Falcons?
I mean, I think we got pretty good opponent for our first game. I think we have a chance of winning. It's a best of one as well. I think we're going to play the maps that we are comfortable on. So, yeah, I think we have a good chance of winning.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Good luck. Have fun.
What's happening in here? Pictures. Oh, this makes me so happy. Flames is here and he's going to take over for me. He's going to be my interviewer from now on. I'm going to finish my day. How you boys doing? How's the travel?
I'm good. The travel was okay. Better for him, but it was okay overall.
Yeah. How you feeling, Zawu?
Yeah, I feel good. I have a good travel day as well. I have a good but yeah, I feel good. Have a good nights of sleep. Yeah, feel good.
I'm asking all the offers. Are you excited for Dust 2?
Yeah, always. Even though before I did not like this map, but I'm excited. Yeah.
What do you guys think of the Vertigo changes?
I think it's good overall. I think it's a bit weird we play it so fast because you don't have time to actually learn the new map, kinda.
What, Apex didn't find a way to install Counter-Strike on his phone?
No, not really, but I think in the big picture the update is good. Yeah. I think the timing is a bit off.
Sure.
But that's it.
Yeah. What do you guys expect? We were some of us were talking about this event. How many times Vertigo going to get played? Who's going to be picking it? With the map pool so crazy, with Dust 2 in, now new Vertigo, it's you don't have all the options to avoid everything.
I think mostly underdogs, I guess. I guess if you're a big underdog, I would pick Vertigo because probably
50 of them.
Yes.
Even though, yeah.
That's how I see it.
Even those two, I think it's tough map. I mean, yeah, I mean,
yeah.
And I'm thinking about Inferno, not A lot of teams that doesn't play paddle.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, he's got a cowboy hat on. Okay. You didn't do the cowboy hat?
No.
You should get in one more and do the cowboy hat.
It's okay. It's okay.
This is amazing. Jesus, I love that guy. He's great. All right, boys. Well, you enjoyed the rest of your pictures? No, I'm just in here chatting, so we're doing whatever. Yeah, and then I saw him wearing a cowboy hat, and I was like, all right, we'll hang out. Here, wait. What if you turn around, face the blue, and then turn back and shoot as fast as possible, like a quick draw? Yeah, yeah. Give me that.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Are you pumped for the changes? Are you excited? Are you nervous? What's the general emotion?
No, I'm excited. I think change is always welcome. So, no,
Yeah.
I'm excited for sure. Excited.
What do you think? I haven't touched on this yet with anyone. What do you think of like the M4 change, the price reduction?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think at the first I thought it wasn't much of a change because it's only $100, but then also changing the incendiary as well, it's like maybe it can make a bit of a difference. But I still think the signs are still like a bit better than the A4, so I'm not sure it'll change too much. I think people might experiment a bit more and start using it because it's a change, so people are like, oh, we'll use it, but I think in the future I don't think it'll make too much of a difference, but we'll see.
What about the, you mentioned the incendiary, the Molly spread difference now on the CT side. Have you played any games with it, any practice games at all?
No practice, because I think it was so late the update, but I played a few pugs and...
Did it mess with you at all?
It was definitely different. I think the duration as well, because usually like maybe when you're making a play with like asking for a flash and you're used to the timing of when to ask for the flash, and now it's a bit different, like a couple of seconds difference. And also on Inferno Banana, it's a bit nicer as a T because there's not one Molotov that can spread to both sides now, so it's a bit nicer for me at least.
Okay, so a little bit of fun mix in there. Yeah. All right, cool. Well, good luck this week.
Thank you.
We're here in a space, in a thing. Behind the scenes, group stage is played over here. You're all good. You can walk in if you want. The team's playing here, obviously. Nice little setup. IEM, 100th IEM background. It's absolutely magnificent. This looks like an analyst desk. So this is where the host and the analysts will be. And lots of lights, lots of cameras. You guys know the drill. Yeah, this all looks fun. Interview station is over here. Banks will be doing the interviews, I believe, at this event. And if I look that way, that looks like it's going to be some kind of a caster setup, which I'm seeing this for the first time. So that's where me and Dinko, Chad and Alex will be for the main broadcast. So that's all cool. I could be wrong on all that. It's whatever.
Sorry, Alexi. It's you got the short end of the stick today. How you feeling? How's it going?
Feeling good. Dallas always nice.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about initial thoughts of the new update.
Initial thoughts was on the airplane connecting to Wi-Fi when I got the message that we're gonna play the new patch. Obviously for us, not the biggest deal in the world as we didn't play Vertigo yet. So for the teams that do play it and they're permabanning another map, gonna be a bit tough. I don't think they're gonna get the best preparation. Maybe they can today after media practice a bit. It's going to be tough, but for us, obviously the new dynamics with the mollies, with the economy, we just need to make sure we're sharp on it and game by game, just follow what's the meta, like what are people doing, what we should do. But I think we're going to be fine.
All right. You guys didn't get to play it at all yet.
No, we only played Face It, and obviously running around our own server, but we played 1 day of practice with the new patch, so some matches at least, but still maybe not enough to understand what all the possibilities are and what you need to do better.
How have things been going for you guys? You know, since the major, there was really only Pro League in there, right? So you had some time to practice. So what has been the focus really after that?
I mean, we came from the Pro League a bit before than we should have, obviously, because we lost on the first round of playoffs. Took a couple days off, practiced for over a week now, just trying to do everything we can in order for us to be prepared here. And we have one more tournament remaining for the season, and just trying to stay sharp because obviously expectations changed after major, and we just need to find ourselves, need to find the groove, need to find the passion, need to find everything that was there in order for us to play like we did during the major, not let things go into our head, and just understanding it's still a grind, and every team is like the competition is wild, and every team is doing everything they can in order to win, and sometimes it's really small margins, and yeah, we just need to be sharp here.
Listen, the major is huge, right? So you get one event. You get one event off after that. That was Pro League for you. Now you're going to bounce back. Tell me any thoughts on the first matchup.
First matchup, BIG. We actually played them in Pro League, managed to win them there, but it's going to be a best of one. You can always prepare a bit differently. You can predict the map pretty accurately, and yeah, the team who is, let's say, winning both pistols and just has a good game plan to go out of, you could make a good upset. But for us, we're feeling confident. We had a couple talks after Pro League, and I think everybody has the right mentality when going into here. But just arrived yesterday, our first day here. We're gonna have some practice soon, so we're gonna see if everyone is sharp already.
Some Tex-Mex?
Some Tex-Mex I just ordered actually.
All right, man. Thanks for your time. Good luck. Have fun. I'll be seeing you around.
Welcome back to Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. We're here with Elige, and he's going to talk us through the most exciting update in recent times in CS2. We've got the new Vertigo, Elige. First thoughts on this map after seeing some of the changes? Are you excited? Are you happy about it?
I mean, I'm excited that they're doing something, because I think Vertigo is definitely the second worst map in the pool. Inferno's still the worst for me.
Oh, Inferno's okay,
but I think that they might have overdone it. They might have overcooked. I think that they did a lot at the same time, so I would have maybe wished that they did just one or the other type of thing. But I'm happy that they're trying to change something, because I think most people would agree that it's stale.
Yeah, so we look at the map here. This shows some of the viewers some of the big changes, right?
Yeah.
So you've got a whole new hole in the wall.
Yeah.
So here, what are you going to be calling this? Because I remember you were one of the early adopters of call-outs on Ancient, so
yeah.
I'm going to rely on you to give us a name for this, Elite.
Well, we wanted to call it Mini, kind of like on Nuke. We were thinking about calling it Big, and we already have this
mini,
called Empty,
okay.
so we call this Empty, we call this Arch, and then we call this Mini. So this is what we're.
But this is like the biggest one.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. I like it.
And it's just nicer to say. Like we were saying Mini or Big, but Mini just sounds nicer.
Yeah, it rolls
to
off
say.
the tongue a little easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
How do you think this is going to change the gameplay?
It's gonna change everything, honestly. Like we're even still trying to figure out right now, like where do we even plant? Because you can't plant necessarily at this position if you just smoke here. So if you just smoke, this is a very easy, spam spot. They could, okay, well, if it was good, yeah. You could just very easily spam this. So it's very tough. I think that you kind of have to just like push one of the spots, like either you take complete control of this, where you throw like 2 mollies here, so you molly here and you molly here. And then you just know that you can plant like here, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe something like that, but
planting is going to be really hard because even when you were planting here before the changes, you could get nade stacked, you get mollied off the plant. But now you can get naded still, but you also get shot through the smoke. So.
Yeah, you have to consider everything that was a threat before, but now there's just more.
Add more threats. Yeah.
And it was already like hard to get plants down sometimes. So yeah, I think that there's just a lot of stuff to really deal with, and the timings have even changed because they've changed the spawn points. The spawn points are something like here, 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 and here. So there's like these 5 spawn points. So that means that all of the timings at A have also changed.
Yeah, so the T's can get up, ramp faster, the smoke's maybe not going to pop in time, right? Okay, so I think the biggest criticism people have had of Vertigo over the years is it's kind of boring when you just execute A, span through the smokes, and maybe you lose like 2 players and then retake, right? Yeah. Do you think that's going to change the meta at all with the changes that we have here?
100%. Yeah. 100%. There's going to be crazy stuff, and I think it's going to be really hard for teams because they haven't really had enough time to. There's been 0 time actually. Like everyone was like on a plane when they were like coming over here. So everything's going to be really on the fly. It's going to be really messy CS, in my opinion. And yeah, I think that just see who can cook the fastest. Like we might see like some type of smoke wall here to go to B. What everyone's going to be thinking is A is obviously this big threat, but when everyone knows that A is a big threat and it's really hard to deal with, that means that B is even weaker. Because if you try to compensate by having a lot of people towards A, then obviously B becomes weaker just intrinsically because of that.
Let's take a look at the new sort of catwalk on the side of the map.
Yeah.
This was something that I didn't realize was a thing with the original Valve update, right? Because they showed a picture of the wall, everybody's excited about that, and then suddenly you got this huge catwalk on the side of the map. This feels like one of the longest range fights you're going to get in Counter-Strike. If you've got a player peeking from sandbags up to here, so.
Yeah, it's probably not as long as long on Dust 2, but I think that, this is what I was saying before, I think that they should have done one or the other, because I think if you do one of these, then like we might have had something that would have been more interesting for plants, because you could definitely figure out stuff where, you know, you're getting close up here and then you're asking for a flash from like your teammate, like whatever it is here.
Okay, yeah.
So, you know, you could have figured stuff out and like made it more interesting.
Do nades from here, this position off the metal top as well.
Yeah, I'm sure you can like hide like some flash here where you're doing like some jump throw and you're peeking for yourself. So I think that we could have had enough, you know, different things that were going to be happening from this patch if you just did one or the other. But now with it combined, now I think it just seems crazy. It just seems crazy to me that
well, at least
so much
they added
stuff.
Dust 2, so you know there isn't another map to learn. You know, so this is the only thing you got to work on. But you know, looking at this catwalk, how do you think that's going to change sort of the execution? You see like the hole in the wall, the mini as you're calling it. How do you think this catwalk's going to change things?
Well, I think that most likely people are gonna molly, so they'll molly like back here, and then you'll know that nothing's here. And then as you're coming in to take the site, whether you're doing just like the solo smoke, so you know potentially we'll see like solo smoke because now you have to use a lot of smokes for stuff, and we'll see maybe a molly here. And as we're getting like flashes, we're just throwing like flashes up here. We're swinging. We have like most people coming up to the site like normal, and then whoever goes sandbags, it's maybe his job to clear out this whole area. So maybe we'll just see something like that. I think it'll be very important to clear it, but I think we'll see a lot of times in this tournament that people do not clear it.
Yeah. Okay. So we have, you know, of a default usually would be one player B, one player mid, and then three up working up the ramp. How do you think this is going to change defaulting? Because the mid player can't really use his nades, right? If he needs to come back, or the B player needs to come back, because you need so many smokes to execute. How do you feel like that's going to change up just the defaulting on Vertigo?
On T side, you're saying?
Yeah, on T side, yeah.
Well, like I said, I don't really think too much changes for like the T side in terms of the beginning of the round. Like all of the early round fights are the same, aside from this ramp guy kind of getting nerfed on CT side. So it'll be a little bit easier for the Ts to take ramp. But kind of like what I was saying before, all of these changes at A that makes it more difficult for the CTs at A with all these new openings, that makes mid and B weaker, just because people have to compensate for it. They'll have to have like some type of setup where they're dealing with this new weakness at A. And because of that, you know, we might see more people going mid B. We might see people do this, maybe the smoke wall thing that I was showing. This is just, I don't even know if people can use this, but you know, maybe we'll see something. Yeah, maybe we'll see something. Maybe we'll see people do more mid to B stuff, and because you know we're gonna see more 3As. So if we see more people doing 3A, one mid, one B, you know, that obviously makes mid and B weaker. So I think that we'll just see more stuff like that because A is so weak that, you know, this entire side of the map gets opened up.
Yeah, so which side do you think is going to be more difficult to adapt to than the CT side? Will be struggling a little bit more with the changes?
Yeah, I think so. I think that CT side is going to be a lot harder because I think that you have to problem solve and like figure out solutions for the stuff that's happening on T side, where on T side you can game plan exactly like what you want to do. You can game plan, you know, like what type of pressure you want to put it, what the executes are going to look like. But CT side, you don't really know what the other team's going to be doing right now. One, because of info, and two, because all these teams are going to have so many different ideas for how they want to deal with this stuff.
Have you got any nade lineups already, or you want to show those?
No, not right now. We do have nade lineups for the new stuff that we want to do, but you know, don't want to be helping the new teams as much as possible.
Exactly.
It is limited time for everybody.
We'll see it in the tournament. We'll see it in the tournament.
Exactly.
That was the Vertigo update with Felice here at the Intel Extreme Masters. We're going to kick it off and get back into the show.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Absolutely phenomenal. And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme and they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The world's top Counter-Strike players have returned to Dallas, and they're soon going to be battling out across the group stage. But not only that, we're also celebrating the 100th ever Intel Extreme Masters, a historical moment for us all. Now we're moving into the group stage, and for the group stage, everyone will be doing battle and seeing what they can put up there, what numbers they can do, and how successful they can be to try and be the #1 team at the end and be crowned the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024.
Yes, that is right. Banks, the Centennial Intel Extreme Masters has landed right here in Dallas, Texas, home to the Cowboys, the Mavericks, and for 1 week only, the best goddamn teams in all of Counter-Strike. My name's Ferris Spears. Joining me, YNK and Maniac. Back here in Texas, and it feels good, right, Matthew?
Yeah, it feels really, really good. Always one of my favorite destinations to go. Once you get away with the humidity, I think you're fine. I went out this morning, it just immediately shocked me. It's like a cold sauna.
That was your mistake. You went outside.
Right. What did I think?
You just stay inside. It's nice. It's cool, it's AC'd, and also you don't need to be stepping on grass like Banks did.
Yeah, and there's plenty of Counter-Strike for us to be feasting our eyes upon. We know that there's a trophy. We know that there's a hell of a lot of prize money. There's also some other things up for grabs, isn't there, Yanko? In the Intel Grand Slam, that's getting interesting because we see Mouse winning EPL, which means they're on 2 right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and they get a chance to win their 3rd one, which would mean they just need to win this. There's this small matter left, or having to win either Cologne or Katowice or an ESL RAN major, which might be the biggest obstacle for Mouse. And I think I just love where we're going with this.
So wait a minute.
The symmetry.
Oh no.
So look who's next. Tell it to him, Matthew.
I know. It's G2 right there. I mean, if symmetry serves, it's got to be G2,
That would mean
right?
Falcons would have to win Cologne, so...
Yeah, how do we work that out? Like, how do we build this story?
That's unlikely.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Speaking of which, whoever wins here also gets a spot in Cologne. That's a pretty nice extra prize on top, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not exactly sure if someone wins here that is already qualified for Cologne. Like, how do we do it? Does that trickle down or not? Nothing happens. We're going to have to be cool, of course, but the winner qualifies to IEM Cologne. And that one, that's an event that's pretty nice too.
Yeah, that will be pretty nice to be attending. I think we should go over what exactly is happening here, though, because we've got 2 groups. We're going to be starting off with best of 1s today, best of 3s later on. Is there a group you think is more stacked here, Yanko?
Well, I think it's even, maybe Group A. Just
Group A a little bit.
A little bit more, right? Because you do have Mouse, Vitality are there, then Complexity, Liquid, what can be expected from these teams, Falcons, G2, right? But some of these teams are coming in with a sort of an asterisk, the stand-in for G2, the dead team, the team Liquid. Complexity, we'll see what happens with them, yeah. But I think Group B has 3 main favorites, right? With FaZe, Na'Vi, and Spirit, and then can someone mess up their plans?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, we're going to address the G2 standing situation, but I'm just so excited that for once, it feels like all of the teams we want to have in Dallas are here. If you think 2022, Na'Vi and VP were missing, in 23, Vitality, Na'Vi, VP weren't here. Now we actually have like the 5-6 best teams in the world. They're all here in Dallas. I think the field is extremely strong, and as Yanko already foreshadowed, it's kind of crazy when G2 wins.
And Matthew, who do you think has the most pressure on them? Obviously not G2. We don't expect them to be doing too much, right?
That question is very easy. It's Mouse.
Yeah.
Like Mouse has the most pressure ever. In fact, like the amount of cope you could put into Mouse not winning here, and the amount of venom you could spill if they actually were to lose.
Yes.
And all the tweets are already like the drafts are already in there. People have been writing all night.
Yes, I have.
Oh yes, we got him already in the pockets from Mouse here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking forward to seeing Spirit back. You know, at an IEM. We haven't seen him since Katowice, and they lifted the trophy there, right, with an incredible performance. So this is an opportunity to see them back. They only played the Bad Boom Dacha tournament, and you know that's a smaller one, no crowd.
How do you say that? You say Dacha? Is that how you say Dacha?
Yeah,
that's the correct pronunciation.
I would trust you. You know, if you say it with confidence, I would definitely trust you.
I'll trust you blindly, Yanko, for for no apparent reason. Can you take us through the brackets? Would you like to do that?
Freya.
Let's do
I love
that.
doing the brackets. It's all so nice and neat, and you can see who's going to lose and who's going to win.
Ooh.
In Group A, we kick off with Mouse versus 9Z. 9Z had a decent, I mean, they had close games in Chengdu, but tough opposition. Doesn't get any easier here. Liquid versus Complexity. The NA on NA fight. G2 versus Falcons. That's going to be interesting. That's our first game on the A stream. And Monty versus Vitality.
Yeah, Monty with a little bit of a strange lineup as well. Haji is in the mix. Now we have Group B. We started with FaZe Clan versus M80. And honestly, low-key, talk about jet lag, talk about BO1, like slow starts. I don't know why. I feel like something crazy could happen down there. Heroic versus VP. Who knows what the hell is going on with VP? Noise around Jame and the questioning about his position in the team. Then we have Spirit, as Yanko mentioned, versus FlyQuest. And Big versus Nav.
And Heroic taking Ikodos for one last pin. You know, we'll see how that goes. FlyQuest have to go up against Team Spirit. That's going to be tough. And Big versus Navi in a BO1 could be interesting.
Minus Goppy as well. I was shocked about that.
What was shocking was the manner in which it sort of happened, because it seemed like it came as a complete surprise to him. You know, you're also seeing that, oh, the majority of the players sort of, you know, wanted to do that. So that doesn't mean everyone. So how it all unfolded was a little bit strange, because Gobi is definitely synonymous with Big Clan.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. Like, he's been involved in Big in any capacity for years and years and years. And you would think that his relationship with Tapson was one of the strongest bound you can find, and now it's actually undone. And now Kakafu is going to step up, be the coach here, the main coach during Dallas, but we don't really know where they're going to go in the future. Coaches out there, German-speaking coaches, send your applications.
Well, I know where we are going today, because we can take a look at the schedule. We've got an A and B stream going down today. I'm really interested in this first matchup, G2 versus Falcons, not least because we get to see Stewie, right? That's so wild that he is here for G2.
Yeah. How did we end up with Stewie in the G2 jersey? Like, how did that happen? What were the alignment of the stars that had someone in the G2 office think, you know what, actually, yeah, let's bring Stewie. That's what we're gonna do.
I think we actually have a skit coming up in the next couple of days that really nails it down.
Ah, so you found out.
Right, okay.
Damn.
Keep an eye out for that one. We also have some more changes, because there's been a little bit of an update, hasn't there? European teams not so happy with this one, but what's been happening, Matthew?
Oh, where do we start? Like, it's massive update. Obviously, there's been some changes when it comes to... Wait, hold on a minute. We're talking about Overpass being out, Dust 2 being brought back in, of course. That's not the most recent, but that is in itself a change. And Vertigo getting a complete revamp here for IEM Dallas. I think Elish said it pretty well. It's a massive change. Like, I don't think we can... I don't think we can talk about the changes enough here. Like, in terms of magnitude, the fact that teams and players found out halfway through the globe, they were above the Atlantic or the Pacific or whichever ocean they had to go through. It's like, wait, hold on a minute. The map has completely changed. Actually completely changed. With Dust 2 being brought back in, the map was all over the place.
The biggest facelift since Michael Jackson, right? But I think what's funny here is that everyone starts from the same position. You know, it's not like some teams had the chance to practice it earlier. Like, it's the same for everyone. And sure, it's a bit easier for the teams that don't play Vertigo, because they just don't have to deal with it as their permaban. But, you know, for everyone else, it's about, hey, who can do this on the fly, who can come up the quickest with just a couple of things. And I think it's an opportunity for the underdogs to maybe make something happen.
I just don't know if the map is going to be played that much. Like, I had this hunch that people might just try and ignore it, or, you know, leave it for the last rotation as a third map. You're going to tell me you're going to pick Vertigo here in Dallas? Like, who is going to pick Vertigo? Who had time to work on the map? And sometimes it's even worse, because you think you have plans and they don't work at all. So I don't know. I think it might just be ignored a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of the players had some choice words. None other than Apex, obviously, a very vocal member of the Counter-Strike community. Yeah, I do understand that it is kind of frustrating that this is announced that we're going to be playing this, and then you have to get on a plane and you just have to think about it. You can't be getting the server. But then I agree with you, because basically everybody, apart from NAD, are in that same position, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see how that goes. I think also we had other changes to the economy, right? Lowering the bomb bonus from 800 to 600, lowering the price of the M4. I think the economy changes are good. They're subtle enough to achieve what they set out to diminish the advantage for the T's early on if they lose and plant the bomb, but to still not change too much the economy of the game so that it changes the meta completely.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, do you think this is going to have like profound changes in the behavior of teams in that round 2? Because before that update, we would always say, you lose the pistol round, but you planted the bomb, that's all right. You're going to have a strong buy, maybe even stronger than the CT.
We had teams just plan for planting the bomb,
absolutely.
right? Like they're not even thinking about winning. Let's just make sure we get the bomb down, and then if we win the round, it's a bonus. So yeah, I think that's a good change. We'll see maybe a little bit more ecos, right, in the second round from the T's. Just a pistol here, just try to get a kill or two and then buy in the third round. I think the incendiary one is actually massive. I think it was nerfed too much. And I think the thing that's underrated in the change isn't the spread, which is significant, it's the duration. Because what that's going to affect is the trade of utility on so many different maps. Banana Inferno, right? If you're a T side, you molly car 2 times, what are the CTs going to do? Like they can't trade utility as effectively anymore. So I think the balance of power is going to shift to the Ts in some of these situations. Nuke, the deep CT molly does nothing anymore. You can just run through it, or it doesn't maybe even cover everything, right? So this is going to impact the meta on some of these maps.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think the duration is a huge change, but I do like the spread being reduced. I really like that. I think it became a little too easy for CTs to really completely close areas of the maps. And you can talk to players who actually play Banana on the T side of Inferno, and they've just been traumatized. Like, they have been traumatized. There used to be choices who were made by teams. We're gonna molly maybe wood and double nade in the bounce back, or we're gonna double nade to the left, leave a space open. But now it was so impossible in many of these cases. So now CTs will have to make a choice and be aware of that kind of spread. And I wonder if people are really ready for it, or if they're gonna get surprised and caught pants down.
Just going back to the Vertigo conversation for a minute, have you guys actually had a chance to run around it and see how it feels with this massive gaping hole, which apparently Alicia's calling mini? I think it deserves a bigger word than that, because it's huge, right? It's a massive change.
Maxi.
Maxi, there we go. That's what we need.
Maxi. Yeah, I think didn't have a chance to play it yet, but I think did talk to Sin a little bit. They played like 2 scrims on it or something, and he said it does change the dynamic or how you can fight for RAM, because now the amount of smokes that you need to use and all that sort of thing. So it's definitely going to be a massive shift, and I think it, if anything, makes it a little bit more difficult for the Ts.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's going to take 2 different roads. One is people are still going to skirmish straight into ramp at the entrance, and then the changes won't be infecting that much, maybe the spawn. Or we're going to see CTs play a bit far back on the side, and now we're going to just venture into the upside down. Like, I don't think anybody knows how to really retake. Anybody knows the strong clutch positions. Elige had a pretty nice content he put on YouTube as well. I watched that video. He was talking about some of the moves CTs can do on flash repeak, that little ledge, the catwalk, that's popping it. This crazy, this amount of changes, and I don't really know how late rounds are going to look like on the A side. It's going to be messy as hell.
Is there any teams that maybe aren't getting so shafted by this change with Dust 2 coming in, with the changes to Vertigo? Do you think this is kind of, you know, breezing over any teams at all?
I mean, listen, I think Vitality having Dust 2 back in the rotation is something they absolutely love. Not that Overpass was extremely strong for them. And the Vertigo had been a map that they struggled on just a little bit, so they use it as an excuse, maybe living on a wayside, just like contextually for Dallas. I think it should be all right. But the teams will have to see.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping that this will maybe get G2 to just start banning Vertigo, because now you can play Mirage, Dust 2, Nuke, Inferno, Ancient, Anubis. That could be your map pool. Those are all great maps.
Yeah.
So please, can we get that done?
I'm intrigued though when you're saying, I wonder whether people are just gonna, you know, insta be vetoing Vertigo. How much practice have they had on Dust 2? Like, were they anticipating having to play Dust 2 that early on? I don't know.
This is where I think it's different, because the Vertigo situation, you are venturing into new territory. Like, there is literally no blueprint. There's no knowledge. My take is that people are going to play Dust 2 the exact same way they did before the map went out. I don't think there's going to be many changes. Some of the innovations that were created on the latest version of Dust 2 are still going to happen. The smoke mid into pressure into dark, people trying to peek above the box, that's still going to happen. I think people are going to go right back to what they knew on Dust 2, which is why you can just pick it up immediately. But for Vertigo, it's a different story.
We're missing the most important part of this update though, Janko.
Oh, yes, indeed. That is the chicken update.
Yeah!
You want to run us through it? Because you're so excited about it.
What's your take?
Sit and they can look really cute now.
That's more than we can do.
Do you think you can train them to sit?
Well, you can train them to follow you, right? So maybe I haven't actually tried.
When you crouch, they sit.
That's great. That's exactly what I want. Should we get back on the schedule of Counter-Strike and check in with our 1xBet Power Rankings?
This is the 1xBet Power Rankings for the group stages here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas 2024. Will you hold my balls real quick?
Absolutely.
Thank you. We're going to go through 1 through 16 through the group stage and see where some of these teams end up or where we're going to place them. So let's start at the top.
Top's like relatively easy, I think, for the top two. I think at this point, like, you got to throw Mal's in that #1 spot. They've got 2 trophies, one out in Belgrade, obviously one at ESL Pro League. FaZe I'd probably put #2 just because they're a consistent feature in that top like 2-3 zone.
We'll do Mal's, FaZe. Okay, that one can be up for its own little interpretation debate. But then we go 3-4. Who do you slide in there?
Ooh, Spirit definitely in that conversation. That last final, that didn't look so good from Spirit.
I think, well, like, I mean, you could say the same thing about Vitality, right? Both of them against Mal's, by the way. Mal's made them both look silly with 3 O's. So I think this one kind of goes like wherever you're going to lean towards Vitality or Spirit. For me, I would put Spirit as 3. I would put Vitality as 4 because I think for ESL Pro League for Vitality was a lot of the Zyru show. Personally, I'd have Spirit as 3, Vitality as 4. I'd probably put Complexity at 5, to be honest with you. Yeah, you like that?
Well, that's some North American bias, right?
Who are you pandering to, man?
Come on,
I'll write it down.
Come on, you're part of this crew. Navi, I think you're going to throw up there next, just as you know, the major winners and the things that they can do. After Navi for spot #7, that's where I think you'd put G2. There's a stand-in situation, but you still got Monacy, you still got Nico.
And you got the Stewie buff if they make it far. You know, if they get into the crowd, you get the Stewie buff.
If you told me that there's one team to watch out of this entire list, I'm pretty excited to watch G2. We start looking towards the other side of the pack. We've already got our Vitalities, Cole, Navi, G2. Maybe something like
this is where it starts to get like really weird and really, really hard.
You probably put VP second to Heroic, right? You would put Heroic above VP, right?
I would put VP above Heroic.
I would.
Not an ultra confident one, but I mean, throw VP in there because with Electronic, it hasn't been as seamless as we might have thought. I think Monty is secretly pretty strong as a team.
Stronger than Liquid?
Say it with your chest.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. The Liquid situation is such an X factor. I don't even know. They're probably the hardest team to rank at the moment. I would put
Monty.
Yeah, Monty is a 10.
And then I would go Liquid as 11.
Who knows what the hell that future looks like, but it's kind of their home event, so let's put them...
The future's up in the air and like what level they come in with. Like at Liquid is always like, sometimes some events they look good, some events you're like, this ain't working, and obviously at the moment with all the reports and news, it feels like it's not working more often than not.
Jason, you say the future, and I like to think that's what I see in M80.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, they showed some, they had close losses over at Pro League, but they have a cool constitution. That team seems like they're putting it together. Big up next coming over, they just lost Gabi as the coach. They felt like the heart and soul of that whole organization, so it's very shocking for me.
Speaking of heart and soul and maybe a little bit of stamina out of the Falcons who continue to try, they did break their losing streak.
Probably top the bottom 3, and I would round it out with like 9Z at the bottom, FlyQuest just above them.
I feel like FlyQuest is hard done by here because I actually think they played better at ESL Pro League, but I mean, they're like, look, I think that's still going to be a team who can cause some upsets for sure.
And that's our 1xBet power rankings of the group stage here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas 2024. Can you believe it, gentlemen? Don't worry, it's rhetorical.
Here's your balls back.
Thanks.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's now. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
We're going into our opening group stage games here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. I got Apex with me from Vitality, and I saw your tweet, mate. Did you get CS on the phone?
No, I couldn't. I tried my best in the plane, but it didn't work out.
It didn't work out, but what have you done in order to be ready for this update? Because, you know, it's a fast learning curve.
Well, try to think with the team about the map, try to have the new nades, etc. Couldn't practice because no one was practicing, so it was pretty hard. But that's the way it is. I mean, that's CS. We have no choice anyway. So I think it's done once again. And but I'm not gonna Not gonna complain that too much about it. I already did, and that's enough. So now focusing on playing it, because even though I keep complaining, it won't change.
It won't change, no. We have to deal with what we've got. And I also want to touch on your last games you played in terms of the official. It was the EPL final, and this was not the vitality we know, but I want to see, how did you guys deal with that? What did you guys talk about after this? Because it looked rough.
Yeah, we had a completely off day. I think that's one of the most horrible final I played with a vitality in my whole career so far. I mean, even in my whole career, I don't think we showed up at all. Maybe Mouse would have won against us, and that's fine if we had a good fight, but we didn't, and that's what it was. That's why it was pretty rough. We tried our best, but we just didn't click. Nothing was working. So many mistakes, and couldn't convert the run we should have won. And yeah, so we basically didn't try to talk too much about the final, because we knew we fucked up. Just we beat FaZe, we beat Astralis. We played pretty well on those 2 games, and that's what mattered for us. We had a rough Katowice the major was a better semi-final, a final in EPL. So we on the right path, and for us it's just all focusing on the positive there.
Okay, the positives going forward. Thank you very much, Dan. Scoring and honors. Let's get it back to you.
Yes, sir. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the depths of the B stream. Scrawny and Launders here to take you guys through the opening day of IEM Dallas. Not only any IEM, Mohan, the 100th IEM ever.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. And you know what? We always get amazing IEM Dallases in general with unusual champions, as was brought up on the desk. So the question is, who will be the unusual champion of IEM Dallas, IEM 100? Is it going to be Monty?
Is it going to be Monty? I'd have to hedge my bets and say no, although I do think that with that content we had with Stunna, Dinko, and Moses going through, I like that they ranked Monty 10th, just above Liquid. It's an interesting conversation point, I think, this Monty lineup, because they've gone for experience, haven't they?
Yeah, they've decided that taking on Stiko and Haji means that I think maybe they get a better support line, and then there's a little bit more pressure on, Woro and actually Demka, who I think has shown a lot of promise to be like bigger fraggers, and Krasnal is an anchor for the team, but he's also a very good anchor. And I think I've always thought Krasnal has a place on a really strong Polish lineup in the future. But on Monty today, I think maybe Stiko is the support beam that they need.
I think with Haji and Stiko, obviously you're talking about 2 players who kind of come in with a sub 1.0 rating as well, so you're dead on. This is now a roster that, in terms of mechanics and impact inside of a server, it's all about Demka, it's all about Woro. There's no beating around the bush anymore, right? We used to sometimes kind of throw SDY into the mix. On an individual level, he could take over games. Now you've got 2 players who essentially, I think, have made careers in far as Stiko's presence in attending majors. Go back to the Copenhagen major with Apex, right? When they qualified from the RMR to the main event, he straight up said, that's my job done, and wasn't sure if he'd be moving forward with the team, right? This is a specialist in that regard. So if you're looking for somebody who's able to punch big tickets, I think Stiko's, look no further.
That is pretty cool. I think it adds some sort of stability. I think it brings some attention to them, because Stiko's now sort of a name that's floated around on a team that has made a deep run at the major, especially a team that have hung around in tier 1 a little bit longer, and came up around the same time as Monty. But Monty sort of came from nowhere with their players, and Stiko has in opposition to that, has been around for so many years, playing on teams like Mouse, even way back in the day when we first started casting. So it's always an interesting thought when Stiko joins a team, because you wonder what he sees in the roster, and then you wonder, is he going to be the final piece of the puzzle? And we saw that with Apex. At least when it came to whatever they could accomplish, they needed Stiko. Was it because he was the top fragger for the team? No, it wasn't. But did we see the better results with Stiko? Yes, we did. So I think that's something that's interesting for me, at least, about Monty.
Combine that again, right, with Woro and Demka, who on an individual level have kind of made the same runs, but not banking on experience, rather firepower. It's a mix that comes together and at least intrigues me. In a world where, unfortunately, we're losing the bad news Eagles as of late, these
cluckish rosters that like to kind of break through majors from time to time. I think this is a cool roster change to try to bring stability to a Monty that wants to continue its presence in Tier 1 Counter-Strike and at the very best events. But speaking of the best, Mohan, who's on the other side of the server? None other than Apex & Co. ZywOo hits the ground running in Dallas. That's what they're banking on, right? These boys flew business across the world. They have been unstoppable at EPL up until that absolute domination, the dismantling of the grand finals, where Apex himself says he had never played worse Counter-Strike in a Vitality jersey.
You know, I don't want to say something negative about a team who's largely winning most of their games, but at the end of the day, with a roster that won Paris, with a roster that has ZywOo on it, with a roster that that Apex is IGLing for that matter, the bar is at the absolute highest that it can be. And right now, there's a very low confidence that they can actually close out a tournament. Making it to the grand finals is something cool, but when you get smashed like they did versus Mouse, which is a team that, as Apex said, they could have lost to, but not a team that they should have gotten squashed by completely. Yep. And when that happens, then suddenly it sort of feels like, let's speed run to the end of the event and see Vitality in the final again, but let's not even get excited until Vitality play well in that final, because right now I don't think they're going to be happy at all getting any result except a tournament win.
Yeah, I think looking to hoist another one, really, goal number 1. Goal number 2, perhaps, is trying to get some practice on Vertigo because they done massacred it. Apex, obviously, very vocal about his frustrations that the map has changed. And funnily enough, in this ban process, it was the last map banned by Vitality. So it looked like Monty were ready to run on it if they had to. Nuke is where this map will go in the end. But it was something that Vitality finally had kind of underneath them. And it was a place that they were finding 2 of their biggest map wins, right? This over FaZe and Astralis. We can talk about the shortcomings versus Mouse, but in those 2 biggest opposition matchups, Vertigo played a key piece in securing their wins.
Yeah, it just started to become one of their most winning maps, and they played it, yeah, as you mentioned, versus all the most important teams in their vetoes. So it was a key map for them. That's why Apex, of course, is going to be sour about it. It's not the first time in a Counter-Strike player's career, if you've played more than 2 months, that, you know, an update has come in an inopportune moment. It happens. Luckily, their map pool is deeper than that. Luckily, there's days at this event where they can actually avoid playing it if they want to. I think some other teams have been brave enough to go right for Dust 2 when it was available anyways. And I think that why shouldn't they be able to do that? So I don't think they have that much to be worried about, especially not in best of 1 vetoes. And yeah, look at the guy you've got on your screen, ZywOo. I'm not going to call him a group stage, you know, a group stage hero, because he goes strong in playoffs too up until a point. But he smashes through group stages. So we know that's coming.
And usually dismantles lesser opposition too. So if Vitality are looking at Monty as a small fish in this pond in Dallas, then, you know, opening game, BO1 should be nice and smooth for the Vitality camp. The coveted 100, okay? Anytime we see a 100 this week, Mohan, we have to celebrate it. True. It's a very important number for IEM. And in this case, the man's got 100 ADR. Just keeps it even, you know. Talk about the impact. You're going to be looking at ZywOo more often than not. Right-hand man, still Spinks. Let's say the left-hand man in 3rd place, tertiary position, would be Flamesy, who has had some very dominant maps specifically. I won't extend that and say matches, but every once in a while, you're going to drop a Flamesy Anubis performance or something along those lines, and he is looking just as good as Spinks, the 2 best riflers on this team. And this creeping conversation in the back of everybody's mind around the 5th piece of this Vitality team, you know, there's a lot of people asking, how much longer does Mezzy have?
I think that when you talk about Flamesy and Mezzy, they actually have a lot in common. I think the biggest problem, though, for Mezzy is that even though they have a lot in common because they're great on some maps, not as good on some other maps, is that that's more acceptable for someone like Flames. He's more volatility in his role. But when we talk about Mezzy as an anchor for Vitality, I think it's less acceptable and causes more problems. So it's really good. Mezzy shows a really high ceiling sometimes, but when he just has to do good enough, sometimes he isn't good enough. So I think that's where he needs to raise his floor, but so much easier to say than do. I think if people had the answer to consistency, then, well, we wouldn't have YouTube channels like mine, Connor.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Looking like a celebrating Mezzi there. That's because of the knife round victory for the side of Vitality. So not only are we playing on Nuke, but presumably that'll be Vitality kicking off on a CT side. So time to see if maybe Mezzi can put forth a strong anchoring position right out of the gate here in Dallas. You said it best when we just kicked this off, right? And Maniac brought it up on Twitter to start the day. We always get weird winners in Dallas. Out of pocket, out of nowhere, Mo, before this first map goes live, if you had to pick a one-off winner for the event, I want to know who you've got.
Oh, man.
A one weird one.
I mean, the weirdest one would be G2.
Yeah, right?
The weirdest one would be G2. I'm not going to give that any real credence because it's like they don't have their IGL, so it's like, come on, how deep can the run go? But I can see a weird win or two in there. But I mean, the final that I want is FaZe versus Mouse to decide who is the best team in the world. I don't care that Mouse are #1 on HLTV right now. That doesn't matter. They know they have to beat FaZe in playoffs. So that'll be the one. To do that in IEM 100 would be something special.
Yeah, I think it would really start to turn and solidify that conversation of Mouse at the very top.
Okay,
2K lifting a trophy. Astralis.
Astralis are the most likely unusual team that could win this event. They've had a few semi-final, losses.
I hate to cut you off here, Mo, but that's because they're not playing at IEM Dallas. So yeah, it would be a little weird. They did release their new jersey today, so it kind of feels like they're in attendance.
Oh, they're not here.
No, they're not.
Oh.
Imagine that.
Okay,
I'm gonna say complexity one time.
Okay, yeah, I'll say Virtus Pro then. That'll be the most unusual winner of IEM Dallas.
Okay,
awesome.
We got it out of... Good. It's out there. It's on the internet, solidified forever. Shall we, Mohan? Map 1 of the B stream for IEM Dallas, where we'll be locking it down for the first 3 days. So welcome, folks.
Dallas,
get comfortable.
Dallas to the stars, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It would have been great with the jersey release, but, you know, they mistimed their marketing yet again.
Oh, man. IEM 100 right there at the top. That is incredible, honestly. 100 events is... Who's done that?
Only.
Super Bowls.
Only ESL, surely. Oh, you mean even beyond that?
I mean, how many? Yeah. I mean, most sports.
Who cares? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, but who cares?
This is a nice redirection. We went lobby to ramp contact, 1-1. Total pack rotation around towards main. Apex thinks he can slip back sight. Flamesy from the corner. Just going to connect 1 kill. Nice double out of Krasnal. That's going to open up the bomb site wonderfully. Mezzi wrapping around from lobby, going for the knife in the smoke, and he gets the kill, but then Hadji sends a bullet through. Catches him behind it, and we've got Monty with a pistol win.
You know what? I not a small thing that he got that knife kill. At least he made some money right there. Losing the round, obviously, is not your favorite option in that situation, but it would have been pretty insane if he actually pulled it off. So I'll take the $1,500, I'm sure. Oof, those are some good kills from Krasnal. And I mean, I do hope that Monty show us something this tournament, even though the expectations are pretty low, I would say. Because some of their individuals, again, like Waro, Demka, Krasnal, that is a very strong core. We saw them do a lot of damage in Spring 23, and I think they're trying to rebuild from there. Obviously, losing Bro to Astralis and having to rebuild is not easy at all. But they might have picked up a key piece or two between Stika and Hadji.
It felt like with the Boros departure and then the SDY departure, it kind of like the foundation was kicked out from beneath them. So I appreciate that the organization goes for maybe some stability in that sense, but hang on. Mezzi's at M4, the 1 M4 of the round. Vitality, of course, forcing around the pistol loss. Flamesy, great position for the MP9, but can't connect. It's Krasnal in the back-to-back entry frags.
From pistol to conversion, it is looking strong. They will swarm down to the B site. All 4 members down here. Mezzi just buying time for the door swing. We've got 2 players on the rafters up above, 2 on the floor itself. Oh. And they're looking to tuck in while ZywOo's still smoked off on single. Push outside of control. That one's going to get killed. So man advantage slipping away, and it's strong positioning from Monty in the post plant. They're going to chase down Mezzi, thinking they can best him. But hang on. He's close sight. And he's letting Apex swing back around, maybe looking to rack up costs here. There's no kid on the play. And as they start to leave, oh, yep, there's the costs. Apex 2 frags as he departs, and Monty take a second.
Yeah, nice one for Monty. I mean, they're moving really well here. That was a good couple of kills from Stiko. They made it expensive, even though Vitality made it expensive as well. But the round wins will absolutely take that. No upgrade on this gun from Demka. And I think a rare situation where both teams might be kind of happy.
Right into the outer util. It's going to be Haji at bat. Got to be careful not to step on either of those 2 landmines, though. The rifles moved from the last round. And we saw a quick prod last round from Mezzi, bottom silo, so I think that the mobility in the rifles was a small silver lining for Vitality's second round. However, no contact found at the beginning of this one. We hit the minute 15 mark with that player down towards Secret, so this threat, this looming presence downstairs that, for all Vitality knows, growing every second, it's actually still just 3 inside of lobby, and Monty giving Vitality a chance to make a play, hopefully catching somebody out of position. Nobody running risks at the moment.
Don't want to let this one get close again. A few bullets goes through the wall, and they have plenty of time to actually try to go ramp slowly right now, especially with it wide open. The B players, of course, are starting to take over Secret, which is totally fine for them. Again, going towards ramp. ZywOo will meet them halfway.
Krasnell dropping. Apex back sight. Trying to avoid the rifles has been the name of the game so far, but at the 25-second mark, Apex, ooh, he almost gets that second. Did he do enough damage for Mezzi to come in fast from the flank? It's a plant in the open, and Mezzi is going to shave off the planter. 15 seconds to pick that back up and get the bomb down. Haji has to join through vent. These are the 2 experienced players picked up by Monty, and they provide a valuable clutch to keep that 3-0 rolling.
You'd like to see that from Stiko, of course. I mean, like the shooting on the shooting front, as you brought up their stats, you know, the 2 guys coming in are not here showing off glamorous sort of individual performances in their recent careers, but just kills like that are enough, I think, to support again the core of the team. So another solid call. They take ramp at a good timing. It feels like the game plan is very good in terms of where they're going. They did lose a lurk frag or 2, but they were ahead of Vitality on every timing. They were waiting for the Secret push. They beat ZywOo to the ramp. They got downstairs in time, so they could afford to lose material as they got thinned down. And I think they knew coming into this match that they're going to win and the rounds are going to be very close. I think they don't care so much about that. You know, it would be sort of more scary for Vitality if all these rounds were close and their money was getting worse and worse. But I think Vitality are sort of wondering, why are we off to such a slow start? You know, are we in a rut right now?
ZywOo still without kill 3 rounds into the game, so maybe that is the rut itself. He will, however, take down Hedgie's health by half. Sprays a little off the mark, and we get that cross from Haji again. So pretty consistent in this Secret presence, and previously 1 player, but then we get this second pack in the support. Stiko, Krasnell joining Haji. Apex, he's about to have his hands full. That smoke will at least buy time and open a door for rotations if Vitality think they need to bolster that defense. But for the time being, Mohan, nobody else is moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They've just basically got Zywoo as the warden of outside, trying to get information, but very passively, very safely. They're playing rotator spots on the ramp. They look very cramped.
Rude awakening soon enough for Apex in response to the molly. Oh, he finishes what Zywoo started. Shaves down a little HP for the others and wants to get himself into that back anchor. Meanwhile, Demka's getting flashed out of the ramp, but still poising a threat. Yeah, a peek, and Flamesy wary of this, but he doesn't go deep enough to catch Demka. So still 25 seconds, back-to-back scrambled situations for Monty. Did they get away with that last round? Or are they going to flood back up into the A? Yes, Krasnal, bomb and vent, looking for this lobby hit. It's going to be pressure on Mezzy, especially as Spinks dies before him. Oh, Mezzy, it's a labored spray. It gets away from him. Krasnal picks up the kill. 5 seconds to the plant, just in time. And Vitality get out-rotated. There's still a chance.
There is still a chance, absolutely. It is 3v3. The rotations will be in expected position. Zywoo crawls up into the heaven. Let's see if there's some good duels for him.
Flamesy hits the trade frag. It's Zywoo down, still vent player in, and a clean sweep. Flamesy 2 kills in the 3v3 retake. Apex gonna find his contribution with a 2K as well. So considering that things went south, considering that spray from Mezzy, I think Vitality happy just to get one on the board.
Yeah, that's a scary moment for Mezzy because, you know, he knows he just has to get his one, and that's a moment where it's like skill floor, not skill ceiling, because again, he can be so good. But I always feel bad criticizing a player for dragging a spray because, you know, I do it too. So,
and that's the standard that we're gonna live by.
I hold myself to high standards.
This is it's a fun start for Vitality. I mean, it's not fun for them, but it's an interesting one, I think, from our perspective, just because we're talking about Zywoo and Spinks as the 2 best players for Vitality, no doubt, and 1 kill between the 2 of them 4 rounds into this game. So in terms of keeping them afloat at the start of map, hey, this is not the players you expect.
Yeah, I think we've got a restart coming up, I assume. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Looks like Krasnal might just be setting up some grenades. So, yeah, that is the other part of the conversation that, you know, Spinks hasn't been Zywoo's knight in shining armor as well. So I think it'll be a real focus for this event.
Very critical. Krasnal doesn't mess up any of the util. It's 1 smoke still on the rest of the team. The entire team sat behind smokes. The nade doesn't quite burst it open. There's that scout on Waro. And as 2 players come into the garage, Zywoo can't react fast enough. We've got a player still up towards heaven, but this is a huge opening pick in a round where the money was not there for Monty. 3rd round in a row, we hit 25 seconds, and Monty are scrambling, rushing down for that lower B bomb site where there is nobody to stop them. For the first time, Apex has not got any defense in position. There is nobody to stop this at 10 seconds. It is a quick sprint in from Flamesy. He's got a shooting gallery ahead of him. It's 99 damage to Krasnal, but they don't get a kill, and so this seems like it's Vitality off the mark.
Man, they actually almost thought about rotating in, had no idea that Monty would make a snap call like this, except they got their kill outside, and they seem to know exactly what the setup is going to be for Vitality. So no rotation is right. There's just 4 CTs up there scratching their heads wondering what went wrong when, yeah, I think Monty felt very confident they got a lot of info. And they also had to make a decision very fast after getting their frag outside. They didn't have that much time. So obviously it would have been wonderful if Vitality were sitting upstairs with 4 players and they all came running in. But that's not where they got any information. So easy round for Monty. And unfortunately, as crazy as this round is, and I guess technically close if Zywoo gets a kill, maybe there's time pressure. The fact is, this is the cleanest round so far, like with the most players alive on both sides. And that only favors the winner.
We had a player supporting Zywoo, obviously the one that opened up the smoke grenade where Zywoo was hoping to clip wings, instead saw nothing. Where that support got up to, with the timing of Monty coming into the garage, just seemed like there was no trade potential to get Zywoo at least. And so, Vitality kind kind of have to just write off the losses, move forward. Still a very comfortable buy for them in round 6, but it's that score that's ticking dangerously upwards for Monty. 4 to the 5 opening rounds. And Spinks feeling frisky, but even that flash doesn't go all the way around the corner into lobby. So that's a frag grenade that didn't completely open smoke. It's a flashbang that didn't allow for Spinks' peek. It's not a Vitality that are afraid to make opening moves, but it's just not a Vitality with maybe the sharpest of swords to start their Dallas run. Mezzy looks to spam back Squeaky, but no contact yet. It's Hadji versus Zywoo queued up.
It's that saying that almost good enough isn't. It's got to be crispy, especially when you're losing. So Resmoke comes down at a perfect moment here on Squeaky. That'll help out a lot. And Zywoo out here searching for a chance at a first good frag.
Monty again content to just run this clock down. It's going to be a smoke grenade in front of Squeaky. Spinks has to fall within it. Oh, the flashes come out. He trades out Mezzy immediately. They don't seem to understand Spinks was tucked up close, so Stiko drops out. Zywoo in sight. Welcome to the scoreboard. A total shutdown. The most convincing defense that we've had from Vitality yet.
Oh, that's great. Hold your crosshair high right there. Zywoo with the instant dink on 2 players, so that's real beautiful on his off angle. And again, it comes a lot down to the fact that they had Squeaky smoked at that right moment, because that allowed them to reorganize, look for other information, come back to A safely, and they even had a resmoke for the exec itself. So sort of a bad call here from Monty. And I say bad just because it's like the wrong timing for the call. Hard to count, you know, utility sometimes when you want to go for it. So I guess we could just say, you know, good use of resources here for Vitality to make sure to keep the most important part of the map smoked. And it is also the site that they've been paying the most attention to, babysitting for these last few rounds, even if it hasn't ended there. I was thinking with the new Incendiary update that, like, you know, we're going to see way more Squeaky bursts just because the CT Molly is so weak. That's a very important part of the map to Molly.
What a change, huh? What a bucket of unexpected changes all at the same time as well.
Yeah.
Even visual changes, Mohan. What will they think of next?
Yeah, like fire boots. That's awesome.
Anti-gravity boots? I'm still waiting for the bump mines. But, hey, I'm still waiting for Danger Zone too. Nade goes deep. Apex versus Hadji. Ooh, Apex always gone unnoticed. Or has he? Hadji turns on him and gets the second. Beautiful double kill out of Hadji for the entries. Woo. That is Apex and Zywoo dead. And that is a very comfortable spot now for Monty to do what they could. And even when they burst into that lower B site 2 rounds ago, it was 4 players that saved from Vitality. Man, this could be a killing blow for the CT side if Monty pull out a 5th right here, right now.
No kidding. Off the back of a 7-3 Hadji. With no one really to help him in that spot. Monty going through the motions. This will be a nice test for them to see if they can make this as, you know, I think they struggle to make rounds like this clean when they've been up. This might be a nice test to see if they can really kind of smash Vitality in a very compromised spot. And it looks like they might.
That A site's already under wraps. Tech 9 drive-by. It's a triple out of Hadji. It's Spinks with a free second kill and 2 more to go if he really wants to pull this off. I mean, a 1v4 is a massive ask, but he's done half the heavy lifting. We've got a player close vent, the other ready to swing on contact. Krasnal's the closer here. Oh, they decide to take the initiative, and in doing so, pin Spinks to the wall, deny the clutch, and post that coveted 5th round on a T side early.
Nothing like a good 3-2-1. They're on the same page. I mean, crushing defeat here for Vitality because Hadji does so much outside. Like, that's all you have to know, really. If your outside lurk can get those 2 kills, especially catching Apex off, it doesn't even have to be a game sense thing that he decided to check it. He just waited enough time that Apex could have snuck in there. So even if he didn't see him, it's one of those situations where there's not much else to look at. You might as well make sure that it's clean, the back of Mini. And yeah, that's a good start here for Monty. I mean, on the chemistry front, for sure, it feels like there's a lot of things firing off.
I thought maybe, you know, if anything, we put that chemistry under a microscope and how long it would take for this team to kind of come together. You know, Haji on an international roster. Stiko, I feel like if this is his bread and butter, you can plug and play him all over the place. But even with these late, like 25-second executes, the last-second rotations down to the B site that we've seen, you know, gelling quickly, I would say, Monty, or at the very least, so far, without too much of a test out of the heavier hitters of Vitality. But we've got an auto shotty to limit Mezzi inside a hut. We've got an MP9 on Apex. And we've got Monty ready to just keep rolling this T side. Looks like a big execute coming for the A site. Mezzi, though, this would be a great place to pull off the shotgun clip. You're going to have a... little wallbang damage kind of gets him going as he chases blinded. And Haji, good cover on the flank. Spinks tries to tether with him. Flamesy just aborts from the ramp control. It's a sprint down behind him. Zywoo caught in the open, able to keep himself alive. But Waro, what a shot. Not once, twice. 2 frags down on B, and that just leaves Vitality limping through the last 50 seconds. If Spinks can't pull off this lobby lurk versus Demka, it feels like Monty's got it in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, nice shot, you know, in traffic for Zywoo. It's a very scary spot. He has to close the door, you know, use his other hand to shoot an op. And his teammates on there on the ramp, they're trying to get organized very quickly because Monty are chasing the right opportunity. They just got those 2 kills. They're probably thinking there's no, well, first of all, the squeaky rotation is out. They know the 2 upper players are kind of ruined. If there's some kind of weird stack going on there, they can avoid that. And the lower side has been largely prosperous for them, so they decide to go for it.
Spinks in between a rock and a hard place, pulls one player off the heaven drop. Demka's going to go for the rooftops instead. Apex trying to serve up a distraction. Spinks reroutes towards Squeaky. Man, we saw him get halfway through the 1v4. Right now, it's going to get away from him before he can post a second. So Apex grabs Zywoo's op, and this is Monty's 6th.
Maybe there's a world that gets ugly right there somehow. And yeah, Monty get away with 6. So, I mean, this half is almost wrapped up. It's been a fantastic go of it here for Monty on T side. They got stuffed trying to go upper basically once, you know, maybe 2 times, but once on a full exec on a rifle round, and haven't overplayed that situation, which I assumed a lot of teams here would be tempted to try it because, again, of the new incendiaries being so weak. You think, let's see if this is abusable right now, but they just kind of come through with a more standard game plan on Nuke. They've played a lot of defaults. They've just gone off of information, first and foremost, and that has proved to be quite a comfortable way to go about it.
Now it's Waro's turn. Swinging the op outside. Zywoo's Deagle clipped. And so suddenly, this already weak outer defense looks prime for the taking. This is Monty queuing up a hell of a T side. And we're talking about a best of 1 here, folks. We're talking about a Vitality that could find themselves in the lower half of their group in the opening 30 minutes of IEM Dallas. Mezzi just misses his timing on finding players moving towards Garage. Looks to catch the one top main, causing a bit of a ruckus outside. But it looks like Monty's still tethering nicely off of one another and nobody else from Vitality kind of getting into the mix. Spinks still waiting down towards Secret, opts to go back around on B, and that is a clean sweep of the outer yard into A site for Monty's 7th.
Krasnell's so good, man. I really like watching him play. I think on CT side he'll also show off some stuff, but yeah, we're getting into like this is a clinic territory now where Vitality basically have nothing to show for themselves. Here in this first half, Zywoo's had a bad half. They've had bad rotations, so I can't even say Apex, who I've been giving him a lot of credit in these bad games lately, that, you know, at least he's been good. Can't really say he's, you know, organized the team in any special way. I also don't think Monty are pushing them that hard. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I don't think Monty have put up this unbelievably difficult to read game plan, and I think they're playing defaults. They're playing smart. They're hitting their shots, but I think they're crawling around the map, following things, or even making some mistakes. They've even been exploited for some mistakes, and yet they're still winning the vast majority of rounds.
Individual level is just super sharp. I mean, we kind of hyped this up as being like the Demko Waro setup, and we're looking at Krasnal and Haji taking over the server. Haji again with the entry, this time towards ramp, not yard. Apex trade frags out, and that's just going to turn Monty's eyes back towards lobby and closer towards Mezzi's capable hands. He's had a couple spray downs so far. Oh, but that nade takes half his health down. He is chunked. Krasnal waiting out behind main. Outer looking pretty free for the taking because you're just up against a 3 and 8 ZywOo. Sat back in garage, not really getting into this round if they don't go outer whatsoever.
Hate to see
Clock strikes a minute.
Yeah.
Down goes the garage player. That's going to make this A split all the better if they get away from the lobby flank. It's going to fluster them a bit, but they're working with more time than usual. And Waro awaits Apex on that flank, dives down the vent. Now, if he had died there, bomb goes loose. Now it's on the hands of Demka. The op will hold inside a vent, and the CTs have been out-rotated again.
Completely. Yeah, into all these great spots. I mean, look where they're holding. How are you even supposed to get back into this? Just a couple chances to fight back. They have won a retake. They have won a 2v3 retake at least. But with no utility left over, surely.
Yeah, gonna make sure this one goes down real smooth. This is Monty. I mean, hot to the trot and on the highway to double digits on a T side of nuke.
Yeah, dude, what are these guys? What are these bad sprays? Like, what's, you know, watching even Vitality at the major, ZywOo had a bad nuke map. That was just like, he like couldn't even hit shots, man. He couldn't even hit shots. So sometimes you do get unlucky. I remember I covered his, you know, worst
overpass record.
Yep. So unlucky. So unlucky. This game was not unlucky though.
Would you call it bad?
I wouldn't go. Yes, I would actually. Yeah, I would actually say this is a bad game from ZywOo. He missed a lot of
your chest.
It's bad. ZywOo bad.
The reign of terror maybe coming to a close. Yeah, that's true, right? It's hard to believe. But we'll see what he can do with the 5-7. The lesser weapon of all for this Vitality defense. Apex serves up a good distraction, but the Spinx MP9 swing into Haji, who is just so sharp. I mean, hot damn, this isn't just all of Monty kind of bringing it to the table. We're talking about a Krasnal and Haji that aren't leaving much impact for the others to gather. It's going swimmingly for his Monty debut.
It's because of those damn Vertigo changes, Connor. Had no time to practice.
Right? That's the thing. If Monty were willing to play Vertigo as they were, you know, Vitality, they're shooketh. And in that shakiness, we'll see if they can post at the very least a third. But Stiko's entry ramp, turns it with the 180 onto Flamesy. And that's a comfortable 4v2. Yet again, Vitality will scramble downstairs, scared. And in reality, Monty take the other road. Every fork in the road that has come across this T side, it feels like Monty goes the right direction as Vitality set ambushes in the bushes on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to the right site. They're out-rotating Vitality. The only places Vitality have Sean are in like late round situations, the unlikely retakes, the extra kills at the end, from harder spots to give them some credit, but that's about it.
Oh, they're leaving this door open though. ZywOo, 2 kills. No kit, never mind. And not knowing that A site is actually completely clear. Lineup for Krasnal. 16 kills off the back of those 2, and that is Monty on the road to 10. Yeah, one more to push it over the line and to leave Vitality, dare I say it, embarrassed.
This is a great map. I mean, it's It's been a great map for Monty. When we look back, we're not going to say Monty, and you know, they got a new team, dude. I'm not expecting them to come through with the most convoluted 40 underwater upside down chest strategies. They can just play simply and win in defaults. That's impressive enough. And I think that they've pulled that off today. I think they believed in themselves, and they pulled off already a fantastic T side. You know, even if they lose this next round, this is just going to be so much work to do for Vitality to get back into this best of one. And they have to do it from the T perspective. I have trouble believing that they've shown us enough that they feel like it's their day right now. But, you know, what happens to this group if they end up losing their opening game?
What happens to this group, Mohan? I think Maus take over the goddamn world. That's kind of the head-to-head that I think most would have expected to go down. Potential revenge for Vitality after the dismantlement in Malta. But alas, may not happen. We've got Monty exposed outside. Zywoo will collect one on the cross. Frag grenades a little late, and Stiko just got by it. A matter of millimeters. Up in front of it, though. Nicely done from Waro. You know, that was Zywoo with the M4 at that distance. Why wouldn't a confident Opper look for that exact duel? And Zywoo just leaves himself exposed for it. So we'll see if this 3v5 can actually come together.
Yeah, it is kind of like, what's the game plan at that point? He's just been floating around outside. They haven't been playing with more than one person. Apex is down here, as he usually is. And I think they know exactly where he is because of that smoke. He'll fall back after seeing two. Waro still roaming outside. Whoa. This might actually send him a false signal. Obviously, it looks like they're going lower.
Spinks is sitting patiently upstairs. And if Waro gets down secret, big if, he could have joined forces and looked to just take over the B site. Will they decide to scramble up vent? No, bomb over towards control. So it all comes down to somehow unearthing Apex from the back of the site. They go for the dark molly, nobody home. They go for the flash to try to get out control, and sure enough, Apex is here to strike them down. Stiko, impossible round because he'd have to go grab bomb unless the CTs feed him. Last shot, no way. Mezzi presents the frag. Stiko has to jump for the bomb, pick it up, and that's just far too much to ask. Spinks is hot on his heels. At the very least, it's a third for Vitality, but embarrassing nonetheless. Well, Vitality came to Dallas looking for a rodeo. Little did they realize they were the ones about to get bucked. Monty out of the gate with this fresh roster and tapping into Haji and Krasnow as the top performing players. Sitting here on the end of the table, just vibing and having a hell of a time as they take down what's supposed to be one of the world's very bests.
Yeah, this might be like unironically one of the best vibe upgrades of any roster that we've seen. Like, we've heard of vibe upgrades that are just like, yeah, nice one, but you're still losing. But this one actually might be like vibes and you win more. We'll see.
Well, you take it if you can get it. Dual Beretta's set up, top of the hut. Oh man, Krasnow has to fall out. He hears the Molotov coming. Demka's just going to tap away too. So that's Apex and Flamesy down. We're going to get the return frag from ZywOo, who's looking to have to do heavy lifting. 3 players up, one of which flanks. Oh, Stiko looks the wrong way though. And now ZywOo's got a chance to put his name on this pistol.
Yeah, they went looking for him and they faked the run back. What's actually going to happen in this situation? It's a really cute idea here for Vitality. They'll have an upper site to plant on.
Nobody can stop this one. We've got Waro sitting on 10 HP, sat back outside Heaven, so he's going to have to climb up.
It's an interesting
Could it join with Haji?
Back site. If ZywOo dies first, this gets really scary for Mezzy. And is he anyone watching this? Oh my god, they didn't cover him properly.
Oh, Mezzy. Luckily able to get those 2, but man, there's still moments.
That was a bad setup. That setup made no sense. They were planting backside, right, for Heaven, then having ZywOo not watch Heaven, and then Mezzy, who cannot have a deeper angle than ZywOo, sitting opposite Vent and also not helping him watching Heaven. There was like, if someone had dropped in backside with a kit, Mezzy couldn't even beat him to the defuse.
It's not the most inspiring pistol win, but it is at least the door ajar for Vitality. It's an advantage. And an advantage is something they have not come by throughout this first half of Nuke. Going for the boost. This could get disrupted, or is it supported perfectly? Whoa! Wild Blinded snaps up, clears Flamesy off the play. Demka's doing great damage, sweeps down. Oh, the headshot! No way. ZywOo at the very least can bring it back with 1 as Apex takes position inside of A site, but they are so unaware as to where these CTs have gotten off to, and there are still 3 of them alive.
Oh, they're so massively disconnected right now, but, you know, maybe ZywOo just sits pretty and it's okay. Huge timing for Apex. Let's see if he watches it. Oh, no, he's going to miss it. Lobby Lurker here and Haji just waiting, but he's also missed the timing. No, they're coming back.
Haji just stay posted. Apex turns, the pistol does a ton of damage. Apex uses that as the sprint to the site. Haji's not going to show himself to the lobby just yet, and ZywOo looking to take the same cross. Now that's both players' positions known. That's Apex trying to lay down util to post ZywOo into the clutch, but Waro looming from above to take the momentum away. ZywOo up next towards the vent. Waro's killed Apex back sight, and ZywOo dives. He gets into the cover. He's got to get the diffuser off. The spray, it's not on the mark. He peeks back in. He's got to go for the wide swing. Krasnow off the deep. ZywOo clutches. 4 kills from ZywOo. Welcome, truly, to the game.
Yeah, that was really close. He saved the day right there. Man, that was a tenuous spot. After losing the bomb forward and ramp, it felt like it was definitely over. Then Haji, of course, if he just gets 1 more, it's definitely done. There's no way ZywOo even gets into the site at that point. So that's a massive round from a player who just didn't have a CT half really. So really key one here for Vitality, for ZywOo's confidence, and that gets him up to 13 frags. But it's going to be another one where kills don't tell the whole story here for ZywOo unless they win.
Apex throwing caution to the wind, just sprints over towards Secret. You feel like Monty can smell the blood in the water, coming back in with another buy. They are not wrong. This is not the best position for Vitality. Knocking on the door of double digits. We've got the MP9 of Hadji pressed up against Apex, and Hadji has been shooting straight.
I can't tell who's hunting who right now. It's so quiet. I mean, the CTs do this too long, it'll work against them. But look at this interesting setup. They're actually almost allowing for... Uh-oh, Demka burning alive. It's so close. And he'll eat it. It spreads a bit more and he goes down. What?
Okay. Maybe getting too accustomed to those CT mollies already. Spreads out, finds him 5v3. Ooh. Clean shot with the SMG, but it's still that A site under wraps, bomb planted, and Vitality. Look at a closeout number 6.
All right, that's good because that made Monty look a little weak, a little bit confused, and they did a good job of like hunting down the one guy outside who was going to stop him, whether they came on the big garage wrap or the hell wrap into mini, and well, they got him to basically die with no resistance inside of that fire. Self-immolated virtually.
Terrorists.
The fire boots running out of Secret.
Hey. Pitch it. It's your idea, man.
No, they're running out. They did. I mean, like when your shoes catch on fire after you.
Oh, those fire boots.
Yeah.
I thought you meant fire retardant boots.
What'd you call me?
Okay. Apex climbs over. Woro dodging fire this time. Ooh, good spam back from him. A little gap on that smoke. Apex took a cheeky peek around it. But there's no further fight to be had. Monty forego hell control. Looking like Woro. Yeah, he's going to take the pistol and get boosted up on side of ramp. This opens Stiko to do something elsewhere with that M4. Juggle it around and find a way, somehow, some way, somewhere, to get that impact.
They didn't make those ramp boxes that big for no reason. I like that Monty are always boosting on them.
Stiko takes one. M4 now exchanging hands for the second time. It is Hadji up next with it. And we get this 4-player cohort downstairs, working closer to the B site, which at the very least has the M4 within it. Hadji's going to hear the rumblings of Vitality inbound. It is Zywoo from Control, 2 down on the single door, and pressure from all 3 entrances. So unfortunately for Hadji, not sure which direction to keep his eyes on, and that will ultimately cost him. The M4 does not much this round, and Monty have to let it slide. That momentum they hope to stop early on with Vitality just backing off of the Zywoo clutch. Now it's Vitality's chance to get this ball rolling.
Yeah, for sure. They're clasping on that opportunity. Very gracious for it. So that's good here for Vitality. Monty also look a little bit more flimsy now, a little bit more sort of individual with the way they're holding on to things. I'm pretty sure the answer is going to be for them to just go for pick plays early on, play a little bit more aggressively. Maybe Vitality aren't going to expect that at the very least, but Vitality look like they're about to start powering up in the longer rounds.
It feels like the longer the game goes on, the more runway you're given to Zywoo. Spinks has found his impact. Rating for Flamesy, I've got to say, man.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't had to throw him under the bus too much, but I think we're starting to near that point if the Vitality struggles continue.
Sure. But you're right. In series, usually he's like one amazing map or two amazing maps, but it's not usually like 3 amazing maps in a row. Oh, nice.
Sorry, Stico. They're going to try to swarm downstairs. It's Haji. Oh, with a distraction towards single. This could post Haji's chance as he puts the smoke ahead of him. They're going to have to find it. And sure enough, he's going to chase down Flamesy, who was getting a little desperate, just haphazardly spraying away, invited the shot back, and in doing so, man advantage disappears, but oh, they lose wind of ZywOo, and he's going to take it right back. A slight edge for Vitality at the minute mark, but there are players all across the map. So much opportunity for individual duels, and for this to still slip either way.
Yeah, that's a pretty massive mistake there from Haji. They obviously did not have control side at all, so ran potentially into that. But look at Krasnal. He picks off Apex, who was just maybe 10, 20 seconds ago selling a fake for upper. He's still a CT downstairs, but that's also Vitality knowing now that they've got the site clear at the moment. Planting very carefully.
Bomb has been planted.
It's good for anything. So yeah, as I was making a really important key play here. If he gets to ramp, it's done. I think he knows the rotation's going to be both of them meeting up in secret.
Crossfire looks strong.
Yeah, they're not worried about ramp at all.
Flash goes out. ZywOo still holding on, but he loses his support. Second player clambers over top of it, and ZywOo just playing the time with the flashbangs, keeping himself away from the threat of Krasnal. ZywOo's going to close. Another clutch, another multi-frag, doing as he does, and bringing Vitality back into this game.
Yeah, so CT wasn't good, but it was a slow start. This T-side's already had 2 massive plays in it. And you can see the IQ as well in these moves. Taking over control side, killing Haji on this bad rotation through control side. That was a big mistake from Haji. I'll say that one more time. Of course, he was like, I don't want to stay here. And I get that. Sitting in dark for that long. But they didn't really have the info to make that happen.
Vitality on the brink of tying this game up. Woro's looking to get frisky inside lobby. It is Spinks nearly in his crosshair. And Dumka tethering with Woro, both of them inside of Squeaky. So Spinks to have his hands full in lobby soon enough. They're going to continue to press out, looking for more. Spinks just finds that timing to perfection. And as he's so concerned about the ramp fight, Woro's gone unnoticed for now. But that could be temporary. Krasnal at the very least confident thanks to Woro's lobby presence that he can help Haji outside, but oh man, peeks with a nade out, almost dies to ZywOo. We've got multiple fights queued up here because now even Hell is compromised. Spinks has gotten so far out ramp that Woro's allowed to attack from lobby. And think about these poor T's sat outside. They feel desperate that Woro could attack from above, so they go for their fights and find another. 4v3, Spinks comes out from heaven. There are players on both rooftops for opposing teams looking for the next kill. Krasnal stuck behind vent. Spinks can't best him. And so as he stays alive, now Stico's going to come out. Perfect timing. Great trade. Demanded of ZywOo to get at least the one, but we've still got that player up on rooftops. It is Woro trying to somehow keep ZywOo contained. 15 on the clock. Krasnal, low health. Perfect spot. Oh, he catches them, but they still clear him out. And Woro, if he stops plant, it's good. He hits the shot to Apex. Both are low. Woro runs out with the USP, and it is 8 health between ZywOo and Apex to make this difference.
Yeah, that's the French connection right there. Wow, they almost had nothing left. What swipe of sweat off the forehead here for ZywOo. They close that one out, survive another narrow bout at a loss, and I'd say another round where I think Haji's got to really watch, and be a bit more careful in the mid round. He's playing a lot of confidence. He had a great first half, but a couple of times now he dies, and I think that's where the tides turn here for Vitality, and they find a way back into the round. when Woro got that flank in outside with his op, you'd think, all right, well, that's got to be over. Stiko gets another frag. There should have been no way, really, for Vitality to win that round.
And I suppose yet the trade-off, Spinks getting out from ramp into heaven, just flanks upon flanks for both of those teams, and unfortunately Woro can't kind of get number 2. Stiko stuck behind ramp box. You could see Demka feels that squeeze, the lobby rumblings, the pressure out from the Molotovs. He's trying to hold on to his spot, but he's taken some tag through the wall, not too much. Flamesy comes out with a clean instant headshot. There's another player backside for Flamesy, but Deagle connects. Woro, more damage on Mezzy. Haji's come through with the 5-7. Woro gets squeezed off of the backside, and so that threat of the A-site hold dissipates, and the flank is all that remains. Vitality, believe your eyes, are looking to take a lead for the very first time in this map. But Stiko's got other ideas. 25 seconds, bomb still on the ground, and Stiko make this work. They've got a cross beyond him. They could go back towards vent. There is still just enough time. And as they burn the front of hut, that is the departure of Apex. He will duck down to the B bomb site and plant for free.
He's here to get the AK to think about next round, so he'll pick that up. I don't know if he's going to try to go for this no kit, no nades. So he'll hang on to this happily. They do some more damage. Another narrow victory here for Vitality, but another win. Nonetheless, this is insane, actually, the fact that they brought this all the way back and so cleanly, not even allowing Monty to get to 10 rounds. Starting off from a close win on a pistol to close wins ever since.
Instrumental ZywOo clutch in that 1v3. If not for that, Vitality, I think, dead in the water in Dallas.
I mean, there's 2 clutches as well, so it's like there's three 1v2s now, I think. And so any of those means that Vitality could have lost 2 rounds and had their money screwed and just lost the game, and we wouldn't have been able to see this. So they've really brought out every little bit of X factor to make sure everything was accounted for. No opportunity wasted. Yeehaw. Man, they could taste it.
Yeah. We had so much praise for the Monty camp and their team play out of the gate, right? Their first official with Haji and Stiko. And yet now CT side just hasn't really come together for them. It is ZywOo just tearing them apart at every seam.
Their CT nuke, though, does need some reviewing. Their CT nuke versus, what was it, FaZe or Spirit? Can't remember what the team was.
Mouse, perhaps.
I'm going all the way back to the major for this one.
Looking for their first CT round win here, still Monty, and it's the Woro op in ramp. We get this very far back lean from Haji and Garage. Stiko coming at secret. So the new pieces of Monty looking to stop the approach. We've had this affinity from Apex to just gun it down secret stairs, throwing caution to the wind. This round could have been another one of those instances as far as Monty are concerned. And with the smoke wall up, yes, Apex decides to charge down after clearing the stairs itself with the molly. He's at the very least taken a key piece of the map. Woro, almost caught with nades out, but just posts the 1 kill he needs. Apex can't manage over towards secret. And so we've got something that's falling apart here for Vitality, but Flamesy jumps out. You'd think the player on A-site calls that fall damage. Oh. Eventually, Haji looks over and catches him too. So 5 players comfortably posted, and Monty not done fighting just yet.
Yeah, they just decided to try to take some risk. Another 2vx situation. Listen, ZywOo's alive, so let's see what happens. Can't lock that down. Demka, clean one.
Spinks to take his place, but a player right above, so 4 strong for Monty. Individual fights across the map between Ramp and Secret, and then that outer lurk also shut down in the Flamesy case. So this is just Monty getting away with the duels on different fronts and shutting down round 20.
I see Woro right there canceling the pause that their coach wanted to take. I think they don't want to interrupt the flow, or maybe he's still going to get into it. Yeah, sometimes you don't want to give your opponents time to think, especially when you just get up.
Still waiting for Flamesy's impact in this game. 6 kills deep. Unfortunately for him, not been the best day in the office. And moments too with that last round where he could have come in. For now, he'll remain sidelined. We get the smoke over towards the lobby, and that's going to allow for the trophy push. Very ambitious one from Stiko this time. He's got 2 players inside of the hut to try and help him, and Zywoo gets caught out. Just not expecting that push out, not expecting that aggression as Apex sits on top of the roofs. We've now got Vitality trying to make something happen outside. 3 players down Secret, sure enough, but you've got no Zywoo to bank on when it comes down to the clutch.
Yeah, that's not good. Haji on high alert. They already have lobby info, and they pushed all the T's out as well. Demka on the slow flank, and I think they're coming to check on this, but it's, you know, it can come down to this kill. So a lot rests on Apex's shoulders, and the timing is pulling him away. This just gets worse and worse for Vitalities. They're running out of space they could possibly be in.
And oh man, we've got a stacked B site ahead of them. Double doors on fire. 40 seconds to the clock, and Haji just waiting for the arrival.
They know it's on both sides. What are they going to try to do?
Krasnal waiting for the door swing. Flashes to keep him off it. Haji blinded. Oh, it's a meat grinder between the 2. And as Apex comes out from single door, his team has been evaporated. No chance for Vitality. Finally, Monty piecing together some defense.
Oh man, that's big credit to Haji for that spray. I mean, even though it's, you know, Krasnal helps out beautifully to get his first 2 kills, he has his spray in the perfect spot. He's getting a little damage. He's tagging them. He's confusing them. And then he centers himself right for that 3rd frag, right on the dome as well. No chance at all. So we got full money, full confidence victory here for Monte. 2 straight on the CT side. And they clip off Zywoo, who's told to throw nades on this round. So unfortunate. I mean, he's going to be set up to lurk in this situation. It's not be like he's being used to entry and the death is wasted. But a great timing found with ramps smoked as they were going to try to take a risk. The 1 second that Zywoo was in the air with his hands on nades.
All that work, all that T-side momentum, and you see the stress creep back into the minds of Vitality. You touch that lead for an instant, and Monty, slap it out of your hands. Now you've got Tech-9s coming out from Vitality to try and stave off that 12th round. And this is a force. If you don't win this one, you are busted economically. Vitality, what do you have in store for round 22? Krasnal sits comfortably back vent. We've got Demka in the site to help him, plus Haji up above. This means outer is open. Of all the rounds where Vitality don't go outer, this could be the one where it would have been theirs for the taking. Demka doesn't get into the fight, but luckily Haji will. It's 2 kills from him backside, continuing with his impact. And with a single Molotov, Stiko staves off Spinks. He can't get out from single door, and we go back into that quiet crawl. Zywoo smoke out. Stiko wins. He catches Spinks through the door. And just like that, it is Zywoo and Apex left over, but they're separated. And Zywoo's only working with half of his HP. It's 2 2 players downstairs and Demka to make a move. He wants to get off site. He wants to take that glance outside. Apex has to be cautious on the approach, but if he can slip out from hut, then maybe that opens the door for ZywOo to just fly up that ladder. Woro jumps into the vent, back turned, pistol out, and that is a freebie that could now force Demka back in. ZywOo, it's clipped. Can't be caught as he desperately just jumps across. The smoke will be popped open. It's vision from Demka. He can't best Apex, and Vitality have been given a gift. But Stiko is your big ticket puncher.
No, he can't walk
He's going to walk away.
No. He's not going to go for this?
He calls it quits and lets Vitality get back to 11. How desperate is Vitality, Mohan, if it comes down to ZywOo jumping with his back turned across a bomb site in the open?
That's crazy. Dude, there's no way he missed that kill, you know? What's even happening right now? They even have enough money for this last round. Sure, I mean, I guess it's too much to ask that Stiko actually wins it. Can't get both. No, everyone dies, so it ends up being pretty expensive here for Vitality. Yeah, very high odds that this goes to overtime now.
The Woro vent jump. Thinking ZywOo's tucked inside the corner because I guess you jump in and gamble 50-50 which direction. You had a player over towards double doors who had just looked up the stairs. But that's the golden ticket.
But you know what? That's not the first time we've seen ZywOo in these 2vx situations just pick a spot to stand.
It's fast.
And it's actually
out.
Oh, man.
Spinks takes a nade. Down to 35. Tries to get out through that squeaky smoke. He's not the only one. 3 players dive vent down to B. What a dangerous call after Spinks dies that quickly. It's a peek out from ramp. Stiko's Famas at this distance about to get smoked off. Krasnell's utility tries to pressure back sight. ZywOo dead. Huge kill from Stiko. Mezzi able to trade frag at the very least, but it's man advantage and it's 12 on the line for one of these teams. Mezzi takes Old Astralis. Flamesy stuck towards double doors. And we get 3 players from Monty's retake coming down ramp. Mezzi, will he be cleared on the close wall? The Opper scours backside, sees nothing. And they're trying to split the doorways. Contact taken. Krasnell and Demka both dead at the hands of Flamesy. Vitality have this bomb about to pop, and it's a 3-player vent drop to take 12.
No way. It's so late here for Flamesy, but look at the 2 frags that he gets. Perfect coverage now versus that ramp retake, and Mezzi sneaks into the best spot possible as well. So a very advanced defense in this post plant after getting thinned down, ZywOo dying in another uncomfortable spot, and they actually still survive. Sort of more people jumping to the Call of Duty here for Vitality, and they make it to the last round with actually a good chance of now closing out. If they had lost this round, they would have been broke trying to fight for overtime. At least Monty can afford to have not pulled off that retake.
Oh, down he goes again. 2 rounds in a row. It's going to be Spinks on the sidelines in the opening 10 seconds. Apex top main. And that M4 spray just... Oh, Demka, 5 health. All he needs to get Mezzi down for the count. We get the drop down. Woro communicates it, but Krasnell just can't catch him.
Oh, just missed it.
But at least he knows
Krasnell in his mind.
Yeah, fully aware of the threat, at least able to get ahead of it. And so, yes, from a desperate vent dive 1 round prior to what is looking like OT guaranteed, Flamesy not going to get much going. And ZywOo, he may be half god, but this one seemingly impossible. Softened up. Okay, 2nd kill clean. Still 50 HP, but far too many players left over for ZywOo to pull off the miracle. And so in the very first map of IEM Dallas on the B stream, we go OT.
This game is so ridiculous because they could have lost this game so many times, including these last 2 rounds. And Monty make this extremely late comeback.
ZywOo, try your damnedest.
They make this extremely late comeback, and it's literally 10-9 at one point. ZywOo has to get so many clutches, really good mid-rounds between and 2vx situations for the players on Vitality. But from that lens, unless they win the game in regulation, you see Monty basically have an amazing first half and blew favorable positions all throughout the second half, and then nearly still made the comeback in the end, if not for 1 or 2 kills. So it's going to be hard to, look back on this win smiling if you're Vitality. I think they're just going to be relieved if they survived it. For Monty, it's going to be extremely sour if they lose because they were so close so many times. But genuinely, right now, they're probably the better team. They've won way more rounds convincingly than Vitality have.
Well, let's see what they can hang on with. We've got Apex again trying to find it outer. Haji back behind red. Does Apex forget about Waro? Nope. He almost sprays him down. Waro on the chase. Goes for the player top silo, and that's Mezzi to give great cover. Gets Apex out of dodge and takes 4v3 to Vitality's favor as the smokes begin to fade.
Damn, that's pretty amazing from Apex. He picks off a player in the back, doesn't forget about a guy who hasn't made noise yet, just goes for the spray transfer, makes it uncomfortable. Creates a winning position here for Vitality on the map. Still 2 upstairs, so just don't want any mistakes in the rotations, but yeah, they are coming upper. There's actually decent spots for the CTs who are waiting.
Stiko concerned about it. But as he slides back sight, he has to commit to the spray. Demka in the pocket. Flamesy's got him. Nailed against the wall. And with that, the A site belongs to Vitality.
Yeah, they gave Flamesy time to warm up in this game.
Raz now looking to come in from heaven, but a second Molotov hits the ground. And so instead, he is forced to call it quits.
Poor Krasnal. What an amazing map from him so far. Lots of great moments. Showed off his aim. T side, CT side, everything. But far from dead are Monty.
I'd say too, 2 of the factors we have to consider in round 23 and round 24 of regulation is Spinks dies in the first 10 seconds trying to take Squeaky both times. In one of those rounds, yes, it allows for them to flood down lower with 3 players. In the next one, just no impact. So now in OT, he's gotten a kill. He's found himself in the middle of it. And if Spinks is alive, I think Vitality's chances always that much higher.
Also, I just wanted to let you know that G-Stu won for over Falcons.
G-Stu, ooh.
G-Stu won over Falcons.
Okay, I would have said expected.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you'd be right. You would have been right.
And Stewie had the same rating as Nico, so I guess he is still a god.
It's because they took the IGLing away from him. That's all they had to do.
Ooh.
Little damage there from Waro. And look at this attack. They don't know about Demka, though, do they?
No, sir. They don't have guns out. Oh, Zywoo gives the coverage. And it's Apex to turn it back towards Garage. And so very clean. One of the cleaner attacks we've seen from Vitality. We were sat here, I think, kind of criticizing their rotations and their team play and their spacing. And now it's coming together here. That was a quicker one. Even with Demka catching them off in the middle of all that, everybody's trades look strong.
Yeah. Are Monty getting nervous? Some of their sprays are now looking a little bit worse. Like they're just not as sharp, and it's like the opposite for Vitality. From a more scary position, they're getting stronger.
Waro burned out of his angle, has to go deeper. Oh, and it works. Can't be afraid to take the initiative. Waro won't be. Goes back and finds Apex. That's 1 and 2. But the recovery already into the 3v3 we go. The top HUD player, unbeknownst to Zywoo, bests him. Flamesy down beneath heaven. It is him and Spinks to try to tether into the clean sweep of the OT. Ton of utility pressure backside and a soon-to-fade smoke towards main could cause a problem here for Flames. Flash goes deep. They catch the player exposed out heaven. Stiko tries to get the ball rolling. And with that, I believe Haji threw the flash out, so they are just zoned in on him.
Yeah.
They go for the duel, and they will close it. 3 rounds the sweep, and a 3v5 recovery for 15.
That's crazy. That is actually insane. They've pulled this back completely. They look so strong now. A 3-round gap, I think, for the first time ever here for Vitality here in overtime.
Yes, sir.
This is like the Donk Anubis game, Connor. No one's going to believe us. Versus Falcons.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen Donk have a bad start.
Zaiwu had also, by the way, the game of the major versus FaZe, a 4-kill CT side on Nuke at the major in the elimination match. So that their CT side on this map, for some reason, has been really rough lately.
And Vertigo was taken away from them. So really, I think life is out to get Vitality.
Yeah, true. I feel like I remember Vitality playing Dust 2 and it was great though. Remember that? Navera Dust 2?
Yeah, I think they should be happy to replace Overpass. So, you know, life has balance and Vitality may have it too. Apex playing Troglodyte. Only a cave dweller.
I prefer to call that Bottle Cap. Okay.
Oh, Bottle Cap. Okay, that's clean. And just comfortably sitting and waiting for any silo attack. But we've got a little party on the rooftop for Krasnal. At a slow burn for Monty here, facing a loss in a map that it felt like they had in the bag, that 9-3 T side. But a miraculous run back from Vitality and a clean sweep of overtime and a 5v4 to boot. Stiko, huge recovery, needed that kill. Unfortunately for him, it costs him 97 health. And so Apex will get back to the bottle cap. And Monty will take a step inside of lobby. 35 seconds. We saw a lot of late round executions from Monty throughout regulation. This looking to be yet another one. We're going to go frag grenade to Squeaky. Perfect assist there from Flamesy. Queuing up Apex for the multi-frag. The flashbang blinds both. And now 20 to the clock. Unfortunately for Monty, this one's going to leave a lot to be desired. Apex swings out confidently and will shut down the dreams of Monty. The best of one upset that could have been, but nobody will remember. Vitality take their first step forward at IEM Dallas.
I mean, Jesus, even when it starts here with a 4-round lead, I mean, a 4-round lead in overtime to close it out, and like it started with a 3-9 CT side where Zaiwu was missing sprays, Vitality looked so weak, and conversely, Monty, like with his new team, everybody was fragging so well. We had Krasnal and Haji, I think, were the two standouts when we started this game off. I think as that continued, they were still getting great kills, but oh man, they really were onto something right there. They were so close to such a big result. I mean, it comes down to one bad spray from like Woro or Demka, you know, jumping across Mini. There's actually so many of these moments towards the end of the game.
Yeah, it started to get a little frantic. I felt like when we got out of the gate, even in those 20-second executes that Monty threw out, like 5 rounds in a row on their T side, you know, I was quite taken aback by how smooth everything seemed. Like the seamlessness of that T side up until those Zaiwu clutches, right? Cannot be understated, as it can be with teams that have a super carry in their midst. This was the Zaiwu clutch factor that ultimately broke Monty's rhythm, and with that rhythm, maybe some of their composure, add in the pressure of being up over the favorites as heavily as they were, and we have Monty walking away with their heads held low, because this is a result that could have been, and it's definitely going to sting that they couldn't close out this Nuke game.
100%, and I think it should feel that way, and it's pretty brutal because, you know, this is like a very hard team to start off with, and they did well, and they could very easily lose to another team who's just good, but not as good as Vitality and not get the same recognition for their efforts. So that's a loss they'll have to take on the chin. And who knows? I mean, if they were meant to make a deeper run, then we'll see some more consistency from them versus anybody that they play. But at least I think, like, in terms of how the group goes, Vitality can rest easier a little bit now knowing they started off with a win.
Yeah, they got maybe the shakiness out. I think that there is still something to be asked of their CT side on Nuke. That's definitely a pain point that has been identified now after the loss at the major and now this one too. So to the drawing board they'll go, as they also have to figure out their vertigo, no doubt. But needless to say, I'm sure they're not too happy about it. I'll say I'm impressed with the Monty showing we got in the first half of that game. I think people came in with some tempered expectations for Monty and hoping that the experience of the two players they decided to pick up could kind of shine through. Unfortunately, we just get this like hot-handed Haji, so many entry frags outside. But hell, if he's going to bring an individual level to the table like that, then maybe there is more to it in his addition, right? I think Stiko is still there to close rounds, as he almost did a couple of times. Very key rotations from Stiko in the pocket. But yeah, I'm not disappointed with this first outing by Monty in no shape or form.
It'll either be fortified or questioned more depending on their future games, but it's good to see that they have a Nuke, and we also have to see who is going to be comfortable on the new Vertigo, who's going to take to Dust 2 at this tournament, who we haven't seen play that much just yet. So there's a lot of questions for everybody here.
How about we take the look at our MVP for Nuke, shall we? Nobody other than the one and only ZywOo. Because how can you not appreciate the clutch that brought Vitality back into this game? I mean, ZywOo continues to do what he does in the group stage of an event where, for a couple of moments, it felt like they were going to lose that just because of the rounds where he died early. I'm thinking about the one time I believe Stiko pushed deep through ramp into lobby, caught ZywOo throwing grenades. You could see him visibly frustrated, and I'm sure the rest of the team also a little nervous because rounds without ZywOo did not go down nearly as smoothly, and that 1 versus 3 on the upper floor of Nuke on the T side, this one right here, I mean, this really kicked off the comeback after they won the pistol. They needed that conversion, and if not for him, I don't think Vitality have anything to be proud of today.
No, they lose for sure. I mean, just look at the fact that ZywOo starts off 3-9, and they have 3 rounds. So no ZywOo, no rounds in this game. The entire T-side comeback was him in clutches, him in 2vx situations, him on T-side. Still super concerned about why he's having bad CT sides. Even if it's only a few important games now. So it doesn't really make sense to me why he would. This is the side of the map that you're best supported when you're the best team in the world to shine the hardest, and he's usually never had a problem, but for some reason now it's not working that well. And this way he's floating outside with his rifle, it's used to be more Apex taking contact. Maybe some things have shifted around that are hard to spot, but I think they need to go back to the drawing board because Nuke's going to be a very important map if they plan on winning this tournament.
Yeah. If they plan on winning this tournament, is it within the realm of possibility? Time will tell, but at least that first best of one done and dusted. Into the BO3s go Vitality, and into the break we shall go. We'll be back in just a moment, folks. It is going to be Mauz and 9Z up next.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's Mauz. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job.
Party won't stop.
How you boys doing? How's the travel?
I'm good. The travel was okay. Better for him, but it was okay overall.
Yeah. How you feeling, ZywOo?
Yeah, I feel good. I have a good travel day as well. I have a good... but yeah, I feel good. Have good nights of sleep. Yeah, feel good.
I'm asking all the offers. Are you excited for Dust 2?
Yeah, always. Even though before I did not like this map, but I'm excited. Yeah.
What do you guys think of the Vertigo changes?
I think it's good overall. I think it's a bit weird we played so fast because You don't have time to actually learn the new map, kinda.
What, Apex didn't find a way to install Counter-Strike on his phone?
No, not really, but I think in the big picture the update is good. Yeah. I think the timing is a bit off.
Sure.
But that's it.
Yeah. What do you guys expect? We were some of us were talking about like this event. How many times Vertigo going to get played? Who's going to be picking it? Like with the map pool so crazy, with Dust 2 in, now new Vertigo, it's like you don't have all the options to avoid everything.
I think mostly underdogs, I guess. Like I guess if you're a big underdog, I would pick Vertigo because probably
50-50
yes.
Even though, yeah.
That's how I see it.
Even those two, I think it's tough map. I mean, yeah. And I'm thinking about Inferno. Not a lot of teams that doesn't play Inferno.
Yeah, it's true.
Welcome back, folks, to IEM Dallas B Stream. Scrawny and Launders here for the first 4 best of ones of the day. We've seen Vitality move through, definitely not unscathed, promising Monty to begin the day, but now we set our sights to what's supposed to be the #1 team in the world, Mohan. That's what they're saying on the streets. The kids nowadays, they all believe in this Mouse squad. What do you make of that?
No, you are not the #1 team in the world, not just because you don't beat FaZe, but because FaZe are also title contenders. I think it is possible to be the legitimate #1 team in the world without having to be able to beat everybody. But in this particular case, FaZe have consistently contended for first place at major events, and Mouse have not proven they can beat them and have specifically lost to them multiple times. So, you know, with those Liquid were able to be the clear #1 team in the world, even in the middle of 2019 when Astralis were still incredibly strong, but until they faced them. And then they faced them and lost sort of that title as well. And Astralis became the actual #1 team after that. So I think that outside of FaZe, they're the #1 team in the world, but that just literally makes them the #2 team in the world, Connor.
Right, that's how it works, right? And I think that that's what definitely weighs on their minds as well. The swagger that they've walked into the events back at Pro League, Bet Boom Dacha. These are 2 events where I feel like, you know, Mouse, they got that pep in their step. They know that everybody's afraid of them in those settings, but it's still 2 things left to prove. One, you can do it in the biggest of stages, where many other teams seem to falter. And secondly, that you can just beat FaZe even once, boys. You know, it's been a long time since they tasted any sort of victory over FaZe. And there's been some close calls at times, but it feels like it's getting further and further from them. And the more that occurs, the more it's going to build up and be too much to handle. And it's just this gray cloud that is, you know, kind of above Mouse in an otherwise sunny day, because these are 5 young, promising players taking over the world, taking over the rankings. Zershin, the 5th highest rated player of 2024. I mean, they've got the pieces to be #1, but we all know it's no secret what's left to accomplish. And I like that you say no, because honestly, until they get that Mouse victory or FaZe victory, Mouse are still on the back burner for me.
Yeah, and this isn't, when we get to playoffs, if we go that far, this isn't going to be the biggest stadium and not necessarily the major, but it's a massive step up from Pro League finals. It's a massive step up from Bet Boom. It's a huge jump. So I would say that, you know, this is a really cool chance for like this to go off and go down in a playoffs in a stadium versus a very wild crowd. So I think there'll be some pressure, but I also think they're going to be very much fan favorites, depending on who's left over when we get to the playoffs.
Now, these stats on screen, the true leader that is Shuhei, absolute standout performance back at ESL Pro League. He won the DHL MVP award. You know, posting a 1.22 rating is insane for Shuhei, because we see other great in-game leaders. While, yes, they may not be the best player in the roster and their superstars pop off, those numbers can get a little inflated. But Shuhei went from IEM Chengdu posting a 0.76 to then going to Pro League 1 event later, hoisting the trophy with his 1.22 performance. There's no denying it. Shuhei at the moment is one of the hardest hitting in-game leaders when it comes to the frag department in the server.
He's top 2, not 2 right now. Okay, because I think that there are other good in-game leaders, decent ones or whatever, but Shuhei is almost indistinguishable from just a star fragger consistently. So I don't know if anybody really can top that at the moment. You know, maybe Device, maybe. I think that's it, actually. That's it. I don't know who contends with that. Yeah.
Right? And if you're being...
I got one. Nico, he's the IGL. That
okay. Sure, yeah, sure. It's a bit of a stretch. But if you're being compared to Dallas, if you're being compared to Device as Shuhei, you know, as kind of like the only other impactful IGL fragger at the moment, I mean, that's a great comparison to be drawing, even if the Device is still just going to be that star-studded step ahead of you. So Shuhei playing the best Counter-Strike of his career, calling the best Counter-Strike of his career, propping up his teammates to also be performing better than ever. Statistically, all 5 players in the server for Mouse, some of the best CS they've ever played. You'd have to go back to the Fnatic Brolin days to even get a close comparison, and he's the only one of these 5 that you would have to maybe go digging through in order to find a better time. So, you know, it feels truly like the world is their oyster, and it all boils down to leading the Dallas streets all the way to that grand finals to take it over FaZe, right? That is what I feel like they're left to do in Dallas. The opening game versus 9Z, though, that's what we had ahead of us in a best of one, where we've already seen the pluckish Monty try to make something happen against Vitality. 9Z coming in off of a strong qualification for Dallas, but this is still a South American team that even within their domestic head-to-heads do end up losing maps and matches versus some of the lesser opposition. And so when they get their chance on the big stage, we still have to kind of have tempered expectations in my eyes.
Yeah, you know, I guess the one thing that's obfuscates whether or not that means a lot is like we saw Pain come into the major and have, you know, be only good in their region, and then we had no idea how they do international competition. 9Z are a team who, you know, we love 9Z, me and you. We've casted some of their biggest moments, and I think, you know, some of them were with Tri, but to be honest, a lot of them haven't been with Tri. And I think Max has been someone who's been a huge standout for us in this region. And I think, yeah, it's troubling to see that even domestically they're not doing that well. But we can at least say sometimes domestically, especially in South America right now, it's hard to say what that means for you once you know, hop on a plane, because I think, well, yeah, we have seen that practice has basically been sufficient to make you good enough to play against other teams. And also, you know, you're kind of hard to prepare for it, because what kind of demos are you going to watch when you're watching like 9Z versus Imperial or 9Z versus Sharks or 9Z versus Legacy or something like that? It's very hard to like kind of use those results as, okay, this is how we anti-strat.
It strikes me as one of the matches where MOUZ should be able to just run in confidently, take over the server as they do, because this is a team banking off of Xerxin. Again, 5th highest rated player of 2024 at the moment. Xerxin is the epitome of space creation, of aggression, and in that, I think he will dominate openings if he feels them. And if you on an individual level can't kind of contain Xerxin out of the gate, you're in for a really rough day. We've seen it happen to better opposition than 9Z.
Yeah, 100%. That's the player that you hope. And I think what we want to see from MOUZ is they just come forward every round and do exactly that. Use Xerxin how they would versus everybody else. I almost don't want to see feel-out rounds. I want to see very confidence-based play style that's massively, you know, them. And this was something that Heroic were doing, at least when they were at the strongest 2021, 2022, was they were super good at beating teams that were below them because they just kept the same sort of like wild play style, extremely aggressive, extremely hard to kind of breathe or have any room at all. And I think MOUZ have the ability to do that right now. And I don't know if, I know like chess players do this sometimes because they've got long matches and stuff like that, but you want to make light work of these games so you have more time to rest.
Fair. We go to Nuke, Mo. Imagine that. MOUZ and 9Z taking this one down to Nuke. I thought maybe Inferno, or excuse me, Ancient could have been in the mix. 9Z don't want to touch it in that case. So Dust 2, where JimFat is getting his very first Dust 2 officials back in Belgrade. From that point on, it did feel like a map where we saw them kind of get better as time went on, but one where they're not unlocking Brolin to his full potential. So we're going to Nuke. Now, Nuke is a map where 9Z can turn heads. If you sleep on the 9Z Nuke, you're in for some trouble. So I think this is a map that maybe could get closer by that fact. It'll boil it down to the knife round. Maybe 9Z start off with a nice momentous CT side. Either way, you know, time will tell whether MOUZ are just going to kind of walk through early opposition in Dallas like they did at Pro League, like they did at BetBoom. At BetBoom, it was all about the MOUZ versus Spirit Grand Finals. We began the event looking at the opposition, and we identified the two favorites for finals. Everything went par for the course. They never skipped a beat. You know, their opening game versus BetBoom got a little closer than maybe some would have expected, but other than that, MOUZ felt unstoppable. And me personally, I think today we're going to get more of the same. Not to write off 9Z quickly, but it just feels like very few teams at the moment can cool down MOUZ, and specifically number 5 in the world, Xerxin.
Isn't it amazing to have both FaZe and Spirit over on the in Group B? And it's not like anything is guaranteed for everybody, because there's the stiff competition here, depending on how strong Vitality get at this event, depending on how strong Na'Vi show that they can be, and then the really outside kind of guessing game teams like Virtus Pro to see if they can cause some big upsets. But even G2 taking a win over Falcons. Got a G2 Vitality game coming up after that result, which is so crazy. That's actually Stewie's first LAN game in 2 years, and he came away with a win, which is pretty fun.
Not just a win, but the same rating as Nico.
Right, yeah. The same rating as Nico.
You know, the fact that that's 0.81, we don't have to talk about that. It's the same rating as Nico after 2 years from LAN. I take that as a win.
Oh my god, I actually just see like the lineup. We were obviously casting the other game during 1.79 for Monacy, and everyone else was 9.3 or below.
Yeah, baby.
Wow. That's actually kind of hilarious.
The kid does it again.
Impact player, man. Wow. That's amazing. Poor Dupree. He's actually been, I think he's been doing his part. Complexity Liquid also happening concurrently, which is going to result in the, the next matchup from this game, and Liquid are up big time.
Really? Out of the gate?
5-1.
Damn it. I was hoping for the Jason Lake hometown hero arc.
He did content and everything.
Right? He set him up to succeed. Halzerk's contract has been signed or not signed. The decision has been made, however, whatever the hell that means.
What the hell is that? That's
what kind of news, you know what I mean? Slow news day. Ladies and gentlemen, there has or has not been a decision. The decision has been made.
Technically, like, everyone could have had an article. Technically, everyone could have had an article. Wow. So, but the problem with this is that why would they say anything if he's just been re-signed?
Yeah, true.
So, yeah.
But it also was not dependent on the Dallas result. So let Liquid go crazy, because we know that maybe that's another piece of Counter-Strike with moving parts. Everything seems so undecided at the moment, you know? We're past the major in the first half of the year. We're at the tail end of the summer season. Eyes on Shanghai for many. But today, for Mouse, it is all about kicking off Dallas with a clean sweep of 9Z to get themselves towards their third consecutive trophy. Any hiccup, any speed bump in the road would put their consistency in question, and that is a question they don't want people asking as these young players look to take everything over. Down the ramp they'll go. Hoso Peak tries to dive back towards the control windows, and he'll get there, but it is Xertion's opening kill that is felt, and DGT has to give it up. He's going to let them flood towards the double doors, and with the smoke towards single, tough luck. Meanwhile, Jimfat's flank. Oh, boy. Ooh. Oh, Jimmy lets it get away from him. He smiles and shrugs it off. But alas, it still puts the team in a tough spot. Xertion can't stop the first one from crossing. Will stay posted. That's two players into the back site. Glock not getting its targets. Dual Berettas ready to push the double doors. Shuhei's down at the hands of Martinez, and the retake's coming through. Xertion tries to queue up more, can't quite do it. Boils down to Torji. 1v3, the bomb being defused, and it's the CT side of 9Z to kick off the pistol.
That's what we love to see about 9Z. That was very, very hard to figure out how to coordinate those peaks perfectly, especially with the double control side setup. That's a situation where, like, I wouldn't really tailor the bomb post plant to be any different. They have full control side, bombs planted open to them. They have really good spots overall. The CTs have to come into all these very awkward fights with 3 people while defusing the bomb, and they do it so well. There's actually no way for Mouse to fight back unless they literally get the kills instantly. So very, very good stuff from 9Z to start the game off.
Of course, the elephant in the room, Jimpat, huge flank with a player holding a grenade. Misses his chance at the multi-frag. Leaves the door open for the retake, and 9Z stick the landing. So if he could rinse and repeat, play the pistols in a best of 3, Jimmy knows he's got to make up for it. Let's see if he can do it with the Deagle.
That's one of my favorite parts about playing scrims is best of 3 pistols. Way more fun.
Yeah, less random. Martinez. Yep. Clean and easy off the top of the stairs. But there's more where that first one came from.
They're going for wall smokes outside on a round after they lost the pistol. And they've managed to pull it off in terms of the amount of guns they've got. But they've already lost a player. Nice angle. Another one for Martinez. Perfect job. This is also a nice move. I think he's got a timing. Torgy's coming to look for it. Oh, never mind. Wow, they're too sharp, aren't they?
Very prepared.
How did they manage this? Are they ready for GymFat?
#1 team in the world. So some say. Jimmy down. And that's Buddha to extend out. But hold on. Hold your horses. A second player offers up an opening here. Zershan's going to be in the pocket. Can't dodge off. Time, it's ticking. Ooh, dirty spray gets away from him. No kit, but I believe time. So they jump on top. Max is going to stick this bad boy, and that is going to be 9Z coming through with a retake that was arguably gifted.
Wow, it was 100%. I mean, there's timings there for GymFat where he's like, I don't see anybody, I don't see anybody. Maybe they're grouped up for 3. I might need to go downstairs. But then even the lurking from Torzy off to the vent, at that point, like if they were going to go for it, then there was still a very dangerous point of the bomb, like not even halfway ticked. So kind of barely missed the timing there, but nicely caught from 9Z, but definitely handed to them a little bit by Mouse.
The referee's on site. Quick fix for 9Z. 9Z Globant officially. A title sponsor. Welcome to the scene. Should be Mao's Flintstone vitamins. Keep the youth as strong as you need.
I used to eat those for the flavor.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. A cheese string and a couple Flintstones. Buddy's good to go. If you had to put a percentage on the 9Z upset today, where are you landing?
My only thing was like when we saw them fly into Bet Boom, right? They had the Bet Boom game where it went to OT on both maps. But I think I was more... I also looked at the 9Z results at home and I thought, they're just not going to be good enough. Like, they're just not the same team. But it's freaking 9Z, man. Like, every time we cast them, they have their best games ever. Yeah.
Yeah, I do have
I know that's not really analysis, but this isn't the damned analysis desk, okay? We're allowed to get...
emotional.
Spiritual with it, yeah.
Ooh. See ya. Lovely little 1-2 there from Husso Peak. Beautiful. GymFat through the Tech 9 smoke spam. He picks up 2 kills. He's not supposed to be able to get 1, let alone a double. Does he make up for the pistol? You be the judge. But right now, Maus do have that route down towards B and nobody to stop them. Shuhei hears that thunder of the rotation. Martinez, he is compromised and he still doesn't have teammates to come help him. So Shuhei is hot on the chase and he's ahead of the secret play. He sees the shadow, high alert, but oh, the Tech 9 gets away. And so man advantage back. They can plant front side sight. Torgy will not be contested until guns come back up. And Zershan looks to shave a player off the retake before they arrive. Buddha shoots.
God.
Oh, no.
Does it matter? He's going to get the gun. It's
planted front sight.
Good plant, yeah. No.
They don't have a smoke.
Only an HE.
Oh, nice shots. Martinez. Okay. 3 kills from Martinez here in the conversion. 3-0 start to 9Z thanks to him. But every one of these rounds is getting a little frisky, and Mauser proving that you can't let them in any moment.
Yeah, but who, you know, it's like, again, like kind of like the last game, like whose perspective does that benefit? Mao's getting close rounds against 9Z. I mean, 9Z knew this was going to be a hard-ass game, right?
Surely.
But they're the one winning these rounds. That's they won that retake last round. That should have been Mouse's for sure. So I think they're going to be pretty happy. And the one thing we consistently see, and I think that gets us most excited about Max, I'm speaking for both of us because we have the same opinions about 9Z.
Yeah.
Is that he doesn't seem to give a care about who he's playing against ever. I've never seen him play scared in my life.
I mean, that's a characteristic we always celebrate when any up-and-comer hits the server. Whoa, Jimpat almost stepped into that stream of bullets. Husopeak already getting away with that kill on Brolin 1 round prior, so he's going to get tested. And he's not going to stick around. Insta dives down ramp towards B site, forgoes control of the ramp room. Martinez's ops not able to get into the action here. And so because of that, we've got Mouse with a bit of map control, but where do they go from here? Buddha right now working with no support.
No support, yeah.
But
oh my god, he gets a good
timing's
time.
good.
Oh,
not able to get the
damage.
second. Jimpat, he's wounded, but Martinez very quickly up the ladder into heaven, into the A site with a bit more impact. Nade won't stop the bot site plant because bomb is on the front end, and Zershin ahead of the pack gets a kill and a half. Now Jimmy puts the smoke down on main. That's going to keep the majority of this retake out of position, and Jimmy's just going to play an off angle to keep himself in cover. Responsibility for Brolin to hold heaven, but because of Jimmy's spot, there's the threat of somebody creeping through that smoke onto the CT side and dealing with Brolin too. So they both tuck. They're going to let the CTs come out. He gets cleared off. Brolin from behind the box. Oh, he's got the second. Third kill's right there for the taking. And as he dodges the op shot, Brolin plays time to perfection. Comes through with all three. And that is Mouse on the scoreboard.
Damn, that was nice from Brolin. Look how close that was. Martinez was on the scent. That was such a good play from him. Dropped out, needed 1/2 centimeter to get the angle for the shot. Brolin didn't give it to him, played that so carefully. Very dangerous setup from 9Z, where Buddha was playing opposite vent. Had to pick the perfect timing. I was going to get mollied out. Knew he was going to get 1 kill, maybe. And then he got 1 and 2 dinks off. A great shot from Martinez to make that very scary for Mouse, but finally Mouse win one off the back of a big clutch, and the close rounds catch up, at least economically, for 9Z. They do have to save.
Just like that, they kick the door off the hinges. We got USPs across the board.
Everyone's broke. Everyone is broke. What?
Ooh. Okay.
You just walk away with that.
Explain yourself. It's 2 cheesy kills through the smoke so far.
Dude, it'd be so easy to make the Wasso Peak Steam group because it's already Wasso Peak.
He's just done the work for us, hasn't he? I like the reroute from Max real fast, but he stops making his move, so allows for Jimmy to slide away. Wasso Peak and Buddha looking to get something done with the 5-7 between the two of them. But Zershin, they're slowly clearing A, but the timing's worked out for this lobby flank. That's going to be the Deagle. Oh, turned on by Zershin. And Brolin here on cleanup duty alongside Zershin for the second, so the pistols don't do too much. The spirit, man, the camp, the Mouse camp is always in such great mood. Oh, that's okay. That's bogus.
Oh wow, what the hell?
It's just a little baloney. Extra mustard.
Yeah. Shuhei, our star IGL. You have to frag, isn't he? You get his? Oh no, he got one. Okay.
He's got one.
Got one there.
You know, one is all he needs.
My bad. My bad.
Guns back in the hands of 9Z. The trade-off of immediately saving. But look at the utility. It's already near non-existent. 2 smokes and a molly. Oops. Molotov hits the door frame. Not ideal.
DGT goes, don't mind if I do. They're playing great to fight back for space. Oh, that's such a tricky setup. What a refrag from Max. Couldn't even see Exertion.
Gets there. Wasso peek. Oh, almost a second, but can't quite contain it. Torzi, good trade frag, and Shuhei takes to the front of the push. It's a very quick scramble downstairs.
Uh-oh.
GT
bad
looking
molly.
for his.
Bad molly.
Master
Max
the
is taking
smoke.
advantage of that.
It's a fake plant once. Max swings wide. Beautiful kills coming through from the CTs, and Shuhei is going to have to do it all on his own. 25 on the clock. Smoke gets open. He's looking to chase that single frag. They are all around him, and he knows it. He has to take the fight to them. It's a deep corner. Perfectly played from DGT. Excellent. Just disconnect from the bomb site and comes back in with impact.
So just going to be straight up, that's all because of the molly. Because the molly lands at the top of control, it's completely useless. When you're crossing into lower site, you see everybody in the top of control. You need that molly to land behind the control door so they can't open the door. And what happens is Max fights behind the molly versus the windows because that molly's totally useless. And then when they go to plant, he opens the doors as well. So they use that to get 2 ways into the attack. And that also allows the decon player to get involved because now they have to watch control instead of letting the molly do the work for them. The whole idea is molly goes down, they can watch decon, they can focus down on everything else. But that big miss means they needed to slow down the plant. But they decided to go risky, and another punish comes in for 9Z.
So back to the sketchy buy. Mao's also going to have to deal with some early struggles, much like Vitality in their opening game, although closer rounds, I'd argue. I'm telling you, man, this nuke map, I think definitely helps the winning form. Oh my God. Lean back, brother. Oh, wait, hold up. What has happened here? This was guns versus pistols. Oh, we come into the ground and it is a 5v3 and the bomb has gone down. How fast of a hit had to that be? Mao's just come swinging wide.
Yeah, how much utility do they have to use that? To use there?
Martinez and Max left with everything to do, cleaning up wonderfully. Low health for Xerxin, swings on the cross and they get it. A 2v4 sweep of the retake, full house between them. You see Max knows that's hot-handed work. Him and Martinez swift on the retake. And whatever Maus threw out of the gate, they just didn't quite have the ending that they needed.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh my God, they actually pulled it off.
Hopefully we get to see the start of that round. No?
Yeah.
Okay. Unlucky.
No. Well, you know what? Well, 19 didn't want to see it either. So that is this is a strong game. I mean, Maus are definitely missing some shots. Like they're starting slow like they did at Bet Boom. But I think unlike the game that we just saw, like 9Z are putting together some really, really hard to fight against plays, and their aim looks fantastic.
They try it twice, and this time it gets absolutely stuffed. Shuhei trying to get tricky with the repeat. It's damage on a couple, but a clean 2K from Buddha to kick it off. Jimmy, 1v5. Nade's going to chunk him down to 47. Not where he wants to start this round whatsoever.
Connor, if they don't win this game, they might be the 3rd best team in the world.
Yeah, behind FaZe and
9Z.
That's what I was thinking. No chance. Jimmy gets dropped, and the 9Z 6-2 lead has to come to fruition. I was talking about the high hopes and spirits of Maus. 9Z feeling it right now. Buddha threw the flashbangs, didn't give a damn. And they locked down that A site.
Just beautiful. I really like what we've seen from Martinez as an opper. The hard shots he's hit. He's made fast rotations. I think everybody's peaks and everybody's swings have been on point. They've been layering their setups outside, which is more than I could say for Vitality on their CT side, and making sure that every kill comes with a refrag. Another actually good start, though, for Maus. They get across silently. No one's watching the cross. They're watching from Big Garage, which they can't actually fight from. But they're already ready lower. That's great. They're actually extremely ready lower.
Ooh, blindsided and crossfired. Oh, the meat grinder that is lower B. So any wild antics that were meant to happen there just don't come out. And we've got a 7-2 lead looking to be established. Jimmy, maybe grab a gun. If he's lucky, he'll kill DGT and get a bomb plant. But that's really as bad as this round should get. And I say should. No guarantee. He keeps stomping. Now their support is in place, so the bomb plant feeling all the more impossible. They have honed in on him. Op is posted on the peak. Martinez missed the shot, but luckily for him, he's got a teammate with him, so Jimmy's now scrambling, trying to get something done. And Max at least goes deep, which could have given over the kill, but you see this. Perfect scene, the crime scene set. This was a massacre of the Mouse players when they just tried to get downstairs.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, they were spotting outside, but they had the fast rotations lower off of the wall smokes that came. The molly came just in time to make sure they both got to favorable spots. They had a great spray down with DGT, but it's brought to you by the fact that he had a distraction. He had information on the support on the cross. Like, yeah, I hate to bring up that last game, but this is literally like Vitality. Take notes. Like, this is what an active CT side looks like, especially versus Mouse. They are amazing on this map. So they're finding it hard to get a way in. Brolin even has 2 mouse pads. How many mouse pads does he need?
It's like it's like an F1 helmet visor. If things start getting a little sweaty, you just peel one off, throw it behind you, and keep going.
Okay. He's got the soft tires out.
Yep. Yep. Box. Box. Martinez putting Xertion in a box and then burying it. Brolin didn't see that. Players down beneath him. That's an easy pickup for Max. Just tethers so well off his teammate. They switch inside of the smoke. Brolin never sees it coming. And at a minute 30, it's another double man disadvantage for Mouse to try to deal with. And at this point, with the comfortable 5v3, no reason to make that play. We were just talking about active CT sides. They're allowing Mouse to creep out. Torchy's sitting top red. Concerned about Secret, Garage, and Hell. And Shuhei is going to have to be tasked with the entry frag. So DGT tucked in close. Loses his support inside of the bomb site, but he can still just buy time. The Garage player does his job and then some. Wonderfully done from Max to pull off more than half of that. And the clean peek from Wasso Peak to give 9Z their 8th.
Yeah. He said, it's always Wasso with me, baby. The peak is a given.
You know, we talk about European talent coming from, well, Europe, obviously, to North America, right? Kind of injecting our rosters. It's been a tale of many years, but to go from European Counter-Strike to South American Counter-Strike like Martinez, that's a bit more of a unique story. And if he finds his groove within this team, and 9Z do start to kind of take over SA and possibly the Americas Minor, and attend the next major, etc., I think that's going to be a very unique storyline. And he's definitely brought a level of opping to the region that is welcomed.
100%. I mean, I love that sort of look on it, and this is exactly what Max needs. You know, Max needs something like that. A very talented opper to help him out. Oh, we tried to time the peak, but obviously Exertion's always one step ahead.
Just that much wider on the swing. Jimmy can't replicate it twice. We saw his double Tech 9 kill once upon a time. Round 11, and Wasso Peak dies empty-handed. Martinez baited deep by that Tech 9 that just keeps on the pressure. Brolin trying to swing out. Martinez burning slightly. But we still have Mouse in a post plant. Now starting to pick up guns. They've been in worse positions But we've seen clean retakes come out from 9Z, and this one could be another. DGT's flashbangs ready to be sent out. He's got 2 players ahead of him on the stairs, and Torchy's just working with the Deagle. P250 even worse. Buddha starts the retake well. DGT's not going to get caught off by it, so Zershin's going to have to go big from behind again. He'll get the first. DGT, the second victim. Martinez on the defuse. Tech9 is so close, and he'll clutch. 3 kills to Zershin. Bomb pops, and at the very least, it's 3.
Damn, that's gas pedal with exertion. Full acceleration right there. First of all, right into the vents, right into Max, and look, Max is about to pull that swing off. He hears all the footsteps. Exertion doesn't mind giving away because he doesn't stutter step, and people just are not used to that, and especially when he has a Tech 9. He's playing with no inhibitions. He can just go, and he really takes advantage of that confidence that he's got. He's up to 12 frags right now, the 1v3, but it's also with that opening kill.
Cleared. Martinez, he tried to play that smoke before. This time, Brolin aware of the peak. And for that, it's a 5v4 in a gun round. So one of the better places Mouse have found themselves throughout this struggling T side. But where there's one, there's more. Max and DGT taking over control of Outer while the smokes are still up. And I think this is a comfortable reposition, but Zershin in deep. Again, like you said, always one step further than you realize. And so Shuhei capitalizes, clearing Max out from garage. Wasso peeks flank, will find the lobby kill, but he's down low. And Buddha's going to have to go big. He holds, and nobody comes at him just yet.
Yeah, they're a little bit too wise for this, but I think they actually might just go for Heaven. Yeah, they're just going to go up to Heaven, and I think this is obviously a great move. It cuts off the rotation to Heaven from Wasso Peak, and they know they've got someone on the floor who's a little bit worried right now. I don't think Buddha's ready for this, but he gets into a good spot.
Perfectly timed. Wow. He just slid out far enough. Shuhei from Heaven, and now Torcy's in the bomb site, has to plant, is pinched between 2. Boom, and a missed shot. That's going to be the critical error that could cost him the clutch attempt, unless he dives vent and gets away with this B hit.
They're letting him go vent. Torzy somehow walks into this option. It's still going to be very difficult on this last round, and they're right behind him. Actually, they're very fast. I don't know if you could stop this spray.
It's a little off the mark from the ramp play. Trying to get out towards double doors, and he's managed. But that bomb still sits inside of the smoke. Buddha's got the kit. He's inside the smoke and loses his support system. Torsi of 2 mines. Which side gets the fight? Oh, it's the wide swing out from Buddha. The defuse for 9Z and a 9-3 CT side again.
God damn. I mean, it's amazing. It's almost exactly the same as our last map, but maybe a little bit more confident here from 9Z.
wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. You took me for. Imagine that.
Not the easiest of days in the office for our favorites so far on the B stream. Back-to-back 9-3 halves for the underdogs. Now, that was Monty back, of course, on the T side versus Vitality. Thanks largely to the Haji peaks outside. Now we're talking about a very capable and competent 9Z CT half that has left Mouse at quite a deficit. But if you want to be the #1 team in the world, you gotta be ready for a little opposition. And let's see if they can claw this one back a la Vitality. Xerxin,
there's that peak.
First test. It's the jump out from the squeaky door. Brolin, he's looking to kill the second of the round as the main split comes through, but the hut peak, that's the difference maker. DGT comes out into the bomb site, clears Brolin, and gets man advantage in the hands of 9Z. Oh, this one's looking sketchy now. A retake demanded of them early on. We get Shuhei in position, looking for some skin, but nobody's showing. 9Z getting off of the bomb site for the most part. We've got Max on the front of the silos. Main player looking to get in with the kills. Torji, he's trying to get the retake going, but all of his teammates have died around him, and he is looking empty-handed in this 1v3. He'll connect the two. Oh, hold on. It's a wide swing to the back of the site. Buddha just has to play the cover. A valiant effort from Torji, but it's just not there for the close.
Oh, there's just no way to try it. My God, what a moment that would have been. A nice attempt, but actually, I mean, it's more than that right now for Mouse. This could be the map. This is a situation where 9Z now, they close this pistol out. They're up 3-1. They look happy. They look focused. And they're on 10 rounds. This is officially now territory that Monty couldn't get to in that Vitality game.
Who's going to have to go big? Who's going to step this up for Mouse? It's Torji on the M4. Best performing Xerxin with the scout. Torji gets an easy fight. Oh, 9Z thinking they can just strong arm their way to the bomb site, but instead they forfeit control. Can they bring it back? Martinez through Squeaky with one. And as they take this towards ramp, they're about to be met by not only Xerxin's scout, but the MP9 of Jimpat right behind box, primed to pop up at a moment's notice. Great cover out from Buddha. It was Max to take contact. It was damage done, and the health is dwindling for 2 of the 3, but 9Z have man advantage back. Max creeping forward. Xerxin has to just rely on the pistol. And the thing is, Max is the one player who still has near full HP. So this is not the duel that Xerxin's hoping for.
He's coming.
Oh, but the dink is good. He doesn't overextend, doesn't give it away. Now all of 9Z tagged.
And the walkout? Is it going to be through the hut? No. They might actually avoid this. Interesting spot here for Max to wait. Xerxin making so much noise. And now spotted.
Missed shot.
They can cross down the ramp.
Oh, wow, as the flash goes out, Shuhei's going to have to go big. He's had a very quiet game coming off of his Pro League performance. Bomb plant is clear. Shuhei can't stop it. Looking to maybe just slide away with a frag at the very least. Now, the ramp death could be instrumental, but Shuhei still not able to get into the site yet. He's going to have to announce himself when he breaks that glass. And Buddha down beneath him's just looking for the headshot. We've got Martinez just pinned in the back of the site, cleared out. Shuhei gets both, and that's it. The force buy for Mouse works out, and the retake, the comeback, oh, it could all be on.
Wow, okay, they actually pulled it off, man. That's insane. The fact that Xerxin, first of all, shoves him out of heaven, that Shuhei gets out of upper, gets an upgraded gun, gets involved in the retake lower. 9Z have a good reason to go down there too, basically avoid anybody inside the site, so the call is correct. Wow, and they pulled it off with that. That's just disgusting. And I think they're so excited because they know that like this game is totally within reason. Like they can just pull this back. Like we've seen them pull off so many comebacks this year. Games like this just are not scary for them.
You know, people love to draw the comparison between Shuhei and Kerrigan, between Maus and FaZe. And I will say Maus are slightly FaZe-esque in their ability to claw games back. As all the best teams in the world will have to be. Going down without a fight, that's not in the Maus playbook. You've got, you know, Composure behind you and ZipX and Cyclone. And they're going to have to tap into that because even with the tides turning slightly here in round 15, it's a long road to tie this up at 10. And individually, the levels looked good enough from 9Z to tap right back into that streak. So we'll see. Jimpat, it's pistols coming at him. And he's not going to play anything too risky. But also not afraid to go back if he has to, right? These are just measly Glocks for the most part. That Tech 9 leads the charge closer to Torji. Big wide swing. An entire camp of 9Z players coming at him. And for the most part, all's good. They'll lose Zershin. Torji, the second victim in this one, trying to just get the M4s out of the map. It is all good. Jimmy grabs nothing other than the MP9, but it is a fifth for Maus.
So here's the deal, Connor. I mean, so many parallels to our first game, except 9Z, they got to 10 rounds now. They look super good in that first half. So can they actually close this game out? What do you think?
I think they can. I think you go back to the first map as well. That T side, specifically of Hadji, felt a little bit, you know, him and Krasnal, just the two of them. You look across the board here for 9Z, everybody's giving you a reason to believe. And I like 9Z on Nuke. I thought from the get-go with Nuke being in the mix here that their chances, if ever, were increased by this. But, say that, Maus are currently ranked #1 and Shuhei finds another opening kill.
Mm-hmm.
I think they could actually end up abusing Jimmy as well towards ramp, right? Very quiet game from Jimpat. Sometimes left to his own devices towards that ramp. And if 9Z just isolate him a couple of times, they could at the very least lock in OT. There it is.
What?
There it is, Brolin. Oh, he brings it back. He's got to get the reload. He's got a teammate on the chase. Oh, wow. Brolin.
It's those angles, dude. You know what I'm saying with Brolin? He takes one flat angle like that, and he can get 3 kills. Not many others can do that. That is nasty stuff from the CT upper anchor right now. After those 2 entries, that site should have fallen like a house of cards. Easily.
Those instant headshots coming out of 9Z, just a reminder of the risk that Maus are up against right now. But back to the pistol. Huge moment from Brolin here. Light weapons for 9Z. A lot of lobby presence. They can feel it coming. Shuhei caught with a nade out. It's another round where they found themselves the double entry, but still working with so little. I love the burst out of 9Z at the moment, right? There's an explosiveness to the approach to these bomb sites. Sure, this one gets cleaned up pretty easily thanks to Zershin and Brolin. Another 5 kills between those two. Absolutely taken over when they need them. But 9Z, you could still see that fire's lit.
Yeah, man. It is lit. It is a 3-round game now. Obviously, CT has its own inherent advantages. And you know that Maus now don't think that this is really a mountain to climb so much as a hill. So it'll take a little bit more than explosiveness here for 9Z. I think they're going to have to win a battle of wits here on this T side. Because they've got the... Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay, from above. Jesus.
Oh, yeah, you didn't know about that new silo wallbang? You know, the whole...
I was so scared, dude. I was like, what other updates?
Off the back foot again. And it's a whole pack of 9Z setting their sights on an A hit where Shuhei has no utility to throw out to stop that Hut play. Torji will kill Max. That's the one lurker outer. Everybody else coming out from Hut. Shuhei, oh, this is going to catch him off. Oh, he's not ready. Buddha's all the way out. And with that,
gotta be the one.
All of 9Z, boots on the grounds in that A site. Utility starts to come out from them. The unannounced approach, just isolating Shuhei like that. They're going to try to pop open smoke and catch a kill. Nobody there in the open to take down. And so that smoke's going to keep them at bay. And Maus have to contemplate the save.
That's the
flash set. Jimpat getting sent in by the looks of things. What can he take down with him? Flash is good. He gets the kill back. Sight! Oh, Brolin! It's a double kill. And just like that, the retake's on, but they're going to have to be fast. They both got the kit. The Hut frag comes out from Buddha. Sprays there. 9Z clear them all.
Woo, that's a close call. Jesus, Buddha picks that up, adjusting the spray to the right. The flash comes out. Could have distorted his vision and made him just spray even more off center, but instead they finally not only get the opening kill, get the second entry upstairs, survive a spray down from Brolin, but then win in the clutch. They fight hard as hell and win a round that Maus could have definitely brought back.
That's the kind of Counter-Strike I like.
It's
going down for that
match.
retake. That retake at the last second, right? In a situation, in a meta where so many would save. Maus send it out. Oh, how many bullets deep were we on that Brolin spray as well?
I don't know. I don't know how he memorized that far with the spray transfer. What a guy.
Man,
Brolin was somebody who actually, he started slow on at Bet Boom Dacha, right? He was the one who was really slow until the end and then actually had a pretty strong final, I feel like.
Yeah, playoffs were good for him. Group stage, not so much.
A Swedish player in the #1 spot. Unofficially. Imagine that.
What year is it?
It is 2013, my boy.
Well, I'm about to buy some Katowice capsules.
Wait, how do you know about those?
All right. Come on, 9Z. We saw Monty falter. They couldn't close their impressive open. And it'd be a shame to see it happen twice. Max, oh, you devilish, man.
Look at that route.
All the way through smoke.
Oh, hold on, hold on. Ah, perfectly covered.
But Zershin's locked in, right? Goes for the kill, gets the first, but then they know where he's at, and they keep him against the garage wall, so it comes at a cost. 4v4. 9Z gunning for OT. They take over lobby. They make one step in the process. But it is only DGT being sent back to clear this. Smoke grenade as well. So it's now no secret. And DGT, what are you up to? He's trying to play inside of that smoke while Martinez just takes a dry peek straight into Torji's crosshair. Easy pickup for the Opper. Buddha's managed to get down secret, but his head's on a silver platter, and Brolin pitter-patters to the back of sight.
I don't even know what's going to happen here. No fast step heard here for DGT.
Jimmy just made one.
Into the vent.
Yep. Jimpat just
so
made a
lurky
step.
at 19 seconds.
DGT knows he's here, but can't clear him. Oh, it's going to be desperate. They're going to make a sprint for the front of the A site. They're hoping Jimmy can't get into the mix. Buddha keeping the pressure on.
No?
Shuhei's got to do it. Buddha actually gets the nade kill to secret, but the bomb plant's denied. It's all denied. And 3 stay up for Maus.
Oh, shoot. I didn't even see who died in the lower vents. Or did he come back up?
No, I think he came up.
Buddha? Yeah.
We didn't see it, but I suppose they don't rotate because they know Brolin's backside.
Yeah.
So take your chance on A.
They could have tried to plant, obviously, dead center front sight, but they're just trying to bait out the peak to see if they could get the kill. Very stressful situation. Well played by Mouse. They just didn't show them enough. They kept their cards close for that entire round, and they did a good job of denying the lurk, especially with Torzi. 9Z on 11, you know, but no money, no guns. Besides this DGT Galil.
Oh, they almost all got across, but Zershin clips the wings of the last man in. Rolling right back onto that deep angle, awaiting, and Zershin, the front runner, gonna peel off another. Ooh, also peek. Beautiful jiggle on the corner with the tech. Gets his second. Shuhei's got the back of the pack to deal with. He's got Jimmy shaving off players in sight, keeping the pressure up. Oh no, Max. He's turned it around. He's killed Shuhei and Buddha Plant's bomb. It felt like Shuhei had this under wraps.
And they have a control side. Is there anybody coming in from behind?
Yeah, Vent player just made sound as he dropped, so they know about Torji. But Buddha's going to stay exposed to the door. Nothing he can do. Good clean shot from Torji. Max, the bomb is not planted for him. Jimmy's low HP. If he goes down, suddenly Torji could be in for a world of hurt.
Oh, he called it out.
Max does not make his move. Jimmy closes the double doors. Torzi's going to be... He's defusing in the open.
Oh, there's no time now. He got it. Oh,
he got the defuse. Just in the nick of time, Torzi snaps that shot over to stop him just in case, and Maus get away with it again.
Again. Oh my god. Max played it so well. He just didn't make any noise. They thought he must have made the big wraparound. Didn't worry about the control doors, nothing. And then the game plan in the wrong direction after he got those kills, and he almost was able to win the round. Had to obviously hit the shot, but great opportunity find here from Torji. Tense moments once again. I mean, this game has been full of them. So many close calls.
What a great call to not go for the first defuse, right? Calls out that fake to perfection.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Max just doesn't falter when it comes to those moments. He plays them. Yeah. Plays them. They're scared of him.
It was just Torzi crouching, keeping his head right behind the corner of that box.
So who put that box there type of moment.
Man. And this one keeps giving. Guns on all fronts. 2 rounds the difference. The CT side comeback keeps giving. Brolin, oh, softened up, half health. Tons of utility on this upper site. He's playing with nades. He gets pressured through the smoke. Buddha's on the chase. There's a player up in rafters. Buddha, beautiful double. Max comes through. His impact's felt. Zershin jumping headshot. He won't be able to get another. Buddha has done everything he has to, taking over that A site. 3 kills to his name and a 12th locked in for 9Z.
I can't even believe it. After all this, they still get to 12 on this round on the upper attack. They somehow surmise 3 entries again. The only thing to stop them at all is a jumping headshot from an M4 out of Exertion. And it's actually incredible the levels that 9Z are showing us. Coming for the #1 team by ranking, coming from a region where they're losing regularly to competition at home, showing us once again that once 9Z get out to international waters, they're just as comfortable as if they're playing from home.
South American Counter-Strike in 2024 is starting to show its teeth again. Great performance at the last major. Numerically, the return of the region feeling alive today. 9Z, 3 chances to close out this best of 1.
We're talking about Nuke, bro. We're not talking about Mirage, Vertigo, Dust 2.
And look at the buy that is meant to stop them. Dallas. MP9 looking to get into the action. The omnipresent threat of Lobby. DGT. Yes. Oh, never mind. I thought he'd have them both, but at least Martinez clips Torzi in the meantime. That's Zershin onto the AK. 9Z taking an interesting route here. Bomb is pushing up against Hell. They could wrap it up into the A site. We're going to get Shuhei doubling back with just that CZ. Zershin currently still downstairs because Secret had been compromised so early on. They've got this control of the A site in their hands for the taking.
There's no way. They have a perfect setup. They have 2 in heaven. They're coming in from Mini. They just got to stop Shuhei. They have him. Surely.
Vent player stuck behind fire. Zershin, just like Shuhei, desperate to get anything going up on the A site. MP9 slides out, 1 kill away. Oh, and there it is.
Wow.
Lasso peak to close it, and 9Z take a chunk out of the world's #1.
Wow, and they didn't trip over that. Okay, that wasn't lucky. They had to fight for that every round. So many situations they could have given up to Mouse in this game and maybe even still won. They win by 3 rounds on top of all those close situations. They got ecoed in the second pistol. They had that Brolin 3K upper hold. They had the clutches that went back in Mouse's direction. It's actually insane that they pulled this off.
And doesn't that just send a shiver down the rest of the competition here in Dallas? Mouse not finding that opening game they would have hoped for. A disappointing performance from Jimfat, who had been the most consistent piece. Shuhei, tough game on the back of that A site as well. They had found his number early on in their T side. They abused it with the fast, rapid aggression of those A hits. 9Z kept the pace up on their T side. They didn't shy away. They didn't lose their tempo, their aggression, and their bite. And with that, they'll close this best of 1. And you said it, this isn't Mirage. It's not a Dust 2 fluke. It's Nuke.
It's not new Vertigo. It's not anything else, man. This is the map that you would want to go to make sure that you win versus a team that you're ranked higher than, and you really couldn't ask for a bigger discrepancy in terms of their rankings. Okay, it's like 40-1 right now. So this is incredible stuff from 9Z. Sort of like, when are we going to stop being surprised that they can do this, no matter how many years pass, no matter how many roster moves they make. And shout out to Martinez for getting them through that first half of the game. A lot of great shots coming in. Max with big plays throughout. Lots of, I mean, everyone did something special, I think, in that game. And I really believe, honestly, that none of them were scared, truly. Like, they really did all look like they were just thinking about how to play the round the best, and they went for it. And they had great rotations. They had layered defenses. They had very good aim throughout. Barely any missed sprays. They were the better team, man, and actually by a bigger margin than even the round showed.
I think maybe just the fact that they weren't in attendance at the Copenhagen Major kind of takes something out of the 9Z camp, right? That's one of those. That's why they're not quite maybe as much of a talking piece as the Pain, as Imperial, as the rest of the Brazilians that kind of turned heads in Copenhagen. And so they've been waiting on the sidelines for a chance to shine. Well, I'll be damned. IEM's 100th iteration in Dallas could very well be the runway for 9Z to get that attention back on this team. And again, importing European talent, right? You have to have pieces attractive enough to kind of just even convince Martinez to take that plunge. His impact most certainly felt on the AWP, but it wasn't just the one-man army of Martinez, right? Buddha had that critical attack onto the A site where he clears out players inside of the smoke. If not for the jumping Zershin headshot, that round would have gone down even smoother. And I think that, you know, that ferociousness that 9Z brought to the table, that requires all players to play as well as they did today.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that for sure. And I think there is just something about, I really believe in Max's, I'm assuming he's still calling. I don't know if he's not anymore, but obviously we know that he picked that up the last time that we watched him play. But I think there is something good about him as an IGL. I think like, the rounds look so up to date, which is crazy because they have every excuse for them not to be. I mean, so, well, let's take a look at the MVP so we can put the closing notes on this game. Guess who it is, baby?
It's going to be the entry fragger of Buddha, who is not a player on 9Z that you look to take over servers all the time, but goddamn did he do it today. That pathing out nuke through the smoke in the middle of it, when the pressure is high, when your lead is healthy like it was, you know, when the pressure of taking down Maus is weighing on the back of your mind, Buddha goes big. 107 ADR, 1.56 rating, and again, just I think instrumental on this A site, both in the attack and defense. Had some moments in retakes too where he was able to shine. That reposition was critical here, getting away from Brolin and Shuhei, forcing the player back site. That's a 1v, or yeah, I believe a 1v3 he clutches when he denies the defuse in the smoke. So yeah, Buddha doing what he had to get this big upset. Probably statistically, ranking-wise, the biggest upset we could have had in terms of opening games.
Yeah, true.
There it is, Mo, sitting on a silver platter.
If we didn't just cast every single time 9Z played well, then I think this would be like even more shocking. But unfortunately, we know they got it like that sometimes. Like they can do that. But yeah, the craziest part really is the fact that like they had to clean up some messy situations, but they even lost some situations that were like played very well, or they in early rounds even got away those first 3 rounds, those retakes that they shouldn't have been able to win. Like it's actually nuts. But a great match nonetheless. I mean, it was great. It was great from Maus as well. It was also really fun to watch. Lots of individual moments. They really believed in the comeback. There were highlights there for sure. But I don't think Maus give a damn about highlights in a game like this. They're just supposed to win their first group match.
We've got an interview with Martinez, it seems. So let's see what he's got to say as his op shot white hot throughout Nuke today.
A hyped up, happy and confident 9Z, as this was one hell of a game. Yes, it's a best of 1, but you just challenged a team that's #1 in the world, won 2 events back to back, and you did it quite in style. Were you confident the whole way through?
I don't know, man. It's just unbelievable. So we're so happy, as you can see. I don't know. We're really confident right now, but I don't know. It was a hard game, but we are happy now.
Now, the first half was dominant, right? You had full control. But did you feel like they had a chance to come back into it? Did you guys start to get a bit nervous?
A little bit. I mean, it's Nuke. It's a city map. It's so hard to play from T-side. But I don't know. We play a good T-side, so yeah, it's okay.
And did you expect coming into this that, okay, opening game, you're playing the #1 seed for the team, right? It's going to be very hard in the whole tournament. But does this change your expectations? Did you have this confidence that you could do so well from the beginning? Just talk me through it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is CS2, the new format of best of 1. I don't know. I mean, if you win pistol round, if you won the first full buoy, I don't know, this best of 1 is a little bit random. Okay. But yeah, of course, we know that we can win, of course.
I like the confidence. I like the honesty in it for sure. 9Z got it done. Let's see how much further they can go. Squad in London, back to you.
Nice one, man. You know what's funny about that, Connor, is they won the second pistol and got eco'd, and they still won 13-9. So It wasn't even true for them. They literally beat the odds in that case.
He's just bringing up the excuses for any of the other teams, you know, in those randomness. But no randomness this time. I think a well-deserved smirk from Martinez. Individually brought it to the table. Congratulations, 9Z. The biggest upset we could have had comes out in the opening day of Dallas. We're going to be here for 2 more best of 1s. These opening matches just keep rolling, so don't go too far, folks. You're watching the 100th IEM.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
nobody have to know. Give me a reason. Why is it so hard to let go? Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you fly. Find out if you crash and burn and straight to the ground. Faster than a
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
It might be a tough opening match for M80 here, but this is a team that has been shining, and you also got the local hero invite. So I want to say, you're going to get a home soil buff out here?
I would definitely say so. We're, for the first time in forever, having a non-jet lag experience. So.
Yeah. And you were just telling me your European players, they're already over here, right? So you were practicing, you were ready within the North American soil. Does that mean you were more ready for the update?
I mean, a little bit. We were playing a qualifier literally the day the update dropped, so we had to work things out pretty quick. So yeah, we were pretty as much as we could be ready for the update coming into Dallas.
Now talk to me about your confidence at the moment as a team, because you made it to the Thunderpick World Championship, you made it for the Esports World Cup as well. Overall, we're seeing great plays coming out from you guys, at least within the region.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even this last EPL season, we had some pretty good showing there. Beating G2, almost beating them again, almost making it to playoffs. We're very confident going into this. We are playing the second best seed. Yeah. So, I mean, everything's kind of up in air. We are playing the map that we wanted to play. Okay. So we're excited about that.
Ooh, so you're playing the map you want to play. You're going to be at least feeling confident with that. Do you feel like you guys have enough in you right now and enough experience to be able to battle up? Or do you think it's not going to be as one-sided as many people might expect it to be?
100%. I think, especially with Sin, Elias coming into our team, we've kind of more of adapted even more into a European style of Counter-Strike. Okay. Our system is all the places are like in position, nice. All the pieces are together, and we're putting everything together and getting better and better every game. So I think we're going to put up a really good match.
And you're looking very calm. He looks very cool, very ready for this. So let's see how they get it done in the server. Nice. Well, thank you very much.
North Americans in the server, led by the German Sin. So big, represented all over the damn place here, Mohan. Sin, hands full versus Kerrigan, one of the best in the world. FaZe, no doubt, looking to come back after what was, finally, their record of grand finals in CS2 came to a close at ESL Pro League in Malta, but that doesn't mean that them making playoffs has stopped, and so definitely one of the favorites to move forward. M80, they've been turning heads slightly throughout 2024. What do you make of this head-to-head?
Yeah, they're turning heads like slightly on the international stage and like a lot at home. Like it feels like M80 are definitely coming for #1 spot in North America in terms of consistency. They can definitely beat almost anybody at the moment, and it's a team that I think a lot of us are wondering who is going to be the guy who stands out a ton on this roster. Maui's brought up Rek as a person I think a lot in the past like 6 months or so. He's actually been impressing, but we are going up against FaZe right now, which are a team who have been in every grand finals in CS2 except for Pro League, and have got second place in 4 of them, but won 3 events as well. It was just a streak of second places to make it feel like they weren't winning, but they were right there almost every time.
So omnipresent, right? In the deep playoff runs that FaZe have just become synonymous with trophy lifts, whether they're the ones that falter at the final hurdle or do end up picking it up. We expect nothing less of them. Now, in the group stages, I think that, the most consistent piece for FaZe as of late, got to give him the tip of the hat, dude. Brokey has been pretty damn dominant on that AWP, and it feels like the op factor of FaZe is at an all-time high.
Yes, I back that 100%. I would also like to say that in a lot of these second place finishes, it was actually Frozen who I was basically the only player that I really thought was going to keep the dream alive all the way to the very end. And I thought that he was actually the one who was going to get let down in the end, because he's been consistently good throughout the tournaments all the way till the very bitter end. And I think that means that right now, just shows you how strong FaZe are in general. I'm sure going to be very confident going into a game like this. I find it very hard to read. Like, we see that Swisher is quite happy about the veto. He said he got the map that they wanted. I'm not exactly sure what that means for the veto and what Kerrigan and FaZe are going to try to do. Again, it's such an interesting map pool with these two teams going up against each other and us not seeing FaZe play.
I was wondering, obviously with Overpass out of the pool, I think that kind of takes something out of M80. That's a map where they had their biggest victory over Liquid, a head-to-head that they love at the moment. So we'll see whether they can adapt to Dust 2, whether that's, still towards the, if they're going to throw that out anywhere. Their EPL Season 19 run came with wins and losses. 2 best-of-3 series losses to BetBoom as a down point, but then obviously at the best-of-3 over G2 kind of turned heads. That was the big international result of the year so far for them. The, revenge match definitely went the way of G2 convincingly, but even to do it the first time is one thing. And regardless of the results of any of these matches, on an individual level, there is no denying now that the world knows who Malbs is off of the back of that ESL Pro League season. If you were still sleeping on the Guatemalan Mauler, times are changing.
Yeah, 100%. You got to respect them. Yeah, this team is already great and still very much full of potential, and it's very cool to see them take a risk on a player like Sin to come in as a leader, and for Sin to really step up to the challenge. He's coming in from Big, who were like a good team with a lot of experience and were very in the zeitgeist of European Counter-Strike and knew how to learn and knew how to play it. But that doesn't mean that would translate to him being able to explain it to everybody, for him to be able to create a system that was as good or better than Big, which is what they need ultimately, because they need to be able to get to close out tournaments. And to keep that discipline, as he comes over and enjoys all of the freedoms and luxuries that we have over here that can really distract you sometimes.
That's true.
All the strippers and slushies.
Yeah, that's Dallas, baby. Yeah, let's hope they've been nose to the grindstone. I think in Swisher's pregame when he said, we've been playing remotely here for the time being. That's true. They've been doing qualifiers from NA soil. So nice for players to get to adapt. It is a day that has been inspired by the underdog as well. And, we could talk about FaZe making playoffs all the time. Though they're so great, everybody says. But there is still this kind of always aura that at the start of the event, you're kind of expecting FaZe to drop an opening game. And this is an M80 that is feeling very hungry at the moment off of the back of a genuine world-class superstar in Malbs, getting recognition from the likes of Nico after their Pro League head-to-head twice. It's a big moment for the M80 gentlemen, and it feels like this would be a great chance to kind of kick FaZe while they're down, and this is what they led to. This is what they wanted. They said they wanted Ancient, and they get it.
Wow, okay. They got Ancient. I guess, that makes a lot of sense. FaZe actually are a losing team on Ancient. They've lost 4 out of the last 5 games on this map. 3 of those times have actually been to Astralis somehow. And once to Navi at the Copenhagen Major. So, dude, that's about as good of a veto as you could possibly ask for, right? In a best of 1, you get basically FaZe's weakest map at the moment. So yeah,
and one that M80 clearly have something up their sleeve for.
Yeah,
interesting. Can we really keep getting upset in the bracket? That's the big question. It feels like we got our big upset today with 9Z, but
this is kind of wild, man. M80 have played 24 games in the last 3 months on Ancient, and they have a 75% win rate. So I know it's not the same teams,
sure,
but they're massively confident, at least on this map for sure. And they've got a 13-1 over BetBoom in there as well.
Interesting turn of events, perhaps. It feels like it's kind of something's in the water with this M80
and at
matchup.
Pro League versus G2, there was also a 13-2.
Yes, sir. So there's no arguing that M80 can't do this on their best day. If on the best day versus G2 they put forth that kind of a class, then there's no denying they could do it again right here, right now versus FaZe. The writing's on the wall, Mohan.
Yes.
The writing's on the wall.
We just saw 9Z beat Mouse. Number 1 and 2 could both be in jeopardy at the same time. I think this would be the map to do it, man. On day 1?
Yeah.
No jet lag?
No jet lag.
In Dallas.
Full of
on
burgers.
land.
Unlimited refills. Everything you need to fuel the fire of an upset versus FaZe Clan. A FaZe Clan that loves to start events slowly. A FaZe Clan that doesn't have that shine of grand finals any longer. Kick them while they're down. You know, a lot of the time, non-North Americans look over at Complexity and Team Liquid and think that's where our biggest hopes lie. But there is a turning tide at the moment as M80 step forth into the spotlight. Let's see if they can hang on to FaZe. It's a best of 1 on Ancient, and we've got Rek in the back of the site going unnoticed. He swings out and gets nothing.
Oh! There's actually a kill through the smoke. I thought that was the plan, or no, but the bomb goes down. That's actually important. While the smokes are still fresh.
Roki will catch Slacks. Dual Berettas don't get much going. Sin comes through with his second of the pistol. Malbs is alive and kicking, and if Malbs is alive, then there's a chance that M80 win the round. It really can boil down to that. Sin reroutes away from Temple, back towards the CT lane. Time is ticking. There is no kit between the players, and they'll both get shut down. FaZe will strike first.
I swear, because it's Kerrigan, because it's FaZe, the only thing I could think about Ancient is like, are they doing this so they can like buff their HLTV Ancient stats just to find like the one of the easier wins potentially at the event, just to like get that up there a bit so people are scared of everything? Or do they think that they're going to have to run into it eventually, so they want to get decent practice on it without risking anything as well? I mean, not even in jest. I mean, genuinely.
Yeah, you're deep in the Kerrigan gray matter now.
Yeah, I might be overcooking it though. He might just be like, no, we actually got fooled. But Kerrigan is probably the IGL who's gotten fooled the least in vetoes.
Yeah, except for that one time they
he
played
got Cloud9 to pick Nuke.
Yeah, but remember that one time they got eliminated on Vertigo by Bad News Eagles in Rio?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. What goes around comes around.
Remember that time they went 0-1 at Dallas on Ancient versus M80?
Yeah, I can't remember how that one went down, but I'm starting to remember.
Team won.
Robson Frozen gonna make quick work of the aggression out from A main. Sat down as 3 players tried to come out. Looking to take something away from him. They'll find nothing. If not Malbs, who is the next individual level, like a player with like an individual level on this team that impresses you? I know that, you know, Rek's name has been kind of thrown around as a type.
I think it's. I think
Slacks also had a good pro league though, so you know suddenly our eyes turn to him at times.
Yeah, I mean no one's bad on this team, that's for sure. But I think those two are the most interesting to me. What about you?
Yeah, I think Rek. I like Rek's style. I think that you can rely on him. Also, we need a new American Counter-Strike player to talk about. You know, outside of Elige and Floppy and Grim. It's been the same rotating door. So, thank you for your European contributions, Sin and Slacks. But I think it's all about Rek now.
Fair enough. Swisher?
second behind Rec.
Man, the fact that FaZe could be weak on Nuke, on Ancient, when they have Rain. And this obviously used to be a really, really sick map for them. And it's just falling off a little bit. But I think they do need to power it up as this event goes on. Luckily, there is no Astralis here, so they don't have to worry about that. But
sad to see that Rain, somebody who kind of defined cave play once upon a time on Ancient, has maybe lost a little bit of that mojo lately.
Like, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, how can you stop being good at it after you invented this? You invented the spot.
Yeah, but then everybody took all your tricks. Ooh, Kerrigan, fully blind, still gets away with the bulbs frag, but that's an open A site and an easy kickoff for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, that was a cute little fake.
Are they gonna be the only team today to just win their opening game in demanding fashion?
I think so, and the reason is they won the pistol. That's the one thing that the other two teams couldn't do.
Weird things happen in Dallas, and maybe a strong start from FaZe is what we get. But let's get some guns in the hands of M80 and see what they can contribute. Right now, it's just been a sweep as Rain hits the 5-0 start.
Who's your unusual team to win again?
I said Complexity, but I'd like to take that back.
Oh, okay, so you'd like to make it Liquid then?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I think they fix a couple more cars, they're going to make it work.
Just a few. Look how tiny that Molotov is.
Dude, nothing did damage. They threw that tiny Molotov, 2 nades went a little too far. Kerrigan's out of here. All the hairs on his head and 6 HP gone.
That ain't stopping a thing. Slacks. Ooh, gives up the angle. Molly hasn't spread though. Flash is also not on the mark, and so Brokey's down. And Slacks will pick up a 5v4.
I would have peeked into that too. I heard that like hit him, you know, so you think you get some kind of blindness out of it. Nothing at all.
But he takes it to the thigh, kicks it behind him, opens up with the 5v4, and it's Malbs to go down. Slow start, 0-4. Rec top middle given a chance, but no, Frozen clean with the Galil. Man advantage taken back by FaZe. Bomb is opened up to go hit that B site, and M80 losing 2 players are now stuck 1-1-1. This back B player is about to have their hands full. Swisher's going to have to go huge.
It's crazy how much that 1 kill transforms the map. Like, now they lurk in the middle. I mean, okay. Well, Robs knows there's one more player, but he's out of ammo. Jesus, what happens now?
It's done. Nowhere to go. Caught on the reload.
It's that 1 kill in these setups towards the B site where you've got T's coming out of elbow, crossing to jump up heaven. That kill, because there's so many ways for the CTs to fight back into mid, whether it's through Donut or through Red Room. The kill on the jump up, I swear, dictates so many rounds on this map, almost every single time. And you see that Frozen has no trouble with it.
Nice to see Frozen have a hot start. He is one of the players I think was left a little to be desired back at Pro League, sadly. His 2024 has been great, but that was just one of those events where there was a bit of a hiccup. And so leave nothing on the table when it comes to kicking off Dallas.
Oh, did they miss their molly as well?
I didn't notice. Well, M80 wanted Ancient. You got it. What they didn't want was Rain to kick this off as hard as he has. 6-0. And doing his own thing at the bottom of the B ramp. Causing real problems here as M80 are cut thin. The Donut players fall back into the A site. But there is no overcommitment from this point. FaZe happy to just move this back, leave Brokey inside of main, with Rain still towards doors. Frozen eats a teammate's flash, but luckily for him, there's nobody to capitalize on this. And so they are free to move around as they please.
Maybe Malbs gets one here. Oh, Brokey with a clean shot on a wreck, and Slacks with one back. Man, Brokey's actually alone.
But
and
with
Rain
Rain
figures this out too.
Yeah, deep on that ramp this whole time.
The other way.
They are coming into the B site. The split queued up. Bomb's going to go join them through cave. So Rain doing his own thing up the ramp. Not sure if these corners are occupied, but already ahead of the smoke grenade. Rain's going to find that site player. Can't best him. Sin doing a good job of getting out of danger, running all the way back around site. It's a double kill from Robs. Malbs waiting for a chance to hit with the Deeg, and damage is done. Op in play denied. Frozen has come through with impact again. Malbs has it in the pocket though, and with the Deagle getting away from him, it is the 5th consecutive for FaZe.
Yeah, nice try. Malbs on the board though. That's nice. He gets the Deagle shot. They don't save the op on this one. And it's because they actually had a good chance of making the retake possible. Whoa. That was a heater of a shot out of Brokey. This situation was ridiculous.
It's weird that we stopped kind of... What do you make of the conversation shifting away from Robs, once considered to be the best player of CS2, now just a piece of FaZe that we don't find ourselves discussing all too often?
I feel like we're just respecting what they're giving us, because they're a team who have so many big players, like big game players, big superstars, Robs and Frozen and Brokey, like that core alone, and then obviously Rain, and it's just like so many big superstars that like you can completely stop talking about Robs and they could still be winning and still be totally fine. But yeah, for about 4 months there, he was like the best CS2 player, period. I don't know. I really have no idea. We haven't heard anything from him about it, besides it doesn't seem like he's enjoying the game as much.
Nice double kill from Rek. His first 2 of the map, as he finds one from cutout. Rain. Ooh, yeah, the trajectory of that U-tilt, that's Rek dead surely, but Rain decides not to press the issue. And that's just enough time for Rek to get up into Donut. Rops looking to combine with Rain. Yeah, they're aware of it. Shadow spotted. Rain's going to catch it. This is a 2v4 coming together now. Bomb's going to be picked back up right now. Rain almost, but just off the mark. Swisher to best him, and Rops push to clutch.
Yeah, that's a close call. Okay, the guy we talked about, who's 7-1 on this map, and is he going to hear a rotation in behind him? The walking started, but very late. Should be fine. We've got Sin checking his flank. They have no idea about this potential timing. I feel like maybe Swisher has done too much, but Rops is in here early. Oh, he's going in a bit deeper, man. Oh, he gets spotted.
Okay. I like that he takes the chance at the kill, but now he confirms it. Red room is 1. Robs crosses back out. It's a great distraction that allows the flank to get closer. Swisher coming at him from the cave. Robs sprints away towards ramp. Now, bomb is not for him at all. He's had to forego control of it. Molotov pops in front of him, and he knows this one's done. Maybe a wall bang. Maybe. Oh. Nah, the bullets come back the other way. Sin to give good cover, and M80 on the board.
I guess that comes down to essentially, do M80 make some extremely devastating mistake in the 2v1? So I think that, well, it was a crazy close attempt on this clutch. And this 2vx situation here. But M80 pick up their first rounds. And even with that win, unfortunately... Oh, I thought Rek had a UMP for a second. They've all got good guns. Oof. Look at these cute little incendiaries.
Yeah, they're so adorable with their
little tiny.
Little guy.
They might sting. It's okay, though. You can just, like, walk around them now.
Which, as a player who tries to run up ramp to mid, you know what I mean? I'm as a T, I'm kind of down.
Yeah.
give me a corner to hide in. You know, you can win your timings with incendiaries nowadays, but I also feel like this change calls for, like, you know, sometimes we just call mollies mollies. Even if incendiaries, just call them mollies.
True.
You know, fire is molly, but now it's like, no, there's a difference. There's a significant difference between incendiaries.
I think we should go for molly ecstasy, maybe.
Oh, okay. Why not? They've got footing on the site. Bomb's trying to get in. They've got a player pinned. Brokey gonna get burned out. And as he comes away with it, Ops scoped up. CTs, be careful with what you wish for. Good clear from Swisher, bottom middle, 5v2s, looking very comfortable for this retake, unless Rain goes massive. He'll catch Mulbs for free. That brings Brokey back into the bomb site. Because they lost their mid-anchor, they want fights from the retake to be shaved off. But a missed shot from Brokey will cost him, and Swisher's flank comes through 4 alive for M80. Now the game begins.
So yeah, certainly not too late to make something of this half, that's for sure. So yeah, really great round here with 4 alive. Money's good. And they just have to figure out how to make that happen again. This round a little bit easier than the last. I wonder how they're feeling at this point. Of course, our team just have so many reps on Ancient. They know they can do it. They also have shown that they can play versus top European teams and even win in a best of 3.
This really just feels like tapping back to what you know you can do. And Sin takes a page out of Rain's book and a piece out of his head. Swisher not able to get anything on site, so quick response from FaZe. They are deep within this. And Rops is hoping that that cave swing came his way. Not the case. Slacks. Oh, gets shredded by Rops. And the Tech 9 out of Kerrigan's gonna just stampede in. What am I watching? Maltz flies through the sky, comes out then with the second kill off the wall bang. And with that, we've got the 2v2, but we've also got Frozen trying to compromise Maltz, then kills himself.
Suicide? They'll commit suicide. Oh no.
Everything's not gonna be all right. All right, let's try to make sense of this. Everybody put your Sherlock hats on. Okay, so Tech 9 wide swing into this, followed by this. Oh no, how dare you. Oh, that's fair. I guess you can't call it a highlight.
Yeah, true. All right. I mean, at least they had lots of money.
Ooh, Rain.
Oh, Rain's already down to 7.
Huge nade.
Look how
nice
wide
flash.
those go out. Oh, beautiful. For himself, too. That was just like a, you know, just in case protocol as well. Had to fall back out of the pathing through the flash. It's great stuff. He respected the fact that he got tagged down, but didn't slow down the round at all. And look what Kerrigan is in this outpost. He's just saving the site for them. We are low on grenades, though. It's only Malbs, in fact, that has a smoke.
Yeah, this retake's looking like a tall order. The T-side takeoff for FaZe now starting to become very real. Props to Rain again, right? Tagged down to 6 HP off of the 2 frag grenades, throws the underhand flash, like you said, a just-in-case grenade, and worth it. Gets a frag, slows things down, allows Frozen to come out from elbow, and just that pressure, that pinch into middle from FaZe on both ends. From that point on, the round was theirs.
Damn, now FaZe start to reach escape velocity here with how this is turning out. But on the bright side, I mean, this could be a tournament of weird slow starts and worrying about way too many top teams. And FaZe actually are one of the teams you could be like, oh, it was expected that they might be a little bit slow. Oh, this veto was a little bit weird. So it is nice to see them be this strong right away.
It's a welcome sight, and I think that maybe, you know, losing that streak back at Pro League could light a new fire under them. This is a team where, if you ever get sick of just winning, all it takes is a good reminder. A shortcoming in Malta at the hands of Vitality. maybe just a break as well, right? We're talking about a team that is at every event, usually until the grand finals, and playing from the group stage, usually makes their job harder and longer by playing from the bottom of the bracket.
Yeah.
Then you finally, it's like, yes, sure, you lost in Malta, but that loss in Malta and not being a part of Bet Boom Dacha, that's the longest break I think FaZe have had throughout 2024.
Right.
And that's something that their individuals were calling for, right? Kerrigan saying, I've never been this exhausted. And that was after Copenhagen, before Pro League, before Chengdu.
Yeah. It's a lot of finals.
It's a refreshed FaZe Clan. Could be a very daunting opponent for everybody else in Dallas. And right now, at the very least, versus the NA Home Hero Invite, they're doing quick work. Rek, nice kill on Kerrigan, but it costs him 90 health. Frozen's bomb plant should be uncontested. Sprays a little off the mark.
We see, obviously, that rain plays a big part in this. Look at this lurk. It's actually insane. It's going to come in so late. But because Rek at least got one off, this helps make up time. I'm looking for this timing right now to see if he can catch one early or if he's actually just going to miss Donut entirely. Bomb sort of planted for him. M80 don't know what's going on right now. Can they get the kills fast enough?
Gets away from Brokey. Frozen still in a great spot. Rain on a huge flank, but he's smoked off. Robs takes 2 off the bomb. Rex solo. Just get him off the defuse. Oh, he misses. But
he doesn't have time.
No kit. And no kit makes a world of difference. I'm shocked they go for that retake with no kit.
Did no one have one at any point in the round? Wow.
Rek, no kit. Malbs, no kit.
In reality, there may be 3 or 4 seconds off that. Obviously, if I have a kit, no problem. The retake actually works out pretty damn well, considering. But yeah, that's a misplaced to not have a kit.
Rek's got one this round. As M80 will try to close with 4 rounds, best case. Missed shot from Slacks.
Look good to me.
And we got 3 players from FaZe starting to sniff out this B site already. We've got Sin sat on the back lane with just the FAMAS and no teammates around him. And they're going to walk all the way in here, boiling over. The confidence of FaZe Clan finds the open site. Oh, Sin, missed chance, picks up the slack with the second attempt. Stops the bomb plant temporarily. Frozen to punch in the digits. Brokey not flash, but a missed shot opens the door for a very quick rotate and retake. M80 already starting to press up along long. Kerrigan, a Molotov in between the two of them. Frag a little bit deep. Oh, and as he continues to tap, Swisher just steps right into that stream of bullets. Robs isn't able to attack them from behind, and so Frozen and Kerrigan have to hang on with what's left. A snapshot from Rek, and this time with kit, it is an M80 round win.
Man, it's nice to see rounds like that. That was actually a very impressive retake. There is a massive timing on Banana that FaZe keep exploiting, though. I think Kerrigan tapped into that early. He's been walking up, getting posted, waiting for his team to get into this. And they come in low telegraph, very few grenades, and establish quickly. And again, it's a very tough retake. They actually have to pull off to get any sort of half going, and they manage it. Nice one from Rek.
Better late than never. One more round to play out for this defense. And I thought that, fast tempo from FaZe getting into sight was what was going to cost M80. I think that they started to get a little scrambled there with the Rops failed flank, and from that scramble onwards. Is this a new hand tat?
He's got a couple things going on. I like what he's done on the right arm there.
Norwegian Viking symbols, no doubt. Smoked out of elbow. Final round of the half. Gonna pop open red. No, not even. Malb's about to have his hands full. Good first one, but Gets away from him, and that's a rifle picked up. That's now 2 Khalil's AK-M4 phase. Ooh, I was going to say in a good fighting stance, but Swisher sends shots right back at Rops. Hangs on to man advantage, and that could very well corral phase back into the AWP. Sure enough, Slack's ready to go. Sin slides out from his position, and M80 at the tail end of regulation, the tail end of their CT side, seem to have picked up their 4th. Said it with the last round, say it again. Better late than never. But Brokey still has time to make this magic happen.
He does. We haven't had that magic so far from Brokey. A few shots have been missed here and there. But you know what Brokey pulls out in impossible moments. I want to say especially on Ancient, but honestly, it's just one of the best clutch players that we've ever seen.
Well, especially on Ancient, especially in Dallas. It was versus Ents on Ancient of 2023 that we had that phenomenal map where he was just diving through everything. So 12 months ago, this guy was an unchained beast, but 6 and 9 is where he'll end his T-side. It's M80 doing enough to keep things interesting at the turn of the tail. Never a good time when you step into the server and FaZe have decided to hit the ground running. Unfortunately for M80, tough stuff on the map they were looking forward to, because all of the reps that M80 have on Ancient, I mean, you'd think they'd bring something to the table, and hopefully it's the T side where maybe they can get some work done. On an individual level, though, FaZe just simply looked too hot. Rops quietly crawling up the scoreboard to a 13-6 half. And so, M80, what you got? Not much. Brokey instant with the Berettas. Rain is there to support him. And so 5v3, blink and you miss it. Can they recover? Slacks on the ramp trying to fight upwards. But there is still this X factor in Rec.
Yeah, they got all this noise, and this allows Rec to do something. Now, this also allows them to rotate around him and wait to catch flanks. He's so early that this duel means so much. He heard Rops take a step. Can Rex do it? Yeah, he does. He does do it. And now, again, they can rotate around him. So he advances his position, but not too far.
And they sprint, right? Kerrigan, he chases fast. Oh, so fast that he's got Slacks locked into the fight. And now Rec, who kicked this off, is also going to have to close it. Frozen on the angle. Oh! Rex got him. 3 kills in the pistol to give them a best chance yet.
Yeah, glad Rex got around here. We got a good display of both aim and positioning. And it was really all about this, you know, topsy-turvy banana back and forth with the dualies that Brokey had, the push and pull of aggression, and how much that caused the rotations to take place. And all the focus that was over there, Rec decided I can shove myself into window. And again, he played his advanced position perfectly as well. Caught the rotation, wasn't too far away, and let his teammates do the rest.
Slacks pressured by just USPs, but there is this quick lane hit, and if they're cautious about the A main flank, then all should be good. Pistols come through with another, but 2 frags all FaZe will find here. M80 closing that gap.
Why was Brokey jumping like that? All crazy.
Because he's a crazy guy.
He's a crazy, crazy guy, that Brokey.
He'll dye his hair black one day and then shave it all off the next.
You never know, dude.
You never know what you're going to get. Guns up for FaZe Clan. M80 with a chip on their shoulder. Oh, they dodged the Molotov. The CT Molotov didn't spread across the entire ramp, and that slight gap, it let them in with full HP, but Kerrigan doesn't give a damn. Comes back in, 2 kills off the spray. Rops with the beautiful damage through smoke. And a Rec tasked with so much again, but there's 3 players up in cave. You'd think someone's holding this.
There's some world in which Rec catches one. Oh, so close. Yeah. But he really would have had to get 3 kills to get out of there. Only Jason saved them.
Sin chases the smoke trajectory. Rain's going to shut it down. 2 kills to his name. B-site seemingly closed as the rifles come out for FaZe.
So yeah, I know like Rops isn't super happy about the state of the game. Somebody who figured everything out early, even though the game's been improved, he's also been acutely aware of every detail that's still, you know, missing about it. Like he still goes back to 1.6 to play movement. He's not convinced that, I mean, well, B-hopping is just dead essentially. And I think that's taken a toll on a very infamous movement player. So, but he's still got the skill, obviously. I think it's just a matter of motivation, and FaZe are in a good place to use his abilities if he wants to take it up a notch.
Oh, not this time, Kerrigan. Slacks gets the better of him. Deep grenade from middle does a world of damage on M80, and Brokey keeps his ear pressed against the wall. Here's that shuffling of the feet. Rain thinking about a chase, but as he spams shots back through, a couple bullets, Slacks and Mobs could both be dead. I think there's a bit of a...
Yeah.
There's an opening here, Mo, on the B site. That's last round, a Molotov that doesn't cover all of ramp, and this round, a Molotov that exploded in the sky. So M80's approach has been made a little easier because FaZe are missing nades.
Yeah, right. That being said, they've been dinked, so they've still got a tough round no matter where they go. Nice one from Frozen.
Brokey collects the next one, and it all falls on Sin, who will be swept away by Rops, continuing to top the charts here for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, this one was, I mean, after taking that much damage, there's not much you can do. You are walking back and forth between kills. They are finding duels, but not hitting that instant headshot. FaZe are on point right now. This is really good support for Frozen. As he peeked into mid, there was someone right behind him. they did lots of damage to them coming into the B site with Kerrigan. He called probably 2 players extremely low. Oh, that's another Molly missed. But I mean, you know, whether it lands or doesn't, it doesn't do much, you know, that little tiny thing.
Sure. Yeah, well, they're lucky it's just against Glocks.
Like a campfire.
Yeah, campfires start forest fires, though, so...
Ooh.
And forest fires...
What about jungles? Okay.
Ooh. Should be a little farm fest for Rops.
A tickle fight.
A couple more come at him. Brokey's coming through, wants the rating, and Frozen will collect 2 freebies top middle as well. So M80, your T side is running out of time just by the nature of FaZe's success in the first half. This one, unfortunately, not turning out the way the North Americans hoped.
Yeah. The upset juice was used for the day, you know. I'm sure they watched that 9Z game and thought, well, damn. You already took the big upset of the day. No one's even going to get excited for us if it happens. I wonder in general how people feel about it, though. The fact that Mouse lost their game. I think no matter what, it would still be bigger news if FaZe lost their opening.
Well, I think Mouse have been doing a good job of coming into events and not letting that happen, though, right? We're talking about a team that started the second half of the major 3-0. Kind of people had expectations that they would drop the ball there, but they haven't been doing that.
No, it's
until
true.
now.
I guess it's until now. I guess it's just this literally just because how famous FaZe are. They're just always going to be the most talked about team, results aside. But
yeah, but Stewie's in Dallas, so who's famous now?
Yeah, that's right. No one's gonna have more fans than G Stew.
Guns back up for M80. That's a weird smoke. There's a huge gap, and you might not know about it coming around the side here. Malbs, yeah, player ready for him. Didn't anticipate Rain in the deep corner. Swisher's gonna try to get it going on the ramp. Into the site he'll go, good control, catching Kerrigan. But knowing Brokey's gotten off into the cave, they can go for the bomb plant. It's just a bit of a gamble off the wall bang. Planted safe and to no issue. Still, they're close. Uncomfortably close to this retake already. Sin's gone down. Swisher's stuck between 2 retakes, and this one is FaZe's 12th. No sweat whatsoever.
Now, they have missed a lot of Molotovs and smokes in this game. Incendiaries and Molotovs. Incendiaries and smokes, excuse me. Was that one missed? Because sometimes you get a perspective bias if you can miss a smoke like that. It looks like, you know, the T's coming out of elbow. They can't see anything, but they wouldn't be aware that there's a huge gap on the right side.
Yep.
That's normally where the CTs are getting down to. So maybe if that was on purpose, that's a cool approach on mid. But it is kind of a gimmick. It's a good thing to use, though. No one's seen it in the half.
Ooh, Sin pelted by the frag grenade. The mollies might not be on point, but the frags themselves have been excellent from FaZe on B lane. Ooh, Sin, okay.
What?
That's one way to get the job done. Sees him on the jump, lines it up, knocks him down, and 5v4 queued up for M80 here. Still trailing by 6. It's a long road to OT, and there have been so many convincing moments from FaZe so far, but this one could extend play. Malbs. Ooh, looks the wrong way. Had to go for the clear on Brokey, but then Frozen and Brokey, a kill-a-pop. And they come back comfortably, 4v3, stacking up that B site because Rops is going through A main and seeing it clear for the taking. FaZe have been playing pretty fluid. And if M80 thought that Ancient was going to be the key to the upset, well, quick reality check. Rek brings it back. It's found out as he tries to press through smoke, and Slacks' 13 health has to clutch out the 1v2. Kerrigan gonna toy with the peak, buy time for Rops to arrive. More damage on Slacks, and down he goes. 13-6. FaZe not wasting time in their opening Dallas game.
I mean, I love the word you use, which is fluid. I think that describes, why the better teams have won today. Whether it was 9Z FaZe, why Vitality got close to losing. They sort of lacked that, I think, first and foremost. So they played together. Communication looked extremely sharp. The individuals are there. Rops was great for the first half. They definitely made M80 look a little weak in that second half, where it was, one kill into a mid lurk into a very standard rotation, but they didn't really make that much more complicated. And FaZe, I think, almost sort of automatically rotated as soon as they got one kill. They knew exactly what was coming. So it didn't go down the way I think M80 had hoped, I think, to start the day, especially getting Ancient. But there were some moments. Rex clutch in there was really good.
It felt like, some of the shortcomings of FaZe were maybe in the utility usage. We tried to put a spotlight on those Molotovs that were missing outside of the B site, but on an individual level, Crosshairs on point, and Rops, I think, just doing a really good job of controlling every extremity. How many times did he either attack the back lane of a B site retake or himself hold it off as a CT? And I felt like, wherever Rops was, you had portions of this map that were closed from start to finish.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And we saw it quietly climbing the board because he was so far out there and stopping anybody from moving. So made the map feel very small from the jump. M80 couldn't get it going. And we didn't get like a superstar Mobs performance, unfortunately. We had like a couple of small highlights in here. There was no insane carry, and it wasn't sort of the same level of game that they had versus G2, of course. But now we can see why FaZe were comfortable playing against this map that they love.
Yeah, I mean, the Mobs superstardom that did kind of show its face back at Pro League had, I think, everybody's hopes high. It was the most I've seen people talk about Mobs coming off of that season of Pro League, and it felt like, at this point, now the sky's the limit for him. So not able to tap into that at the start of Dallas is obviously going to leave a lot to be desired, but I don't think that means that we're going to see him disappear this event, and if anything, I would hope he comes back even better from it. But they knew, right? Even in their pregame interview, Swisher addressing it, coming in as the second lowest seed, having to play FaZe in their opening game is always going to be a tough go. And unfortunately for M80, the hometown heroes, those who were invited to the event, not able to capitalize in their first game. So FaZe, though, I got to say, promising, right? Because we had a little conversation in there about Rob's sort of falling out of the conversation around FaZe, and it's nice to see that in this best of one, at the very least, he's got his name right back up in the lights.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it is a question as to like what exactly has gone wrong, because they're still averaging second place at events that they attend. Right. So what the scary part is for FaZe and the scary part is for Mouse is that if a couple things go even better for FaZe, where they definitely could, Rops getting back to that form, who knows what happens? Because when Rops was on form, that's when it wasn't second places. That's when it was three firsts in a row.
Yep. Yes, sir. I think also nice to see Rain kind of hit the ground running in Dallas too, because Rain, hot start on Ancient. We know that when playoffs comes around, it's high hopes for him, but nobody could hold back Rops. And that's why when we take a look at our Aim High MVP for this third best of one of day one on the B stream, it is the 18-8 performance of Rops. Robin Cool. Not over 100 ADR, but we'll let it slide because the impact is all over the place.
Yeah, not that golden 100, unfortunately, for IEM number 100. But the spray was good. The positioning was solid. And as you said, he was as powerful on the lurks as he was on the extremities and making sure that people could not move. And I think that did limit the rotations around the map for M80 and also made them look very simple, which is, I think, something that, looking back, it was like, oh no, M80 could have done a little bit more, but Rops was basically impossible to get through.
Yeah, and I think, again, if Mobs was able to bring something to the table in middle, specifically on the CT side, then maybe things could have been turned around. I think that was one of the key instances of their upset versus G2 and how heavy-handed that G2 upset was as well. It was very much all about Mobs, all about the middle of the map, and that's not really a talking point we ever had to address throughout this one because Mobs, unfortunately, for M80, looked very human in the opening of this game. But that's it for M80 for today. We are going to pass this one on to the fourth best of one in just a bit. VP and Heroic to take to the server in about 10 minutes time. We'll catch you guys soon enough.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's now. Get right down. And Fallen finishes the job.
Party won't stop.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Did you guys get a chance to look at Vertigo? You ready for it? How many times do you think it's going to be played? What's the over-under?
Probably it's going to be way lower amount than originally it would have been. Me personally, I just looked at it like for 10 minutes. I just ran around because it was like literally a couple of hours before I was actually leaving to the airport. So not really much time to do anything.
Does it look cool? Are you excited for it? Is it like this is going to be cool when I get some time on it?
It looks different for sure. Kind of reminds me in a way, like the old. I just got flashback from like the very first Vertigo. You could, just jump down to the T-spawn. Yeah, I mean, it just looks different. I think like a fresh feeling to the map is. I'm not gonna say it's something we needed because a lot of people still hate Vertigo, but I think it's better than nothing. We have at least something fresh.
Cool. All right, cool. I'll let you get out of here. Go rest up, enjoy yourself. I was just talking to Frozen about Vertigo. I want to just talk to you. I don't want to talk about anything specific, but like. Have you worked out a way in your head to like play this map? Because there's some changes now. So the approach to the A-bomb site is going to be vastly different. Have you come up with some ideas at all? Have you been able to ideate some kind of new tactics, new philosophy?
Didn't really have much time. I think, first of all, we had practice today, so we can kind of just test the waters. I think the good part about the map is going to be more chaotic, especially doing this event. So that fits me perfectly, especially when I'm entering on T-side on Vertigo. So I think it's a good change, but let's see how it goes, because I feel like there's a lot of opportunity now, so different splits, and I actually feel the Orba has even more impact on the map now with the new catwalk and new connector can hold some different angles than the ones you always knew. So yeah, haven't really had much thought, but also I think CTs have better spawn now to kind of take ramp. So I think the deeper control is going to be very interesting to see. I think people don't want to play passive on A to begin with because there's too many options for the T's to split.
Yeah, you give up too much space. You guys have had a really interesting experience with Vertigo so far, from like a little secret trap pick at the major, and now all of a sudden it's changed immediately. That's all I got.
Yeah, can't say much, like, I mean, we made 7 map pool for the major, and obviously some maps are better than others. We are working on constant, especially Dust 2 came in, having a 7 map pool didn't hurt us in that way. So we can keep on improving and testing, but I think still we had issues with Vitality on the map. That's the only one we lost to, but I think we look pretty solid on the map, so it just depends on the enemies if you want to play it or not.
a familiar face to Heroic, but he's back for maybe one last fight. We don't know at this point, Nikodos. Let's just look at this, right? You get out moved from the team. They're looking at the style of AWP, right? And they said they wanted a different style of AWPer. Now you come back in, you're filling in for Dexter. So how do you play into this? How does this work? Do you try and style like him? Do you just do what you do best?
I think I'm just going to focus on playing my own game, you know. Okay. I saw some interesting comments online, like it's being on a family trip with your ex-girlfriend's family, you know. I mean, it is what it is. I'm happy to be here with the boys, you know. I still love all of them, and it's going to be a great tournament.
And how much notice did you get? Were you on holiday, you know? Were you chilling?
I actually knew all the way back in Pro League that when I got the notice that I'm benched, and I already knew there's a chance I'm going to play Dallas. So
that's not too bad at all then. So you're warmed up and ready. We don't have to worry about your individual level.
I mean, I've been testing out a few other games maybe here and there, but I still have a couple of hours in CS, you know, so I'll do my best.
Now, one thing I want to look at is your expectations for the whole team here and just maybe what you're thinking for yourself, because this obviously has some potential where this can be a bit of an audition for you, right, in terms of showing yourself to other teams.
I mean, I definitely see this as an opportunity to show that I'm not done at this level of game of Counter-Strike, you know. I want to be the best. I want to play on the best teams in the world, you know, so I have to show it. And as far as expectations go, I just want us to be happy as a team with how far we can go. You know, I think we talked a little bit about it, but there's not really much to expect, right? We haven't practiced together for like close to 3 weeks, so we just have to do our best.
And one thing I'll notice, Nikodos, is, okay, they might not be happy with the style or whatever way they said it of the AWPing for you, but also when you have had times where you see the rifle, you're damn sharp as well. So we're going to play that into effect, just going to play the way you want to do it?
I mean, most of the time I'm probably going to pull out the rifle, but maybe I'll do a little surprise AWP here and there. I kind of have to at this level, right? Can't just let people run around and no AWP, so I'll probably pull it out a little bit.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. Nikodos is back in action. Let's see how it goes when he gets in the server.
Nikodos to be swinging with the rifle with the AWP, whatever he damn well pleases. It seems to me like he's got big shoes to fill, though. Obviously, one event without him and Dexter instead. Heroic looked good. Not the results that they wanted back at Bet Boom Dacha, but what you couldn't deny in those shortcomings in Belgrade was that Dexter's presence was felt throughout the server, each and every map. And so, you know, Nikodos kind of, like he said, going on vacation with your ex-girlfriend's family.
Yeah, that's funny. I mean, I don't really understand if he was just tongue-in-cheek at the end there about not opping a lot. Like, he is the opper now, right? So he should be opping more. But he said he was going to rifle a lot and op sometimes. Like, the weird part that I don't get if that's a joke is that before they released him, Nertz was actually opping sometimes as well.
Yeah.
So it's like not a joke that he opt.
Yeah,
that's the part that doesn't make sense. What's funny about that? He should be opping more.
Yeah, he should be. I agree with you entirely, which is why I don't think it made sense to begin with, which is why I think he was removed and why I don't really have high expectations for his return to the team because, you know, to be honest, like what they needed was a purely dedicated AWP player. They got it in Dexter. It worked. It freed up Nertz to rifle again. And you'd think that, you know, he says, I just want to show up and play my own game, but I would say do your damnedest to be more like Dexter, play that AWP more often, free up Nertz, and get yourself maybe deeper into this tournament than before.
Yeah, it just seems it's so strange based on what they clearly needed, why they released him, and then to hear this interview and be like, well, so like, you're not going to try to op 100% of this match right now? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
One last dance to fix all the problems. Yeah, I think they need to do that. And he has an advantage. I mean, this is a stand-in, but literally Dexter is more of a stand-in to this lineup than he is. He's played way more time than Dexter has, and it's not even been that long. So it's like he knows exactly what Heroic can do. I think there's actually some expectation here that Heroic do decently well.
Well, let's hope he can contribute to it if it happens. Meanwhile, they're going to be going up against Virtus Pro, a team that, let's just be real, man, everybody had higher expectations for what we've been getting from this formula.
Yeah, Virtus Pro are, it's kind of, the scary part for me, it's a little bit nebulous, but I would say like some of the rounds that they play, it doesn't feel like them anymore. It feels like more of a standard team. And I can understand why that would happen when you have someone like Electronic, who's going to be a voice as well as like a physical presence in rounds that, you know, I'm sure he's here to be obedient to James' system, but he's going to bring some ideas that are totally different from the standard way of playing Counter-Strike. in their region, and I think that has affected the way the shape of rounds look, and I think it's actually chipped away a little bit at the identity of Virtus Pro right now. Not to say he's played badly, though, but I do feel like Virtus Pro look a little bit more vanilla, which is kind of scary.
Right. You know, I'll say it. I'll say I think Electronic has been playing poorly. I think that his individual level has not been nearly enough. And that so far with this VP lineup, I think he's averaging less than a 1.0 rating. That's kind of unheard of, I feel like,
it
for
was
Electronic.
like one good match, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like the hope was there, and then it's just been pretty consistently off the beat. Like I think, like, you know, he's even being outperformed by Norbert, who we know has been one of the players that's taken a huge hit since Electronic's inclusion. So not only do you have a player who for like 3 months of time was the highest rated player on VP, Norbert, the most improved player we saw when he returned to this team. But now you've got Norbert in an awkward spot where things aren't seemingly working. James calling is a little bit weird because of this identity crisis between a secondary calling style of Electronic, and it's not even like Electronic's dropping 25 kills a map to make up for the shortcomings elsewhere. So it's just weird, man. It's a little, you know, it's like when they change your favorite, it's like when they change the formula of your favorite food or drink. You know, it's like, it just... You still love it, and you want to keep supporting it, but it's just not the same.
This one's a bit too aspartame-y.
You know, it's just not that James. It's like some people love him or hate him. You know, James' style, at the very least, you knew what you were going to get, and it worked, right? We had some deep runs at the start of the year. You know, very successful event to kick it off with the blast groups, and now suddenly... You called for an upgrade. What felt like an upgrade on paper has turned into, unfortunately, a weird transition period. But let's hope, for Virtus Pro's sake, that this is like when Javi joined Heroic, and that with just a bit more time, it could still elevate this squad to an all-new height.
Agreed. So, with all that being said, like, what's your prediction then?
My prediction in this one is that Virtus Pro start to piece something together here and can squeak out a victory over Heroic. I think that the rotating
so you really
door...
don't have... Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think the rotating door of Nikidaz is going to hold this team back. I wish that we got a second showing out of Degster, because I like that Heroic more.
Look how close he is to the monitor, though, over there.
Well...
Did you see that?
I did, but you notice how he also turned it away from his teammates?
Yes, that's what
Tessus
that body
language, you know? Give him the cold shoulder.
Not as close as Yakinder, but some say
true.
Yakinder is too close.
Meanwhile, we've got Norbert and Electronic sitting on the far end of the camp for VP, two players that I would love to see more from on an individual level, because even if I have VP to win this one, I don't think it's going to be the cleanest of matches, and maybe not the most convincing. But I still just believe in James. And I believe in the headshot capabilities of Fame and Flit. And I think across the board, VP, they're the better team.
They should be. They should be. Yeah. Actually, I have questions about James, too. MVP of Rio, the best player over the longest period of time consistently for Virtus Pro. No matter who pops in and is good sometimes and is good for a few months, James in the end will always be the best player on the team. And the most important player on the team, the heart and soul, and the best fragger on the team overall. But not on this version. This version, it's been a little sketchy so far.
Yep, and I would say off their last event, mechanically, some of the worst we've seen of James ever. Some incredibly lackluster op shots at times. So it's not just calling, maybe just individual level 2. Flash in the middle of the smoke. Fame from green. Gets a 1. He's got James to tether off of. Nice recovery here from Tessus and Nikidaz. And as the smoke fades inside of the site, we've got all of Heroic stuck up inside of the bomb site. They're going to go take a glance, down through Temple as Nerds pops off with the P250.
This is one where they can actually join up with Nerds getting this kill and just go clear backside together. But they have to worry about Donut too, actually. They don't know where one of two players are. They want info before they plant.
In terms of
actually a hard...
Go on.
This is actually a very difficult plant. So Bomb's going to walk in. They've got to be worried about these two angles in CT as well as Donut, and they don't know where the second player is. Oh, there's the kill, though.
Nice.
Oh, wow. He does it all by himself.
All he's got to do, Nertz, 3 kills with the P250, shutting it down in the 3v3, looking more like a 1v3 as far as Nertz is concerned. And making that bomb plant and close look easy. Wow, that was a fully blind inside of the smoke Glock spam headshot, huh?
Wow, crazy.
You hate to see it, you love to see it, depends on what side of the coin you're on tonight.
Yeah.
Now, this is the one team with the new economy changes I want to keep my closest eye on, right? If somebody's going to be crunching numbers better than anybody else, it should be James. Notorious with the moolah. And for now, they go no buy. A Zeus for Flit, that's it.
I mean, it's an incredibly personal question, but I'd really like to know how much money James has in real life.
Well, I mean, if James gonna mirror Simple's content, maybe he should do it for Stiko too.
Yeah, true. That'd be a great video.
Oh, the Zeus worked. 200 bucks well invested. Everybody else gets swept away, but it's 1 kill for the VP USP round.
There's some questions right now about what's Kixan's upward potential as an IGL when he can start well and he can sort of surprise, but can he grow, right? Can he grow? Like we saw the Paris Major run, but I mean, in 2023, it was pretty much just the Paris Major run. Then we see him go on to Heroic, and of all the crazy things that happened back then with Falcons taking the best players from Vitality and ENCE, he survives with Heroic, and it seems like an amazing move, and they actually do so well. They basically go undefeated up until the elimination stage of the Major, then just disappear, and then from then just disappear. And so if they didn't do that, then it would sort of be like, okay, who's this prodigy and how much better can he get and how many players can he throw at him to just figure things out very fast. But now it's sort of a question of, is he a one-pump chump? But not really. I just mean, is he a honeymoon hero? You know, is he somebody who is very good with simple calls, organizing things on a basic level, but once his team starts to get a bit red, then he falls apart a little bit or needs to learn more about how to get better?
Electronic is inside of the elbow smoke. Over him. There's no way.
I had no idea because he was in the smoke.
Oh, no, he understands. Something's up. Yeah, he snagged his feet. Electronic just trying to stare down at his, but he's not going to get away with that. I mean, ambitious, to say the least. Unreal. You thought you were going to get away with that? Norbert tries to get the spam on the planter. Not going to happen here. 5v4 for Heroic in the post plant. But Cave is just so occupied. And Nertz, you're not going to clear it. That'll be his demise. He thought about it, but he didn't go deep enough on the clear. So the retake starts to boil. Kixan actually catches him on the exit. Virtus.pro are going to call it quits here. And that's James dead. Norbert luckily able to grab an M4. Fame's life not guaranteed. Norbert gets swept away, and so you go for the save call, but not everybody's safe at the moment, and Heroic will take the 3rd round regardless.
Yeah, it's a loop-de-loop. A round through Donut into mid, back, and they'll try to fight, and they'll successfully fight, it looks like. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, okay, no bullets in. Nikadas goes down, and Heroic with the 3-0 start. So this was the most awkward part of the round, but that was just about it. The other thing about Kixan that's interesting is that he's also a very good player. He's a very, very good player. I'm pretty convinced that he could fill as a rifler and not have to call and just fill as a rifler on another team or something if you wanted to. So that also helps out in terms of like, you know, you keep rounds simple, you're really good with honeymoons or whatever. He doesn't require getting carried. He's somebody who actually has really big matches himself.
I do think that some of the shuffling pieces around him, though, has kind of brought that down a bit. His last 3 months, he's sitting at a sub 0.9. Just because, like, the transition phase, you know, the identity crisis. He was looking better with the hard dedicated op. right? We saw it with Dexter.
Right.
I feel like that's what he's used to having, and that was started kind of taking it off again. And that's when we double back to your questions about, like, you know, what can he work with? What can't he work with? What are the depths of his IGLing?
Yeah. My only problem with that, and actually, hold on, let's see what happens this round. But I would like to talk about that more. Here's Jame with a kill. They have donut control. They have a 5v4. They have a late flank. This elbow opportunity here for the CT side and T side is interesting. Oh, that's a big one.
And it is missed. There's so much desperate moves going on. Look at this MP9 push from Electronic behind Shush. And, like, you still can't tell who's going to come out on top because the health is so low on the other two. That was chaos. And Flit, now he's sticking this bomb? No way.
He's going to do
5
it.
seconds. All the way down. What are these rounds?
They didn't even go to donuts.
What?
They were too late to stop that.
Can I take a pause for them?
Yeah, wow. What? I don't think I've ever seen Virtus.pro stick a bomb while people are still alive.
I don't know if they knew it was an option. Maybe Electronic let them know. No.
Come new.
Oh. Okay, hold on. We're getting a little wild out of the gates here.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous round. Oh. What?
Oh, he beats him with an MP9.
Wow.
Norbert's first kill of the map. Nikodos forces him back with the Molotov, tries to give chase ever so slightly. Doesn't want to run the risk of dying out, as the positioning here for Heroics is solid.
Yeah, that's good pressure. Actually, for Heroic outside of B, and Nerds with damage. That damage, if that was a kill, whole different round. And you see what happens when you get any kind of mid-interaction, then you can split to the other side of the map, especially knowing where the Opera is. So this will cause that pendulum rotation. Bomb is staying put for a second. And if this gets too scraggly, it's going to limit the rotation back. There's a chance that Electronic changes the makeup of this round and has no idea that Tessus is right beside him. Like, there's no way that Nikodos closes this, right?
No chance. Electronic gets back.
Also didn't make noise back there. Why is this so awkward?
Chain missed shot.
Oh my God.
Huge swing from Shush. Norbert now behind them.
Going B.
Electronic's going to be caught off by this, surely, but Norbert eventually is going to start calling, like, there's no sound over here. So, yeah, Electronic becomes wary of it. They start to run in. He swings wide. They don't expect him. The hunters become the hunted, and Nikodos just has to put bomb down. Electronic chases him out. Nikodos gun in hand. Great job from Electronic to just guarantee that he stays alive by diving into cave, posts up, pre-sprays, and Nikodos walks into it. That's a big round. 4 frags for Electronic.
They did too much there, right? They should have just sent that bomb back when they had Donut and they saw the op on A. They could have smoked Jame out of the rotation. I don't know, maybe they didn't have nades, that's why. But I feel like there was a clear moment right there where they didn't need to lurk through A, get a kill, and split to the B site. They could have actually just went all the way through, taken the A site, been there ahead of the op, confirmed, and not worried about anything weird happening. But instead, Electronic gets this, which is a perfect timing for him. Absolutely, but it's also 15 seconds on the clock, and that's why they're running and jumping.
We're getting weird, and it's only 5 rounds in. Tessus burning, down to 11. Bottom mid control for Electronic, looking to be a key piece of another round, but Tessus into the cave. Met by an incendiary. And Electronic uses that as his chance to pull back.
James to the plate. Tessus looking like he's going to go flying by this, but that's in a second. Again, waiting for that bomb.
Flick to forward, move it, and yeah. No headshot needed, still nails it. Electronic here to support. Very confident tethering going on from VP inside of the caves. Kixan hoping that they maybe push out beyond. But no need just yet with smoke still up and Flit hanging on to another.
VP starting to get out towards the A site. They're worried about that long rotation back the other way, so this is a misread on the map. The attack will come into the B site. Lot to do with Norbert here. He's low on HP. He's talking.
He's got the support coming over. He almost kills Shush, and Flit can just stay comfortably tucked inside of the cave. Nade would have exposed the bomb planter, but James got the follow-up frag instead. So tied game early on. James with 2, Flit with 2, and Electronic so mobile that round.
Yeah, these are some good rounds overall from VP, and starts with Electronic getting his timing and his 4K. Really good reclaim here inside of Cave with the smoke to go down. They had good info the whole round. And they made the final destination of Heroic quite public.
Now stuck on pistols, we'll see Flit feel like he can go a little more aggressive off of the flash of Norbert. Throughout the struggles of VP as of late, Flit has been the most consistent rifler on the team.
How's that smoke on side B? See if Tess's is standing in it or not.
Yeah, completely blind.
Yeah, it's good, yeah. Imagine they change CT smokes.
Don't give them ideas. 2 players on the angle there as they come out elbow. Flit and James both missing a chance at a freebie, but they're confident enough to come back, and look at that. It's an easy shutdown. All 5 kills in an instant. VP in the lead.
Yeah, they don't really have access to mid unless they have B control, and they just tried to test it a little bit just to scare VP to see if they were playing low. But Saw's going to get in the mix now, see if they can come up with an interesting idea. And I think Nikadaz does show that he is a strong player that can rifle, which is actually it is a real bonus. But very few people have the X factor that Dagster does, and I think at the end of the day, some rounds he's winning because it's him and not because it's the team, and that's a very hard sort of position to satisfy, no matter who you are. And he competes with the best of them, right? Whoever the best oppers are, he can always stand out.
I thought for sure that with his, absence in competitive play for as long as he was out, a year on the sidelines, that he would have some ring rust when he came back to it, but his presence definitely felt out of the gate with Heroic. So maybe he did the right call, waited for a great chance in a team that's shown promise so far this year. Recent struggles, perhaps he's the solution, but Electronic, those struggles seem to have come to an end. This is a 9-3 kickoff on his behalf. He has been on every part of the map at the moment, so, I mean, moving him all over the place, and he's getting impact no matter where he stands. Another rifle round that he kicks off to the 5v4. Nikadaz, again, don't know if we've seen him swing with the op yet. What could have been a joke is really just a reality. No op presence from Heroic.
Yeah, that was the weird part, right? It didn't sound like a joke, did it? And It's like, why would that be the way to do this?
That's why you got cut.
Yeah.
They want a dedicated op.
You see what I mean? Like, isn't that so confusing?
Yeah.
How could that not be clear?
Yes. We need a new dedicated op. You don't become it, you get cut, you get replaced, you get a chance to come back, and like, what other lesson can you learn from being cut? Like, that's, I don't know. Electronic's gonna hear the rotation into the A site. Again, he's been impactful, so let's see what the mechanics can provide. Commits to the spray.
Jesus.
2.5 frags for Electronic, pinned against the wall, no problem. He is off to the races now, 11 frags deep.
Yeah, so the one game that he had played well at BetBoom was the last one, and it was the series they lost. He was the top of the board for First Pro. And again, it was versus Falcons. where they did go on a win streak. That was how Falcons got on a win streak. 2-match win streak for Falcons at Bet Boom. But my main concern, actually, is another fast round. Popping out through elbow. No kill here for Electronic this time. Couple players beaten down. Running around red here. And the Tech-9s have got control of B slightly.
Flip more concerned about the mid jump up, but nice reaction regardless. It's definitely a round that Heroic could come through and steal with what's left to do, but waiting out that smoke for the time being. They've got one smoke of their own on Shush. See if they decide to cut off one of the two CTs here in position. Norbert, dangerous angle. Smoke goes in the middle of the site, so they just try to create a pocket for themselves, but instead Norbert just lands the shot on Shush without even seeing him. And with the bomb plant, nice. Norbert, perfect three-piece from Norbert. Everything has his name stamped across it. That smoke didn't get him off his mark whatsoever.
Yeah, that was pure damage right there. Pure damage. So another good round here for VP on the CT side. Got some impetus now. Yeah. But my only concern was the Kixan Dagster combo at Bet Boom was just that it's two guys who seem to be really good on honeymoons, and then we don't see Dagster right after. And so I just want to see more games because I didn't have I knew Dagster was going to have a hot start at Bet Boom, and I was still impressed when he did play that well after such a long break. But the question for him is really not about honeymoons or stand-ins or anything like that. It's about longevity. So I was just really hoping we'd get like another tournament where they get to grow, and he's more of a known quantity for the teams that they're playing against, and we get to see what happens from there on out.
Looking faster. Shush. Charging up. Oh, shut down. Flit and Norbert combined for the triple kill. Everybody gets shredded. And if Heroic thought that stream of flashbangs was going to be the solution, quick reality check. Sit down.
Oh. VP looking slick. Look how many... There's 3 CTs on the exact same position. Roaming around. They're just floating, playing these off angles as the T's go searching. It's like there's communicating and picking perfect angles, and then there's this, which is literally the exact opposite, but just being so idiosyncratic that's impossible to find out where you might be playing from. Like no one's even talking to each other. You're just all watching everything.
Little flow state CS from the Virtus Pro. That bomb is under wraps. Flit was looking for the ace. Now that he's down, the rest of the pack will clean up what remains. Nertz, ooh, good effort to get out from Cave. It's still winnable. 2 HP on Nertz, a 1v3 as Fame took a step into his own death. Electronic has done so much, can he clutch? Nertz comes out, bomb sitting beneath Electronic, who's confident to stand on top of it and deliver. VP, their 7th.
Yeah, it's a close call because it's a very nice attempt from Nertz. He's scary in those moments, also on Ancient, but Electronic's too good today. Kicks off with Flit, and then it's just CT sitting on a bomb. It's super easy. So this very simplistic rush call with the chain flashes that come in is not good enough. They send Shush fully through that incendiary. It's not even smoked out. I guess hoping that because it's small, it's going to be less effective, but it still does enough.
Ouch.
Yeah.
A nade. And then
Another
also
one.
Nikados takes another.
Oh. This is a good Electronic.
It's a sight for sore eyes.
It is.
welcome scene. VP gunning for the 8th round on the CT side. Off of the back of a huge bit of impact here from Electronic and Flit. And like Flit's consistency over on B site specifically is one thing, but Electronic's been so mobile, and that's just bringing another layer of defense to every other part of the map. Everybody's been supported by Electronic at some point throughout this map so far.
Yeah, for sure.
And maybe that's what this hybrid Jame Electronic will end up looking like, right? Electronic just kind of being this supportive piece that's got everybody else propped up.
Yeah, I mean, he could be what he was for Simple on Na'Vi if he really moves a lot, and he just has to be very confident in his aim again. You know, he literally was a top 5 player multiple years. Like, he needs to get back to that level, and if he plays massive rotation spots where he's swinging everything, then, I mean, he has such high kill potential.
Oh, Jame, his chance to shine. 5-7's out. Nikadaz charging through the incendiary. Fame tucked back sight, catching wind of the last 2 players. They know exactly where they're at, and they'll sweep them away, gunning for another 9-3 half on the B stream.
Getting crushed now, so... Getting crushed now, and when we talk about the B stream games for today, there have been a fair few upsets. I feel like the teams that got upset, this is kind of on the lower end. Like, the Heroic are not really showing us that much besides their start.
We've got Fame isolated. If there's one piece that's really not been too tested as of yet.
Yeah, the rotation, these rounds are too simple. They're rotating in completely to A. The VP have not been scared to take any control, and there's no massive lurk on the other extremity, so they're just running into the maximum amount of resistance right now.
Miss flash. Heroic can't even get the flash out from main, so now they're just going to walk through the smoke blind. Electronic tucked against the wall, comes up. Oh, they mow them down again. Total stoppage of this Heroic T side from pistol and 3-0 start to nothing since. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a sight to behold. He's back. Electronic has taken over Ancient versus Heroic. He has not given them a damn chance. They won Pistol, they converted, and they never saw a piece of victory since. It was Electronic on every part of the map. It was Flit shutting down the B site basically every round. Cave was under total control, and now VP are a pistol and conversion away from an easy best-of-1 win.
It was a very, very good-looking map. Almost every round, interesting things happening for VP, as you said, and for Heroic, it was the opposite. Very vanilla, very standard, a lot of calls out of spawn, not much firepower, and so at least on CT side, they can just rely a little bit more on holding angles. Let's see if it's any different.
Shush. Oh, can't best him. Norbert with the jump over the crosshair into the dualies. Nert's to be tested here. He's got 3 players coming at him. Donut, wow. Nice clean kill first. That's Electronic down. Big scalp. Then, of course, support comes through. TessS looking to get himself into the exchange, but nobody to shoot at. Flit's just waiting for him. His bomb is planted behind box and a smoke. Oh, this could spell disaster here for Heroic. Flit's just waiting for them to emerge from it. He's got Fame alongside him. And it looks like Heroic feel the need to double back around through Temple. At the moment, they are working with no kit. They've got no util, and they are down by a player already. They have gotten out of Temple at least. Nert starts to run down A main. Nikados kicks it off, but it's these 2 players backside that are hanging on for dear life. They've got to do it all. It's time that's of the essence. It's a 10-second stick, and I don't know if he's got this.
Oh, it's so close, but no, he doesn't have it. Bomb's going to go off, and they just took too much time, man. They were rotated around through Temple, and they were just trying to go for all these regular fights. VP were in great spots, but nothing would have changed if they exited just a few seconds earlier and tried to go for those exact same duels. There was no more utility left. Everyone was on full alert, and they just couldn't get the kills. So, I mean, not an easy retake. They still nearly pull it off, but they needed the round.
Dire Straits ahead. The buy will come through. We've got Nikados on the M4, Nert's on the MP9. And VP, oof, take a pelting as they try to get up lane. That is Norbert dead to the nades. How does TessS kill him with a frag grenade? No assist. Oh, the first 2 grenades did enough damage to kill him with TessS, but not enough to activate the assist. That's why.
Good detective work.
I got it.
Now the question is, will this one rifle from Nikados do anything? They've got it in a decent spot here, considering B looks like it could happen. Oh, be careful versus that TessS 5-7.
Yeah, thing's got a little bite. Electronic trying to get cheesy in the smoke again, but nah, Kicksand's gonna keep him honest. He's trying to get away with some crazy smoke.
He's in some crazy spots, man. It's like, where in the world is Electronic? He's always in the funniest places, man. I'll put it this way. This is a very winnable situation for Heroic. Are they going to save? Wow, I actually thought they could still try.
Oh, they could. It's a choice, yeah. Mohan.
Yeah,
it's a lifestyle. God, imagine having to play a game of hide and seek versus Jame.
He just never, you don't find him, he just never comes out. The game just never ends.
We just never see Jame again.
Never just, oh, couldn't find me? You'll never find me ever again.
70 years later, he emerges.
See, it's like flirting versus harassment with TessS and Nikados because they're both turned the exact same way, but Nikados' end means he's facing away from everybody. TessS is more turned into everybody.
Did you get a dog?
I should probably close the balcony here.
Oh man, who leaves their dog on the balcony? Animals. I'm not talking about the dog. Ooh, I can see what's happening here. These Tech 9s are about to swarm, and if Shush, I mean, he's only got an ump. Smoke grenade could help, but that's assuming they're going to respect it. There is no support here for Shush. This round could be over real quick if VP just pummel him.
They're not pelting the smoke. They're not blowing it open. Oh, Shush. Awkward timing. Molly goes too far.
He dies with nothing. Nertz's nade goes deep. That'll kill Jame at the very least. See, the Molotov also flusters the defense, and now sure, they'll have Temple, but that site is under wraps, and Norbert hits a zinger. Electronics inside of the donut with the ump of Shush holding for Tesses as the double Tech 9 push into the A site may have just brought it all back, but we do get this slip up from the CT lane. That's Kixan getting dangerously close to the bomb site, shut down by Fame. There goes the kill inside of Temple, and so sure enough, with lesser weapons, VP back to winning ways.
That, for me, is an electronic call. The once in a while type of strat to throw in there. VP in the middle of a smoke early into the round, it's just not often that you see them try to do it, but they executed that very well. And again, there was no spam, there's no pressure to the smoke. You have to pressure the smoke, because if he got tags, then he could have thrown the molly in front of the smoke if he had any information at all. But of course, it was just Shush with an MP or UMP, so he doesn't have that many bullets to spare. He's not going to do that much damage through it. But it just means that this is the best play possible. Like, it was the exact right call, regardless of if there was a smoke down. There was not much Shush that could do.
And on top of that, he's then caught with nades, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. But that's, you get caught with nades because you don't have information. If he mollied behind the smoke, which is an unlucky timing, because if he had tagged any of them before they exec, then obviously it would have screwed everything up. So just a second off. But that's why it felt like an electronic call, because they got in there so quickly.
It ain't pretty. Heroic now limping into this one with MP9s on majority. Nerds down to the bottom of middle. We could genuinely be going this entire game. I don't think we've seen an op in Heroic's hands once. Literally, not once.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm positive he would get one on CT side, but like, they got to get money first. If he doesn't get one on CT side,
then I'll buy Dexter's visa. All right, VP going to scramble back to B. Whatever they felt on the other side of the map, they didn't like it. A deeper smoke inside of main, maybe. We've got two players up in cave. Man, the ramp player's looking for it, eh? Kixan can feel it. All that utility goes over him. He's going to get isolated. Flit wins the duel heads up versus Tesses. So blind, Tesses. Unfortunately, Kixan also same fate. At the very least, he'll bring one down with him. Nikodas can't get into the mix. Wasn't able to trade front lane. Wasn't able to trade in sight. And so, yes, they've maintained cave control, but the rotators are desperate to try and keep VP off this 12th. Electronic is in another smoke.
It works. Wow, it works.
Oh, they sweep it away. No retake whatsoever. VP's 12th round, easy.
Wow, he's trying to get some Stewie fans, man. He's been in every smoke this game. Same
that time looked way better, though. You know, considering we've also seen him staring at his feet. I prefer this play.
I mean, this is a pretty big statement here for VP. Again, Nikodas is not a real stand-in. He's played with this team fully since this roster's inception for a few months now, so it's not like the maximum amount of time. But it's not like they don't have a strat book together. So
just don't have the individual level to stop rate VP at the moment. I mean, Electronic and Flit putting on a clinic. Flit again, right there. Kill and a half. James gets into the action somewhat. And they will instead set sights immediately on that A bomb site. Nice. So this has just been a phenomenally called map so far from James as well. You know, I'm going to be so curious forever to get kind of the insights as to how much of it is Electronic, whether he's just kind of feeding James his handbook and letting James start to craft and hone this new style too.
I'm going to bet it's James out of spawn and Electronic in the mid round.
So it was a very rapid response to those kills inside a cave. The immediate A transition versus the pistols, and there has been nothing to write home about here for Heroic. A dismantlement on the B stream to close out the opening games. Virtus Pro 13-4 like it's nothing.
Not even much to see there. That was a very vanilla opening half from Heroic with very simple strategies that failed, a couple of rushes that got shut down. Nothing to show for it. They really look like they had a stand-in, and I don't know how else to put that. Like, I think they could have definitely worked the map a lot better. Individuals didn't shine through at all, so they got crushed, and I think it was definitely well-deserved. Not an easy VP to beat, though. They played perfect.
I mean, off the back of those two hard carries too, right? Electronic, Flit, my God, couldn't be stopped whatsoever. Electronic, I feel like just all over the place, right? How does he stay so mobile and just take up all these positions all the time, supporting his teammates, but also coming out with the most amount of frags?
I know. Some people do actually play better when they sing and dance. Some people, when they don't have a voice, they can't actually, they can't take control of the round. They don't know what's happening. They're less active, so it doesn't work for them. So it really depends on the person. But it certainly will. I think if it all works out in the end, we'll look back and go, well, of course it was going to work eventually. They're too smart. You know, these guys are just too smart and too good to be able to not figure out this relationship. But yeah, this is what I think VP were looking for when they made this pickup. So I think for Heroic, obviously, this is a tough tournament. There's a lot of teams here that are actually title contenders, and VP are a dark horse at the event. I think showing with this result that they can be pretty fierce in this group. Neither one is going to be free, but now I'm starting to wonder if VP can actually pull off a big upset. Since we've already had 9Z pull off the rank number 40 to rank number 1 upset. We had G Stu pull out a win versus Falcons. Obviously, a lot of that had to do with Monacy being at a 1.80. Yeah, I can't help but feel like we do have expectations for this lineup here on Heroic, and for that reason, it legitimizes the win a bit more for VP. Now, if you ask them, they'll go, well, yeah, this isn't the team we've been practicing with, and of course, the map's changed and stuff like that, but on a map like Ancient, you should be able to go back to what was comfortable, at least a little bit, but, you know, we didn't really see even that much from Shush as somebody who I've seen blossom really on this new lineup since they formed at the end of winter. When it comes to Virtus Pro, what can you say? They were not just a slow-playing team. They weren't just the team that looked a little bit lackluster at Bet Boom. They looked like they had dimension. They looked like they were talking to each other. And, of course, we're going to rein in the MVP of the map, which is Electronic. For his amazing performance, he was just everywhere.
Yeah, right. I think it's that presence literally all across the map that's got to go noted. Flit put up numbers too. An absolute boulder inside of that B site. Total domination in cave, both CT and T side. So, you know, shout out Flit as well. I think he was instrumental in keeping this game so one-sided. It was the two of them combined, but the fact Electronic just had moments across the entire map, all 3 lanes, had his name stamped across it. He had assists in the middle of all that. The utility he was throwing for Flit when he had arrived to the B site too. to just unarguably electronic kind of with the most impact throughout this best of one. So we wanted it, right, Mohan? We were sat here saying that it had to kind of come together, that maybe with a little time, electronic could find his groove, but it's the fact that it also came from individual level more than just slotting into a complicated James system. Today was, I think, an instance of both of those things. The call and the team play looked great, but so did his mechanics. And I think that's the kind of electronic that, as you put it at the start of the day, you said the off chance that VP wins Dallas.
The off chance, yeah. That would be the weird team that could potentially do it. Like, when are they going to get good? And I think, you know, there's been a lot of good on-paper moves in the last year and a half that have absolutely failed miserably. So you just don't want to speak too soon anymore, because these roster moves actually did look good. And some of them Electronic was involved in himself. But on this team, since it's not two teams joining together, it's not three players moving at once, it is just an upgrade from Mir, who was an awkward fit on VP that definitely wasn't working that well, to Electronic as one guy coming into the team. That seemed very manageable to be a clear upgrade, and should end up being one of the most successful moves that you could ask for, right? I mean, it was like Gabby going to Heroic, eventually definitely upgrading the team because he was so smart, and it worked out over a long period of time. I think it feels like it should be the same with Electronic, and I'm still hopeful that it will be, but only time will tell, because we've all got so much egg on our face believing in all these really cool roster moves that should have worked out.
It was the Cloud9 just formation that's kind of put that bit of hesitation in the back of everybody's minds now, right? Because if he couldn't pull it off with that camp, then now we have to sit here and kind of hold our breath again. But at least today was a good day. Unarguably, I would say, with Flip being propped up by Electronic. Numerically, Flip more kills across that map, but the impact of Electronic undeniable. And unfortunate, of course, that Heroic leaves us asking questions more than anything else, because even with their struggles and the identity problems and, you know, bringing in Degster, we had seen better things from this Heroic as well. But we've got an interview, of course, with our victors. Cue into this one. What do you got, James?
Virtus Pro have a very strong start here in Dallas, and I know it's a Heroic who bring Nikodos back in, so it is kind of a stand-in or bringing back a player, but this looked very comfortable for you guys. Did you expect it to be like this?
I mean, we practice a bit. It's kind of surprise for us, you know. We didn't practice that much since I joined the team, you know. So, I mean, we feel much better as a team now, you know, because now I understand much better what James wants to do. They understand what I want to do, you know. So yeah, I guess now it's just more confident to play with the guys, you know, and I guess we can do good, you know, in the future. So I'm pretty sure that we have bright future in our roster. Nice. So yeah, we need just some time, you know. We have to practice as much as we can, but still we lack of the time, you know.
So many events.
Yes. Like always, events after event, after event. Only 3 or 4 days for practice.
Not enough.
Yeah. So yeah, we are waiting for, you know, for doing good in this roster.
And I want to look at you individually doing good, because this game was good from you. But do you feel like it's been harder to come into this team than you expected? Because I personally thought, oh, Electronic going to VP, he's just going to come through, be him dominating again. But has it been slower than what you would have wanted?
I would say it's always hard to join a new team, you know, totally new team. I mean, their playstyle is kind of different with I played before. I mean, the playstyle. So now I understand much better, you know, as I said before, and I feel much better. And yeah, I just want to put my work, you know, and show myself.
So can I say this early enough? Electronic's back?
No, I guess it's early enough, you know. As I say always, you know, I'm not the guy who watching at the stats. I just want to bring the experience for the team, the firepower for the team, you know. Yeah, I just want to be needed in this team, you know, to be this guy who needed in this team.
Well, I think you are needed right now, and that's what's most important with it. But now we're going to go to a break. Then we come back. We're going into the next game.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's now. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job.
Party won't stop.
How's it going, man?
Going great. Happy to be in America for the first time.
First time?
Yeah.
What do you want to experience while you're here, if you have the time?
Yeah, as Martin said, maybe NBA match will be cool or whatever, any sports. But yeah, just having fun, go outside a bit of the hotel. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
How did you come to Monty, sort of? How did you end up standing in for them?
So yeah, I got approached by them to stand in. I didn't hesitate. I think it's really great opportunity for me to show myself and help the guys, because I've been playing with them a lot in FPL. These guys have been FPL grinders, and I am too. And yeah, we kind of made be friends because of that, you know. And yeah, I think it helped me get picked up for the stand-in.
All right. How do you feel about going some of your Frenchies in Vitality in the first game?
Yeah, it's a tough first match, but at the same time, we can surprise them. It's a best of one, so yeah, I'm happy that it's best of one. The fact that they are French doesn't really matter, to be honest. If it was a full French squad, maybe, you know, but now it's it's only 2 players, right, that are French, so yeah, nothing special, I think.
Are you a screamer at LAN, or are you more chill?
Yeah, I scream a lot, yeah. I tend to scream a lot.
So maybe a little bit of a shouting match with Apex, we'll see.
Yeah, that could be good content, yeah. I think that could be cool, yeah. But we need to win some round before.
Hopefully, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the update? Any thoughts?
That Vertigo change is wild. Yeah, it happened only 2 days ago and instantly played it. But it is what it is, you know, to embrace the change. Yeah, I think that's very much it. The M4, I think it's good that it came back. It's less expensive because everybody was using silencer almost, so it can help that people will buy it more. But yeah, I'm happy with it overall.
All right, man. Thanks. Good luck. Have fun in your first match. I'm going to let you catch up with your team so you don't get lost. And I'll try not to get lost as well.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. We've kicked those darn Canadians off of our very American broadcast, and so we are ready to get things underway here for the last games of the day here on the B Stream. I'm Darth Mike, and making his Intel Extreme Masters debut, we got Mr. Cole Exner McHenry. How you feeling, Cole?
Feeling great. They had to pull out the big guns for the 100th IEM, so I'm coming here along, and I'm looking forward to the action here. It's going to be a very exciting day.
And what better way to celebrate Memorial Day than with some good old American Counter-Strike? Look, I'm dressed for the occasion. I hope you all are at home because it's time to get excited. We are into the elimination games. We're going to have to say goodbye to some teams, and that means things are going to get even more spicy than they already are. And I'm personally very excited about that fact. Now, on deck here, we've got a little bit of a matchup. We got Falcons, we got Monty, and I'd say we've got two very different tones with how we're going to be talking about them. We'll start out talking about Falcons. This is a team that came into the year with lofty expectations, that came into the year as a super team with all these big names, and they just haven't had the results, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, they're just feeling so much pressure right now as well, and kind of turned things around a little bit there at the Bet Boom event, but obviously they mentioned here that they've been hitting some real lows at Pro League just before, and I think those sort of hits just compound on each other. And then guess what? You get to start IEM Dallas off with a really rough kickoff, taken down by one stand-in, and then you get to face another as well.
You do indeed. And I mean, it's just going to be one of these situations where, yeah, there's still a new team, new in quotation marks here. Yes, they made a change, but as we've seen, this is a team with superstars. This is a team with major winners. This is a team with incredibly high expectations that took a core that was already successful last year, that took this Ents core that won IEM Dallas just 1 year ago, brought in two major winners, brought in what many consider to be the GOAT coach. I think actually pretty indisputably the GOAT coach.
Yeah.
And it hasn't clicked. And so we're left wanting and wondering just when is it going to work? When is that moment going to happen? When is this team going to start to spread their wings and fly in the way that we all expected coming into the year?
Yeah, I mean, the success for Falcons, it felt like a layup, like you said, since they were able to close out that IEM Dallas one with this core. You obviously think that once you bring in that more experience, that can continue, that can compound here, but things just haven't been clicking. You start to question why that is the case here as well, and obviously I think there's some slight disjointment there in between some of the calling styles that Snappy was used to last year versus what they're bringing to the table game plan this year.
Now, meanwhile, on the other side of things, Monty, yes, they're also here in the lower bracket. They're also potentially facing elimination in this game, but the way they got here was very different. They took Vitality to overtime. They took Vitality the distance. They probably should have closed that map out. Like, yes, they're still facing elimination right here and now, but considering they just made two changes, there's a lot to be excited about. And to catch up with them, Banks caught up with one of their new additions, Tico, to hear what he had to say.
The Monty adventure is just beginning here for Stico, and I want to find out the reason why that was, because obviously LMBT was your coach back in the Mouse Sports days. Did that have a big impact on it?
I think it did. Okay. I think our previous relationship, both in Mouse Sports and in Hellraisers, kind of played an impact because he knows what he's getting in me, and he reached out to me personally before everything was done. So I assumed that he was the guy that kind of pushed for me, and I'm happy for it, and I'm happy to be good assets to the team.
And it definitely looks like you've been a good asset to the team right now. And even Hadley in this opening game, I know the result maybe not what you guys wanted, but it seems like this, at least initially, looked like it was working on there. How is it feeling on the server? How is it feeling as this group of guys?
So it's true that it's very new to all of us, obviously. For Haji, he's just a stand-in. For me, it's a guy coming into the team, having new roles all over the maps and playing the map like Nuke, for example. It was my permaban for 2 years. So it's kind of difficult, but it's too early to tell. You know, every team has certain problems, weaknesses, and strengths, and it's hard for me to point out still what that is in Monte. So we will have to like be together and experience more things together, and hopefully we can experience as much as we can here in Dallas. Hopefully not to go 0-2 and get eliminated. But already the first game showed us like good glimpses because we're capable of like battling teams like Vitality.
And I want to touch on that because I know it's going to sting, but it's like you were up 9-3, then it goes into overtime, you can't win a single round. Why did it spiral so quickly out of control?
Yeah, I definitely think it's like Vitality effect in the second half, really. Like, we lost 2 one-on-ones in first 2 rounds, in pistol round and the follow-up round. Then we lost like pretty much every 2v2, which was like 2 or 3 of them, and all of them were on the verge of breaking them. And all of those went into their favors because they hit insane shot, they cleared the extra corner, we didn't hit an extra shot ourselves, so that kind of impacted everything. And everything was so messy and close, but eventually they pulled through because, well, I think they're just definitely experienced team. Yeah. And on the paper, like they have stars, like we cannot really match them right now with the amount of practice that we have.
Yeah, that's kind of fair to say, right? It's a very different beast of what you're handling there. But in this game, confidence very high after that, though, after what you were able to show?
I think definitely. Like, we showed that we could have won that game. It could have gone in our favor, but right now it's best of 3 time, and it's going to be different test because obviously that's a little bit more, advanced, and again, like you have to put different kind of focus on different kind of things. We're confident going in Falcons game, but we also know that they are insane shooters, so obviously hard.
You just have to shoot harder, that's for sure. Let's see if they can get it done against the Falcons coming up next.
Interesting timing there. The Vito graphic coming up showing the nuke pick from Falcons right as he says, I haven't played nuke in 2 years. Not exactly going to be a fun time for Stico, but he's getting a whole lot of nuke now in this Monty squad. This round timeline shows the storyline. Exactly what he's talking about. Like, they're an experienced team. They have massively pedigreed players, some of the most pedigreed players in the world. It is a tough team to close out against. They're really in it at any point in time, right?
Yeah, I think they got a little bit of the Zywoo effect in that second half there, where he was the one winning all of those clutches. He was the one that was consistently closing out those late round situations, influential in just about every stage. So if you're Monty, you're looking at that loss and you're kind of shaking it off there, knowing that you could have had something big, you could have had a great start here to this event, but knowing that you're not going to have maybe some of that same effect here when you go up against Falcons in this best of 3. You're not going to have to deal with those same situations. So, I think, again, Monty coming into this matchup, having that confidence to kick things off versus what is one of the, most exciting players in the world right now, you obviously have to try and keep up that performance here up against this Falcon squad.
Now we are ready to hop into the first game, ready to get things underway. Monty and Falcons, and one of these teams will be going no further than day 1 at the 100th IEM. 100? I know which number I'd rather be involved with. It'd be a far cry for Falcons. 3 of these players lifted the trophy in Dallas just 1 year ago, and now they might not even get past day 1. Magisk, though, going to try and make that not the storyline that we need to be talking about. Haji with a quick exchange. It was interesting with Haji, so it seemed like we might just get a moment here. I think they were talking about it in the first game. Haji and Stico are players that you look at to maybe set up the rest of the game, to maybe set up, your Demkas, your Woros to actually frag out. And instead it was Haji topping the board in that Vitality game, really showing that he's got some serious juice still yet to show.
Yeah, it looked like they gave him a lot of love and a lot of ability to make his own moves as well. So I like that a lot from the idea of Monty here, giving him some opportunities to take some duels and, see what he can figure out there. And it looked really good for the T side on Nuke. So we'll see if, that is going to be the consistent game plan here throughout the entirety.
Look at Madden. Madden's slipping out the long doors right now, but the problem is if they just go in towards Catwalk quickly, Sampaius has his work cut out for him. But in the meantime, Dupree also goes for the push. So they're getting lots of information. They have to know what's coming. Sampaius has to hold, but he's good for the first. Holding them at bay, slowing them down, hitting the execution shot. Sampaius needs no flank, needs no support. He's done it all himself, and now his teammates come in for the finishing blow. Pistol round claimed in one fell swoop as Sampaius sharpens his talents.
Right there, Sampaius playing exactly like you would if you had not, but just has the USP to take those long-range duels from Carr, and it's just instant. It's just the same effect here. First bullet out the gun is the first kill that he finds, so a great kickoff here for a player who, as well, in their opening matchup, had a very good performance. It felt like his opping was not missing at all in that matchup versus G-Stu, as we're calling it, I think, nowadays. So
I believe he's taking over the roster.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
In terms of culturally impactful players, he's a guy who, you know, I think Nico can go toe-to-toe with him on that roster, but in cultural impact terms, Stewie does not yield to many. I'm ready, dude. I'm ready for Stewie 2K to be back. He's an iconic NA player, and it hasn't felt right for him to be sidelined for so long.
Oh, yeah.
Fast play up on the Glocks. They are ready to receive, and there will be no problems.
Quick and easy right there. No struggles. No casualties as well. I like the purchase here. A couple MP9s so you can get a bit aggressive as well. So I think we're going to get a little lower rush here or something along those lines for the first gun round rolling out here pretty soon.
So I know you're loving the Dust 2 in your own.
Oh, yeah.
You love a little Dust 2. How are you feeling about it in the pro life, though?
I don't think it plays out any different here, really. I think you still got a lot of the same ideas. I think there was that Xbox smoke in Spawn now. Might have missed, but same idea, same vibe. You still got those long executes. You still got those very fast plays that we actually see quite frequently from Monty in the past. And I still don't know if there's like a big mastery of how these B executes long-term are going to run. Like, it doesn't feel super different.
No, not yet. The biggest change I saw was in that Complexity Liquid game earlier. There was, you know, the Elish tried to make the classic play around the smoke on ramp.
Yeah.
They just popped the smoke and made him look very silly.
The long smoke crosses I have noticed have actually been a big difference. It's just the same vibe as like the outer yard on Nuke now at this point.
You're just waiting for that nade pop. A little bit of space here and towards mid. A little flirtation through the doors. Just a little poke, little prod. Oh, hey, I'm in your territory. Took your real estate. But nothing big just yet.
Could get a head-to-head here. Snappy playing close range with that MP9. It's a perfect position for him. And this is one of those angles where it's going to be hard to clear. It's going to need to be most likely a trade. And that Stiko could have maybe jump around that corner here first instead.
Oh. Now he's got a teammate on the angle. There's the clear. Stiko's ready for it. The snap around. The two found. Pius lines him up, knocks him down. Waro, fortunately there, able to get her done with the scalp. But now, that could spell trouble. That's not the exchange Falcons were hoping for. So you could tell they're shifting a player in towards A, but the bomb never made its way over. Still in towards the tunnels. Means that it's all going to be about Dupree, and Dupree's got nothing to stall this out. No more utility. Actually, on any of the Falcons players.
He's left as well. Now he's middle. Head-to-head versus Waro.
Oh, through. That should be it. That should be a save. Surely that's it, Cole. They can't opt for a retake with no utility with the bomb now going down on B. Falcons are going to have to concede their first round.
Yeah, it might take him a little bit to realize that this one's over, but you're going to see Madden go and grab himself an upgrade on the guns and probably just dip on out right there. So already what we're seeing here is Monty pristine in the mid rounds here, and we were seeing a lot of that out of Nuke. I think their adjustments here on the fly were so quick. They were so decisive there versus Vitality. Gave them that 9-3 half there on the T side. And it's something I've really liked to see is their ability to, with this, again, a stand-in situation with Haji, a new addition with Stiko, and they still got such fluid mid-round decision-making here, but we got an exit kill coming through from Madden. And he's going to get hunted down here. I don't know if he's making this one out alive here. Haji going to give him a quick headshot, and just Magis left far away from the action here, and we'll let him save.
Fist bumps all around there, boys. Fist bumps all around. They're going to be feeling pretty dang good about that one. So Pius, nearly the fly in the ointment, but he got swatted.
See Stiko just run out of long doors there. Demko was holding the angle. That's some of the Stiko impact there. He's just sacrificial. He's just going to let you bait him like that. So
very selfless player.
Yeah.
And you know they're going to be enjoying that. Because Waro and Demkar are guys who can make some serious plays and give them the opportunity. Krasnal tries to get it on the timing there, but the flashes are ruthless. And he's the one who's blind just a moment too long. Up Catwalk they go into the Hornet's Nest. Everybody's here, and a Molotov down is going to dissuade them from that avenue of approach. Waro thought he'd found a gap, but that gap closes just as quick as can be. Still pressure on for B. Capri, got to be wary about this, and if they can actually get this smoke down, Molotov behind it, it could be an isolating factor onto the B site. Dupree trying desperately to keep them away from the gates. And he succeeded, at least for the moment. They've not wanted to test it. There's the punish. Smoke's still up. Can they get past before it fades? They're not willing to test it, but a re-smoke up. Now this will allow, and in the meantime, the re-maneuvering from some Pius. He's trying to find this info, but he might have just missed the timing. Oh. flirting with the shots onto the mid player. He'll know the info. Madden prepared to deal with this. Now he doesn't have to worry about the mid approach, but he's still down.
Oh my God.
Dusted. Demka slipped the gap. He hears Magisk. This is getting so weird.
They know he's here, right?
Yeah, they do. They do. They spotted him.
Oh my God.
Oh, he doesn't realize he slipped in. Some Pies will get the trade, but that's a loss of information, and that could have cost them. Haji's got a chance at the clutch now. Knows where one's coming from. Has a good idea where the next might be. There's the confirmation he needs. Pull it off. Haji, the new man on. First, looking for the last. Sealed the deal on the shot. Dancing with Snappy. Time's on his side, but Snappy! The old Fox will close it in time. Plenty for the defuse kit included. And Falcons answer.
That's got to be a huge relief right there for Snappy as well. A player who I feel like individually needs to maybe increase his performance here and have a little bit more impact than just the fragging alone. That's going to be a big deal for him here heading into Dallas, an event where he was able to play very well at and did impress just last year. So he's back in comfortable territory for himself, and he wants to actually deliver on the server. And closing out a 1v1 this early, I think is going to be a big confidence builder for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy, right, who it felt like he's been around for a long time in Counter-Strike as a professional, but he's balloomed late into being this sort of contender for one of the best AGLs in the world, or if not, at times, the best. And it just changed the way we talked about him, especially in this Dallas event last year. You know, there was sort of the prime of has Snappy surpassed Kerrigan type of talk, and unfortunately for his legacy, for what he's been able to build, the change of scenery does not seem to have done the body good.
Yeah, that talk has been quieted down here heading into 2024. So we're in the pit, a power position with this AWP. Not a position that you want to get too many overextensions towards. And full control of the map here so far as well, right now for Falcons. They know exactly where this play is going. Tunnels contained. And, well, there's a bit of a mission here from Monty as they establish this control towards long, get an op in towards pit to actually reclaim some of the space that they've lost. But, again, it's going to be some tough fights ahead. A really wild off angle for Dupree that he's holding now.
Possible Madden's getting a little too antsy here. Crunching back in towards Catwalk, linking up with his teammates. They're just leaving Dupree. This might be a misread. Now they're in trouble again.
They need to go quick off
like
this.
Trying to be a bit overzealous, perhaps, with the SMGs. Now they need to get active. They crossed one. Demka spotted it, but the nade does chase. No more info for you. Now the swarming Falcons. A flock of them, perhaps. Their wings are clipped in that moment. Madden lost. Nawaro's taking the space out long. There's 20 seconds, though. How do they get the bomb towards the site?
He can't go long. He can't go long. It's going to be too late.
There's no time.
This is over. They're
Surely.
saving. Yeah, there's absolutely no time here. This is just going to be a fizzled out round. I think they could have routed through lower, but then you still have to get past Magix here. It wouldn't have been the easiest reroute, but tough position. And obviously you don't know that the A side is fully clear right now. That's not a confirmed fact for you. So a bit of a brutal end to that round there for Monty as they just don't have the time.
Yeah, I think that's, maybe a little analysis paralysis. If you have one smoke from mid, maybe you feel more comfortable about the cross. But it's one of these situations where, you talk about Monty. Obviously, they've just brought in 2 new players, so there's going to be an element of getting the command flow going with that. But also, if we think about when Monty's, coming to the forefront, these players individually have been competing for long that, but this team hasn't existed since Dust 2 was in the pool. Am I wrong about that?
I think you're right.
Certainly in their come up.
Yeah.
Vast majority of what we think of as sort of the Monty time on the forefront of Counter-Strike haven't been playing a lot of, if any, Dust 2. So, even though I'm sure these guys are well drilled on it as individuals, there may be these moments where you're still seeing them get comfortable with the late split-second decisions. That being said, this feels like a Waro map, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. I think he should be able to do a lot. I think just for oppers in general, with CS2 not being as effective of an op game, it feels like adding Dust 2 is going to be a bit more of a fun solution. I know that I think some of the players have been liking it with the op as well, so it's good to see that come back because I kind of miss it. I kind of miss an op-dominated game.
Yeah, you miss the double op coming out?
I'm tired of oppers just picking up the rifles.
Yeah. I gotta get in a retake. I'll just keep the M4. Oh. Get the zoom cannon. Get the op crutch.
Telescope. One of them right now double zoomed on the angle. It's just a leg shot, and they're going to scale quickly off the back of this as well. Sampai's able to connect onto the second. HE's doing a little bit of self-inflicted damage, but it doesn't get them any further out. And again, I think this is just going to be a save right now.
Yeah, this is really tough. There's no more util, there's no flashes, there's no lurk smoke to try and get you out the bottleneck. And look at this. Good luck saving. Snappy's in your spawn. Snappy hunting.
He's waiting for time to expire. Yeah, look at this.
Oh, he's got, oh my god. Okay, he got it. He got it. He got it. Only one.
Saved.
Okay. Oh. That would have been
a smile.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the worst feeling. Exotic's laughing too. If you, the number of times you line it up and you just hit with that little bit of AK inaccuracy, they snap 90 degrees and you're deleted.
Yeah.
Ooh.
At least you get to start this game off with a little bit of laughs here for the side of Falcons. That is certainly what they needed.
Yes.
I think they need some smiles on their faces. Got to enjoy the game again. As I can imagine, it hasn't been very enjoyable for them as of recent.
Yeah, I mean, it has to not feel great from their perspective that, you know, every interview you're doing is just like, hey, why are you guys bad?
Why is the project failing?
Why do you not win games?
Yeah, I mean, again, like you mentioned here, it's just 2 adjustments, right? You still got a winning core right now. But you have lost, again, a big piece of that core as well when you talk about Nerds missing on this team. And then, of course, you know, picking up some more experienced players in that department. But I think a big upgrade in the anchoring as well. Like, Magic's is an incredible in his role, so...
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It feels like just a tangible upgrade there at least. It's just...
Contender certainly
coming through
for one of the best to ever do it at his specific application.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you looked at the pieces that they had, you look at the coaching staff that they got, you look at the kind of support that you're getting, and you're like, 1 and 1 makes 2. How is this not adding up?
We're getting 3.
Now look, I'm no mathematician, but I feel like the numbers should check out, and they just ain't been checking. Run boost? No one there to receive it. But I like the idea. Now they've given a lot of noise. It's like Santa Claus running around on the rooftop with his reindeer. Except the only gift they're getting is Madden throwing a nade back their way.
I've been seeing a lot of teams throw or just like toss all of their HEs in CT spawn. And either A, again, you can do the old Alexi B setup where you just toss them towards catwalk if an execute comes through, or you can blow open the smokes for the cross. You've got now 2 options with that idea, so... When you stack up that money, I think it can be pretty deadly for the T side. That's going to be a nasty HE right there. Perfect right on the money. And Snappy going to walk into them all here, lining them up there. Snappy deleting 3, set up by some bias with the HE. And, well, again, I think Monty's just going to fizzle out in this round.
I mean, what are you going to do? There's nothing worth saving. You got to go die. I guess there's an op somewhere to reclaim.
Yeah, save it.
But you're getting into this situation where you've just never actually had a goodbye, right? We've seen so many of these late rounds where they just run out of nades. They can't do anything. Eventually, might want to just wipe the slate clean. 10 seconds. There's no time for this.
I think Haji on a death mission.
Haji, you gotta die,
or find a rifle, I guess.
Oh, there's the rifle.
Luckily, he gained $600 from his Mac 10 kill, so you can actually buy some utility if they want to invest here. But I think you just got to call it a save and try and play around that. But yeah, this is a pretty brutal trap. And look at the smile again on Snappy's face here.
He's loving this because they're not even, here's the thing, they're not even getting into executes, right? Like that round, they barely get up catwalk and then they get shut down. They don't even really see anyone on that front. They just kind of back off. They go back around towards long. They never get out of the longhouse. Snappy goes in off of an HE, and it's just brutal. We saw it in the previous. They get stuck in tunnels. They're in a 3-on-3 situation, but they just don't have anything to actually get out onto B. Just a lot of these situations where Monty, it feels like, you know, they're playing themselves through most of the round fine. They're quitting themselves decently, and then they just don't have enough gas to actually get anywhere towards a bomb plant, which gonna take a hit to that eco. When you can't get the dang bomb down. Haji burning, he can't get out. Smokes out late, but he's lost a lot of his health off of that, even with these new wimpy mollies. Still will sting.
That fire's still hot.
It's blue now.
Yeah, look at that. Get a full image. And again, Dupree just getting aggressive here. It's unrelenting. If they never have any players in tons, it feels like they always are able to press on the extremity, so... It's just, again, going to be a one-way street into a big stack right now, and Dupree, he's probably just going to be able to disrupt this execute, depending on how careful Haji is at covering.
There's a swing, had the crosshair placement, but quick duck. Haji stays alive. That's good enough. But now you know we can't really go back to B. There's 45 seconds. Where are they actually trying to go? It's just they're kind of milling about, right? Stiko seems like he's going back to hunt Dupree. They've got players up on Catwalk. They've got players in the Longhouse. There's 30 seconds, man. They got to take some sort of control at one of these choke points, and just haven't been given the fight that they're looking for. They haven't been given the kills. So if one of these holds is good right now for Falcons. Okay, this is still workable. Here they go for Monty, maddened by Goose. That's not the bird they're looking for, but we'll see if he can pluck them regardless. Haji down. Good pre-fire. Most of his health gone out of bullets, but one more found. He's done his job. The bomb desperately trying to get planted. Oh, just in the nick of time. 1 second to spare. And now in the post, Krasnov's got the line. Blinded or no, still got the kill. And it comes to the clutch, but the molly distracts and Stiko finishes that. I don't think they're going to want to repeat that round, Cole. But they get it over the line.
I mean, the discussion thereafter, it looks like it's not a round that you would love to repeat. 20 seconds left when these trades finally start to take place. Panic should be setting in. And again, it's just in time. Krasnov has to rely on a full blind kill to actually win that round. It could have been such an easy
just like we drew it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's Krasnov go kill right there pretty much in the late round. And Stiko, again, I mean, able to at least adjust and you know, understands the clock well enough to plant the bomb. But scary situation there for Monty. It looked like more of the same was going to happen again. And look at this, Dupree. He's been in this angle so much. Has support in the back lines as well. You always wonder what is going to be the cue for him to get aggressive. Because he's been doing that every round here. Set up with the HEs tossed in, looking for damage. Met by a little lurk smoke there. Not too much taken. They're very careful for this B aggression play this round. This time around, they're looking to make no mistake in that department. They're going to walk into this nasty setup here soon. Krasnov, as you can see, he's thinking about it.
There they go. Out towards mid. Smoke to block Madden, but he's up on the boxes, so he gets his. Able to fall away. There's two players in towards B, so it's not the worst defense, but they want to fight. Oh, they want to brawl. Flashbang doesn't catch, but they're going to go back for it. Util on Magisk. It's a 1-2 punch, and meanwhile, the tunnel player's so late. But fortunately for them, Demka does his job. But there's the flank. Snappy drops the bomb. They stalled out too long. It took too long. Again, the same problems. They can't actually get on towards that bomb site. And once again, it cost them. Love the read from Dupree and Magisk to just immediately, okay, they're through mid. We're going to brawl mid. Flash is over. Swinging off of each other. That's the chemistry of two very long-time teammates in action.
I mean, and the only reason as to why Monty are forced to run back is because their CT spawn smoke has faded. That's how long it was since they first initially made their move out towards middle. A good 15 seconds passes before they even pass a line here. As an early op pick comes through from some Pius, a flashbang set up by Snappy, and they try to fight for some of this early control here, but it's always at a sacrifice for Monty. It feels like you always got to lose a player to take some space, and that feels just suffocating at this point. And they're looking to reclaim this ground as soon as it's taken. Ready to turn that corner with two. There's the flash setup. There's the perfect popper. Into the swing here. Still looking to chase it. They leave it a little too late, though. Snappy goes in and one falls away, so it's an equalizer found.
I don't think they realized he was so far up. They were looking for the longhouse fight. And meanwhile, Demka, wrong side of the blue bin for their interests. Elbow. Pickle. Madden here. The swing out from Hachi. Maybe a little overzealous. A tag back through the wall, but the ultimate map. Oh my, this is on the board until Demka has his say. Okay, this time there's 50 seconds. They can still work. They can still cook. There's a couple smokes too. The problem is, well, no, they're actually both out towards long. This could be functional, but Stiko will lose himself. Lost in the sauce of the mid-fight. So now the question becomes, can they actually cross? Can they make this happen? Demka tracked. Stays alive. Wardo gets himself the op. If they can get this bomb down, there's a chance.
It's an HE, though. And there it does. 20 damage on a Demka. A little bit of a chunk there, and that's a safe plant. So at least numbers punched in. They actually take them tagged down to 24, but still able to lock that in at least.
P trying to do his best Kukli impression, but it's Waro. Instead, who gets collected first. Demka last alive on the site, and he gets squeezed. Nice patience. They wait for that long flank to come around. Madden executes, and it's just all over. Falcons looking very collected here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. They are so quick to react there just about every prong of the map. The only thing I will say here, maybe a little bit of a misread there, miscommunication towards long. But I like that even still they don't kind of overextend to fix the error as well. So
one thing that's troubling that's occurring to me here. So, you know, we're looking at this. We're seeing a lot of disjointed play from Monty. They don't quite look super dialed in. It's a new map. That's all fair. It's their pick in this best of 3. We've got Nuke coming up next, a map which, to be fair, Monty have played a lot of, but as Stico mentioned, was his perma for 2 years, so hasn't exactly been as up to date. Okay, don't even need to see them. Just tracers through and he'll follow them back to the source.
Yeah, it's so quickly taken care of right there. And they're getting flanked. Snappy, queuing up. And ready to knock them down. They get around Cat safely at the very least, but...
There's a gap. There's a gap. They pulled all the presents off of A. There's actually a gap here for the bomb plant. This could get a little weird, especially with the late play in spawn from Waro.
Hear it?
If Snappy gets caught, I think Waro's gone quiet, which is crazy presence of mind, but this is still going to be a game of time. Against Snappy just slips the core. Oh, who sees who? Who sees who?
Oh my god.
Just look left. Look left, Waro. Way. They've completely missed each other.
They're still going to have an open A site, though. That's still a key factor here.
And they realize, oh, you got to go fast.
Flash.
There's mollies for the reclear. Everybody's coming from Catwalk. The bomb's stuck. That was the bomb, Krasnal. Oh, no. You couldn't be the player to stay behind. He's doomed them. He's doomed them. The bomb doesn't make its way down. There was no chance. I don't know whether he didn't realize, whether he didn't realize there were 5 on the flank. Either way, the story is the same. This time, everyone survives for Falcons. And for Monty, there's just one more chance.
Yeah, I mean, that's just brutal right there. Had to make it into the site. I don't even know if it would have mattered either. Because they have the Molotovs, like you mentioned. How are you supposed to plant with multiple Molotovs thrown your way? I mean, definitely, if they were able to get into the site, could have made the best of a worse situation. Was the 5v3 that they were in, but just didn't matter anyways. And they get to try with one last purchase of Galils and an AK. To try and give them one extra. Don't get the luxury of a good start here like they did versus Vitality as well.
You know, there's an element of, with Dust 2 in particular, this is spawn-based Counter-Strike in a way that we really don't have on any other map in the meta right now, with the normalization of spawns and whatnot. And it does not feel like Monty had been winning the early spawn battle in this map. We've had very little, you know, fast out long, fast in towards B plays, where they've just caught them on the timing.
Yeah, I mean, some Pies, when they decide they want to coin flip the long fight there, he has the best spawn, so he just opts one out of the server immediately. Like, it has been a bit of a brutal game, and I think that is one of the bigger complaints about this map. It's a little bit random.
It does feel like if we normalize spawns, you know, might be a little bit more readable. Oh, Haji thinks he's cleared, but actually left Magisk entirely. Snaps around towards the mid-fight. Now he's going to get flanked. He's going to get walked on from spawn, so even though he catches, it's a trade. So Pi's in a tough spot. Trying to dump Util, trying to keep them at bay, but as the smoke fades, Krasnal is there. And now this is looking workable. Very good indeed. It all falls to Madden. Now creeping back in towards spawn for the clutch. Krasnal tucked. And Madden knows that's the first task he's got to deal with, but he will pass with flying colors. Now the reroute, the play around towards Cat, knowing that he's got some time, knowing that he can start to put these pieces together, but a smoke goes down preemptive. He'll pop it. Demka's out. No.
Oh my god.
The shot is one more. Waro on the line, and at least a third will be found to send Monty through to the halftime break.
can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound?
Welcome back here, folks. It's half to forget for Monty on their map pick of Dust 2, but for the Falcons, a little bit of wind beneath the wings. They're starting to feel pretty darn good about this one, Cole.
Yeah, it all started with a little snappy smile with a clutch on 1v1, and I think he was able to bring a lot of that energy throughout the rest of the half, and so were the rest of his team. Let's see. Nice, good split. And we'll see if they can bring that same energy into the T side here as we got a fast long play. Stiko hiding in the car is almost a quick activation here. They're trying to bait him up for it, but no, Dupree just cuts his head clean off, and they're into the site. That's free access here.
Full-on deletion, the name of the game, and it's looking like it's going to be the story all the way through. Your bomb now down. Numbers at the disadvantage. They want to reroute through Cat to attempt this retake. There is a kit. There is a flash to get them over the lip, but at that point, how much further can you take it? Let's find out. Quick swing around. Trying to duel with Carr, getting torn apart by the site players, and one by one they falter. A flank on. No escape for you. Snappy's got the shots, and it's 10 on the board for Falcons.
Again, and man, Snappy coming through with some great openings, some great ideas, and again, deleting Stiko in his car position. It felt like the whole run was kind of leaning on him succeeding from that spot, and then he just gets hard cleared by Dupree. And then the round's over, because, again, that A-side retake, not going to happen. So the pain train of the Glocks, they overwhelm here, and it continues to apply some pressure. Right back towards that long fight as well. Snappy tries to get some openings here. Does a lot of damage, but still able to equalize quickly. They have the answer. They don't have the map control. At the very least, there's a small victory in that sense for Monty.
There is that. The reroute on how quickly does Monty beat it is the question. Stiko's going looking. Fact-finding mission here out towards Cowok. With the double playing towards mid, it does feel like they might have the read. Might have at least the idea of which way they want this to lean. Hachi's tucked in the corner. Just a 5-7 to his name, but at that angle, 5-7 can do some work.
Scout as well.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Commit, Waro. Commit, Waro. You could get so much out of this. Here it comes. Now he knows. There's the shot. Waro just wanted to reposition, and now Haji activates, and they know. They know. It's a trap. It's a trap. Sampaio will run it down, but the scout is holding them off. The run in from Sampaio is trying to take matters into his own hands with just a USP. Gonna get the bomb down. 44 seconds. The flank now on Demka coming around. He's got the pistol. Sampaio is on the scene. He's on the spot. He's ready for it as it's all Sunny P. It'll have to be him for the fourth as well. Left alone. Stiko. Chance at the clutch for his new squad. Sampaio and Stiko. Two very veteran players here, dancing around the doors. Sampaio on the angle, but shot not landing, and it's Stiko to hit instead! Defuse on, that's what Monty needed.
What a clutch right there from Stiko, man. A 1D rolling on out, saves them the round. Felt like Sampaio did enough right there. Powerful position, but can't catch him as he runs through the door. I tell you what, Stiko does not miss if you give him those opportunities as well, so... What a big round. That's what Monty need here. They absolutely needed that answer. They lost that. I mean, it very well could have been 4 spies until the game's over. And instead, it's a lifeline given to them right there. That's got to be known here.
They risked it, but this time they acquired the biscuit. That's what it's all about. Fast play, though. They want to move quickly here on the Falcon side. Full investment on. SMG, some Deegs, the Sil rifle in the hands of Magisk. And smokes aplenty. They're already up Catwalk as well. Stiko's going to have his hands full. No rest for Stiko here. But he's found the first. He's got some support. That nade. Oh, he's lethal. And for the moment, at least, they seem to have held this off. Stiko continuing to brawl, continuing to fight here on the sidearm, doing it all. At a 1 HP Snappy will be far from enough. Stiko has just gone above and beyond in back-to-back rounds, put the team on his shoulders to try and carry them into contention here on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's just great motivation right there offered from Stiko. Again, I feel like when this Monty roster gets a little bit frustrated, especially with some of the old iterations here, there wasn't a lot that could get their heads back in the game. And I think Stiko has always been that perfect piece for his squad. And right now, it's individual performance here as opposed to, again, bringing that energy, bringing the vibes. But even still, it's just getting them activated here. So we got a confident play, 18 into angle, into suicide, and trying to find that damage. But Snappity sending them back, returning the favor.
I think you saw it as well in the player cams there. Haji, nice collect. Stiko looking down the line, looking at his IGL, looking at Woro, trying to keep him centered, trying to keep him focused, you know, calm him down in the tense moments, talk about how they can win, you know, offer that bit of advice. It's something that Monty hasn't had in their previous iterations, right? They had an SDY to some degree, but not someone who's been around as long as Stiko. There's many different rosters, there's many different iterations. It's something that they're looking to get a lot of value out of. And, you know, they tried with the young guns. It gives me Ryu. Seeing if maybe that was the approach, the old well of trying to get the mechanical talent and mold them. And he said, you know what? This time we're going in a different direction. And apparently, he might just have some mechanical talent this time as well.
Got a whole lot of that.
Another? No. Too much. Dupree, though. Hold on. Hold on. One more. Ah, not to happen. No round chambered. And Monty building back into this.
Yeah, it would be big redemption as well. They got closed out on with a 9-3 half from Vitality. Why not start off this next series with instant redemption? Do the same thing. So looking to already build back so much stronger here. Fantastic kickoff. No frustration just yet for Falcons as they hop onto the purchase pretty quickly here. Snappy on the MAC-10 though. He has to sacrifice that. He's been doing that a lot lately, just trying to get those small investments, and it leaves him...
I think he's been doing that for about a decade.
Yeah. It leaves him with less tools here.
Look,
good idea.
If there's a player, look, you know what? Maybe Snappy's not known for his mechanical prowess, but if you wanted to give me an aim fight between any two players and they both had to have MAC-10s, I'm taking Snappy.
He's got the practice, that's for sure.
Like, he's got reps.
Yeah, practice makes perfect.
Task. We should actually do that. We should have... This is a suggestion for the next, you know, Pro League, whatever long-form segment they've got. MAC-10 off. Forget these Deagle.
I want a Deagle aim map as well, though. Nah. That's pretty fun. There's some really good Deagle players in the mix.
They've done them. They've done
specialties.
I want the MAC-10 off. I want Chopper.
Put all the IGLs in a MAC-10 off.
MAC-10 off. Kerrigan on the scene. I want this to happen. I want to know who's the best MAC player, dude. Give me a MAC-10 off. Give me a Zeus off.
That'd be fun here, but look at this. Fun B-side defense for Krasnal, deleting 2 on the inbound here. Mollied off, though, at the very least, so we're going to get a post plant, and we're going to see how strong those B-side post plants can be. Already a successful retake once for Monty, but it required a big clutch here. They got another one in them.
They've not got smokes and mollies anymore, either. They have the numbers, you're right, but this is notoriously a nightmare map to crack with no util. Oh, Madden knows where they're coming from now. Haji, though, that's a big first swing. Madden can only get one. It leaves it all to Magisk. This would be heroic, but it's not going to happen here. Defuse on. And Monty continued this climb.
It's a really hard side to retake right there, but it helps when Haji, as one of the players there that's left with less resources, right? He's one of 2 to try and make it through doors and window. Finds 2 kills as opposed to the pack there that just needed 1 trade. And of course, Krasnal, before the smoke blooms, finding 2 quick kills. I think that's almost a sacrifice you have to make outside of tunnels. You have to decide whether you want to peek it first and let the smokes bloom, or if you want to wait until the smokes bloom and let them just run straight through it. It's one or the other, really, and it's almost a pick your poison scenario.
He was back competing, you know.
What's that? Poison's back?
He was for a moment. I think he's off it.
I think I saw him recently playing.
I don't think the moment lasted very long.
Did he just get signed to 500? Am I right?
That I don't know.
No, he did not. No.
I think that was very
wrong. Sork just got signed. Yeah,
he had a TSM stint, but at this point, who hasn't as an EU free agent? There's been a few of them. Dupree, nice entry. Blinded up or no, he's got the angle. Snappy now checks in with that MAC-10. Had to wait a little bit for it, but now it's looking good. Tech 9s, inferior guns, limited weaponry, and a round.
Smoke.
Just about buttoned up. Haji, though, through the door. Again, the lineup. Haji, the specialist. You put him on the door, and the only thing that can take him out is Demka's nade. But it won't cost them the round. Demka redeems it. Gotta find that bomb. Gotta find that bomb. Oh, okay, he had the kid, actually. It would have been fine. But Haji, man, that's one of the hardest choke points to get through on the map. He just blows through it, lines up 3. This guy, he's a difference maker. He's the X factor right now for Monty.
I mean, absolutely. And you also got to just consider right now, I don't know if a lot of players make that move. You're going to be leaving your teammates in a 2v4 retake versus Tech 9s if you go down making that move. But it's the right one right there in this scenario. It works out, and they needed that to work because, again, you let a Tech 9 assemble into the pose plants. They had extra smokes to recycle towards the door as well. That could have been a disaster right there for Monty until Haji makes that active move and doesn't allow them to actually establish themselves. I mean,
now you got to think a little stress is creeping in here.
100%.
Right? They were smiling, they were laughing, they were giggling. Zonic was smiling, always a good sign. Snappy was grinning in the first half. They've won 1 since the swap. It was the pistol.
Yeah. Then those smiles are going to fade away quickly, turn into frowns. If you don't slow things down here, and a missed top shot doesn't cost him his life, though. They just trade 30 damage.
Is that double op you were talking about, Cole? This is what you wanted to see.
Oh, yeah.
3 ops out on the server. Little good old-fashioned opter strike.
And this isn't the Anubis double ops where it's like, oh, we need a desperate CT round. Let's try and find the double op as our solution. No, this is, we're winning a lot of CT rounds. We have money. This will bolster our firepower here, but there's that HE stack I was talking about.
Much of that did they hear? Because I actually heard Stiko relocating them into an ideal spot. They might have some sort of information on presence. You can tell they're very hesitant to get through this choke point right now because they've heard some sort of fumbling about in mid, and they know what that means. It means HE's galore. And sure enough, Stiko is serving them up like they're scoops of ice cream.
Wow.
And it's free cone day.
Very clear, making no secret about his position right now, right? Jumping all about. But he's going to be able to reposition into a much more powerful spot at least. There's 25 seconds left for them to get the bomb down. They got to make a move on quick.
This long hold's a problem, right? Waro comes back around the AWP. They're in a lot of trouble. Oh, the mollies are so good. Stiko applied the flashes, the mollies, utility impeccable. But they still have to get past this AWP. That's the big problem. They line up, but Sampaio hits the shot quicker. Now bombed down. A dire situation as well. Demka is stuck. There's no escape as Madden's got him fenced in. But his teammates, meanwhile, have no interest in coming to his aid. There will be no cavalry today. It's all on Demka to make his own way out of this round, and he will be unable to do so. That, though, that all comes down to Sampaio, doesn't it? It looked like Waro had them on a line.
It comes down to Sampaio right there, finding a big pick, but also that execution power right there. Just I almost felt like there was no right answers for Stiko. 3 mollies heading in towards that A site, completely engulfed in flames. You've got the flashes to back it up, so Stiko's standing in mollies, fully blinded up, just spamming mouse 1, hoping for some damage. And that is exactly what Falcons needed. A round like that where they take space and they actually can get their execute off. And look how well it works. Sampaio, that's through his teammate.
Yeah, I thought Waro might have gotten a leg shot there through the lip, but no, it was Sampaio's
damaging his teammate, yeah.
You know what? Sacrifices must be made, and sometimes you got to put a bullet through your teammate's shoulder.
I mean, if it means I don't have to deal with an op getting into the bomb site, I'll take that damage any day.
Worthwhile exchange. Call that a blood donation.
Yeah. Or at least right back to a winning duel right there for him. Again, had that long spawn as the opper, so able to just pluck one right out. Unfortunate. Madden had to take the sacrifice right there. Jumping around the corner. Pay your respects. It's all to get Sampaio into a position again where maybe he can win the round.
It has been Madden and Sampaio, hasn't it? It's been this end score. You know, they're having a good dust too. They remember how sweet victory was here in Dallas. You can imagine they'd like a shot at repeating.
Definitely want to avoid day one elimination. I like the scaling right there. Dupree already on ramp right now before they even realize, and Stico just has to give the sight up here in the 4v5.
Oh, that Molotov. That was an 8, actually. HE, so Stico will at least be able to hang on, but he's stuck at Gandalf. Forced off. The bomb plant almost certainly to go down. It's all about this flank that's developing. Now, Haji coming in. When does he catch the timing? He's being held by Sampius right for the moment. If some casualties go down on the site proper, that might pull his focus, and he's shifted his view. Not the timing here. But Monty, they need to get a move on, a shake of the tail feather. Got a couple of kits. Those will be critical. Stico the first to falter. Now, where are they going? Where are they coming in? Demka traded out in the open. Krasnal making noise. Haji strikes. He waited long, but it pays off, and there's time enough for this defuse. Haji, patient, ever so slow to make it out the doors. But at the last second, Sampius thinks certainly there's no way I'm getting flanked now, and that's exactly when he strikes.
And it's crazy to see that those Dust 2 instincts are still there. Again, it's been a long time since this map's come through, but it's all that internal clock right there. You have to know how to deal with that bomb timer, and you can see Sampius is at that same war with that. And it's going to be, again, Haji in another retake scenario where he's just stepping it up. Falcons, they were in a powerful position right there, but breaking that apart. That keeps them off of map point as well. For a little while longer, right back into the double up as well. They got themselves some deep positioning. A flash avoided and a kill not. Dupree chases these kills down, and now War is in hot water. Looking to find some relief, but it comes in the form of Dim Cup Catwalk. 2 kills from him, saving his teammates.
Oh, just no check, no clear. Stico, take that every day of the week. Modden, I mean, you have to make a choice when you're trying to lurk out long. It's just, there's no way to pick right. You're always going to be looking at the wrong moment.
It's 50-50, but it doesn't feel that way.
Oh, it never does. Oro. Peering around. Does he take the fight through the crack in the door? No. Not for the moment. So they will be allowed the space to get up catwalk. Puts the pressure on the Demka instead. But he's just the first hurdle. There's still Stico out towards long. Still War to worry about. There's utility held as well. That's been a difference maker for Monty. They haven't always had nades late in the rounds. Now that makes life a lot easier. Molotov to stall things out. Counter molly for the ramp. Can they get this bomb down? The critical question. Emka's still lying in wait, but a haircut doled out as the Razor comes in. A jump over. Sampius eliminated all onto one. Snappy might have just found the space to get this bomb planted. He'll have a dangerous 1v2, but money at least secured.
Drops.
Anticipating the jump up. Read onto Waro. Shot not found. 1 round will separate these teams. It was a 9-3 half-year call. Now 1 round, all that is between them.
I mean, it's gone down to the wire right now, but again, Monty, no matter what the situation is, keep piecing this one together. Starts off what looked to be just a disaster, but still an extra protocol. Dimka coming just in time right there. It looked like War was going to get run down, and that was going to be it. You know, a 5v3, and then that's coasting to map point. But they've got so much more around that corner. We're careful about the cross right there. Doesn't want to give an early sacrifice. Snappy in some of these rounds, starting off with the op, scout, the telescope. Here on Dust 2, and a great position here from Sampius, and again, it's on to Waro 2K. Able to pluck him out. I mean, last time he won that duel, it was a 1 round here for Falcons. One of the few in this half. He's looking for another one here. See if they keep on feeding the beast of Dust 2 right now.
This is a tough decision, right? Taking this control out towards the long, trying to hold on to this if you get into a late play, knowing that there's presence here, but in the meantime, they can leave the site completely undefended. Smoke up to give some cover. Tico trying to get in position there. They're coming through. He's ready for it for the first, but is he going to be prepared for more to be here? They know. But in the meantime, that bomb's made its way around. Demka flashed up. Can't do anything about this. And now the retake, a nightmare. Stiko, his life forfeit. Everybody gone. This has to just be a save. Krasnal and Haji, they're going to loathe allowing Falcons onto map point here. But now they need to keep their resources. They need to have something to be able to marshal a fight in this last round to try and keep Falcons off of the map win.
I mean, right now, I think these T-side rounds just come at the hands of Sampaio. When he finds the picks that he needs, when he's able to take down Waro, rounds just become so much more straightforward. It immediately forces Monty to try and figure out some sort of reclaiming of control. They sacrifice at the wrong prong right there towards long. And again, it's just one big duel in between Waro and Sampaio at the beginning of the round. And while Falcons let it get a little bit closer than they might have liked, I see a smile back creeping onto to Snappy's face as they at least know they've secured themselves map point here, at least giving themselves that much. So what's interesting here, that boost, sometimes you get the boosting bug that messes with your crosshair, your scope, so that you're inaccurate, and I think it just happened there. They added Dust 2 back. They did not fix that that bug, unfortunately.
Fix the bug. Save us, Volvo. Been some big moves. They're finally tackling the economy.
Yes, yeah, that was huge.
Like
Good
those
moves there.
changes.
Good moves there.
Big changes all around in this latest patch. But yeah, maybe that one gets sorted out as well. That'd be
I like it.
If you're listening, if we can get a wish list going, please.
It's up there.
We've been good.
Let's see. I mean, we got a nice little cat presence here, and again, I feel like when Falcons are given the opportunity to execute, they can get very powerful off the back of that. This time it's Haji actually in the position to defend, though. He's getting aggressive. He wants to take these early duels as opposed to letting them get that utility down. But he doesn't have any tools to help him out.
Straight on in, and they've lost their long presence as well. Stiko next to Falter. This one's looking like it could just be a steamrolling in the final round of play. Krasnal and Waro will try and provide some resistance, but they could just be speed bumps at this point between Falcons and an early map win. 4 players still alive. A crossfire as they round the corner on towards the ramp. How can they hope to survive? Madden will strike first. There is a trade there, but Waro now alone. Flashed up, dropped down. Sampaio to put him away. Who else could it be? Falcons commanding there on Dust 2. There was a moment where it felt like Monty might get back in. You could see relief on the faces of the Falcons player, but they did enough. Sampaio in particular stepped up to put this team away, to give them their opponent's map pick, to give Falcons something to smile about.
It just felt like they needed that extra push right there, and finally they were able to find it. Sampaio, again, 2-1 Optals versus Waro 2K. And unfortunately, when you find yourself at such a big deficit in the first half, it can just be 2 mistakes right there, 2 missed opportunities, 2 ops that can change the tide.
It can indeed. Now they're going to have to rest, regain, and Monty is going to have to get ready for a little bit of nuke, because that's what's coming up next.
Hey, look at you, New Jersey.
Yeah, right. It looks weird.
Nice digs. Looks weird. You're not used yet?
No, white one. I don't. It's first time I'm wearing it actually. Just received it.
How has it been so far with the team?
Great. 0 practice days, 7 official days, and then travel to here.
And on top of that, the new patch.
Yeah, well, we don't know what's going to happen there, but we're excited to play Vertigo actually.
What are some of your first thoughts on the update?
Couldn't be worse than before, so I'm gonna be happy with any changes. And I like the M4 change as well.
Yeah, and incendiary, all that stuff.
Honestly, Is it only CT Molly that got changed, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So clearly prepared. But I like it. Honestly, like I'm the guy that welcomes any change, you know? Like I embrace it and I instantly go to server when I can and I try things out and try to see how it's going to change and impact instead of crying about it on Twitter.
All right. So first game.
First game Vitality.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, we can only preparation is a little bit, but we have enough that we can actually beat them in best of 1, and I truly believe it. So it will depend, you know, like how Mar 12 is. So.
Sneaking through the back door of my heart, what you close it for? I can't tell what you're looking for. And I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right. And it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Cause it really be pushing over. Trying to resist, but I cannot. Let's go all the way.
Well, a victory. A strong one nonetheless, though the result may not have been as clear-cut as these ridiculous tan lines I'm rocking on the upper arm. Still a strong showing for Falcons. They came out the gate swinging, and it may have required some strong individual performances, but they get the victory over the line. That's got to be a big relief. Madden kissing the mouse on that one, letting them know we got a dub here.
Yeah, I mean, after what they did in that last map, it's understandable. You know, I would be kissing my mouse as well if I was performing that well. But yeah, I mean, you could see that tan line right there. I feel like you're not getting much use out of that that cutoff if you got a tan line that's leaning right there.
You know, it's a new acquisition. We got to be working on it. We got to be working at it. Speaking of new acquisitions, you know, over on the Monty side, they got some new acquisitions. They're going to be in trouble now. Stiko was mentioning they're on towards Nuke. That's new territory. But we'll big up Falcons here for a moment. They don't get a lot of positive shine these days, so we'll give them their moment in the sun. Let's talk about the individuals as well, right? It was the Dallas boys in particular, Madden and Sampaio, champions of last year. Great memories here in the great state of Texas. As you can see, we're clearly in from the beautiful stars and scenery behind us. And now they're showing up. They're showing up big on Dust 2, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, again, Madden in that first half definitely had some impact there later down the line in that second, but in the first half, rolling through there with some consistent success there. Big multi-killing, actually doing really well in holding off the middle with the rifling. It just felt like a clear asset to the squad that, you know, again, we know his capability of bringing that to the table here, and definitely stepped it up as needed right now for this Falcons roster. Because like you said, not a lot of positive headlines here, but if you can turn this tough start in Dallas into a positive spin with a confidence building win here, it could be massive. And again, he was delivering that every step of the way.
He was indeed. He was indeed, right? And if you're going to shine, if you're going to step forward, having Madden do that, he's a guy who's always been a little bit more of a sneaky contributor to this team. Like, I even feel like in this performance, you know, he topped the board, but I would say his contributions are more about being steady and being correct than they are about having, like, the highlight play when you get caught off. And so maybe he doesn't always get his flowers, and we saw that with the old roster as well. You know, more of the focus was on Sampaio, more of the focus was on Nerds, even Diha at times, but it was more often than not Madden who was that sneaky key MVP, that key piece that kept him in games, that propelled him in big series. And if he can become that again here for Falcons, I mean, that's something that is a massive thing to be able to fall back and rely on.
Yeah, I like how you talk about the Dallas boys as well, because I think Snappy's one of those players that actually helped it lift off there. If you remember some of the clutch factor that he had at the beginning of the map there, I think it kicked it all off. It built up that momentum. It honestly just built up what they needed here, which was to have some smiles, have some good starts to a game here in which they were able to do off the back of that first half. So I think able to turn it around right there. It was those three Dallas boys that were able to close it out big time.
Now, keeping our eyes forward now, we got Nuke coming up on deck. I touched on it a little bit, right? This is maybe going to be a bit interesting for the Monty side. It's a map that they played a lot of with the old roster, certainly, but in particular, we heard from Stiko. He hasn't been playing in 2 years. He mentioned that in the pregame interview with James Banks. That's a key piece, right? There's going to be some transitionary periods here. Haji's played a good deal of Nuke in his career as well. You know, with his previous roster as well, they liked a bit of Nuke. But this is still one of those maps that is a bit of a test for new squads, right? It's a map that's so dependent on chemistry, on trusting your teammate and their comms, on knowing what they mean when what they say happens, and having the timing in that rotation. It feels like this could be a bit of a punish pick coming through from the Falcons.
I mean, here's the biggest concern for me right here is, like you said, with cohesion, this map is all about having good CT side rotates. We didn't see that too much, to be honest, with Monty when they were playing up against Vitality, but we also saw them lose a lot of clutches. So if you're looking for a place to bounce back, I mean, they will be starting off on that CT side. If you're able to iron out some of those late round situations, and honestly, I would say more than anything, iron out some of the rotations here in that short amount of time that you've had in between, which it could just be a quick discussion on what they need to do, what the protocols are. It could be that, again, if they gave us some of the same T sides in which they were absolutely manipulating Vitality in terms of the rotate, they had such strong T sides. It was very exciting to watch Monty kick off this event playing that T side of Nuke. If they can bring that same level there and talk through some of these CT side protocols, I think they could actually level up and, again, answer back here versus Falcons in the fashion in which they need to.
It'd be a good one. I mean, they did get so very close to taking a stunning upset over Vitality, right? And now here on this team, you got a couple players who were on Vitality not that long ago, and a coach and a performance manager and like some support staff and maybe the analysts, interns. So they can just close their eyes and pretend the jerseys are different and that there's a bee waving an approximation of the American flag on the back, and maybe they just squint a little bit. It'll be like a repeat of the Vitality game, and they can close it out this time.
Looking for that home field advantage right there, but. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think, you can bring some of that same level. I did see that they started off with the CT side for the set of Monty, which kind of comes as a surprise considering how tough it was. It still makes sense, right? It's Nuke. So obviously, again, you think you can get off to a better start. I think in the back of Monty's minds, they know that they could have won those clutches a little bit better, but it's going to be tough to get past this man on your screen right here. Sun Pius on Nuke as well. Again, just such a good player at getting to the right position, being a menace, and as we saw from that last map there, can still bring some op energy to that T side as well. Can still have some of that aggressive maneuvers that you need to lift off.
I just want to take a quick moment. This is a complete non sequitur from what we're talking about, but so this is the 100th IEM. So a focus for this event is on the history of it. I love that they've got, presumably that's a trophy lift segment behind the Falcons players, but you can just see the old novelty check, and that the first place prize at that point was 15K. We've come a little ways from then, but still novelty checks.
There it is.
We need to bring these back. I don't think we do giant novelty checks that often anymore. For the, I know we've got like beautiful trophies, stunning cups, goblets, chalices, and all that. I want giant novelty checks back, man.
Those old school pictures of like when players won their first LAN and they've got the big checks there with their teammates was sweet. So yeah, that'd be a good pullback there for sure.
Make it happen. Make it happen. You want to make it sick? Like make the check out of gold. I don't know. Inscribe it, engrave it with the amount that they get. I'm not sure how any of that works, but the question's going to be, how is it going to work in the server here, Cole? And I think we have questions to ask at both sides, and also reasons for optimism for both as well.
Yeah, 100%. Looking forward to seeing if Monty can bring us some of that same level here into Nuke that they were able to show and try and improve on some of their performance here that they did on that CT side. So it'll be exciting to see if they can level it up.
Did you get a giant novelty check for that season of IEM you won?
No, but they did send me a medal, by the way.
They sent you a medal? Did you have that displayed?
Yeah, I can put it. I can.
You gotta show me the IEM medal sometime.
Yeah, they sent it to your doorstep for winning season 36 of IEM.
There you go. Look it up. It happened. I'll keep talking about it forever. Dupree with the opener here. He's won a little bit more than IEM. He's looking to win a little bit more here as well, but fast play back in the lobby. Stiko collects and will be dismissed. Haji still on the scene. Was the difference maker in the matchup against Vitality. Was the difference maker on Dust 2. Needs to be it again, it seems, for this team. And actually, this take is stalled out a little bit. The bomb is down. And they're trying to reroute to figure out how they're going to collect. Maybe just trying to distract Haji here. Allow the player up the ladder bit by bit. Dupree closes the net. He's taking his time with this route. It's cost them another life, another potential planter, as Dupree is really taking his sweet time with this one. It'll pay off, but they still got to deal with Haji. They've left the most dangerous man in the server still alive, and he's going to punish them for it. Haji, can he close? One more bullet needed, one more headshot to find, and Snappy is trying to bail on out of here. He wants nothing to do with it. He wants nothing to do with this fight, but he can't quite escape. He can't get past the crosshair. And so he'll commit to the stick, and Haji will punish. 4 kills, the clutch up. Haji does it all.
I mean, as I said as well, coming into this game, they had none of this. They had none of this versus Vitality. They were constantly losing clutches over and over again. It didn't matter what situation they were in. They would lose every last 1vx scenario, and Haji kicks it off with a clutch to instantly offer up that redemption here, and that's got to be such a relief here for Monty kicking off this map.
I mean, that has to feel so good for Haji as well, right? New situation, new team, first time out from that French core in a long time, new horizons, and you are continuing to strut your stuff over and over and over again, showing what an asset you could be to this team. That's light years away. He was a big difference maker on Dust 2 as well. Huge piece for them in that Vitality game. I just can't say it enough. You know, for a guy who I think hasn't exactly gotten buzz in a long while.
Yeah, it's been a while since people have been kind of hyping up Haji, but
it kind of faded in the background. Sometimes a change of scenery can do a body good.
Yeah. And it looks like that's the case right now. Great opportunity, a little stock raising here as he starts it off well as well. Instant reply to Sampai's opening. But it's a lot of damage done here, and they're again rotating so quickly. Here's 2 players stuck inside the vent. Dimka, he does have a response. But one snuck past him here in Sampai's. There's still just so many rotates right now rolling on through, and a big win. And towards lobby means this round goes a whole lot more difficult. Both players on that lower side. Sampai's still able to provide coverage here. 3 kills in the round, and he's going to make it up the vent safely with the bomb as well.
Missing the catch. That could have been it. That could have been it, right? That would have given Stiko a real chance to close this game, this map, this round, perhaps. I'm getting ahead of myself just a bit here. But now, as it is, probably just going to try and content himself with the save. A world of difference. A fraction of a second into event peak, right? What could have been. I think Falcons are going to be thanking their lucky stars that Sunpius somehow emerged from that vent unscathed.
I mean, pretty wild right there. Managed to avoid all of those fights and find himself in favorable positions. Stiko does like a little bit of trigger discipline. Might have been too disciplined though as one slides by. He's now got a crossfire to break through. This wins on all fronts. Stiko fighting hard for that save. And goes down with a big fight there. Only himself surviving, obviously, so it's still going to be big money problems, but it'll definitely encourage what can be a pretty effective force buy.
Yeah, with the full reinvestment here, I think a couple players are going to be double eco, right? So now they're going to go all the way in, and I don't think it's exactly going to make this next round easier, but if they can pull it off. Now the rewards, it's like he got the bonus multiplier for what winning an eco will do. Also, look at this guy. Okay, look, there's being a selfless player, and then there's killing 3 guys to keep onto the rifle, and then dropping it to a teammate. What a guy, dude. What a guy. Now he's dead with the 5-7. Would he have survived with an M4? Probably not. Haji certainly won't.
Was he on the ladder for that?
He was indeed.
Nice.
Magisk now just ripping heads from shoulders as this one is a commanding control. Waro backing away, just trying to keep the gun alive. Trying to keep his grippers on it into the next round. But, talk about a response from the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, lose a pretty frustrating pistol there. They respond so quickly. And so that little sigh of relief, a little bit of redemption.
I'm telling you.
Pistol for Haji doesn't last long.
Snappy's my pick for the MAC-10 heavyweight aim competition.
Just spams smoke and owns.
Okay, no, wait. Hear me out. I have a new idea for the MAC-10 competition.
Let's hear it.
We don't do a straight aim fight because that'd be boring because it'd just be like constant, like each battle would take like 30 seconds while they're just constantly jiggling.
What if we added KZ into the mix?
No. It's like jousting.
Okay.
You run boost a teammate, so it's teams of 2. One person's the steed, one person gets launched. You run boost into each other with MAC-10s. Mid-air. And that's whoever gets the kill. Alternatively, I would accept this with Zeus's. We have to Zeus the other person as you fly past
Zeus would be really sweet.
It'd be like jousting, right?
That'd be much better. I think Zeus would be more akin to jousting than a MAC-10 flying.
All right,
I'm thinking you had surf with the MAC-10.
CS custom game modes, developers.
I like the jousting idea.
Jousting, run boost, Zeus fights.
Could be fun.
Let's make it happen. I'm theory crafting here. Not for anything you could do in an actual game of Counter-Strike, but for things you could do, perhaps, during pauses.
Yeah. No question.
Imagine you're in your matchmaking game. They call that one pause. They're chaining pauses because one guy's got to go to the bathroom, and instead you just get to Zeus joust.
That'd be fun. I get really bored in matchmaking pauses. So
you get really bored in freeze time, man. You gotta work on that.
Constant stimulation.
Damn kid in the corner. These zoomers, man. Oh, all right. Madden, that's not feeling great. Fortunately for him, it was probably just a USP. Could have been a whole lot worse. Still never feels good to catch Dink for nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Here's my guy. Here's the Zeus. He's not quite being run boosted into the fight.
Unfortunately. But he might get a Zeus kill here.
It could happen.
Oh, that'll do it.
He's wise to his tricks, wise to his game. If it has a CT molly, he'd still survive.
He would have been golden there, just sitting pretty, but they do have a lot to clear on this side at the very least. Unfortunately, it is just USPs that they have to break on through. So nothing too crazy. Just one quick kill. And now Demka looking to farm up any sort of checks that he can here with this MP9. That's an extra 600 bones right there for you.
Dollar dues. Get his hands on that rifle and get out of here. Ouch.
Sticking around.
So you got another one of those? No? Okay. All right, I'll sit here. On the boxes. We'll eventually have to make a move. And meanwhile, Madden's drawn in behind. No interest in allowing the save. Certainly doesn't live here.
No, he's got to run.
So, question if he's just going for an exit, maybe? I don't think he's going to have given himself the time.
And he's going to turn his back.
Yeah. No idea. No gun! But hey, at least that extra 600. That is a difference maker.
That means maybe some extra utility. I wasn't sure what his money was looking like before that, but maybe he has a open play there as well. For future rounds, that could be good. I mean, again, already we've seen some sacrifices to try and get Woro activated. I think they're going to need him to perform here again on the CT side of Nuke, have a little bit of extra oomph out of his AWP. Was able to lift him through some tough rounds, but won't have that out just yet.
I feel like Woro's player cam, you know, he's a guy where you only get the reactions when something goes wrong. He doesn't smile when they win around, but when they lose around, you see that brow. Little furrow.
Yeah, a little frustration right there. Well, that's a lot to be happy about. Some bias. Plucked out straight through that smoke. A free opening duel right there.
Actually down vent.
And when you take down the Opera, I think you know that there's going to be more around that corner. So I like the double rotation coming through here from Monty. To get multiple members down here to prepare themselves for what should be a core of riflers, a pack, if you will.
The interesting thing here is, well, okay, the bomb's now walked it, but hadn't crossed. They can fight back into it. Looking for the information. There are limitations to the util, so you could understand the concern. Woro collects one, but
oh my god,
stuck in the open there, playing a really bold off angle. That's going to cost him. Woro on the line, can't hit the shots. 2 will be all he gets in the round. With the bomb now planted, Demka bold. Even to get through this fight, but not snappy. They are both low. Don't say he can't. 4 bullets in the gun, though.
No kit.
Magazine, no kit. Yeah, he's not loving life.
At least he's going to be able to save without getting taken down in T-spawn.
He got a team molly.
That's worth it.
He got a team molly.
That's
Cole.
huge.
That's the most valuable thing on the server right now. Screwing up. He's got a team molly. That's worth its weight in gold.
The Falcons better watch out next round.
Yeah, they're gonna throw a molly in a hut. You're gonna think I could just stand in the corner. Boom, you're dead.
Spread it to you.
This one actually spreads. It's not just a little spotlight.
They don't realize how toast they are.
It is interesting to think about. It's just one other thing you have to be aware of as a player in terms of the infinite calculus of decision making in a round of, is this a T molly or a CT molly? How many times do you think a player is going to stand in a corner thinking that the molly is not going to spread and they're going to get burned out? Because it turns out it was a T molly in the hands of a CT.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think that could happen. It might be fewer situations. But look at this. Look at fancy little boost that Sampai's just deletes.
He knows.
Up to your tricks right there. And he doesn't let Haji escape. He's hot on the heels, and this time he's out for a little revenge. Got plucked out straight through a smoke last round. This time,
don't let him get hot.
It's the last thing they need.
He got hot on Dust too. They regretted it. That second half was, he's the one who put him in the way. Don't let him get hot. Nothing better than doing that against Ecos as well. Limited buy on the other side.
Well, especially when it's the rifle that gets dropped twice.
True.
Timka tries to run away with it and he can't escape. It just feels like double trouble.
Taking their time with this one now with this outside control established. Modern worming his way in. Could overlook Stiko. Will overlook Stiko. Gun gained. There's something there. It's gonna get in towards heaven. There's still a player in towards the hut. Krasnal. Holding on to that position for the moment, but Stiko's gotten active. Wasn't content to sit on his haunches, rest on his laurels. Instead, he sets up a teammate as well, and now Snappy needs to plant. Dupree was far afield. Snappy low. Waro in the same angle as teammate. That might not be expected. Snappy eliminated. Down to the last. Dupree's got the range advantage. The rifle enough. That one a little shaky, but a 5th round victory it still is.
Yeah, a little bit of a lack of cohesion right there from the side of Falcons. It's nullified by the fact that, again, Sampais just takes care of 2, but some solo adventures start to take place there. And as you can see, I think Sampais a little confused. That's that Stiko flank that ends up coming through. He's got Dupree in secret, so there just was a gap in the default there where they were waiting for re-aggression. But again, nullified frustration when Dupree clutches up. And look at this, Madden runs right past the Molotovs and into the site. He goes, they've got control already, and it's just Krasnal playing in heaven right now. That's all that they have as resistance.
Molly down, he has to back away. And even with that man advantage now, it's not an appetizing prospect. They do have 2 kits. Stiko's now found another. Now, I mean, certainly, if there was any question about whether they're going to go for it, my question has already been answered. But getting past these choke points, getting out of heaven. Cheeky ankle from Dupree up on top of the blue box. Not what you would expect. He's ahead of that nade. Certainly the flashbang doesn't catch it. He's got 2. Rewarded for it. Demka able to punish. But he's got more work to do and they're running out of time. Sampais trying to stall it. That shot not on. But they're on the stick. Oh. They're on the stick. He doesn't know. Waro held the angle. And Waro keeps his teammate clean.
Safety right there, man. Safety and Waro's up. Not going to miss out on that shot. Could have been over right there if he's able to sneak on out. But what a great attempt here from Falcons. This is a 5v3 post-play situation. A lot goes right with that Dupree position. A nice idea. Just too much of a deficit to pull back from. Waro keeps him in safe hands. Monty winning a much-needed retake here. But again, success never lingers for Monty too long, as we know from the pistols, so we'll see if they can find a couple rounds in a row. They're already getting pressed in upon. So much spam heading in Dimka's way. I mean, he just can't escape. There's 2 players spamming that mini smoke right there, squeaky smoke rather. Oh, that is brutal.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. No way to bail out. Smoke's long since expended for Demka. Said it's going to be Waro pressing the envelope here. Dupree tight to the ankle. Rifle fighting with it. First one not found. Trade is there, but he's lost so many teammates in the meantime. Krasnal spots a hint of an ankle. Just a little bit of titillation here. Shadow spotted on the next. He's got that kill. Hurt the player running out of hut, so he tries to drop in for Squeak, but it's not safe haven. Instead, that's the bomb. That's the bomb.
Evan.
They are wrapping him. They are wrapping him. All a matter of time. Madden's got the shot. Back exposed. Flank found.
Didn't pick up the op, though.
Yeah. Ops are for nerds.
So, I mean, I imagine some guys wanted it maybe, but it didn't seem like it was in the cards right there. But look at this. I don't know what the game plan is right there, what the read is. But there's so much spam coming there. There's 2 players spamming mini at the start of that round for Dimka to deal with. And he had no chance of getting out of that position. 60 bullets heading his way, and eventually they start to connect. The molly starts to connect.
This is familiar territory. The half-buy for Monty. I mean, this is reminiscent of that Vitality game, right? Just struggling to get it going on the CT side. Hemorrhaging rounds. If there's any silver lining here, if you're a Monty fan, it's that we know they've got a pretty good attacking half in their back pocket. But you got to give yourself enough cushion to show it. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. Hang on. Madden, are you ready? Yeah. He's ready. Of course he's ready. What am I even saying?
I mean, you gave him credit there for a play that feels like sometimes goes under the radar, but able to avoid those mistakes. Just covers off his bases there. Haji getting aggressive. Shut down. Full execute into an empty bomb site. They're fighting ghosts.
That's the best. Guys, good take. Great take. Everything was on point, and if it wasn't, we'll never know. Oh, hold on. Okay. Timekick giving us something to get excited about. Oof. Couple attacks on Snappy.
Yeah, rifle's close. Too many targets. And just going for some desperation shots here. Gifted Snappy flying with the MAC-10. He was missing the run boost.
That's what he needed. Can't joust without your steed. Snappy, look, I'm just saying, Snappy 105 ADR. That's a Mac 10 King right there. That's an
applying DPS right there.
That's what you do. He's the point man. He applies that DPS. Maybe doesn't close them all, but that's what his teammates are for.
Terrorists win. Look at the kill spread. All of his teammates succeeding.
Look, if this were Farming Simulator esports,
yeah,
he'd be the harvester or the baler, and then somebody else would be actually putting the bales in the barn, getting the points. You know, he's just,
and collecting the money.
He's harvesting. He's chopping up that wheat. He's setting it up to be put into hay bales, and then his teammates coming through. Madden's coming through, and he's just like, "Yep, cashola." That's a selfless. That's a humble farmer right there for Snappy.
Yeah,
it ain't much.
Might have to crown him the cutoff right there, so you can get a real farmer's tan. Temka straight through the smoke, able to track Magus, but again, they're already out towards the site. They're scaling so effectively, and this time Sampaio is able to start to land those kills. They're just brute forcing their way into this bomb site. As Snappy gets bombarded by some utility, they're just going to stick the plant here, going all out for it, and Sampaio has just enough help to at least get the numbers punched in.
You have to have this round, surely. You got the man advantage. You need it, but these retakes have spelled trouble.
Well, that's such a good molly.
But it won't last, because it came from the CTs. The one in towards heaven, a better counter. And now as they try and make their way over, oh no, the flashbang bounced off of a teammate. It's completely useless. The retake flash does nothing, and now nades on in, they're dripping away. The health is getting melted, and there's just no chance. They have to give it up. Oh, disaster. You talk about those little bits of coordination that mark a team that's just made a swap of two players. The flashbang timing, hitting your teammate as they try and go over the lip. That's a perfect example.
It's the smallest of details right there that mean the most. And again, you know, that's partially credit to Falcons. They have a little utility left, but they use it to perfectly disrupt that collapse. They all try and fly through heaven. They get met by a molly. It buys a couple extra seconds. It makes sure that Monty can't retake on their own terms. Flashes get tossed around. I imagine there was just pure panic setting in to the Monty communications there.
Okay, here we go. Get active. Can't get caught in a late round if we don't get to a late round. And to, well, Waro caught by the bottle caps. Might have been caught out just a bit. Somehow, Demka has escaped. The carpet of smoke's enough cover for him to get the heck out of dodge. But he's down a man. His aggressive skirmish hasn't exactly yielded the ground he was hoping for. And now look at this. They're bringing everyone to deal with this outside presence. You have the mini player, you have the garage player, you have someone making their way in towards secret. And in the meantime, the Falcons have said, well, we got what we wanted. Mission accomplished. Let's go find some new real estate, folks. Reroute straight towards A, you'd imagine?
It's already such a successful kickoff to this round here. Does leave them with a lot of options, and these sort of situations can just be a group up and execute sort of situation, and you might just be on cruise control. Good utility on in, but this is a tough angle to flush out for Krasnodar. Yeah, free picks at the back, but that A1S1's dry very quickly, and Stika left last man standing outside looking in. Probably just going to be a safe scenario.
You got to love that for Falcons. That feels like they made a mistake, right? No smoke for mini. That can be a huge Achilles heel for that kind of a site take. And instead, they turn it into a strength. Okay, you get one. We trade for two. That's fine. You're playing checkers. They're playing chess. Or maybe you're playing chess. Playing
yeah, I was going to say.
Put the checkers all the way through. They've kinged it. Now they're coming back around. Uno reverse.
Bang, bang.
That's what we like. Stiko.
There's just no time, is there?
Yeah, he knows. A little bit of desperation, perhaps. And no ability to slip away with the gun either. I mean, this has turned into a battering of a half. The smile's back for Snappy. The smile's back. Danger.
Cheesin' in Dallas. Just like he was last year.
If it was cheesin', should it be in Wisconsin?
I mean, smiling. They do have American cheese as well.
They got a few varieties of it, I hear, down in Texas. A few tacos, Tex-Mex, maybe an enchilada, gordita, chalupa, quesadilla.
Burrito?
Get out of here.
We'll see if we can at least put a cap on this for Monty. Maybe they can replicate the 9-3 scoreline that they had versus Vitality. They had the 3 on the CT side, and it went into OT. But it's back to kind of just a painful defense for this map, for this squad. It's kind of back-to-back at this point. No fun there.
I did notice, so this was, I think as you pointed out, I think Jackie had one of the tweets about this. A hidden change in this latest update is once you exit a molly, your feet are still on fire.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice to get the effect.
Firewalkers.
And here we go. Maybe they need some firewalking. Walking back into the fire. There's the trade off of it. It's down to the clutch, but it's Magisk in the clutch. We know what he can do. He's going to get the bomb planted before they can get through. Haji coming up the vent. Magisk.
Oh, no.
The audio cue. The audio cue. The inchworm. He gave it up, but it was just the bait to draw him in towards the Stiko fight, and Stiko ready for it. So at least a third round, at least something for it, something happening here to give Monty a bit of hope as we swap sides, but it's head in hands. And it's going to get that head out of his hands and into the server when we come back. A half to perhaps forget there for Monty. Moro ends it with his hand in his hands, but they're going to need to regain quickly because it has been the T side on Nuke that has shown their best strength so far today, and they're going to need a little bit of that strength if they're going to keep Falcons off of the 2-0.
Yeah, again, they were able to get a 9-3 half rolling through versus Vitality. Had Zaiwu in his pocket on that CT side. So we'll see if they can replicate that success. It's going to be necessary, and maybe then some, if they want to close it out in regulation here. I don't know if Falcons are too interested in letting that slide. They were able to shut him down on Dust 2, looking to replicate that here. So we've got a little ramp rush rolling through, but it's just going to be a quick retreat for Snappy. We'll see if he can escape in time.
He's out, brace the window. Not going to take that route. He's not yet, but he is out of dodge. Sampais joins him down below, and at least for the moment, they're going to content themselves with the ramp control. That's not what they were looking for. Trying to apply pressure on towards A. Waro goes looking into Mini, and far from it. Madden, meanwhile, shoving them back down the chimney. No climb for you, no heaven for you. Magisk at least catches a ding. Something for Monty, but they just can't find the kills needed. And Magisk still finds a bit of a punish. Nade further down at that chimney. It's like Madden's being besieged at a medieval castle and he's just dumping the hot oil.
Yeah, you just can't get past that right there. There's much more to worry about in this outer yard. Now, next up, bat is Snappy with a quick one. And Dimka, yeah, he's got a Molotov. It's the T-side one, but he's going to need to spread that out to 4 here.
Yeah, can you split it into tiny little vials, maybe? Vials of flame, do a bit of alchemy here. I mean, even if he gets over this lip, right, he knows this is nigh on hopeless. 20 seconds, even just to get back to the bomb and towards a site. That doesn't seem like much of a possibility. They're toying with him. They're toying with him, and while he'll shatter his ankles to get the kill on Madden, they'll need both of them, perhaps, to run away. There is no escape. There is no pistol. And now, if you're Monty, I mean, this is reminiscent of Dust 2, right? You almost have to win this force buy if we're going to get a map here.
Yeah, and you know they're going to be force buying immediately on into this one.
No bomb plant, though.
Yeah, maybe not, actually.
It's a bigger decision now, right? You don't get the same bomb money even if you did get it. Now you don't even have that bomb money, so you'd be risking it all on this, and they're not interested, right? They don't even have to consider that new economy. They want no peace, so they'll allow the 11th, all but certainly.
They give it a bit of investment here with a couple of Eagles purchased. Even that's going to limit their buy up next, but still Dimk able to provide some damage at the very least from the heavens, and getting shut out. We're still holding on to his Deagle. He actually does send one pack in here, so 2v3, they keep on fighting.
One more Deagle kill. He's justified it. Look, they know that Deags are deadly, right? Waro and Demka buying Deagles has perhaps been the most consistent hallmark of Monty through every one of their roster changes. So it's good to know that they're not getting away from who they are as players.
No. Still got that identity. I think Stiko's gone on a little mission to find a Deagle as well. There it is. What an upgrade.
Oh, the secret player. That's not a bad play for the D. And I mean, we saw it on Dust 2, right? Stiko can hit one of these.
One of them a clutch. One of them that round that they needed to at least start to pull back that one-sided half. Missed the ladder.
Right. Hit the KZ servers.
Oh. Not what they needed. That's a tough offing already to deal with. Added to the fact that he has 30 less HP, and Snappy going to seal that one on in. I like the decision here, at least from Monty, to give themselves an actual gun round in this second half. But if it doesn't work here, might be the end of the road here.
I don't know, a little ankle breaker when you're already in an impossible situation.
Yeah.
Got to picture it like a canoe, you know?
It's very aggressive sound. Sometimes you just fall off a little ledge. It's like you almost tripped and you still just snap your ankles.
Fragile things, those ankles. Lots of tiny little bones. Fragile things are the Monty economy. It's do or die. No simpler terms to put it in. They lose here. Falcons are on series point, and the money is all but certainly gone. Snappy seems like he's going to be under pressure, but Dupree's coming to assist him as well. There's actually not a lot of utility. Falcons might have been expecting a faster play based on how quickly they've done some of these nades. That hasn't been the case, but it has given them some great space here. And now Dupree up on the boxes. Snappy spotter. Are they going to read this? No. Just wondering if, based on the positioning of Snappy, you'd think a player gone on his shoulders, but no, not ready for it. So Stiko is the first casualty of what could be Monty's last full buy.
And what Monty was able to do so well is readjust from these sort of positions. They've got a quick readjustment on towards this A side. It's a little bit weakened up, at least in the numbers here, and Madden burning to the Molotov still provides at least one. It's going to buy time for some bias to hold down the back lines here and towards the backside, but he gets nothing in the flank, not covered. At least Dupree still winning these duels here, and he's looking to win this whole thing right now. Snappy from the heavens as well will shut it out, and it's going to be a whole lot of series points for Falcon.
Never a sniff of a bomb plant. I mean, it's back to all smiles here for Falcons, right? This is look commanding. This is good for Falcons, right? This is what we want from them. Comfort, confidence, playing well off of each other, having some big individual moments. More so on Dust 2 than here. They haven't really required them to the same degree. But also having that team play, having the smiles, enjoying playing Counter-Strike. You just imagine the pressure that's been on this team, the expectations when this roster was assembled, knowing that you're supposed to be a championship caliber team, and not even being able to get to playoffs more often than not. These kind of wins, the ones that should be easy but haven't been in a long time, they feel good, man. Now, all that being said, 4 more kills to find before that, and Krasnal is determined to make this difficult. Catches a lot of damage, sleeping down Secret. Even slipping down.
What? Dupree 4x3.
Oh no.
They're right next to each other, and almost a second there for Moro 2K.
There it is.
He finds it.
Oh no.
Wow, I can't believe it, man. It was very clear with the 16x9, but cursed straight there by the resolution. And
is that what allows Monty back into this game?
It's not even going to be a great save at this point. I want to see Snappy go for one of those late diffuses to try and win the game. He's just revealed his hand here with that kill. So.
Yeah, no way. Not without the smoke. Not without. I mean, you think?
He's got a Molotov. I think the molly's the bigger factor here. You molly out like Hut. I don't know. I guess it's planted for Squeaky, kind of. So.
Certainly just going to be saving now. So hey, Monty will at least get a chance to fight in the second half. They're going to get a go of it. It's Krasnal opening things up with a Galil of all things. And now he has given his team at least a chance. Sometimes that's all you need. The question is, did he give it, or did Dupree Settings give it?
A little bit of both right there. Swaro, he finds 2 kills off of that as well. Almost felt like the communication was late. We're still not expecting that corner to be turned. But here you go.
Oh.
Wonder if we'll get that yeah, well, there's the worst. This follow-up right there.
Cheeky bit of the old positioning. But, I mean, look, okay, so there's a little bit more in the tank here for Falcons. They can still shut it down here and now. Forget all about that. Not even allow the possibility. That nade makes it a lot easier. Haji is so low, right off rip. Much work to be done. Spots the player getting into his garage. Krasnal not interested in sticking around for the moment. And actually, Snappy's getting active, it looks like, in towards the ramp fight. Just wanted to spam. So he will concede this territory, at least for the moment. And they're coming back his way. They want to fill the gap that he's just created. Got a bit of a read that he's going to be alone. But can he get anything out of this? No. Now it's trouble on for Falcons. The lower site very exposed. Just Sun Pius down this way. And players headed towards a bomb line. But Magis, that's off of a nade chase. Haji stuck in the corner, out Squeaky, and now punished. Means Falcons have the numbers once more.
So Pius, he's got to offer up that defense from the ramp side of things, and they're chasing him down. Able to provide a little bit of resistance, just closes the door. He's waiting for his teammates to get involved on the scene. They still got a lurk rolling through here from Dimka, and cuts off one of those rotations very quickly, so more and more opportunities to stay alive here if you're Monty. But Madden's still able to keep it at bay, and that bomb is kind of indecisive right now as to where it wants to head.
Feels like they might have missed their window. Might have missed their window. They missed their Stiko. It's all under Krasnal now. Hope of the team on his back. 20 seconds to try and make this happen. He's down below half to boot. They double rerouted in towards Decon. They're in no rush. He's got to make the move. They're on the read and react.
Oh,
Trust
man.
that was a fake, and that might have just been his window. Second tap in. Now they just have to stall the time, and he's lost this. He's lost this. He can't do it. There's just no time. Falcons will conquer. They'll take the 2-0. They'll move on here and survive their first brush with elimination at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024.
That's such a much-needed victory right there. It's confidence over a team like Monty, who is going through a lot of changes. They're going through a lot of adjustments here, and they're thinking definitely what could have been if they started off a little bit better, if they were able to close out that matchup versus Vitality here, because they run into a Falcons who coming through this lower bracket, they know what's on the line here. They know that they're kind of defending the title in a certain sense with the core, and I mean, they definitely showed it when they're in that elimination stage.
It's fitting as well, right, for a roster at an event where it's so tied into the history of the Intel Extreme Masters. We're at the 100th edition of this event. You can't lose the previous champions in the first round. You can't be doing that. He can't be doing it. But for Monty, this one's going to stink, right? This is a team that has a lot of promise. This is a team that's just made some substantial changes. Maybe it's too early, but we know what this roster can be. We know how exciting these players can be, and they've shown it today. Maybe they won't get as many opportunities as they were hoping for. They showed it up against a Vitality, up against Falcons, up against some very strong opponents. That sooner rather than later, this might be a Monty once again to be feared.
I mean, I just saw 1T half from them, and I was already fully on board when they were playing up against Vitality on Nuke. I felt like they had some perfect mid-rounds, that things were going really well for them. So while they're in this massive adjustments phase, I think give them a little bit of time, and you might be able to make this roster work. Haji looked very good on that matchup as well. He's playing with a lot of confidence. We mentioned his stocks on the rise with this Monty roster. So, you know, a good event rolling through for Falcons, but obviously for Monty, an earlier exit, you wanted to get more reps.
And I think you really did see those moments where the inexperience together cost them, right? I mean, I'm thinking back to that flashbang hitting Stiko as he comes over the lip on Nuke, but there were lots of those moments on Dust 2 in particular as well. That T side just didn't feel quite buttoned down to the extent that you need to best a team like the Falcons, but on the flip side, it is a big winner. It's a big confidence builder for the Falcons. You had the individuals hitting. You had the guys who remember what it's like to lift a trophy here. They're hitting strong. They're looking good. They're starting to find some individual form. They're starting to really dial in on the scopes, on the crosshairs. And against a dangerous firepower team like Monty, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, and especially there's so many opportunities, I think, where they could have fallen into some frustrating territory, especially in that second half comeback there. They needed something special to shut things down. They had individuals that could offer that up. It was some Pius who was shutting things down on Dust 2 that kept them at bay and just kind of kept Monty at an arm's length that whole game, which is kind of what we expected out of this Falcons roster for the entirety of its iteration.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And as much as we do credit these individuals, it is that team as well that we're looking at it, right? Snappy having a strong Nuke. I think in particular, you know, always good to give him his individual flowers. His individual performance has not exactly been great through the early moments of this team. So nice to see him stepping up, having some big moments. Mac 10 in particular. But our Air Force aim high MVP, that's got to go to Mr. Madden himself, I'd imagine. It's got to be. Oh, yeah. It's got to be. Of course it is here, Cole. This dude was a monster through both maps.
Yeah, it's good to see him performing as well as he was able to here in this elimination game, because when it's on the line here, a little bit of pressure applied. This is a good player to have to step up there. It felt like, again, consistency out of him throughout this entire series. Was able to bring through just a lot of, I would say on the CT side, especially on Dust 2, was opening up rounds and making sure that Monty, whatever their initial game plan was, whatever plan A was, it wasn't going their way. They just couldn't get past this man. He was always disrupting them.
He was indeed. He was indeed, right? It's, again, like when he has these MVP type performances, maybe at the end of it, some viewers are like, really? Because he doesn't have all of the splash plays of it, right? But it's consistency, it's reliability. It's
offing.
It's apparently a little bit of offing, just sprinkled on in there. You always know what you're going to get with Madden, and it's a bit of a backbone for the rest of the team to rely on that maybe helps set up some of those splash plays coming through from elsewhere on the roster.
I mean, definitely has a performance to be proud of here in this important matchup. So it's good to see him arrive, and if he can keep that up throughout this entire event, that's just going to be one extra asset that Falcons have to make their way through this lower bracket.
We were asking in the pregame, right? We were like, when is he going to turn around for Falcons? And it's the question that everyone's been asking for Falcons. We've had these moments. We've had these little like, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, right? In the early days, some medium highs and a whole lot of lows.
Yeah.
This is a start. I don't think this is enough to really start to crow about them and get excited and think that this is a title contender again. But it's handling business, taking your map pick confidently, showing why you picked it against your opponent, making Dust 2 a new map that requires some adjustment happen. It's starting to show some chemistry, some comfort between these teams. There's tougher opponents yet to come here, Cole, but at least in this moment, Falcons give us some reason to think maybe, just maybe, Dallas might show the upswing.
Yeah, I mean, again, the winners of this event not consistent, so maybe looking to at least keep that consistency in terms of that course. So it'd be really cool to see if they can keep up this performance versus some of that tougher competition. That's still what I want to see. When they were challenged by G2, we obviously knew how that one went, and honestly, I think some people heading into this one, even though G2 playing without any pressure, it feels like when you're up against that tougher competition, that's where I think it could still be more of a problem for Falcons. So I want to see them tested once again, especially in a best of 3.
We'll have to find out. They will certainly be tested many more times. That's the beauty of losing on day one. You're going to get a whole lot of reps. You go down to the lower bracket. One thing you can content yourself with, you're going to get some quality rep time.
Oh, yeah.
As you got to run all the way through. But showing us that they've at least got that fight. Looking forward, right? We got some more games coming down the pipe. We got some more matches coming down the pipe, and Falcons certainly going to have some more matches to do. Is there anything that you're looking at that really inspired you out of this series that you get to see them gel and you're hoping for going forward?
I like the Dust 2 CT sides. If we see any of that, consistent throughout Falcons, the way that they were able to, have some Pius as a big element of that. What he can bring on the op. I think that their Dust 2 could just be very powerful, considering how aggressive he can be. Even his T-side opping was very promising. So I think there's a lot to be excited about for Falcons, but that Dust 2 map, it might be one of them.
It might indeed. Some Pius, thinking back to his Movistar days, I think always enjoyed a little bit of Dust 2. Always a little bit of a demon out towards the car. Speed demon on the scope, if not the steering wheel. But we do have an interview to hear. I believe this is over from the Monty side. So let's go ahead and give it a listen, see what we got.
Monty will take the early exit route here at Dallas, and I guess your expectations coming into it are a bit different because you had Hadji standing in, you also just added Stiko, but does it sting to lose the way you did to Falcons, especially where I feel like there were certainly some chances in there that you could have taken them out, could have taken the series?
We're not an established team, it can go any way, and like Vitality match we could win, right? And then we lost this match, no chance. Kinda, I would say. Yeah, we had, but still it was a comeback. It's like it was both sides 9-3, so it happens sometimes. But in general, you can't expect anything from not an established team. Like we're 7 days together, let's say. We played some officials together as a practice. Then the change of a map pool. Basically, you have 2 new players, 2 new maps at the tournament because Dust 2 and Vertigo, I would count it as a new map as well. And you have so much things to do, like it's not real to cover most of things, right? And we played all the maps like 2 times. Yeah. So that's very rough. But still, I would say happy with first match performance, obviously with second match not. But it is how it is. Like we are in this state, we are obviously aiming for next season, but we have to finish all those tournaments we're playing this year. So.
And in terms of that, what is next for the Monty gang? Because Hadji is standing in right now. Is it a player you're looking at? Are you still just on the hunt for someone? Because I can understand why you picked Stiko, reunited again, you can trust in him, but it's trying to find the final piece.
Well, basically, Ali also showed himself very, very nice. Market is kind of closed still, because I told in the previous tournament, right, like Sheffield will be in the end of season, right? Yeah. And like we don't know how it will end up yet. For now, we still have ESL Challenger playoff to play for like next EPL spot, right? And like we have things to do, when we come back home still. So there is some things to do. Also, the ESL Cologne, like point-wise, we can get the play-in invite theoretically, and we're basically fighting for like next season start already this season, and it's like nothing else for us. So kind of this way, and we will see which start we can get. Like, will we get the play-in invite or not? Yeah. And depends on this, we can figure out like when do we starting this season in general, because that's like the first big tournament theoretically for us. So.
A lot of maths to do, hopefully a new player to find, and hopefully a step forward as well. Any final words?
Yeah, thanks for everyone who watching us so late night at home. Glory to Ukraine, and we will get better sooner or later, guys. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, man. We get ourselves back to the guys.
Thank you, James. A very sober look from the coach there, right? Very realistic about the expectations for this team. It's a new roster. It's not a settled roster. They're integrating Stiko. They've got Hadji standing in. They don't actually know who's going to wind up being their fifth. Sort of depends on the shuffle. Like, so many unknowns. They're not beating themselves up about this result.
I don't think they should either. Again, the form that they showed, they had some promise. They had some ability to fight up against a really tough team in Vitality, and again, maybe not as much as they wanted out of Falcons matchup, but they still showed some strength here in Dallas that I think you can be excited about, especially with some of the new players and new additions.
I think they certainly can be. And speaking of showing strength, we've got a very exciting matchup when we come back from the break, as it's two teams that showed surprising strength. We've got Liquid versus 9Z for a spot to move on in the upper bracket here when we come back.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that? Never miss a play again. Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Welcome back here to the 100th IEM here in Dallas. We are ready for a little Liquid 9Z action. Two teams that, frankly, if you looked at their first round matchups, you would have expected neither to be here off Rip Cole, but here they are, and now they got a chance to take it all the way, frankly. This is, we'll start with Liquid, right? This is a Liquid roster that people have a lot of question about. Specifically, is this going to be the Liquid roster going forward? Frankly, we don't actually know. The rumor is maybe not, as apparently this Liquid team is considering changes, weighing up that man in the middle there's future as we head into this event. And the question becomes, is that first map a bit of a dead cat bounce? Is that a dead roster standing, having a little bit more to give, or is maybe Liquid ready to keep rolling with this 5?
Yeah. I mean, again, the headlines right there, not looking great for Liquid, but then they come through and they show a little bit of energy up against an informed Complexity. That was a big surprise rolling through there. But again, on a best of 1 versus a squad that has shown or hasn't shown a lot on Dust 2. So it feels like Liquid coming into this one playing with nothing to lose, and they certainly showed it.
Poor Cadian as well. You know, he comes to an NA team. He's been here for like 6 months. He's got like quadruple the gray hair. That's the effect of playing in North America. It happens to the best. But it's an interesting situation, right? I think a lot of people have been. I mean, there's been a lot of focus on Liquid. It's a similar situation of Falcons we had in the last, right? This is a team with high expectations. This is a team with big names. You get Cadian coming over from that heroic squad at one time, contender for best in the world. You've got Twist coming over from a FaZe clan that won everything. You've got Naf, who's been this dependable and defendable cornerstone of Liquid for so long. Yekindar, who had such promise before he came here, has never quite capitalized on it. And then this exciting pickup in Skulls that we know they paid an astronomical sum for. You put all these elements together, and the fans were expecting them to shine early, and it's been anything but. But these two guys, in their opening matchup, two much maligned players, they did have their shine. They had their moments in that opener against Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting here is we talked about the Cadian question here, but it's these two that I think a lot of people have had their concerns about here and are coming into this event a little bit of motivation with a little bit of energy versus Complexity in a fashion in which, again, I think all of Liquid, even if it's, only Cadian and the crosshairs to the headlines, everyone on this roster besides Snap and Twist needs to be kicking it into high gear in the DMs, doing the work, and trying to let that pay off here and showing that ability and showing the Yekindar that we know, the aggressive rifler that he can be. And again, the Skulls on Dust 2, who I feel like, if he was able to muster up some of the same success that he had on Pain and show that same form, what he can bring to the table as well. I think that's so key for these two.
It's interesting, you see the huddle. I think it's an apt metaphor right now. This is a team that when they were coming together, they put so much focus on trying to meld as a project, recognizing that there were strong opinions, strong players, strong voices, trying to come together from very different backgrounds to become one. They put some effort on that. We saw the content they came out with hasn't necessarily shown itself just yet. Meanwhile, over on the other side, let's talk about these guys, because these guys are all smiles, right? There's a lot more tension, pressure on the shoulders of these Liquid guys to show up in this moment. Meanwhile, we're talking about 9Z. These guys are like, yeah, we came over. We won. Off rip. Come at us.
Mouse.
Versus Mouse, the world #1 team. We dismantled them, We dominated them. Our bottom frag, top fragged.
Yes. Yeah. I cannot believe the result that they put through because, again, watching these guys domestically, it wasn't even like they had a lot to be excited about this year outside of their 2 IEM qualifiers that they made it on through. And one of those was IEM Dallas, the qualifier out of South America. So able to kick things off with a fantastic result, and it's out of Buddha, who was able to step up to the plate. This is the player who I've watched, again, very frequently make a lot of mistakes for this 9Z squad, be a bit of a missing piece in the South American scene. And right now, as he comes into a very high-pressure event versus a team like Mouse, you expect this roster to crumble. It's Mouse, again, I think what a lot of people give them credit for is their ability to, scale through a group stage.
Yeah,
and
certainly.
They're in the lower bracket now because of these guys.
It's kind of an interesting situation with Mouse where we talk about, how they handle pressure as potentially being the limiting factor between Mouse being a world beater and what they are right now, which is they're a very good team, but even though they're technically ranked #1 over on HLTV, it kind of feels like a bit of a paper tiger, right? It doesn't really feel super like they're there yet, because the victories came at ESL Pro League, where it's a smaller event in terms of crowd size. It's a bit more of a studio environment where we know they have comfort. The victories came in that BB event, which was, you know, online, or just not, it's there's more, you know, there's more to give, there's more to have, and we need to see them win in an arena, and Dallas would be a hell of a place to do it. At the 100th IEM, they have the opportunity to cement themselves as legitimate world #1s, and 9Z said no. And now I'm talking about Mouse too much, so let's talk about 9Z more, because here's the thing about 9Z. They always do this when they get international. Their results in South America are sometimes a little bit middling. They struggle to actually qualify through to these events consistently, but once they get overseas, once they get to an event like this, or an ESL Challenger or IEM Chengdu, that's where we see the best version of 9Z. And now they've finally had a chance where they have 2 international events in relative proximity. You had Chengdu, now you've got your presence here in Dallas. I think this is a team that's ready to cook.
Yeah, I mean, and it's also a team that doesn't really struggle underneath the pressure. This roster does not fold when they're in these high-intense environments. We've seen that many a times when this roster was, you know, with the core qualifying for majors. So I definitely think this is a team that can just wield that to their advantage here, even despite how young this roster is.
Looking at the veto, we've got Nuke coming through from 9Z. They did enjoy bit of that. We've got Liquid taking the Anubis. They played a whole lot of Anubis so far this year. And then the decider is Dust 2, and Dust 2 is an interesting one as well for Liquid, because this has been a real hot starter for them since Dust 2's come back into the pool. They played it 3 times, including the time today. They got dubs on all 3 over some pretty tough opposition. Complexity just today, Eternal Fire, and Astralis. And the Astralis matchup as well. Quite a drubbing. I mean, this is home turf, perhaps.
It's going to be lovely to have that to lean on as a decider here for this squad. I think that is a guarantee. I mean, 9Z, they've got some reps on it as well here, but nothing that really screams to me that this is going to be like a big confidence up against a Liquid roster who, again, has just shown us not only in this event that they can work some nasty stuff on Dust 2, but you know, they've done it in events in the past here. So having that in the back pocket as the way to finish off this series could just be exactly what they need to build some confidence and you know, again, just secure what could be a really exciting position for them.
Could be indeed. Seems like you know, we might be getting a little bit of an issue sorted out here. George in action, making sure that everything's good to go once they get into the server. Oh, a head shake. You never like a head shake with the headphones on. That's if you're looking to read the omens here. I'm a bit of a soothsayer. Head shake with the headphones off. Bad omen for game start time, Cole.
I mean, how many minutes do you think that adds right there?
Tough to say. I think it's like a bonus multiplier type of situation, depending on how many minutes you had remaining. It's like a 3xer. But you know, we got a pretty stellar League Ops team over at IEM Dallas, so I know they're working hard.
Yeah,
they're getting in there with a wrench. It's actually just Jackson with a monkey wrench under the desk.
He works on cars, so he should be able to fix it.
It's basically the same thing, right? The CPU,
it's like putting Legos together,
like the alternator, I think, and like the motherboard is the engine. And now I'm getting exposed how little I know about cars. Computers I could do. Cars, I don't know.
I don't know much about either one, so there you go. I bought a pre-built.
You bought a pre-built? For shame. You should do it. It's like big kid Legos.
No, I've had too many bad experiences building PCs, so I'm just avoiding that completely.
So easy, so fun. You know what's not been easy? I mean, I think you can see it on the faces, right? This is a Liquid team that's looking for something to smile about. They know. I'm so curious about what the atmosphere in the camp is, right? Was that news to them? Was it news that was coming out from Liquid management? Was that motivated by the players? Like, where do they view internally the fault? Where do they view the issues? What do they see as the solution as well? Because it does feel like removing potentially the IGL is like the most drastic solution. Because it's not like they grow on trees, right? World-class in-game leaders don't grow on trees.
You've got very little options right now in terms of replacement. There's Jame, there's Device, and
you're not getting Jame.
There's Fallen. I think those are 3 worthy op IGL replacements right now that you could maybe just lock in.
And Device, you know, his track record on the IGLing is like 3 months.
Yeah.
At this point.
Tenured.
I mean, so what do you even do?
It does feel like you're pulling a pretty massive change right there if that is the game plan. So again, I think it's almost one of those things where if you're Liquid, you got to figure this out. It's got to be the hard way at that point, right? You've got to punch your way through as you have been throughout the entirety of this 2024 year so far for yourself. So at least that's how I see it, right? I don't think there's any good replacements that you can slot in what is a valuable IGL for this team that has been working with teams in the past, has been able to bring up success. So what is that adjustment going to be? I don't know if there is any good options.
The box came out. If you're ever wondering, that secret box they bring out, it's the players' phones more often than not. So this might be a Steam Guard type of situation. You might be needing to log on in, do a refresh here, maybe PC hot swap. What do we got going on? Still headphones off. Always that's the indicator. When he puts the in-ears in, we can get hopeful. We can get excited again. But yeah, no, looking at the Liquid issues, it just feels like it's the nuclear option, right? Replacing the IGL. Because you're looking at it and you're saying, okay, the clash of voices isn't working. The meshing isn't working here. And if it's Cadian's fault that we're going towards, is it one of the other voices? Okay, in-ears are going in. Get excited, folks. Is it if he's out, is it one of the players currently on the roster that's going to step back in? Yekindar already had a go at it. Didn't work out very well by his own admission.
Yes.
Did not work out very well. Is it what Twist's going to step up? It's not going to be Skulls. It's not going to be NAF.
I mean, do you want to lose one of your top-rated players right there? I'm almost certain that would be a sacrifice. It's not always guaranteed, but we know how these riflers that are so aggressive, that are so good, and then they turn into an IGL, and sometimes you don't get it back.
I mean, I think about the only way they could make me happy is if they went and got an NA player. Cryptic at the call.
Cryptic
in there. Get your boy up there.
Deep pool.
That'd be. He
has to learn how to op though.
Yeah, well, Yekindar Twist can op.
Sure,
Naf ops actually pretty dang well.
Give Naf the op at that point.
Any full-time op on Renegades for like a second there?
Maybe.
He's an opper. I think we get Naf the op.
I think he'd just be willing to accept the role more than anything.
Cryptic skips like 6 steps on the NA ladder.
Yeah.
Climbs straight to the top. There's some options in North America. There's some developing talent. Definitely could look to that.
What's the fist bump speed?
That means we're getting the game going. That means this game is happening. I think Yekindar is stretching, but Zeus is taking that opportunity to dap him up. So, multi-purpose. Because it's definitely time to get stretched, to get woken up. I guess if you're Yeki, you got to get pretty limber to get that close to your monitor. It's like touching his...
Yeah.
His
you got to stretch your neck. Get those neck stretches rolling. So we could have a really intense best of 3 ahead of us here. From what we got out of 9Z, they want to continue to bring that level, and it's going to start off on Nuke, a map that they've already succeeded on, versus Mouse. And they want to bring that same level here, and they're going to start it off with a fast little ramp rush.
There it goes. Yeki will take the first, as Martinez was fully blinded. How is he still alive? Blade comes out, but it doesn't find it. It's the pistols instead, all just onto Max. Now he's flanked up. He knows there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. Everyone else has been dealt with. It's all on you, Max. And he's being tickled. Tickled with pistol bullets. Twist into the fray. There's no escape here for Max. Naf will find the final shot. That's a good ramp hold for Liquid. There's a smile. There's a smile. That's what I want to see.
I think he's laughing because of how just unreal that sequence was. How long he was able to survive in that corner. And at least avoided the knife kill. I think they killed him with the Glock just to see the back shots were coming through.
They're hollering just after the pistol round. They were. I think that was Twist hollering.
I like that.
Back across over at 9Z. Trying to get their heads.
Trying to rattle them.
Certainly no bomb plant here. So no force buy. Not even any cheeky deeks. Not taking a page out of the Monty book. What? Where was
started off with the Glock?
Where was that? That was a push into hut, I think? That has to have been a hut push from Cadian.
Wow, how did he just lose that, though? I didn't even hear him shoot either.
And he didn't get an assist, so it's not like there were...
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you can tell I caught our observer unawares. Wasn't quite expecting that timing.
Understandable.
Understandable indeed.
And now they got an MP9 to use, so it's at least a tool to work with here. Naf's keeping his distance very effectively, but he's used all of his ammo right now. He's getting chased down. Kinder's a little bit too far removed from the situation to try and offer up a lot of coverage, but there you go. Naf eventually able to start connecting and eventually just stays alive. Hangs around just long enough. 7 HP before the cavalry on the scene here, and there's no way Martinez is going to add any more to his tally.
Look, you know, we may not know.
He try and get, you saw the body right there. It was on top of Blacktop. He was trying to go on T-roof or something?
I guess he was trying to eat up the ladder?
Yeah.
He was trying to eat up the ladder.
We're hunting eeks.
Oh, boy. Okay. That's a little cheeky.
Look at that.
Martinez is enjoying that one. What you doing there, Cadian? What you doing, bud?
You love ecos.
Oh, boy. That might have been a bit overzealous. But I will say, you know, we may not know who the 5 are going to be for Liquid after this event, but I'll tell you one thing that I know. So Naf's going to be a reliable piece, just plugging away whatever it winds up looking like.
I mean, Naffers are always naffing. No matter what the situation is for Liquid. They got some scaling utility already, and some flashes are so well timed, so explosive from 9Z into the site. Only a single casualty, but they start to add more on the extremities. Now for the extra one as well, so before they plant the bomb, at least it's a man advantage for Liquid.
Oh, to clear back in from Cadian, trades himself out, but deals with the Hut player. They've got information on the next as well. That nade pop distracts. Twist can capitalize. It was actually just bait, and Naf comes in for the finishing blow. Great response from Liquid. That actually looked very good for 9Z for about a moment, and maybe just not quite that extra smoke or a fast enough take. Whatever it was, it just unraveled.
I mean, what went so well right there is a very quick to react defense right there, because they have way too little resources on that A side. I mean, proper bomb site defense. They had a player top hut and a player smoked out mini. Unfortunately, Twist was actually able to find a pick before things got too far out of hand. Before the smokes bloomed. And 9Z definitely didn't realize how open that A bomb site was after they found the initial pick. But look at that, man. Martinez with the scout. A specialty for you, Yakindar.
This guy's
got
some shine to him. Martinez, you know, leaving Spain, coming to South America, swapping continents to come compete. Something some of the Liquid players can relate to. Naf, a constant thorn in his side, in everyone's side. Skulls is under pressure. Skulls has to know this is a tough spot. He's got to pick which way he's going to fight, but he's going to succeed. Keeps them off, and that allows Twist to work his way up secret and collect all on the DGT now. And he's been read, he's been dealt with, he's been eliminated as Liquid keeps the 4-0 run going.
Nice work right there. Again, it's Liquid that are springing into action. They're able to, off the back of losing a man advantage, get a lot of extra help towards that outer yard before things get too far out of control.
I don't think he enjoyed that.
No, that's not fun.
He got the nice scout headshot, but
no more.
Martinez, you know, he speaks with his hands. That's good. That makes for a good player cam shot. That's what you like to see. Emotive players. So I'm going to guess a lot of Cadian cam shots and a lot of Martinez cam shots in this particular match of Counter-Strike. Pretty spam?
It looked like
not just yet.
Off the back of that lobby control, Caden was getting very vocal on the cameras, so either trying to communicate to rotate down in towards that lower site, which actually hasn't happened a whole lot for Liquid. Finally is just now coming through, but it could be a little late onto the scene here, potentially. Naf and Twist are both going to join forces here on that lower site, set up a crossfire.
It's a Canadian stack.
Yeah, and those are two top players. It's not who you want to deal with.
No, no, this is the Iron Maple Leaf, they call it. You're not getting into their site. Not without a fight. The Iron Maple Leaf, the Syrup Curtain. We can workshop it.
I like them both.
We can workshop it.
Two great lines right there. But they're going to look to converge right there, and not as slow as Maple Syrup. Looking to hunt these two players down. They isolate him, though. Naf is out in the open. Wasso Peak able to give him some quickness, and Twist still not flushed out just yet. Finally a Molotov, but he just smokes himself out. So calm, cool, and collected as Cadian finds the kills. And it's just Buddha left last man standing. Maybe the right player for the job, but getting closed out on so many different locations. Got the bomb out, a little bit of indecision there, and just a flank to cap it off for Skulls. Liquid, they're on a spree right now.
Well, they are indeed. Ooh, Skull shaking his head. No way. No way. It's not getting past me. It's not getting past me. When the defense was good, it looked a little bit awkward in towards the rat hole fight. You know, once they lose Naf, you're thinking maybe this is going to start to fall apart, but Cadian's there in time. Again, those rapid rotations, those rapid responses that we were talking about in that upper hit. You're just seeing it again and again. And, of course, we get the Martinez and the Cadian shot.
Yeah.
Thank you, production.
Some good reads.
Pros out there.
Soul reads.
It's the first 3 letters of, you know, production.
Sure. Production.
Hey. Paul's going to come through from 9Z because, well, this has not gone to plan.
I need some adjustment here. Again, we're able to really shut out Mouse. I mean, again, didn't allow Mouse to get their heads back in that second half on this T side there. And I think that's a big deal because you pick up a little bit of momentum and then you hop into a T side and it's like, oh, this is scary. Can we actually close this out? Versus a team like Mouse at a group stage, and they did. They had the answers, they had the replies. Sometimes these T sides for 9Z, they're a little individualistic. Requires some big moments, some big players to step up, and when that's missing, what do you have to fall back on? That is a bit of a double smoke there, and Cadian has free range.
Oh no.
Oh, that is
I want to test that one.
Big oopsie.
Time to audible. Maybe make the mini play instead. You're not getting down secret. There's a spot for Naf. Trying to avoid faltering. Nice find early for the op outside. Cadian thinking, swing me. Swing, give me one more. And Huaso Peak will do exactly that. Not sure there's a whole lot more to get out of this round, but they will try and squeeze blood from a stone. The lower side's still exposed. It's just Naf.
And it's just Naf in the back of the silo. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of rotates here, so he is just going to need to land these kills. Otherwise, they can set up into post plants here, and he misses. He misses an opportunity. So now we have a chance here for a bomb plant. We have another gun retrieved. An opportunity for 9Z to get on the board.
Is Twist trying to deny this? It's a little too late. Oh, but they stuttered it. They stuttered it, and that might actually cost them if they pop the door. No. Liquid will respect it. Yakindar just gives up a footstep, and that costs him his life because DGT is zeroed on in. Then 8 also indicates, well, Cadian's right behind him, trying to fight this out, trying to brawl around. The wrap from Martinez. They're applying pressure. They are squeezing. Buddha collects, but Skull's still here. Still, Cadian needs to back them off. They know where the last is. They know he's dancing with death, and Cadian will eventually collect. That's the closest round we've got yet, and that was a 3v5 where it looked like they might just be totally shut down.
Yeah, they maybe placed a little too much faith right there in Naf and his ability to multi-kill. Understandable, but when there's no one down towards that lower site and you ever allow for someone to establish a post plant here on this B side, if you give them time to get into these positions like DGT is right there, rounds can actually complicate very quickly. Doesn't matter the ban advantage, doesn't matter the situation, you can just lose out those duels. But a little redemption there. Skull is able to keep things contained, and Canadian eventually connects. Damage done though right now into Max. Guy that loves to take these out of yard duels, try and contain space, and honestly an IGL that can find opening duels just like this.
Yakindar shut down on the space taken.
Oh man, DGT down the fence already.
That's huge. That's huge. I don't think they know, because you'd imagine Nap would go back to clear it if he knew. Oh, this could cost him his life. This could, it absolutely will. Knife out. No. Wow.
No way.
How? DGT. No. No. Oh. How has he survived? How has that gone unpunished? And now NAF controls. They've gone for the old switcheroo, and Twist can't capitalize. It should have been locked in. And Skulls has been lost as well. This round has gone insane. It's been turned on its head. How do you read it? I don't know. They don't know Cadian's back here. They don't know Cadian's back here, but now they're going to find out that utility's not set up for him. He's going to flash forward. He's going to collect. Martinez is still posted on heaven. Never expected that play in his life. Not a million years. And now they can't even get the bomb down. Cadian. Known for these big moments, known for these big plays, and he's going to get active. 2 in the gun still. He might just intercept Buddha on course for this. He'll hit it! A quick scope on, the rifle picked up. Cadian with everything on a string. And just DGT to find. 25 seconds. Cadian looking to lock in this play. Naf still as an added threat. And DGT, oh, he takes a bullet, but it's not a headshot. So DGT, the wrap back around. But does he ever expect Naf to be here? Because Mr. Nasty F himself is ready and waiting. The patience pays off. Cadian did so much work to set that up. And Naf just had to put that right in the hole.
and think about how it starts right there, because Naf gets away with his life right here up against DGT right around the vents, and then Naf goes and punishes him in the 1v1 for it all to end right there. Oh man, I mean, what a disaster for 9Z. Just felt like a breakdown in the communications, and DGT just about saves the day, but it's not going to matter. You're just going to remember that 4v2 that you lost. What could have been here, it could have been a liftoff, but I mean, they deal with Katie in the problem factor early. DGT does it again.
A little bit of interesting positioning for Cadian. Maybe trying to take it all the way to the bank off of that last one. It's another trying to get up ladder situation, perhaps.
Yeah, you're heated up right there, and that's the overheat.
Well, you overheat sometimes.
Yeah.
But, you know, look, they deserve their heat right now. 7-0, stomping out a 9Z roster that just bested the #1 team in the world on this map. Like, yeah, you got to be feeling pretty good if you're Liquid. Yeah, maybe coming into this tournament, you weren't circling them on your matchup sheet saying this is going to be our toughest opponent, but you see who you wind up with in the upper bracket, and you're thinking, I think we'll take that.
I think as well, 9Z, this is a roster that also really likes to do some prep work. At least from what I've seen from them in like qualifiers in the past. They love to get some good anti-stratting done, but you can't do that later down the bracket here, but you can't get 2 quick entries from Max. And they've got another massive man advantage that feels almost unlosable. And I think it's just been sealed in by DGT. Yakinder, there's an op underneath his feet, but he still has to work to kind of contain that much. And DGT from Squeaky Door just blocks him piece by piece. And finally, they make it.
You know what the best anti-strat is?
Shoot him in the head.
Shoot him in the head. No known counter. That's I think that was a shoot him in the head kind of round.
Sure was. As you can see. Headshots. Fresh.
That's an immediate timeout called by Liquid. Interesting. Zeus is getting in their ears. Gesturing around. What's the talking here? I'd imagine this might be about the comms as well, right? Oh. That I would not describe that as positive body language. 1 round.
When you put your hands up, it immediately feels defensive.
No one's happy. Your IGL's putting his hand. I mean, look, Cadian did give up his life pretty early on in that one, right?
That's what I was thinking, right? It was a clear error from him, just flying through, and that's probably the concern, maybe. But you know, you don't expect that to replicate. You don't expect Cadian to do the same thing or anything like that.
This is not a roster that's having fun. I'll tell you that much. When you're 7-1 up and that's what your faces look like.
Let's see if it costs them here.
Man,
I mean, you don't want to see them from, like, just, again, a single round loss, like, lose half to half, which isn't all that uncommon here in the game of Counter-Strike. Sometimes it just takes a while to get your first.
I mean, you can look at this, too, how brittle the CT economy is, how close some of these rounds were as well, despite the fact that they have this monstrous 7-1 lead. Well, they have 1 smoke. They have no
$300 in their back pocket.
Collectively, yeah. This, if they don't win here, it's going to be tough, and DGT is going to make it tougher. Early collect, full outside control. They're getting down secret. Yeki with an MP9.
Oh, timing's brutal. That is infuriating right there. Turns around just in time for Max to collect.
That's a desk bound right there.
I mean, I'm at this point, depending on how many more casualties are coming through for Liquid, the positioning just way too strong. You've got events cut off. And at the very least, again, you're maybe asking for a big Cadian moment, but it all could be avoided here depending on what site they lean in. Right now, with the bomb still towards out of yard, 30 seconds on the clock, it feels like A is the end goal.
They're so spread out, though. It's like, how do you even save? Even if your mind is worth saving, how do you do it?
It's going to be a fight.
They've got lobby control. They've got hell control. They've got A site. Just to get out of this is going to be tough. And Skulls is the first victim, so they're going to double play the ramp, but based on how much of this map 9Z has controlled, they might have a pretty good idea that this is where the rifles are, and they might be a little inclined to hunt.
Hey, we've cleared out the whole map, except for that ramp and B site. And you can't save on the B site with that bomb radius. So you're exactly right. I mean, maybe could have made their way in through CT spawn.
They're pretty confident. Look at this contain. Look at the play. Look, they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's, making absolutely sure no one's going to be able to slip into that bomb defuse. But here they go. There's confirmation. On they move. Molotov to make Katie uncomfortable. He's dealt with early on. Twist knows he can't get that close. You can't do it. He'll take a couple with him, but it's going to be no guns saved for Team Liquid. The money is gone. 9Z has broken them. And now...
That's all they needed.
That's all they needed, Cole. The game is very much afoot.
Saw the body language. You saw the... I mean, even in this occasion, a very frustrating round. And 9Z read into it perfectly. And things can turn around so quickly in MR12. And all of a sudden, this very dominant one-sided affair that you kick things off on, and more confidence and more comfort for Liquid can turn it into sour faces.
Yeah, it's just... It's so bizarre to look at the player cams when you're up 7-1. You've lost one round, and that's... Like,
I like the timeout. I'm with you, though. The defensiveness is definitely the scary part, or at least the body language. A little bit nerve-wracking, but nerve-wracking for Max is walking into 4 players with the USP. They just reroute in towards the A side. Very diligent on the clear. And a mop-up here up against the Pistols. I saw Max's head just glide back to the back of his seat as he found 4 USP shots his way. Just plucked out of the server.
It's a classic maneuver. Popular on Inferno right now. I feel like I first really started to see it on Train when it was in the pool. You know, the 5...
Where are they stacking on Train?
One side of the train car, right behind the bomb car on A, on the outside.
Okay.
You peek around or you go out ladder and there's just 5 USPs looking at you.
Like stop sign?
Yeah, sort of like by camera. I'm trying to remember what the call out is for that specific spot. Is it stop sign?
I'm trying to visualize.
Anyways, there's a game. There's a round on our hand, and it's not on Train, unfortunately. Valve, please fix. But it is NAF finding one. Yakindar holding for it outside as well. Feeling a lot better about this now.
Yeah, this could be very quick. Right back to winning ways here with Liquid. Worried about the way this half could shape up, but they could just calm our nerves. They closed out with a couple more gun rounds here. 5v3, you got the position to do it. And 9Z, they're in the position where it's almost like you lose nothing if you give this round a go. Next is going to be the last of the half, so while they're patient, I think they're eventually going to spring into action here. Waiting for smokes, waiting for that last little line of utility to fade away. You are not in a position where you can even make a smoke effective, so this A side could be diced up here, but that smoke, oh, there's a big gap in that, though. Oh, Max has an idea. He has a read. He has an entry right there on the Skulls. A quick pickup, and now this site becomes a whole lot more complicated as NAF swings for the fences as well. It's just Twist on the site, and he gets dealt with so quickly. Martinez with the AWP. Another one here, and the 5v3 turns into a 2v2 within a flash. Martinez has coverage for this bomb plant from heaven. Watching for Yakindar's position here, exposing both players now known. Martinez good in the clutch, but can he be even better here? Trying to get baited out by Katie, and he's buying time for his teammate to arrive. Yakindar just going to tap the bomb. Looks like it's going to be a stick, but he's off of it. And a smart play right there. It's just Katie never giving his life up.
Oh, boy. A scary moment for a Liquid team, though. Felt like they had this under lock and key, and 9Z came in with a crowbar. Recovered, though. Big moment for Yeki. Needed moment for Yeki. But it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of relief in the Liquid camp because they know with that bomb plant, with the momentum that 9Z had, it's this next round that might be even more important. You nearly fumbled what should have been a sure thing. Now you have to hang on to this one. It's also the last round of the half, so that helps. Because there will be nothing after it. So maybe a breather. Maybe you should be relieved here for Liquid, man.
Yeah, at least you can't get economically reset again. Close out with the, I mean, a very dominant CT side as well. 9-3 would be lovely. A little bit scary in those late round situations here. Liquid just swing around the corner. They just look for those duels in the 5v3s. See if they can establish one of those once more.
This has been a lot slower on the outside take, right? They're wary. Cadian's giving them reason to be wary. His vision's going to be blocked. He's not going to have the idea.
Oh, man.
Slips into mini. This could be a problem. Max has a lot of ground. They're aware, but unable to do anything about it. Twist now alone, very isolated. No one close at hand.
Cadian is in CT spawn right now.
He's anticipating this hell play. He's correct. He's absolutely correct. But now they know the AWP is so far back that they capitalize and apply pressure mini. Well, they missed their window. He's back in the fray.
Oh, I heard the shot.
Unpunished for the moment.
Oh my goodness.
A everywhere. He's moving. He's mobile. He's active. And he's finding results. The AWP. Just making a spin move all over the site. One more bullet in. Spots the player's mini, calling over the teammates, losing his comrade in Twist, but still continuing to collect. And while he will eventually give up his life, Yeki is there for the trade, and Liquid do find 9. It looked like a struggle, it looked like a slog, but they find a lead to send us to the half.
Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I don't want anybody else but you. 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 I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else
A tough first half there, but it ends with 9 rounds won. There were smiles at the beginning, and then it felt like everybody got real serious real quick, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, that's how things go right there. Things get serious fast right now. And, you know, for a Liquid squad that a lot went right in that half. A very solid defense. I want to see those smiles return to the faces here as they get steps closer into the stage.
Look, I'm no body language expert, but I don't think I've ever seen Cadian this contained in any game of Counter-Strike I've ever watched him play. It just feels off, even though, again, it's a 9-3. They just need to win 2 maps here, and they're in the playoffs. The prospect is huge. Buddha, though, making that a little bit difficult. Still, the kill on the mini player could be massive. And Skulls is getting active. He's trying to go all the way around the world. Oh, he never expected to walk out. The bomb, it's in his face. The bomb went down, but it's all on a twist. How can he stay alive? Slips into the hop, but the double peek is too much to overcome. 9Z will find the pistol. They'll give themselves the chance here at the side swap.
There we go. Some good energy coming through there from 9Z as well.
Surely we're getting forced by, though, out of Liquid.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's 100% coming through. The economy changes, again, a bit interesting. It feels like you're missing a flash sometimes. When you get a kill, you immediately can get into the Galil. You can, get a bomb plant. You get a Galil. Your teammates can, sacrifice and toss you an AK. You've got still a lot of options when you get the bomb plant. But you will be missing that utility. No, not. I mean, they're rocking a lead right now. They have a pretty hefty one, so they're going for a half line instead.
Ooh, that is a philosophy change, because there was a time that this Liquid roster, especially early on, even when they didn't get the bomb plant, they were still going for the force, right? They were going for these very limited forces, trusting that they had the mechanical ability to make it pay off. And this is a lot more conservative. So an interesting one to see. Util coming in. Huaso Peak under pressure. Forced back. He knows he's under siege, but still somehow catches a kill. Martinez looking for more out of bullets. So 2 found, but a bomb plant far from guaranteed.
They've already got 2 kills here. They're just going to look to add, I think, a little bit more to that. TGT pulling through on a flank. They've removed the A1Ss from the situation right there. So there's going to be no upgrades for poor Buddha, who's going to work hard to get that MP9 kill, but he's going to turn that corner.
Quick, bro, boost me. Boost me, bro.
They can't turn on the jets in time. Sorry, Buddha.
I appreciate that he tried.
Yep.
I appreciate that he tried.
I like the idea. I mean, I guess I feel like you could have actually made a little bit more with those rifles. I know they don't have armor, but it could have been interesting to see them still give it a go in a 2v3. It just didn't really have much tools. They know that they're hopping into this next round with a buy, so setting yourself up for this round was the whole entire goal of the last.
So that Molly's still effective. I just feel like I'm mentally checking the list of where choke points aren't fully covered off by the new mollies. That one's still effective from the CT molly, just to keep them off of red box early.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel like for all these mollies, you just have to make sacrifices in the way that you maneuver around them that might expose you a little bit more than you would like.
And you got to be very precise about where you place them on the CT side. Martinez. Martinez is getting antsy. Katie on the other side of this double peek with Huaso Peak, but Katie's not looking the right way.
What?
He's looking in towards lobby, all of his teammates trying to cover over towards Squeak, and he's going to get caught unawares. That's a big blunder there, and the lobby crunch very effective over from the 9Z side. Just a guillotine coming out and chopping off any hope Liquid had at this round. So for Yekindar, it's now about finding anything, and there will be nothing. Buddha, make sure of that.
Yeah, it's bizarre right there. I don't exactly know what KDN's even looking for at that point when you do have a lot of players and teammates inside of lobby covering all the bases. It felt like they were in a perfect position to handle a lobby crunch, but this is how effective lobby crunches can be. One kill comes through, it disrupts everyone's attention, especially if it's onto that ramp player right there. So it is the perfect route, and the energy builds in 9Z as they know what that means here. They get past their kind of bonusy round here. Buddha gets off that dang MP9 and gets onto an AK as well.
Shout outs to Buddha once again here. Just want to give him his flowers. We were talking about it, it was a big over-performance in our eyes against Mouse on this map earlier today. Maybe Texas just agrees with him, man.
Well, the thing is also, I think he had a really good opening game in Chengdu as well, which was also a massive over-performance. One of his better performances that he's had even domestically.
Katie's on the vent. They were spamming him, but okay, he's just giving him some audio cues, so they probably know now. Huaso Peak certainly aware. But there was a moment there where I thought he might have gotten away with it.
Yeah, small little gap being slipped there for a second. And this Vince control is always very valuable if your teammates can actually make it to you through the outer yard.
Scout on top of Mini. Not necessarily the gun you'd want there. You kind of want it out by the red box, but okay. It's going to capitalize. It's not the gun that would be expected either, but now you can't really drop with this twist.
He's trying to wallbang.
Yeah, a little bit of awkward on the pathing, perhaps. But still, it is twists. He does, I think, just for brand purposes, have to go that route. Canadian up the chimney and gone in a puff of smoke. Looking a little dire, and yeah, the last few pieces will be collected here. Martinez makes sure of that. As 9Z building back into this, they've got the eco flowing now. They've closed this gap massively off the rip of the halftime. Just 2 more rounds now separate these teams.
Yeah, I mean, very quickly closing that gap right now.
And we were talking about how there weren't smiles on the faces of Liquid when they were winning. Now they're not doing that.
Yeah, they're not doing that. And on the other side of things here, this is kind of the language that you might expect for a team that is scaling through a CT side of Nuke and winning. They've got themselves, again, a little bit of energy building consistently. And for a team like 9Z, especially, like, I feel like harnessing some of that energy as such a young roster right now is going to be important. You know, Max and DGT, they both, I think DGT just recently hitting 5 years on this squad, and then Max getting up there as well. Those two guys started out so young and still were able to do so much for this team, like almost building it into a more relevant roster in South America. At this point, it feels like pressure doesn't get to them, and they're a big harness of energy here. So Martinez caught in the open. He gets out, though.
Hey. I mean, that was split second. Split second of difference of Yeki not being able to catch that. So perfect timing from him to recognize when the player might be coming around to get out of there. Still, Max and DGT tagged up. No casualties just yet, but some serious ticklers headed their way.
Space is just too good here right now for Yakendar. Such valuable real estate here at Huaso Peak. He's going to be there to cut it off right now. Has to slow this play down. Yakendar, again, he's going to contain some of these rotates, but I think he is just trying to cut off that reposition from ramp right now. Might not expect Huaso to already be past his line. And they've got to deal with Martinez with the op here next.
I just feel like there's so many resources devoted to this fight now. Martinez. His shot, though, has to drop, has to brave the flames to do so, and now might flow right into that rifle. That's Yeki capitalizing. The question is, how much of an element of surprise are you going to have Huaso Peak? How confident are they going to be that there's no one here backside? Well, confident enough for 1 kill. A second as well. Huaso with the third, lining up the headshots. Can't quite finish the job, but he's giving his teammates a chance. Max on the angle, deleted. It falls to 1. Up top, Twist will punish. And Huaso gave them a chance, but they couldn't get it over the line.
Oh, man, gave them a run for their money here from the back of the silo. Almost makes it happen. But that round all drawn out and almost according to plan until it's disrupted here. A lovely attempt. Just needed 1 extra there, and that's always very difficult to ask right there. 3's amazing. 4 would have been flawless, and I would have saved them. But look at this again. Another timeout here for Liquid. That's their last one, right? So no more to lean on. And it still feels like this game has a little bit more leg room, especially if you're talking about if 9Z can continue to claw back this comeback.
It is. I think this is a recognition of how important this round is, though. Because if Liquid win here, like, surely the carpet's rolled out for you. Surely that's map point. You're just going to need to eke 1 over the line, and it's all going to be good. The problem comes if they can't do it here. No more timeouts, no more times to collect yourselves, no more times to think things through. This is what we call one of them swing rounds.
To end all swing rounds here.
swingiest.
Yep.
It's like a tire swing on the old tree. Going round and round. And eventually, that branch is going to snap. We're going to find out where it winds up.
Look at this confidence from Martinez, but again, Yekindar doing such a good job of avoiding his scope by any means possible now. Max ticking.
The tick.
Oh.
He thought he'd be backing off because of the tick, but because Max strayed the other way, Yekindar not expecting him to be tight in.
Wasser's alone on ramp, though. I mean, this is such a forward angle. It's you win your duel here.
Is he close enough
you
to
die,
hit the
but Martinez here, he comes in with the quick rotation. He's right where he needs to be, just in time.
I think he heard the scope up from Katie, and that's a leg shot, though. The jump around confuses him. They don't expect the player tight up. It is traded at least, but Martinez still on the angle, dealing damage. Finding the kills that he needs to leave it all just to one Mr. Twists. And there will be no more twists and turns in this round. 9Z, we said this was the swing. Well, 9Z triumph, and not only that here, Cole, they keep the bodies up.
I mean, a healthy round right there. Not too many casualties. You only lose this MP9, actually, so a very valuable closer rolling on through.
Ooh, little head shake.
Understandable. Very, very tough round. You're walking right into the money of Martinez. You just can't get past him. You try and work him towards that outer yard. He tries to find you, and then he's right in towards ramp just in time to help out his MP9 that felt a little bit out of place, like he couldn't offer up that ramp defense, and with a little bit of extra help, it goes a long way.
Eki has got the space down towards Secret. Able to gain the ground. A bit of a duel out top here. Look at how much attention he's got this time around, right? They're like, he did this to us once. Never again. Never again. There's two players lower. The ramp player was even giving it a look for half a second. It's the power of the outside smokes, but the question is, can you capitalize? Nope. Oh, no. Boy. DGT fortunately bails out Huaso from a little bit of a mechanical blunder.
How does he get involved in this A-side defense? So that smoke can get him there, but they've lost one on the top of the hut here. It's just going to be DGT inside the vents trying to surface, but KDM will cut him off, and Martinez got caught off guard right there. This round could spiral out of control, but Max is in a position where he can shut down the bomb plant. He's looking to make his way out of hut here, but just in time. Naf covers, and actually did take down the bomb planter, but...
That would have been a sick play if there were 3 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, it would have won him, but Skulls can just recover, can stabilize a little bit, and Huaso just can't make his way up the vents.
This one's going to sting if you're 9Z, right? You did the hard work! You did the hard work! You won the swing! Can hold up against the force. Even with the first casualty, even with the 5v4, right? That A hit is just a little bit too much to bear, and for Liquid, a massive find. This feels like the Heimlich maneuver, right? The chicken bone was going down your throat, blocking the windpipe, but oh, okay. No choking. No concern right now.
The big credit I got to give here to is Yekindar as well. Even in rounds that he's losing, he's going to die to bomb.
Bye, Huaso.
There it is, yeah. Post. But, I mean, the big kicker there is Yekindar just keeps on making him rotate, making him uncomfortable with his outer yard plays. He's not dying to Martinez's lop. He's avoiding that scope. And this time he gets 2 rotates. He gets nothing, but DGT cannot get involved in a site defense. Look where DGT is when they're in towards the A side. He's flying up the ladder, and that's not where you want to be on an A side defense. So now it swings back into Liquid's favor here. It's money shattered, and like you said, they're still going to have that same position here. Maybe it wasn't the swingiest of rounds that we initially intended it to be.
Well, you know, sometimes they swing back. Swinging like a revolving door. Just keeps going.
Like a swing set. Back and forth.
Katie holds for the first. Got support for the second as well, so no problem this time. No one looking the wrong way on this crunch. Well, okay, that's the wrong way. That's the wrong way. It's a nice bouncer, O'Malley. Good, careful play from Naf, as we know and expect from him.
Just takes no chances versus a USP.
I will point out, though, I mean, think about how hot a start this was for Liquid. Naf was 8-0 after the first 3 rounds, I want to say. He's 16-13. That is quite a substantial change.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think he's still
He's still good.
He's keeping up. I mean,
He's great. He's
you can't keep
fine.
up with 8-0.
No.
For forever.
It just reflects how hot this start was. I mean, this was a 7-1, and instead it becomes a very tightly contested game.
Yeah, no question.
What I'm saying is, do better. Oh, of course not. Nice opener outside. 5v4 established. That's a nice find. Martinez on the tight angle. This could be the round. Up against Nav. Yeah, we were talking about. Been doing so much. Oh, finds more impact. This guy's ridiculous.
Must have heard the scope. There's no way he's throwing this amount of utility, spamming that angle.
Smell him.
He's trying to get him off the lines.
It smells like an op crutch.
I heard a telescope. Skill cannon. Towards the outer yard. I mean, they're looking to converge here. So 9Z not in the worst of positions. The distraction comes through. The bait and switch. Huaso.
How about Huaso?
With the next punch here.
Huaso.
And there he
Huaso.
slides, but he misses his chance for a kill. Eventually finishes it at least. And that's a man advantage that flips.
They knew about him. But not soon enough. Martinez hunts up, back in towards Hut. Never slowed down. Still confident. And this one's fallen apart for Liquid. Despite that early advantage, despite that 5v4, despite that space taken, this time they're unable to capitalize. And so this might be about doing damage as much as anything else because the economy is so brittle on the other side. Now folding on into Garage. Are they just going to save this up?
I think so.
It actually makes sense.
If these two save here, everyone else can buy pretty comfortably around them. And obviously the op is a lot less of a reinvestment that you wouldn't have to put the weight onto skulls. Alright, so you're going to stick around here for a little while despite Yakindo just cracking things open towards that outer yard.
They'll get a chance. There's more work to do here, but the journey begins. 3 to find.
Cool. That's nice.
He did his job.
I got my one.
I got mine. Guys, I got mine. What happened?
That's supposed to win us rounds.
What happened here? He has been doing a great job outside. Just individually. I mean, you've been pointing it out even when he's not getting the kill. The space he's taken is just... He's taken so much focus from the rest of the map. They have to contend with him.
Yeah, always a thorn in their side, no matter what the case is. And 9Z are really willing to, pluck that thorn out, but it requires 2-3 people sometimes. So,
yeah.
Again, it's given options to route around this, right? I mean, that feels like at that point a pretty straightforward call to go A pretty consistently if you can keep manipulating those rotates. No smoking. There's a lot of good smokes on Nuke though.
Well, you can't throw any of them. It turns out every time you throw a smoke, you're violating the law. You wouldn't steal or download a car, would you? You wouldn't smoke a bomb site.
Or try and plant a bomb on A or B bomb site.
I suppose every round is a crime, really. We're a bunch of criminals!
Well,
shocker. Yeki is once again down the steps, and this time as well, it's going to be Katie who collects. This time, instead of it just being Yakindo, it'll be just about everybody. Presence is here. The pack is here. The bomb is here. And for all the space that Liquid has taken down Secret round after round after round, they haven't really actually just done a Secret take.
Yeah, try to brute force their way into these lower rotates. And it might be for the best because this is the reason. 9Z always having so much around that corner here. Perfect 8G into this double play here. Huaso not expected to be in this corner here and just shuts down the aggression here. Skull's looking for the multi, but it actually doesn't ever get pressed by DGT, so it's a 3v3. And a missed opportunity maybe from DGT to try and find some more.
The bomb's left behind, though. The bomb's left behind. That's the huge thing. They don't retrieve it. Now Buddha gets aggressive, takes this lobby control, knows that they're going to be so uncomfortable in these rotations. Twist has to go down to support his teammate because if they don't get the C4, none of the rest of it matters. So by staying alive here, DGT has perhaps done a master stroke.
Looking for some timing, though. He's regressing.
How could they know? How could they know? Where do they think he is right now? Oh, he actually did know. He had the idea, but time was running out, and DGT capitalizes. So now Skulls, even getting back to the bomb might be an impossibility.
Holding on to his gun. Gonna call it a save once again here. Another round that fizzles out.
lives, he can drop one. Yeah.
Oh boy, that's a T-Molly right there. It's gonna spread. It's gonna catch you.
No.
That's after time.
Oh no, smiles.
Oh,
grins.
What a molly right there, man.
Skull's burned.
Even picked up another one on its way out as well.
That's efficiency.
Yeah.
Did he get a T-Molly?
T-Molly, look at that.
A good T-Molly.
T-Molly. He got a T-Molly and he got the kill after
That's
time.
economic awareness right there. DGT having a monster one.
This is a little bit of a force pipe from Skulls and Skulls only.
That's interesting. Picks up the utility set up the rest of the team. He's been having a bit of a sleeper, so maybe sacrificing what he'll get in the next round if this doesn't work out to set up a bit more here. I will say, fast tech 9 round in towards A. Oh, I'm a little clenched for 9Z here. I'm not going to lie to you. But it seems like it's going to be good. Trades out Pluto 1-for-1. Bomb plant could be secured off of that. Out of heaven. Uh-oh. The op committing in. Martinez, I don't know if you want this gun here. Not for the drive-by. Huaso Peak trying to recover. DGT here to support as well. It's getting so very messy, but it falls just to Cadian. A P250. The op found. That's what he wants. That's what he wants. It's the Magic Man now with the op in play. Pops his own smoke.
Oh my god.
Oh, that almost had it. Just to keep Huaso off, but he's not looking for him to be right there. Huaso through the smoke. He goes through. Whoa, Cadian thinking he backed him out. Not to be. Huaso Peak keeps that from getting out of hand.
Oh boy, what a save right there from Huaso. Scary move to make when you have to walk through a smoke up against an op on 9 HP. It makes the right idea. Denies Cadian a chance to just sink this one on in. And the clutch. That HE, I mean, it was so close to finishing him.
Frustration there. Cadian feels like he could put it away even in that tough 1v2. I mean, they get so close off the Tech 9s, right? They just can't deal with that finer player out towards heaven. That smoke comes in earlier. Maybe that's the difference maker. Hard to say. In most situations, you'd say that's a darn successful round, but you only get one more crack at this.
Skulls is out early.
And he's gone.
Naded out of the server. Also deals with him, and Yakindar this time a player forward to meet him here. DGT in secret right now, ready to handle him, and he finds him. This time Yakindar can get up to none of his antics.
They found the problems. They found the solutions. At just the critical moment. What's haunted them all map, no longer a threat in this ramp take. There's nothing doing. It's all on to Cadian, and this would be the most amazing clutch yet. It's not to be. We're going to overtime. This was a 7-0, a 9-3 half. Map point found for Liquid so early in this second, but they could not find that all-important final round, and now 9Z give us a little bit more to get excited about.
And 9Z just piecing that one up through the entire half there with smiles on their faces, working through these rounds, building that energy as they go, as they collect these rounds, as they get closer. That 9-3 scoreline, it felt like it evaporated very quickly. And do just enough. That last round definitely feels like they found solutions to the problems, to the woes of Yakindar, of this out-of-yard control here. Martinez, another solution, as he just has vision on Yakindar, and the escape is great.
This has to be such a change if you're Yeki right now, right? You were getting all this space for free. You were getting so much room for free. You were getting the kill in so many rounds. And now they've just got your number. They figured you out. How many tricks do you have in your toolkit at this point? Because we've now had 2 or 3 rounds in a row where you're just getting erased off rip. And now Max holds court outside. He's got all this real estate for his team. They can be so confident that there's nothing coming because he can see straight into spawn. Practically.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the dream setup here. You can have Martinez double zoom deep towards ramp. Shots that you don't often miss as an opper. You have 3 riflers circling that A-bomb site with utility out ready to counter any sort of pressure that they feel here. But Naf still able to crack through the defense and now makes that 3 turn to 2 very quickly.
Twist taking space. Twist tagged up by the mini player, traded out by Naf. There's the play. There's the trade. Huaso up top. They've got to deal with him. Can they get down the vent? 2 players on. They're down. They're down. The bomb's made its way around. And the response was to go double in towards lobby, and that's been heard. Naf knows, and he's begging someone to come this way.
Had to have heard the fadeaway here from the lobby
He's confident
players.
now. He knows there's no one coming from the side. They just have to worry about ramp. You can't move off of it. That molly might be a problem. He's got to swing. But it's all just an Naf. Naf in the clutch. How many times has he done this? Martinez, which way do you look? Which way do you check? He knows he's off of it. Here's the footsteps. He knows.
He's sticking it.
The swing. You gotta open. You gotta go. Headshot's not on. Martinez steals his nerves and steals the round.
Naf does so much all the way through to fight for that round. 3 kills in total, but he needed 4. He just couldn't take that away from Martinez, who starts it and finishes it all off right there with his op. What a just robbery in what felt unlosable for Naf. It felt like he had the perfect read, the perfect situation, but Martinez just far too good in these late round scenarios. You put him in a post plant and it almost feels like it's his. It doesn't matter what side he is on.
You know, Cole, earlier we described the round as being like, you know, you're starting to choke on the chicken bone and the Heimlich comes in. I think they went right back to the pile of wings.
They spit it out and it just fell right back into their throat, huh?
Right back in for more.
Almost a cartoon.
Oh, no. Liquid now at a deficit for the first time this map. This is the first lead that 9Z have had, but they've never stopped believing. They've been battling, and now... I mean, they stand on the precipice of something great, and if 9Z could come into the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024 for the 100th IEM and make their way into playoffs on day 1, who knows how far they could go. DGT Burning still collects, dancing away from the flames, finding all this space. This fast play from Liquid, they wanted to change the tempo. They wanted to pump some air back in their tires, and no, it turns out you can't put air in tires that have been slashed.
Just all flies by. Within an instant into a 5v2 here. No time to breathe. The 9Z this time, I mean, a massive pace change from Team Liquid as well. They just try and throw a fast play into the mix. See if it works. See if something works. It's a smart idea to try and change things up when you're getting read in like this, but to no avail. Absolutely no relief offered. And now set up for success is DGT. Reveals himself. There's a molly to flush him out, but... that's going to catch it. Will actually. Skulls finds one. Yakindar pulls one back. Wait a second. A little bit more interesting all of a sudden. Martinez. Right idea, but won't be given the duel. How do they join forces here?
Yeah, I mean, Lower's the right pick. All right, it's just Max, and he's not going to give them the fight early on. He's wary that they might be making their way up back towards Squeaky. So Skulls heads down. They're going to play the lower spot. Don't know that Max is going to want to risk this solo. Might need to wait for the rotation of his teammates in, so this could be a bomb plant. Liquid are finding the read. Oh, but the lineup, the door open. Max takes a bullet, but Yeki as well. That's confirmation, certainly.
Oh, we didn't stick it.
Punched in, they're rotating. Oh, what a catch. What a catch. Had to be. Skulls gets it in the off-plant spot. Now the 2v2. But they're so exposed. They're so exposed. Looking for the swing. Skulls find.
Oh my God!
The last from the jaws of defeat. Liquid snatch victory. Yakindar and Skulls, perhaps the lightning rods for criticism. Well, they take that lightning, they take that electricity, and they find some brilliance.
Hey, right there, not the duo you'd expect to pull Liquid out of the trenches right now, but the duo that they needed. It was a duo that they had, and there's
the pop-off.
There you go. Some energy coming through in this Liquid side as they needed it desperately.
That's what we've been looking for from Liquid this entire game.
Finally.
Just the same energy we're seeing from that 9Z camp, and we've got it. They've come alive, and maybe that's the moment to change the fortune. It feels insane to say that when they've been in the lead for the entire map. But I cannot stress to you enough how weird this has felt, despite being so strong for so much of Nuke.
You don't want that whiplash, though. You don't want it right back to the drawing board. Closing out this half with 2 in a row, I think, could certainly put Liquid in the driver's seat once again. 9Z have been steering the ship for the most part, but that little burst could save them. They've got, again, this incredible map control right now. Max caught in utility right now, dancing behind the flames. This time doesn't back into it here. He's still able to do some damage, but also just collecting 2 perfectly avoids the play.
I would like to point out that while he was blind on the edge of that molly, he flipped around and then flipped back and still found spam damage. That's actually insane. And now Katie and Collected trying to get down in towards Secret.
Look who it is again.
It's crumbled. It's crumbled. I mean, they already pulled back one round and probably. This time it's all just skulls. He's not even going to get started. It's a lead reestablished for 9Z. Just 2 more rounds and they claim their own map pick of Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a wild finish right there. They find themselves in another 5v2. It's the same situation for Skulls and Yakindar, but this time 9Z makes sure that they make no mistakes. And it is kind of back to the drawing board, but we'll see if they can lean on that memory as they hop into the half that they dominated on. They got themselves to 1 round. They've got 9 in regulation here. Winning gun rounds consistently. That's got to be good for something.
Max burning. Max burning. Oh, just commit to the spray. Trust yourself, Skulls. Trust yourself. But he won't trust. And so he will be betrayed. Still, they do keep the numbers even, but the bomb's going to be almost certainly down. This could be map point found by 9Z, as they have braved the jaws of the A-hold, and they have brought back glory.
Just about 10 Molotovs thrown in towards heaven to punch in those digits at least. Yakindar pulling through on this big flank. This should not be expected, but he just inchwormed.
Inchwormed. The inchworm has emerged, and there's no leaves to eat. Oh, gonna find it. That's how he still got jaws. Maybe it's the inch butterfly. DGT coming in for the clear. A whole lot of inchworming. And he will find that, and oh, Martinez will find so much more. Naf backing away. No interest in this. Doesn't really matter in this moment, but he'll save the gun for the cosmetics. It's going to be map point found for 9Z. From 7-0 down. A lead the entire game in regulation for Liquid. And now we're 1 round away from the comeback being complete from 9Z, crushing the hopes of Liquid here on Nuke and giving themselves a map win.
Man, I just don't know how they do it, man. I don't know how this 9Z team can find themselves in such high-pressure environments. This, again, gets you to the playoff stage for this squad. And the fact that they're here, it means that the pressure's applied. And they're down 9-3.5. And they just, it almost feels like they know that they can still come back. When young players just, it's so often the case that they crumble in those sort of situations.
Not this team. Not here. I have belief.
Oh, they just need Skulls from heaven.
And they've got Skulls gone. That's straight in from up top. Skulls feeling like there's just a magnet in his head at this point. He was on top of the towers. And that's a read. That's a read and a half. 9Z knew where he would be playing. And they just need 3 more kills. Man advantage here. Yeki trying to make the play of the map. Playing on the smoke fade. On the edge. Spam ineffective for the moment. That nade. Oh, almost felt impactful. Yekin, he heard the scope up, and that's why he didn't go through that smoke.
Yes.
He was about to make the play through, heard the scope, backed off. So the question's going to be, what can Cadian do?
He's getting crunched in from ramp as well. There's that late lurk activating, ready to go as well. So it's fights on a couple different fronts here for Cadian, and he can't afford to miss a beat. They're scaling in. He's just going to concede the site. This is going to have to be a potential post plant.
That means Cadian's not revealed just yet. They know the double door's open, though. That's going to affect what they can do. Oh, but he doesn't peek into it. He's wary. They're going to try and crunch from both sides. Multiple players here. The swing on in, and Yeki's not ready for it, not prepared for it, can't handle it. Molotov to force one player forward. Wasso, does he get lit up? He does indeed. Forced into Twist's crosshair. Good play. But time is running out. Time is expiring. They've got no smokes to cover. They need to find these kills. There's no safe haven. The ramp player gone. The timing is perfect from Buddha all onto Cadian. But there's still one towards Decon. And whichever way you pick, you're going to be wrong from the other. 9Z have done it from so far down. They claw this map back bit by bit. They never lose belief. They always keep the faith, and they drag this all the way to an overtime victory here on Nuke. 9Z now just 1 map away from the playoffs at the 100th Intel Extreme Masters.
I just can't believe it, man. This roster just never gives up. I mean, again, the performance that they put domestically, it might not be a lot to impress, but they come through well prepared for the competition, and they assert their dominance. They assert what is a massive comeback from the squad.
I mean, you put it up. They do their research. They know their opponents. They're prepared. They're ready. They're dialed in, and it might just be enough to see them through to the arena. We'll find out when we come back.
Yeah, so actually I think the first time, like a lot of people are gonna think it was Rogue, but actually I was helping TSM. They were playing E-League and Twist was too young to participate, so I was actually playing instead of him. And yeah, lived in their gaming house somewhere in California for a little bit, around a month or something. Yeah, that was my first stint in NA. How did that come about? I think they had showed interest in signing me a few times before this. And then when they needed a stand-in, it was kind of an opportunity to feel out the life in NA and for them to feel out my vibe and everything like that. Yeah, so it was pretty fun. Back then it was like Semphis, FNS, Automatic, and Sick. Rogue was interested in entering CS, and the first situation was actually with the Maniac and HS from Estonia, and then 2 other Danish guys, Tensky and Blaze. And then the team went separate ways. And Rogue, being an NA-based organization, wanted to have a NA team for the NA Pro League. So they did, but they were struggling quite hard. There was a situation with which a lot of people won't remember, but his name is Wardell. Wardell joined Rogue from Ghost Gaming. And then like the day of the deadline or something, he said, no, I'm not joining anyways, and he left. And they had to play with the stand-in, and then they needed an offer, and they were about to get relegated, and yeah, they called me, and I went there on a 3-month contract. And we survived Pro League. I signed for another one. All of a sudden, I'd been in NA for like 14 months. And that's when I went to North. A lot of people are like, oh, so you lived in Las Vegas, and surely that must have been a little bit rough. But to be honest, I think with the life I was living, you could have put me in any state in NA and it wouldn't really matter, because I was just waking up, playing, exercising, and repeat. So no, you didn't find me a lot at the strip, at the casinos or the fancy nightclubs. Don't worry, don't worry. It was still a bit divided, NA and Europe, but actually when I played there, it was very competitive. I remember there was a lot of the good Brazilian teams who were playing there, and NA was thriving at a completely different level than they are right now. They had like 3-4 teams who could compete internationally. Mentality and philosophies of how to play the game is also different. The NA one was like a bit more puggy style and kind of, you know, I also came in a lot of positions for, like we had like 6 or 7 positions in every map, which was named Headshot. I was like, guys, like we need to kind of rename some of these things. So there was some smaller adjustments that was easily fixed. I'll say there's some parts that both places can learn from each other. And I really enjoyed my time there. But I think actually the transition into this team is way more difficult, because into the Danish system again, I was maybe a bit of an outlier and doing my own thing. But now after playing for 4 years in Heroic, I think that the kind of gap and the difference in culture and mentality is very big here. So yeah, still trying to adjust to that. Most impactful North American player that I played with, both Twist and Neff has had tremendous success. Of course, I think Twist has maybe proven himself to be able to take it one step further, kind of leaving the safety net of Team Liquid and going to FaZe and winning another Grand Slam and a major there. From other teams, I would also say Leash has also had a tremendous career. Many of them as well, like Leash and Neff, has been very loyal to their organizations as well. So yeah, they can be proud.
Don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas, where we had caught a little bit of the local wildlife, but unfortunately, he's fled the scene. So, quite the matchup there. It looked like it was going to be Liquid's to take over on Nuke. 9Z had a different idea. They had a different story in mind. Heartbreaker on for Liquid. Maybe looking like some Liquid teams of yore. But now instead, 9Z triumphant, and they've just got to do it one more time, Cole. They just need one more map.
One more time for playoffs, which is kind of a crazy thought here, that this team could come through and have to take down Mouse to kick things all off, and then do it versus Liquid in this sort of fashion when they're down 9-3. It's almost as crazy.
Here we go.
As you try to pick up this dog.
The wriggling wildlife. This is the perks of being out.
Oh, yeah.
In the great outdoors of the great state of Texas. Oh, boy. He's not a lap sitter, it seems. Not a lap sitter at all.
A camp dog. He's foraging, making sure we're safe.
You know, we appreciate him for it. So he'll be keeping watch through this next match. Maybe Liquid needs some watchdogs right now, watching that scoreline drip away from them, because they had one hell of a lead. And yet somehow we never lost faith that 9Z can make it happen.
I don't think 9Z lost faith either. You can see in every round the cameras there. You just look at the reversal in energy here. You look at the two teams, and as 9Z are pulling back a dominant CT side, you can see energy, you can see inspiration, you can see a little bit of life in them. You watch this Liquid pull back there, and you watch that big first half, and it's just not going their way. And especially, I mean, the one big round where I was like, oh, that's going to do it for Liquid. I think that's going to put them across the line. Is that Yakindar and Skull 2v5?
I thought.
It didn't last long. It did not last long.
I mean, it's just crazy. It felt like we had a lot of big moments. We had a lot of big clutches. We maybe had some misplays, for sure. But the first moment where you just started to feel it, right, was after the first round that they lose. They're up 7 rounds. They lose 1. There's admittedly some mistakes made in those moments, right? Don't get me wrong. But they immediately take a timeout. You see the coach getting active. You see Zeus getting active in their ears. And you see the hands come up.
Yeah.
Canadian. You see, it just... maybe we're reading in too much here.
It feels like maybe confirmation bias when you're like, okay, we see the headlines and you see the body language in between those. The duo that we imagine is the problem factor, right? I mean, we in our minds immediately go to, at this point, what are the options for replacements? It's again the nuclear option, like you mentioned here. It's kind of putting all your cards on the table here if you get rid of your IGL, and that always feels like it's going to be a clash between the coach and the IGL. That's what we feel, maybe the players as well. But, again, that's up to the coach to try and figure out at that point. And we get that confirmed in one little image that you mentioned, right? And that's where I think our brains immediately go to, oh my God, is this really going to be 9Z pulling it back? And it was. It just was.
It was. It was. And I mean, it was just such a contrast from the other side, right? As soon as they have any victories, as soon as they have any momentums, it's all smiles, it's all cheers, they're happy, they're loving life. I mean, likely they didn't expect to necessarily be in this position in the upper bracket, so maybe it feels like you're playing with house money in terms of the pressure, but the reality is the same. It's they got the dub.
Here's now, the thing here with 9Z and the pressure factor is I think this is your easiest opportunity to get into playoffs.
True.
You're not going to have the same straightforward path if you get sent to that lower bracket.
And look at this. We've had some massive performances today. It was Buddha earlier, a player we didn't necessarily expect it from. Maybe you get it from DGT a bit more often, but this is still a huge map of Counter-Strike. 29-16, 1.4 rating. This guy was an absolute difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is much more of what you would expect when it comes to like big performances. DGT is just a smart rifler when it comes to what he can bring to the table here, and you can see he is as quick as can be in this matchup. One of the players that helped him lift off here on that T side and gets them across the line throughout the entirety of this map, and just the consistency in which we saw out of DGT here throughout the map that's going to be an asset heading into what is to come here. I think if he keeps this up, I think it's a little bit more replicable when it comes down to 9Z, and again, it's a player that can just wield that momentum into the series.
Can indeed. Can indeed. And you got to be concerned if you Liquid. Now, all right, let's reframe it. Let's calm down. I think we're being a little sensationalist, myself, mostly. Let's reframe it. That was 9Z's map pick. That was their preferred arena. We're headed to Anubis. This is a comfort pick for Liquid. They played a lot of Anubis. They started out playing a lot of Anubis this year. They've never really slowed down in that rate. They play a lot of Anubis. This is still very much a wide open series. And if you're Liquid, considering how much control you had on a map that wasn't your choice, you gotta be feeling confident about this now, headed into Anubis.
Yeah, you did have a lot of excitement heading into, again, what was a strong nuke performance early on. I just need to see, again, the energy rise a little bit here. Let's see that coming through right there. I feel like it's going to be important that they wield that on Anubis. If they get off to a strong start, I want to see them build and play off of that, and I want to see them try and pull that into the server here. And that's going to be key for me. And then what you have later down the line is Dust 2 to look forward to. So all you got to do is get to Dust 2.
That was Edward McClellan as well, My Body Esports, their mental coach.
I thought that's who it was.
Coming on through for a little bit of a hello there. And, with the way this team looks in the cams, he's earning his paycheck, I'll tell you that much. Got his work cut out for him.
I mean, I didn't have a lot of big complaints about what Liquid were doing in the server there at all.
It did feel like in those last few rounds, a huge thing that had been working for them on the T side in particular was Yukindar taking space outside, either finding kills or just drawing a ton of focus. And it did feel like for 9Z, that was kind of the turning point, is when they found solutions. And it was a couple different looks. They put a player in towards Secret to meet him. They got aggressive down below the silo and found kills out that way. They changed up their approach to the outside and really stymied him. And that's where it felt like really the air went out for Liquid.
I don't think there was a lot of plan Bs after that point. We did see them try and get a pace change towards that A side, but by that point, it almost felt a little too late.
Indeed. Still, Anubis a chance to regain, a chance to reset. With the music picking up, I'm thinking we're going to be picking our way on up into the server here. Anubis on deck, and for 9Z, one more map. And they're playing in the playoffs of the 100th IEM. Let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they can punch their ticket right here and now. Let's see if 9Z can pull off perhaps the wildest playoff run we could have seen coming out of these groups.
Yeah, it would be absolutely nuts.
Are they the lowest seed in the group? They must be. They played Mouse first round.
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
I thought they were.
Makes sense. I mean, again, and I think a lot of people would rate them maybe as one of the lesser teams, so they get domestically not offering up a lot of success. But right now, as they enter into this scene, they are delivering either way. Liquid offer back 2 quick kills to start off a pistol. Get aggressive. A little flash play in through B to start things off. And it leaves you with one less prong of approach into this B side here. It's just going to be through E-Box now. You've lost your B main players, so Yukindar up to the task, and he sure does shut things down.
It's a nice way to start. Confidence back in. See if they can close. It's not done. Till the bell rings. Just one man. It's about done. The bell, it's not ringing yet, but there it is. Okay. Bell rung in multiple senses of the word. And look, that's a nice reminder. It can't be that easy. We can just shoot 5 heads. We can win rounds. It doesn't have to be stressful. Start out strong here again. Let's see.
Yeah, again, it's all about keeping that momentum rolling on up. Get off to another good defensive start and see if you can take that all the way through. Important on a CT side of Anubis as well.
I mean, look, the thing with 9Z is we know they can play good Counter-Strike. We know they've done this before, caused these upsets at international events. We know they're coming in and they know no one's game planning for them. No one's really looking at them as the potential opponent, so they've got the massive advantage in that sense. But You put these 5 players, you stack them up pound for pound against their competition, right? In terms of just raw firepower. These are some of the best that the world has to offer. And for 9Z, going to try and upset that order. Cadian, 3 found. A dink on the twists. Hold on. No, don't know that he's going to want to get chased down here. Here's the fight, here's the brawl, and Naf will make sure there are no more casualties.
Yeah, I mean, like that from Twist. He sticks around there for a fight. He doesn't press his luck and lose another rifle. That's key. Keeping things nice and contained, only losing an SMG right there. No big deal. So Cadian looks to farm up some sweet eeks. To get off to one of those strong starts. It's into a very quick gun round here for 9Z. I want to see how they work this T side. Again, we're able to get a read on, but very late into that first half. Well, now Cadian just throwing all caution to the wind right now as he still gets dealt with. Somehow Martinez able to turn for that kill. A 180, sharp as can be. Snappy with the aim and staying alive here. Should be able to live to tell the tale. In the meantime, this B-side play from Buddha. A quick trade gets him through here, but Yakindar still around that corner. Same position as his fallen teammate. And the pinstripe in the feed. Going to lead it into a 3v3 with Martinez still just left on 1. So I think a lot of this does come down to, can DGT catch Skulls off guard?
So far, he's not exposing himself. It's going to be a long time before the bomb even gets around here. If he need any confirmation, well, that's the alarm.
He's revealed himself as well.
This is interesting. It's actually pulled all the rotations. If they made the Giga play, everybody's here for Liquid. But 9Z are going to insist, and I mean, the smokes are going to start to fade. This could be a problem, but DGT just goes out and creates.
He's just hiding in the smoke right now. He's going to surface eventually for at least a kill, but it's already space conceded right now for DGT. Wow, so Peak doesn't quite plant, though. He goes for the kill instead, and Skull's looking to redeem it. And he will, at least for a trade from Yakindar to finish it. A little bit awkward right there in the late round, but...
That's one of those rounds of your Skulls where you have to win. Because if you don't, Twist is not going to be a happy comrade.
I mean, he's hiding in the smoke while... His teammates are getting pressed in upon it. Has to have almost been like...
He made the play.
Just a confusing situation right there. But yeah, it's redeemed very quickly at least, which... It's just kind of a sigh of relief for Skulls, but also Liquid as well.
I feel like Colosso Peak's missing a pop.
Oh my god!
Oh boy! They know their timing! I think that was in the anti-strap book.
Yes.
That was saying, hey, what does Liquid like to do against the eco, against the second eco here? Oh, well, they're going to come out B main rapid. That's the tendency we're going to punish.
This is what I'm talking about. This roster just so good at doing the research right now, and it gets them these rounds. It gets them out of holes. And it's looking like it might just do it again. Another player around the corner, done. And now Skulls in a 1v4 revealed. It is an easy option to reroute. You're going to beat him to the punch here, potentially. We'll see how fast they can go.
That almost just felt like frustration from Cadian, right? Just flying right back into the same angle all your teammates have just died in.
Yeah.
Oh, they hear him rotating off though, so they just come right back to it. They just, I mean, you can't pick right if you're Skulls. You're one man, you got a map to cover. But he's going to try and path this around. If he could catch Huaso, maybe that emboldens him to go for this retake. As it is, he's totally out of position. He's not even going to be looking the right way. Just gets shot in the temple. Gun picked up. That is a catastrophe.
Yeah, that's brutal. And I actually see like a lot of note pages there, and they're stapled together. So I'm imagining there's a lot of writing right there coming through from the 9Z camp. And again, as I said, this roster, when they come into these qualifiers, look at it, it's just like, it's funny to them when they have these soul reads, when they know exactly what you're going to do. And I think it just gets you out of holes, it gets you out of this tough kickoff, and it maybe allows you to start to operate a little bit more on this T side.
Little jiggle.
Just showing some elbows.
Elbow might get ripped off. Flashbang in for it. Oh, he's a little further up than they expect. Perhaps the smoke timely. That could have been very bad.
Smalley's like the spread here. Not deep enough.
All good.
It's just dancing on the edge. Doesn't make any sound cues, though, and that's always really nice.
That's even one of them good mollies. No excuse. He just, you know, got himself on the edge of that smoke.
This is a big angle. They just hold their own here. I mean, at least in some sense, mission accomplished in containing that E-box control.
The problem is if you're Skulls, how are you expected to hold this with a flash and an MP9 and no one in the same zip code?
Really entrusting in him. And he's not even like super interested in holding off A main. He's just looking to pick his poison on middler.
He has to, right?
But, I mean, what's good right now, at least Naf is coming with his UMP, and you've also got a little reposition from Yukindar. So at this point in time, it does need to be the transition in to the site proper.
At the A main, there's the flashbang in. Timing's a little bit off, but still Skulls does net one. The nade chases, and now it's looking very good. They've got a bail. They've got a bail, and Twist is still here. And Cadian's rotating back through with the AWP. Oh, uh-oh. This could be a problem for 9Z now. Cadian on the angle. They're coming out of E-box. The B main player's a little bit late. There's the first collect. Now they know they need to be wary about B main, but there's still plenty on the angle. And Naf, blind or no, can't see anything, but he can see enough. The round claimed. The map getting away from 9Z.
That's a great read right there. I mean, as we said, what can Skulls do with an MP9 and a flash? Well, what can he do with a couple extra teammates right around that corner as well? And he can hold the bomb site. He can defend.
The best gun.
Yes. Full team effort there. And I like that. It's cohesion coming through there just when it needed to roll on in. 9Z just kind of walk right into their trap there.
All right, TG, what's the next crazy anti-strat?
Know we got something cooked up.
Where's the nade stag going? It's in your walls.
Think about, I mean, the thing about 9Z is I think they were even doing this when Zach was their coach, when they were like in those major runs, right? I mean, they definitely had him as an experience, but it almost feels like this has been core to their identity.
So do you think it maybe more credit goes towards Max in that case? Or
I'll
do
say
you think
so.
it's something where, you know, maybe you picked it up under a previous coach, the staff pick it up, and you keep that identity going forward?
I think Zach instilled it there, and it's been kept up by Max. Because when they lost Zach, when this like very young team lost such like a legendary player like that, or coach, it felt like they were never going to get to those same peaks. And they did very quickly. They made it to majors immediately after they lost him, so it's just kind of nuts.
It really is. This does feel like a team that's had, I mean, in so many of the times that I've watched them in international Counter-Strike as well, there's been some sort of an asterisk. I think in the first time I saw them, they were playing with a stand-in who became their opper, who hadn't opt in like 2 years. And then he just popped up. And then he left the team immediately afterwards. Like, it's just... There's been a million asterisks on so many of their runs, and they just don't seem to let it get them down.
Yeah. You know, Martinez joining this roster and kind of what I thought was losing your franchise player and Try, and then picking up Martinez at the beginning of the year, and immediately qualifying for IEM or Chengdu rather. Pretty impressive turnaround right there, but they need to turn this map around here so far, and they're going to do that with a B-side crunch.
Timely Molly. Timely Molly. Keep them hemmed in towards cave. Time's just such an issue now. There's 3 players here. There's a 4th rotating. Now you're getting hemmed in from the other side. There's just no escape. So now you're just getting punished by the utility. You gotta go. Someone has to go. Face the music. But Naf's lost. They don't necessarily expect Twist on the angle. They're not ready for Skulls on the flank. Waso ready for that. But Cadian's still here. Cadian, what's the play? What's the play? That's it. Wow. Bomb plant even denied as the smoke fades and their lives are forfeit.
Had the whole team right there. 9Z, it feels like their T sides, again, being just slightly readable when it comes to where they're heading. It's this full-on B play, and they're stuck behind utility for the whole round before they can make a move. They've got 20 seconds left, and by that time, you've also got to deal with 4 rotations on the site and an E-box flank. So good luck getting past that. Odds are you're not. They do actually remove the double op with the damage that they did in that last round. So that'll be quickly taken out. As I said, sometimes it can feel like it's just patchwork for a tough CT side on Anubis more than anything, but it's actually like prioritized by Liquid pretty early. but not anymore. Things have been going good with the rifles.
As well, you know. Ooh, that's a cheeky peek. That's Twist losing his life. Maybe trying to paper over for his Opera to avoid him getting caught out. This is how it starts, right? This is how it starts. He's got the angle. They're trying to bait the peek, though, and he realizes he's wise to it. No reason to give up another gun here. Minute on the clock. They're rerouting through spawn. This would imply an A finish. They're going to need to get the move on.
But even still right now, with this A-side finish in a 4v4, it looks like they're even leaning in an extra rotate towards this A-side.
Oh, they're coming back?
Oh.
They're coming back.
Yeah, there's a smoke towards camera right now, so it's actually going to lead to the mid lurk into Yakindar. Wait, no, they're doubling back again.
Okay, now it's just indecision.
They're faking me out.
Now it feels like it's just indecision, but because of the space that he's gained through camera, he's in the smoke. He's in the smoke. There's the clear. That's such a find. Wow. Had to be done. Now they know. I mean, you can't bail again. You can't rotate again. You just know you're going into the blender. Let's see what they can do against the blender. They can do a lot. Katie brings it down to the one. Huaso just going to try and stick. Going to try and commit. Bait out the peak. There's the timing. Naf just barely keeps that a liquid round.
Yeah, you got to avoid the Huaso headshot. And able to get away from that. What's that?
I think there's a word for it.
What is it?
Huaso peak.
They're trying to get too creative there. It's in the name, you know?
He's got solid branding.
I looked up what Huaso was. I think it's a type of cowboy as well. So it'd be very fitting if
in Texas?
If in Texas, in Dallas,
getting the
Huaso Peak was able to make it into the playoffs.
You should equip the R8 then. Oh no. Yeki caught out. Now this B defense could crumble. Naf pressure's on in a massive way. 9Z though. We'll have to hang on for just a moment. Molotov down. And an extra smoke lost. Because they used it. It's the best kind of loss.
Yeah. Pretty effective utility right there.
Gambling.
Mission accomplished. And yes, I mean, again, they could have been gambling all throughout this map here. They've been stacking these rotations. And they're just going to do it again. What's surprising right now for me is that the bomb's like the furthest away from this B bomb site. So is it actually going to end in this direction? I mean, it feels like it almost has to right now with the positioning, right? But
to me, it feels like Martinez knows that as soon as he comes off the angle, he expects the A-Lurk to come out. It's not going to happen. Of course, we have the power of omniscience. There's the molly burning. They are hitting. The bomb has come this way as well. Everybody's here. Twist one and then traded, and Buddha and Max are putting in the work. Cadian backed off. They hit the stack site that came into every player remaining on Liquid, and it only netted Liquid one more kill.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, they just run it down right there into the stack, and utility usage was so strong. That Molotov forced a smoke out, and they're just both hiding behind a smoke that eventually gets blown up in their face. That is brutal stuff right there from 9Z. That's what happens, I think, if you give 9Z too much space as well. If you let them execute on you like that, it's going to feel much more akin to what they just put together. That's why I think Liquid so far have been doing a really good job of keeping map control in their favor for as long as possible and avoiding a lot of what has been some scary B-side executes that 9Z have actually been able to put together.
I think it's fair. And I mean, at this point, Liquid have put up a pretty good bevy of rounds, but as we saw on Nuke, that can change quickly. If you imagine they feel there's more work to do, might not be in this one. They do have the save dot. Question is, what can you put around it? Here's the timeout. Here's Zeus getting in their ears. A little animated. Let's see. We're reading the body language tea leaves here. We're becoming experts.
Yeah.
Body language experts here.
You're going to start doing lip readings too?
I feel like Yakindai's facial expression has barely changed this series.
Yeah, it's a tough read right there.
But also, I don't know if that's normal. I feel like usually his face is so close to his monitor, I can't read it.
You can't see it that. Yeah, you can't see that often. Seems. I mean, it still seems pretty steady here. It was the same situation, very similar situation to what Nuke was, where big lead to a round loss, and you kind of just want to keep the ball moving. If you're Liquid, you don't want to put too much pressure on just I would say a hiccup in that first half of Nuke. This time around, things look steady. Had some time to talk things over in between maps, of course. They've been having really good reads, just maybe not executing in that last round as well.
Those big audio cues. Obviously, the Molly's the biggest audio cue. But they're not making a secret of their presence in B main. Liquid's not biting just yet.
Katie on a bit of a re-clear here towards middle. It's going to meet two.
It's the bomb as well. A third coming. This could get interesting. The setup from Cadian and Twists. Twists deleted. Cadian's playing the tight angle, not prepared to play off of his comrade, not to play off his teammate. The op, there's too many targets, and he can't land the second. And now the A site is cleared. Skull's gone. His own of that name popped. The bomb down and a save confirmed. Yeki can retrieve the op at least, but Liquid have to concede this 100%. They are out of there. Shades of Nuke?
Yeah, it's looking more akin to it.
Yeah.
Though this time 9Z lift off earlier. Don't let him get up to that 7-0 start. Just 6 before they put a halt to them and actually start to find consistent success. And that one, I felt like it's just 9Z understanding some of their flaws in the early game, or early parts of this half, I would say more than anything, of telegraphing a lot of their moves. When there's utility, there's usually 5 9Z players behind that corner. And so, you know, they do make some early B presence. They do through a couple bits of utility, and they do hunt as well. But no kills towards the tail, just saved by the bell right there.
This seems to be of a technical nature. I see a headset off there. Hopefully a quick resolve. You know, apparently, as I understand it, the motivating factor for playing this event on the new update, or one of the biggest motivating factors,
crashing,
the fact that it's just fun. Yeah, one of the major game crashers has been resolved, which is very exciting. So hopefully no more big, you know, jam rounds.
Yeah. I haven't had any crashing problems, which has been nice. I've been getting some no Steam logons that have been disconnecting me from games as soon as I buy all my guns. And I just disconnect, and then bam, my economy is broken.
You're having too much fun.
Yeah.
Steps in.
Winning too much.
I feel like I haven't had any crashes in a while.
Yeah, it's been good.
Early days. We just occasionally get the everything shuts down. So it goes. But as we resolve more and more of these, you know, eventually we'll have a stable game.
Just gotta keep on waiting.
One day.
Kinder rocking the CZ.
Do you believe?
No, I'm not a CZ enjoyer. Like the 5.7, too powerful here, and he managed to evade Max for now. But Max also just taking that space as soon as it's evacuated, gonna kind of give him a full sense of security here, I feel like, and yeah, he doesn't really expect that.
Yeah, especially with the CZ, you'd rather take the tight up angle. These are the guns. The ops on the other side. You got one to each site. Now for the boost up over, he could get his B main player. Will indeed. That's unexpected, but they're so tight up. Doesn't matter. Twist connects with the USP. And now this is getting very interesting indeed. Twist has a rifle. They've got a man advantage. The op's not budging just yet. But eventually they got to call this over. There's more utility on. This is getting confirmed. We got to make moves. We got to make waves. The bomb's playing it down. And the chance for a retake, even without armor on Twists or Skulls, is here.
Don't have a lot of control right now, though. DGT swinging for the fences, gives Cadian a big pick. He was waiting for that. Martinez answers back, but he doesn't spot out Skulls, who's right behind him. And Wasso Peak, they got left into a 1v3 here. Utility, I mean, it does catch, and it catches beautifully. It might buy him some time to scale forward here, but Wasso still brings in the first. Bomb being stuck, but it's a 10-second defuse here. Naf has to hold the line, and he does. And Twist fully trusts him as well, as he should.
That's the trust of two longtime teammates and friends. They know each other. They know they've got each other's back. It's what you gotta do.
Power of friendship.
The strongest gun. Come on, Val. Give us an update. Friendship cannon. The only thing that could beat the skill cannon. Friendship cannon.
And again, a little excitement that I think Team Liquid need here. I like that a lot.
Playing with some gumption, playing with some life, playing with some energy.
Winning an eco as well. I mean, they had a couple guns involved, but still, impressive stuff here. Want to keep that level up, and Buddha baited in by the opportunity of a Skulls right around the corner.
Hear the drop down towards Canals, that's information. Twist is calming it, you can see the lips moving. So they got some sort of an audio cue here. It actually draws out the Molotov, maybe just a tick early. Oh, the flashbang peek back in though. DGT never had a chance. He was full whited. Now the bomb's under risk. Martinez knows you gotta get the heck out of Dodge. Naf? On the pillar. Was that the barrel?
Barrels.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, he's giving him a little something to look at, it almost feels like at that point. And he makes it out of the flames into more in between them. But this just feels like there isn't any good options left for 9Z.
They're so isolated as well, right? Like, how do you even link up with 40 seconds to go here? It just almost feels like desperation. Huaso throws something.
That'll help.
That shot. Hold on. Also still got to do work. Martinez has a lot of distance to travel, and that's the bomb down, so it won't matter. Huaso can't get out. It's control for Liquid. It's 8 rounds on the defense of Anubis as well. This is looking dang good.
I could get another 9-3 half here. This time it feels like the energy's still in a good spot. We're having some life out of the squad. And now 9Z. No one's looking frustrated right there. As you said,
gotta get the Martinez camp.
Yeah, of course. Necessary. And they'll get one last buy here for the half as well. Still pretty powerful purchase. And they give themselves some extra grace here on the T side. Again, Martinez onto Yakindar will give them opportunities today.
All right.
I'm gonna give them a wide swing as well.
All right.
Let's just walk into these op shots.
I think Liquid said, you know what, the 9-3 didn't work out so well. Let's try an 8-4.
Maybe Skulls can save them here, but get them back into that scary territory, I guess. Put it into a 2v3. Big recovery from Skulls, knocking those heads off. Whole lot of options left, though, for 9Z still. Whole lot of time to route this one around, and it's going to be unity between Skulls and Twist.
I like it. Play together. Give yourselves a chance to make something happen here. The problem is if they actually commit to this mid play. And they're doing it. The path in here pretty good. They have chosen correctly. They might have to contend with Skulls, but it all comes down to timing here. Peek back around. He's just made his way through. He's just got the kill. He's got the one, and he's away. But they know that that's Skulls. They know that that likely means there's no one on A. He's got to reroute to try and beat them on the timing.
Fast, though.
He's quick. Still. Down the choke point quicker.
Oh, gave it a thought. Gave it a go. Martinez. He avoids that, though. I mean, pretty smart to scale away from that. And again, gets right back on that line as soon as he gets off it.
Flashbang to pull him. Someone's going to have to risk it. Someone has to risk it. His teammate's not close at hand. Skulls risking his own CT molly. Is that a miscom between the two of them? Or is that a missed throw?
I think it's a missed throw.
Something wrong here, but they both slipped into camera. There's no one on the site now. There's kits on both players. This could be a blunder. This could be a problem. Twist, if he holds the line. Oh, he can't find the first, but at this point, Skulls is just sticking. Skulls, he's got it! He snatched it away! They didn't know! They didn't realize! And Skulls pulls out another clutch to send us to the half!
fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise to me.
Oh, a little bit more energy out from Liquid after that one. A hell of a round to close from Skulls as the round gets snatched away. 9Z now in trouble, but we've seen them do it before here, Cole. They could do it all again.
I gotta run it back once more. We'll see if they can make it happen. A little bit less easy on the CT side of Anubis, but
it's actually crazy how different these two 9-3s feel. Yeah. Like the fact that both maps... Like, I hope you're all feeling this at home in the chat. The vibe is just different. It's tough to communicate exactly why it's so different. I mean, it helps that, you know, T-side Anubis tends to be nice. But the vibe is distinctly different. Max trying to ruin the vibe.
Yeah, and think about the way that they closed out the half there with a massive clutch, a big I believe 2v5 pullback from Skulls, so beautiful way to end things off, but it could be a tough start to the second half in the same way in which 9Z looking to respond with a pistol here with these quick headshots and forcing Liquid to rethink their decision making here.
Ooh.
Oh, Martinez
knows.
Hard cleared.
They all knew. Hit that shot, but no kill on. Still, this is interesting. Actually, if you did want to round in towards A, it's not the worst decision in the world because they got so aggressive on the flank. That's what Liquid are hopefully counting on. Not going to matter if you can't find the first fight. And this one's going to be clean for 9Z, so this is how it starts.
There you go. Earlier pickup as well. I believe it was Liquid rolling through there with the pistol on Nuke. If I'm not mistaken. Either way, it's going to be 9Z doing what they need to do to set themselves up just like they did last map on Nuke. So bringing through a big pistol into a full eco. No, actually, it was 9Z that won the pistol on Nuke CT side because I saw the full eco from Liquid. With the bomb plant. It was surprising.
That's right. I'm just trusting you. My memory extends
Thank you.
about...
I appreciate that.
I'm the guy from Memento. Counter-Strike rounds.
They all fly by.
Yicky gone? Have you seen Memento? Is that before your time?
I have not. Sorry.
It's a classic.
From the 80s?
Can't really do that. I think it's, isn't it Christopher Nolan's first big movie?
Okay. been hunting for older movies to watch, so I might give it a go.
Put it on the list. Martinez is hunting for kills. Eeks.
Hunting Eeks.
Sweet Eeks.
Lost his dualies.
Just had the dualies. Didn't invest. Trying to get the off next round.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can be actually worth it to bring in the MP9, farm up some extra cash. Sometimes, you know the full Glock eco's coming through. You don't have to invest a lot. You get a AWP for your first gunner. It's almost future-proofing your purchase with all of the riflers, but you're right, yeah. So they'll take the space. Yeah, I mean, no one's watching this.
This is the audio cue. I don't know what they think they've heard, but that's a bomb plant. That's a bomb plant. The HE from Buddha is not close enough to deny this. Yeah, all right. Mission accomplished for Liquid. Absolutely a successful round. All of their patience was well worth it. Any kills from here on out, gravy on top of a delicious steak. It's already tasty. Can you make it more tasty? No, no. No gravy for you. But a bomb plant, that'll buy you a nice steak.
That it will.
They're in Texas.
$600.
Some quality beef down there.
That's a pretty expensive steak, but...
Get you some brisket, some ribs, maybe. Look, with the way some of those barbecue places charge in Dallas,
yeah,
I don't know if it'll get you that much. It's a team of 5, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, $600 per player. You're stacking up the money. Yeah.
Got a mental coach.
That bill can stack up pretty fast, I'm sure.
Stacks up. You ever wonder how expensive it is to run a CS team? Think about feeding them at barbecues.
Those are the real costs that you have to pay for.
You'll understand.
That's what the sticker money covers.
I've said, let them eat ribs. Have a half a milli. Let them eat ribs.
We got another half buy here from Liquid, though. The bomb plant and the full eco.
DGT.
What do you think about this?
This is interesting. It's, I would say unorthodox. I'd say not ideal. Skulls has found 1. That's the flank punish. Max and Huas are a little low. Doesn't feel like there's much going on here.
For me, it feels like these sort of purchases, when you're this careful with economy, when you have this sort of lead, it feels like you're playing not to lose.
It's also just weird that NAF has then bought in.
Yeah. And hoping to do some economic damage. And they got a kill, but they don't have a lot of room for anything extra at this point here. They definitely don't have room to take any space towards A.
What's the idea between these two? I guess there's a world where Cadian just saves, but this is not the world that he chooses to live in. Or is it?
I think if you wanted anyone to save, it'd be NAF, because he only has $900. So you want Cadian to go down here and die, NAF to save so that, you know, he can still buy util and hold on to his AK, right? And then Cadian can still buy an op in the next.
Yeah, that does appear to check out. 15 seconds.
Maybe going for a little late bomb plant idea?
I mean, if he gets a bomb plant, he's a genius, but he won't get a bomb plant. Now it's time to die.
Hold on.
Did get the 1 kill. Look, economic damage on there. NAF's going to be allowed to save as well, so that AK will live into the next. I mean, it does work. The op can now be acquired. They're going to have a stronger buy into this one. There'll be some limitations on NAF. But, yeah, I think I'm with you. That is a very interesting... It feels like they've totally switched philosophies from force buying at every possible opportunity to going for the most careful economic management. Maybe someone else got control of the finances. They got a new accountant.
Yeah, it looks like it, man. Those are some wild decisions, and it's all to set you up for this gun round in particular. So we'll see if they can make some of those big investments in round losses to pan out here for a big win right now. Long-term gains, if you will. And Nate stacks onto Skulls, but he still shuts the headshot down and avoids the op scope with 5 HP. He gets away with an opening duel. Do we have Bogdan's Law and Dallas? He's still holding on to that thing.
I don't know that we see Skulls op very often.
Some players avoid the op like the plague.
Yeah, I don't know if he has that arrow in his quiver. I'm trying to think. He plays A on Ancient, doesn't he? You'd think you would see the op there sometimes.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, wait, he tossed it back.
Yeah, no, I don't think he likes that action, boss.
He tested it out for a little what? Took it for a test drive.
He held it. He said, "This is too heavy.
This isn't for me."
Not my cup of tea." I respect it.
Oh man, mid crawl. It feels like a perfect read for Liquid, but they let Max get past. Oh no! Oh my God, Buddha lines him up as well. Oh
It's a
man,
perfect trap.
And look who's left.
The timing is brutal. And now Poor Skulls, 5 HP, AK in hand, full rerouting here. This one a non-starter. They never got going. I mean, even with the kill, it felt static.
Yeah, and then look at the counterpart here. 9Z making constant motions in the 4v5. Go and take some A space there. You miss out on that. And 3 seconds left on the clock.
Oh,
okay.
He never turned.
Okay.
Never turned.
That'll do.
They'll slip on by.
Skulls somehow managed to live. But yeah, they find the opening loss here, the first death of the round, and then it's instant motions right towards middle, taking that space, reclaiming it, knowing that they have to be on the mobile here. They have to be on the move in order to offer up some relief here, and it's cohesive. And I felt like Liquid were just going to catch that, but instead, they catch some lead.
Those are the rounds that you see from a team that, like, if those happened to Liquid in January, you'd be like, new team. It's not January. It's closer to June. Like, that can't still be happening.
It's like a lack of direction.
Nobody clearing, nobody checking. It's just complete distraction. No one, like, they don't know what their assignments are in those moments. That's brutal. I mean, look, if that setup was good for 9Z, don't get me wrong. If they got 2 out of that situation, you'd be like, tough break.
If trades come through.
But if they kill all 4, that's a blunder. A blunder from the other side. On to the techies now. The careful economic management still in effect. It's not a full force buy. It's a kind of force buy. It's multiple players on different pages force buy. The worst kind. Everyone is at a different number.
Oh, and an HE for the smoke right there. Everyone on the same page for 9Z. Martinez collects. Gets his opening duel. He's barely kicking, but he's got that op to do good work. Do you think that op's a rental right there?
From Martinez?
Yeah, it's the I can't remember. I've got a rental.
Oh, is it it's the new box?
Yeah, I mean,
he rented the skins.
Did he rent the skin?
This is the new meta. You're playing at a big event. You rent all the shiny skins. You rent the guns that you want to have.
I've got that same op for 3 more days.
You gonna renew?
Yeah, if I can get more cases.
Uh-oh.
It's cool to play with skins.
Uh-oh. For the price of a cup of coffee, you can pretend you have a very expensive AWP.
Hey, man.
Let's be honest, in this
I don't pay.
Coffee's more expensive.
I was about to say, I don't pay $3 for coffee anywhere, man.
Yeah, that's true. That's unfortunate.
Oh, Martinez. A little bit of a glimmer right there.
Buddha still managed to get one despite being on fire. Martinez follows it up. This is looking like a non-starter, and indeed,
it's a 1-round ball game.
It's a 1-round ball game.
And while the vibes didn't feel like it was going to be pretty straightforward, pretty simple to come back here for 9Z, it has been. They're 1 round away, and I don't even think they've hit their peak energy. This is a very cool, calm, and collected second map here, as opposed to what we saw out of Nuke, where they did need that burst of energy. They did need some life, and they had it. This has been some straightforward round wins, pretty dominant defenses. And it's been cool to watch this 9Z roster have both motions in them. But it's not that cool for Liquid right now.
No, there's not. I mean, there's a lot more CSD yet to be played, but this lead, it is reminiscent of Nuke, right? The lead is just evaporated. It's just gone.
Look at this setup, man. Smoke into the aggression, 8 Gs to back it up here. Naf, there's not a lot of safe places to stand for you. And what's the reaction off the back of that? You know a lot of resources are spent in this play, so now what space do you take off the back of that here? Twist looking to make some moves towards middle. And they take a main as well, so at least there is some reply from Liquid.
Buddha moving in. taking up that tight corner. Do they clear it? Now they know. Now they know. They punish eventually. At some personal cost. Martinez pressing in towards Cave. If he could find this pick, if he could find this kill. Oh, it's a leg shot. But they don't trade. They don't swing. They're not ready for it. They want to stack up, and eventually Skulls does have the trade. They're out the gap, but Skulls is gone, and oh no. They've overlooked Wasso. Can't deny the bomb. Just missed on the spray, and Twist eliminates. So corrections are being made. It gives Cadian the chance to clutch. Cadian, he's got the read. Knows where the last was as well. All right, he did damage to DGT. How does he frame this fight? Cadian and DGT. DGT, the hero of Nuke, now looking to shut this down. Cadian's got the line, but no killing blow just yet. There it is. It takes a few forays, but the clutch master in Cadian makes another magic moment happen.
That's just a huge relief right there for Liquid. Exactly what was called upon. A little bit of life in him. As they break through what I thought was going to be just a setup that could not lose there. Wasso peek. He had some tough decisions to make right there. Goes for that big spam through the smoke to try and deny the bomb and gets caught. So that's a very resilient round from Liquid and a really brilliant clutch from Cadian that needed to come through right there.
Tension on. Timeout being taken here. I think this is from the Liquid camp, I'd imagine. It is. It's their final timeout of this map. That's comms getting in, right? They're not pleased that took the clutch. They've got to figure out their economy a little bit, and they recognize that now, if anything, that's made this moment bigger. That's made this even more brittle. You can't immediately lose the follow-up. So, whatever ace you got in your back pocket, now's the time to reveal it. Now's the time to throw the cards down on the table. Interesting to me that Yiki's keeping 1350 spare. He might have had the smoke out of spawn. He might have actually had full belt of util in this. I'm not actually sure. Could have dropped
that, or it's going to be such a fast move, or utility maybe not the biggest priority, but Twist right now leading the charge towards middle.
This is a big tempo change, isn't it?
Off spawn call here into an op, though.
All the control.
He's still holding the line, but he gets flashed off perfectly.
This is looking good now. They got the first beachhead. There's still a player coming in A main. Martinez does connect. DGT gets another, but Martinez gone. Even exchange, they will take that every day of the week. Bomb down now. The utility is gone for Liquid. There's nothing to hold them off in the chokes. Cadians, I think, has just found a smoke. And he's holding on to mid for the moment. That means that Twist is right now the only one who could receive him. There's the audio cue. There's the audio cue. That'll bring teammates back over. The flash is good. It doesn't matter. Twist all three. His vision clears. 4 in the round, and now he's letting them know. Now he's chirping.
Oh, he's getting loud right there, Twist. As he gets loud in the server, what a sequence right there. Fully flashed up by that utility, but clotheslines them on the inbound right there. They can't get past him. And that is perfect scaling, and that's a perfect pace change right there from Liquid, which was what they were looking for on Nuke. This extra element to this T side that gets them one step closer to Dust 2. And as we said, they just want to make it to Dust 2. To get to that point, Twist, man. That is absolutely sick.
Stars in his eyes, and he's making constellations. Ooh. That was the all-important one. That was the one they had to win. They've done it. That's got to be such a pressure release valve for Liquid, right? That just has to be like, just tension out. Just a muscle you didn't know you had clenched, just unclenched. 9Z, meanwhile, bricking it.
Yeah, it's right back. It's sitting right their way now at this point. They got one last scrappy purchase to work with here.
Look at Max. Look at Max. This is so aggressive. There's no way they read this. No one's looking for it. But Naf is, of course, Naf. Always ready. Now, are they prepared for Wasso to do the exact same thing? Skull's gone. He was already basically a phantom. And Wasso has thought better of following up Max straight into the breach.
What a save from Naf right there. Yeah, it honestly contains that space. But they're looking to reclaim it on the CT side, ready to spring into action maybe towards that A side. And it's going to be a very quick motion from Liquid. No hesitation on this move here. Wasso peeking towards deep A main, and that's left a big sacrifice towards B. It is very much so free for the taking here on the bomb site proper. There's no resistance except for just a lonely Wasso.
The big problem is you got no choke point util, right? There's no smokes, so this B main player is going to be a huge threat. He's out of position, so he's certainly not going to be able to deny this bomb plant. Actually going on an adventure here. They're wondering, like, where is... There's 4 players alive. There has to be something going on here.
There's the wake-up call. And Naf is right behind him, man. Naf knows. He's just way too wise to these antics. And, yeah, shuts that flank off. That should be encouragement to call it. That should do the trick right there. That should get Liquid their 12th round. And more opportunities to get to that Dust 2, to get to that decider.
I'm just going...
Oh, my God.
All right, Twist. All right, Twist. He's lethal. Look, you give him 1 multi-kill, and he is lethal. Martinez at least able to punish that. That might just allow him to save. They're still hunting, though. Cadian's still hungry. They know how valuable these guns are over to the 9Z side, and Martinez is got to be wary of getting pinched.
Ooh, the back's against the wall. He's good. Can make it out, but they only make it out with 2. 2 guns held on. And it's nightmare scenario here for 9Z of yes, you do have a couple of guns saved, but that is really all you're bringing to the table. It's going to be pistols to surround that purchase. Not going to be the easiest to work around. Actually, still able to hold on to a couple from losses, maybe tossed over to them. It's not completely empty-handed here. Still have some primaries to lean on. 4 chances to lay this one on in. Wow, so again, showing some shoulder right there.
A little dip of the hip.
Again. Risque.
Still living. Famai under threat. This time deleted. 1 too many Huaso peaks. You asking me? Swing in the Buddha. Martinez. Making this happen. Martinez gone just on the Buddha. Everybody's here. DGT has rotated around, and, well, now it's just going to be DGT. Catches one with 8 in hand. A 1v2. Oh! Brings it down to the clutch. Cadian on the line. This time it might be time for DGT's magic moment. He's found the first 2 words of the spell. Time for Alakazam! Oh, my goodness! We're not done here, Cole. We're not ready for Dust 2.
Not just yet, man. DGT gets his revenge as well on the Cadian. A little redemption for that 1v2 that Cadian ripped away from them at the beginning of this half. And gets it right back. Takes it away from him. That straightforward path right there for Liquid onto the lovely scene of Dust. Instead, they gotta play on here. Still a dusty map, but hanging on to Anubis for a little while longer.
That moment's like a poppy seed right now. It's lodged in the back of their teeth. It's not going to bother them right now. But if they lose this one, ooh, it's going to be irritating. You had the moment. You had the chance to close it out. You're not going to think about it right now. It's like, whatever. Okay, we still got plenty of time. But if you lose here.
Oh, boy. DGT.
Oh, he's in trouble. They'll deal with him first. Can't clutch up if he's dead first. Bomb going down. There's such control here, but Max is going to give them an opportunity. Cadian, though, holds the line. The Gate Guardian right now. And he's found the lock. Oh, he's keeping it under lock and key, one after another. Blown off its hinges now, but they have to come through the smoke. They know that. It's just desperation. Naf will deny. So that poppy seed, it's swallowed. No problem there. No issue, no irritation. Liquid with the win. 1 more map to find. We're going to Dust 2.
Yeah, is that Naf being the floss right there for Liquid? Just plucking that poppy seed clean out, getting the job done. And again, I mean, a really good read as well. Just perfect little mid routes coming through there, catching 9Z off guard. And it's going to be an exciting way to finish this series because it means a lot to both these teams here. And, you know, again, Dust 2, it's going to be an exciting way to finish it for Liquid.
We had to go the distance. We had to go the full time. We had to find out who's going through to the playoffs right here and now. It all gets settled on Dust 2.
change it all. This is the moment, chosen for the game. Live for the glory, fighting through the pain, fighting through the pain, through the pain, through the pain, fighting through the pain. We can take it all.
Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
And a howdy to all of you as well. You are coming up on what will be the last map of the day, one way or another, here on the B stream for the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. We got Dust 2 to wrap it up. Why not? The newest map back into the pool, but the oldest map in Counter-Strike, perhaps. And now we're going to have to figure out who's going to move on. Neither of these teams will be eliminated, but Liquid 9Z, one of these teams, will find themselves in the playoffs, ready to stand before what I would say is one of the greatest crowds in the game of Counter-Strike. Perhaps the greatest crowd in the game of Counter-Strike. I might be a little biased.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. It's a lot of fun there. It's good to be a part of that crowd as well. So, no question about it. I'm looking forward to seeing one of these two teams. It'd be really cool, especially if you're Liquid. It's going to be somewhat of a home soil situation there for you. I mean, maybe not in the sense of having any U.S. talent there or U.S. Players, but still going to be a cool opportunity for them. But if it's 9Z,
and it is like basically just our neighbor.
Yeah, exactly. Same case. NA representation still counts, and I think they will be a clear fan favorite there in the stadium. So, and on the other side of things, 9Z, a playoff run for these guys and the opportunity to play in front of a crowd. I think the last time they would have done that would have been Rio, when there was crowds rolling through for the challenger stage. So that was the last time they had gotten that opportunity, if I'm not mistaken, and it would be great to get back into that point.
It certainly would, especially for a young team like this, getting that kind of rep. I mean, it would be a massive result to make it to the playoffs. It'd be so unexpected for them, as the bottom seed in this event coming in really would change their reputation, change the expectations for them, change the conversation. It's the kind of victory that might lead to, wins down the line, invites down the line. That's really just like a confidence turner for a young squad. But all that being said, you do have to win.
Yeah, I mean, again, made some big changes in 2024 as well. I think it was a little bit of a risk to get rid of Try and pick up Martinez there and see if this project could work. That's quickly using some of the experience of a EU Whopper, which we've seen a lot of teams lean on in this region. So, or I guess more so North America, but it feels like it was a big risk at the time, and it would also maybe just be proof of concept, because this is a roster that missed out on the RMRs even. So the fact that they could redeem it here at IEM Dallas would be such a great story for them.
It'd be tremendous. It really would. I think, though, we do have to look at this holistically, right? We've now got 2 maps to sample size between these 2 squads. The first map should have been Liquids, if we're being real.
Yeah.
It should have been Liquids. They did not acquit themselves nicely in closing that out. Obviously for 9Z, crazy guts, crazy glory, incredible play, nothing to discount them. But you're saying, if you look at the wash of these 3 maps, Liquid managed to close out Anubis. Maybe there was a moment where 9Z came back to run back, but that is Liquid's control, by and large, all the way through. If you look at Nuke, that was under Liquid's control, by and large, until it really wasn't. So now if we're looking at the third map, we're looking at Dust 2. This is a map that we don't have a huge sample size for either team, seeing as it's just come back in the pool, but Liquid has been tremendous on in their 3 outings so far in officials. I think this is a very tough road for 9Z now.
Yeah, I mean, one of these two teams is going to be broken in terms of their flawless streak for these squads. So I'm with you. I think, flawless. Yeah, both of them. So it's going to be on the side of 9Z. It's a little less competition, right? It's domestic South American competition. Whereas again, we've seen some of the competition that Liquid have gone up to Stralis. It's complexity earlier on. So you know that instance, it kind of does work in Liquid's favor, but still, it feels like a powerhouse to finish the series, and a clash that was almost guaranteed. We have a knife fight up middle right there.
Huh? That's a cultural misconception.
Yeah.
Huh? Liquid's like, bro, where do you knife? You guys go up mid?
Wow.
No, the knife fight is that's where it's long. But you could hear the typing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
This is that's how you know 9Z
That's
are young.
hilarious.
They don't even know where to knife them.
Yeah.
Bro.
Wow.
They don't know the culture. Well, they may not know the culture, but let's see if they can clutch out a knife round. They can indeed. All right, so choices side here. I will say, in Liquid's previous Dust 2 outing today against Complexity, I think Twist was playing like his hair was on fire. That dude was nuts. Just, entering into tons of situations, making it happen for this team, really being a difference maker. And now Naf's clutching up by fixing someone's microphone. That's a homie.
I can do it all.
What a teammate.
Can solve the tech issues. Can do
look at
just
these
about
guys.
everything.
Ay, look at these ratings. Look at Naf. Mr. Keith Markovich over there. That's them some numbers.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's been super consistent here, and especially rolling through. And that last map, a big piece of that. This Canadian duo just absolutely storming forward.
We call them Canadians in this moment.
I like that.
Because they might wind up being the only ones in the arena. So we got to make it work.
Yeah, we got to work with what we've got here.
I will say last year when I was in the arena, as the arena host, which I will be again, so if you're coming to Dallas, say hello. But last year we had a group of guys who came out waving Canadian flags to support Twist, who was there with
Oh, that's sweet.
And I tried to get one of them to sing O Canada for the arena to see if they could lead the arena in a rousing chant. And as soon as he started, got booed into silence.
Oh, no.
So I'm just saying, Dallas crowd, in Counter-Strike, we are all one North America. So maybe start learning the lyrics to O Canada, because we might need to know them.
The day that Dallas, Texas Stadium sings O Canada will be the day.
My crowning moment.
Yeah. That'd be one of your most impressive works right there, I'll have to say.
It's just a news story.
Yeah.
Dallas crowd seized by sudden mind virus sings Canadian anthem. All have been deported. Treasonous to America.
Good luck with that.
We'll get it happening. We'll get it happening one day.
Hey, maybe if Liquid make the finals.
Look, I'm just saying, crowd. You gotta work with me here. There's 3 Canadians on this roster. There's Naf, there's Twist, there's Canadian.
Nice. I was wondering if the third would be, but that makes sense.
You haven't heard me make that dumb joke before?
Yeah. No, I've not. First time.
That's a stable one. All right, we're back into it. Canadian and Max facing off. The IGL battle of a lifetime.
You'd expect for the cohesion to be there with Cadian and the Canadians, but...
Ooh. Double dually peak inwards lower. This is cheeky.
That's a little abstract take on the Xbox smoke, I think.
You think that's what that was meant to be?
Maybe like a hinge smoke or something? I'm not sure either way.
This hinge smoke?
It's a mist smoke. I know that for a fact. It doesn't matter if you're walking into constant headshots. Martinez off the clothesline. And one more to go there. Cadian finally able to put it to rest, but feels like a bit of a hollow victory.
Well, it's not done. He's got the one isolated player towards car, but it is the deep car angle for Max. Certainly a lot of noise, so Max is not going to be shy about knowing how this works. Oh, and Max is going to put this away. No problem. No hezzy. Martinez, you did the work. I'll make sure we see it through. No concerns here. I was just straight assassinations. 1, 2.
Oh my goodness, was that his first 3 bullets?
3 bullets,
kills?
3 kills. That's
I like
beautiful.
that. I like that. I feel like oppers are just always so good with USPs as well.
It's almost like the person with the best aim gets the op eventually.
Yeah. And it shows when they have the Those pinpoint precise headshots rolling out. You got the same situation here with the dual Berettas, but this time it's actually up against a force buy, and this time it's Liquid with a little bit of a momentum rolling through, punishing it. They didn't expect this force buy. Now it's dual Berettas versus a Tech 9. And while the dualies do reign supreme, but that requires some tough headshots there.
Was DGT trying to shoot that gun out of their reach?
I would assume so. There's no way he hit it on accident, right?
No, I think he was trying to shoot it so he'd be more exposed to beyond the smoke.
So he couldn't grab it?
I mean, I love the idea. It does not work here because Swish just picks it up and then follows the trace. But I love the idea. What a disaster in this round. Martinez, I mean, at this point, is just going to save.
Since save a Tech 9?
He's going to save a Tech 9.
There's an MP9 lower, I know.
He's got, well, I mean, he's got armor, head armor, nade, Tech 9.
Yeah.
There's not an MP9. He picked up the Tech 9 off the player dead tunnels.
Wasn't there one lower?
Maybe. Perhaps.
Someone died there.
His comrade? I think they came in with pistols, right? Maybe I'm wrong.
Either way, I mean, it's still a...
Oh, there it is.
Oh, nice.
You're correct. MP9 to be claimed. Come on, Martinez.
He wants to. Not super interested in it. No.
He'd rather have the tech.
Sure. Yeah, you can buy an op.
Teammate.
Buy an op.
Is he?
Oh, yeah.
Force?
Oh, yeah. Hero op on Dust 2 is a whole nother level.
Oh, you're right. This is the map for it, isn't it?
I think 9Z took the lackadaisical approach because the entire way through this game, Liquid have been very careful with their economy. But that's when they were up 9-3. They're down 1-0, so it's a whole different story for them. They got to play to win.
Huaso Peak is a very interesting bit of personal flair. He's taken the pop filter off of his headset. So every time he makes a P sound, his teammates hate him. Oh, these nades. Buddha still somehow alive, limping out of that exchange with a tag onto Katie. And this is getting frisky, and Buddha will not escape. Nick makes sure of that Huaso Peak, though. Putting a little Huaso on that. Little spice. Martinez, does Martinez realize that Yeki's gotten through this door?
Not at all.
Does he clear it? He scoped up.
Estelena fast flick, it almost feels like, and well, misses the timing. Now yet Kindar can strike off the back of that, and strike he will.
He didn't have an MP5. DGT in the corner, overlooked, but okay, instant trade. It's well taken care of, and Huaso has a decision to make, especially with that smoke up here. Yeah, that's the decision made. I don't feel like going for this. I don't like pop filters, and I don't like walking through this smoke.
Do you think every time he swings someone, he hits the Huaso Peak on him? And that, yeah.
Huaso Peak! And it peaks his mic?
Yeah.
Like you tell the hour's getting late here, folks?
Catchphrase.
He's like a Pokemon. He says Huaso Peak every time he shoots. They're just all calming, and he's just saying Huaso Peak. All right, we're getting a little Looney Tunes out here. But we'll get this back under control. The hour's getting late.
Cadian's getting loud, and I think it's important as the hour gets late to actually bring some life into this team here. I mean, sometimes the tired eyes can glaze over, and that's where I think getting loud and using that burst of energy can certainly help.
He's like dealing with a B rush. He's just trying to go Huaso Peak. Instead of calling numbers. All right.
All right. Over it.
We're back into this. You have shambled me. I have been trampled by this. So Huaso Peak is the one. I can't do it. Oh my God. Oh boy. All right.
He's got the hero rifle now.
I'm a professional. And so is Huaso Peak. Molotov in here. A little bit of a massacre on. Twist and Yekindar deal with that. Huaso Peak, whatever he's saying, he is gone. He's not saying much of anything anymore. Buddha and DGT, just the USPs. We weren't expecting much out of this round. We're not getting much.
Fully settled. And you don't want to talk too much when you're gone. DGT's got a little boost position. I feel like this is one of those spots where you don't really want to reveal in a round like this. You want to let it set in, give them a false sense of security. And we'll see him get no action. So it's just going to be Buddha with a USB, with his back against the wall. And well, that's one way to handle him. A flying Naf right there should do the trick. DGT might be. I wonder if they removed that A1S from the scene. I think they have. It's not recoverable. DGT's on the hunt, but it's nowhere to be found. And only a matter of time before he's dealt with. I'll do the trick.
He's probably just trying to sneak away, see if he could catch like one player isolated, steal a gun, but secret agent mission unsuccessful here. So, now back into the fray they go, this time with slightly better armament, you'd imagine. Based on my lip reading, I can confirm he was saying something other than Huaso Peak. So I'm afraid our crafting has not worked out. Look at this, though. 4 players in towards the long fight early, setting up utility. That means the rest of the map's relatively vacant, but they're ready to brawl here. And there's going to be no one coming to the party.
You went on a solo adventure here, but he's got teammates behind him, and that's what he was looking for right there. There's a little bit of ground to gain. He's got the B side clear.
This is a save.
It should be.
Save.
You don't like retaking this bomb site.
No, you do not. Let's see if 9Z know that yet. Oh, no, not quite yet, but that's exactly why. Through the choke points, you just got so little information. You had no idea that Yeki was that far forward, that far advanced. And now the bomb down. And this is one of the brutal realities of playing Dust 2 at a top-tier level. You're down in numbers, you're trying to retake that B site? No, you aren't.
What do you think's less retakeable, the A side of Inferno or the B site of Dust 2?
B side Dust 2.
Is that an easy answer? I think current day, I think it used to be Inferno was harder with the old like Go Inferno, but now I definitely think Dust 2 is harder.
Yeah, I think I tend to. I think I'd agree. You've just got so many more angles of approach on Inferno A site. Specifically, one more of them. They're hunting up these kills here. Buddha's not getting anything. Let's see. Does he live? They're so hungry on Team Liquid. Oh,
wow. What a call to make there from Yakindar. Just running solo out B?
It's reminiscent of the space he was taking on Nuke, right? On that T side, getting in towards Secret consistently, really just being a thorn in their side. He just knows. I mean, it's spawn-based Counter-Strike, right? You got the time, you got the space, he's out. There's the lurk smoke, and he takes the edge of it. It's brilliant.
I love that lurk smoke as well. Tossed in early in the round so that he can get that space out of the gates.
Every time I see his lips move, I just... Oh, you shambled me. Fortunately, it's back onto an eco where I'm thinking about it. And that is a hell of a Huaso Peak.
There you go. Hit him with it.
He can say it.
It's well worth one. One of those moments he only reserves for the greats, and that is a beautiful shot to kick things off. And they're going to look to reclaim this space as well. Now it's a DGT peak right around that corner, and going to give Cadian a task, and one he's up to for sure. Dismissed. 3 more to go on this A side. Still pretty heavily stacked, so if this is kind of lackadaisical from Team Liquid, they're going to run into some problems. So they're very careful and they're cautious, but Martinez with 2 quick deagle shots turns it around so quickly, and now Yakindar up against Max. Looking to seal that deal, and that HE will do the trick.
Even then, though, this is just the first test, right? The bomb is down in the long house.
This is an op.
He's got an op. He picked it up. He found it, and now you're in real trouble. Oh, yeah. Off just the 5-7, now there's an upgrade. It goes from bad to worse for Yeki. This guy's had a monstrous start here to Dust 2. 10-1. What's interesting here is they left the bomb behind. Martinez doesn't actually know what he has.
Yeah, but now he's on the right line here, has the right idea. He's got a teammate that's joining forces. 20 seconds left to make it in towards B. There definitely is time. But it's if he meets that resistance here of Buddha.
Oh, he's good. He's going to be good. I mean, the Molotov, if anything, actually, is just like lighting the beacons. Gondor calls for aid.
But
and by
how
Gondor, I mean the B site.
Be here so fast to deny this?
He's on the door. He's on the door. There's the tap. He pulls off of it, expecting this, and that's the round win. So a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of extra sweetness. Keeps it down to just 1 player surviving, but a round win slipped through from 9Z. That's a disaster. An eco that Liquid have given up.
I mean, Martinez right there just rips that round away from him. 2 quick 1Ds. It sours out so quickly. What felt like a stabilization opportunity goes very, very wrong. Yakinder's up catwalk as well, so there's just so much space gathered.
So much space, so much damage done. You're almost in cruise control if you're Liquid, and that's exactly what causes the problem, because Martinez is one hell of a speed bump. And then you just get the bomb isolated. It takes so much time out. That one's got to be a little frustrating, especially if you're Yekindar. It feels like he's done so much, and it's still not going to net you the win. So right back to the drawing board. Right back into the mines. Another shift to draw here on the frag mines.
Oh, beautiful position, but also just, it feels like, again, that's an easy protocol. Always a flash around that corner. Always some utility to bait that out shot out. Instead, it's a Yakindar dry peek. And, well, he's been getting away with that a whole lot. Tried to get away with it one more time, and this time Martinez has that op from last round ready to punish.
This still could be a problem, though. The split in towards B is always deadly. DGG trying to play the spamming timing. Preemptive smoke to block window.
That's an interesting one.
It stalls them out as much as anything else. And you can tell it's giving Liquid something to think about. It's giving them pause. There's not actually anyone playing behind it, right? But in doing that, they have to go for this re-smoke in towards mid, so it's more utility spent. You almost feel like you can part that. You can't, actually. DGT going on a fact-finding mission, but they've dodged him.
Oh man, Buddha keeping him at bay though. Molotov gonna head his way. Caught by the flashes, but still finding the kills. USP's out, but finish off eventually. In the back of the site though still lies Max, and he's looking to hold off the line. Martinez has coverage as well. And it could go from an eco into a gun round conversion here. Into a turnaround here for 9Z, and smiles on the faces as well.
9Z might have gotten away with one there. In terms of, I think if they went fast off the first smoke, they were in real trouble off the positioning, but called the bluff.
Oh, wow.
Didn't work out. And some nice shots from the B defenders as well. That tough fight through the doors. If you're too passive in that situation, you just wind up getting pinched from both angles, and it's disastrous. Instead now, okay, hold on. We've got the long take. Spawn 1 by Team Liquid. Yeki's got the room.
Oh my god.
Round to gain. Altov into harass, but I don't think they realize there's a player ahead of blue. Oh, I don't think they know about the close angle. Just on the edge of this, Yakindar edging around, but he's not got the kill. The trade is there. So still successful for Liquid. For 9Z, they'll still have the numbers up to defend. Martinez will be left on the angle with the AWP, his teammates trying to get some information elsewhere on the site. But it's really just this long take. A very passive hold from Skulls outside of the tunnels. Now, Team Liquid do not necessarily seem to have a plan B here.
You have a lot of time to route this one. Martinez caught in the open. DGT left on his own devices and can't hold the line. That's a really good disruption by Liquid to break that setup apart, make sure that they can't unify.
Skulls is just walking out. He's just caught the smoke, but he's realized he caught the timing.
Oh
he's calling them around. He's calling them around. They just left. Such a play from Skulls. This very passive, slow maneuver, but now he's gained it all. The only potential issue is that they don't have a cross. They don't have one.
Oh, that's going to help.
That makes life a lot easier. Is there smoke picked up as well? No. A player's still stuck in towards mid. Now they know they haven't made their way through. They jump the op. It was a big risk for sure. But one that pays off. And look at this, already ready for the hunt. Is Cadian. He will rip the op from Martinez's hands.
And they know Max is stuck CT. If Cadian's cutting that cross off as well, that means Max can be one place and one place only. Got legged by Cadian at the start. Enough. He's going to be diligent enough to do the damage necessary. No saves. And a really well-placed round. It felt like they didn't have a plan B until Skulls was able to take some initiative there. And once he finally does, it gives him that space.
It's just enough damage over on towards A to convince them of the need to rotate and gamble. And the timing from Skulls is impeccable. That's the kind of thing that's really exciting to see if you're a fan of this Liquid roster as well, because those are the kind of little moments that where you're communicating map to, site to site, complete opposite side of the map, that are what Liquid has at times struggled with, right? Getting that instantaneous communication, that understanding of what your teammate's doing, and finding the timing. It's a very nice play.
Yeah, that means the communication is flowing here for the side of Liquid. And as they head into this decider, and you know you're up against some tough opposition here on this decider as well, well, you have to be sharp. You have to be on point. You saw in some of those rounds what it can cost when you're not, when you get ecoed, when you get blasted by Martinez. But right there, they make no mistake. Manipulate that rotate right off that B site. Oh, look at this, Martinez. He wants to take that control. Oh my god, what an off-spawn call again. Smoke mid to be already in. A gap in it, but it allows Yakindar to use it for another opening pick for him. It's Martinez to cut it off, but he's got fights on a couple different fronts here, and he's winning all of them. One more kill out of the MP9, not quite. Buddha goes down eventually, but Martinez can still defend with the USB. The sidearm does a trick, and it's Liquid shut out.
Thought they had the pace, thought they had the speed, and to be fair, they did. But they're also at an MP9 in the window. Not what you expect to just shut down your take, shut down your hold. Again, another fast, strong round from Yakindar. The teammates just couldn't quite follow the pace, it seems.
I like the idea. Again, every time that Liquid go for these big pace changes, I feel like it's always at the right time. Just ended up walking into a heavy stack bomb site. Long fight right now rolling in favor of Buddha. A labored spray comes through there, but they give it back in the form of DGT. And Martinez right around that corner. A kid duking it out. More utility being tossed out.
Oh, big find. This time there will be no Skull's Lurk. They've dealt with it. They know they've got heavy presence out towards long. They want desperately to kill Buddha in the pit, and now they've done it. But they've committed so much in terms of resources. They've got a single smoke and a single flash and whatever they can pick up off the bodies.
They're walking up long wall right now while they're retaking Cat here. They're going to get caught off guard by this play.
Martinez. Oh my god. Second shot lands. Just a tag, not a frag just yet. Cadian's still up. Cadian dealt with. The USB comes out, and yeah, Martinez, you let them know.
I mean, he's hitting monster form right now, man. 15 kills. He got him through that Deagle round. He's been getting him through a last couple as well. Constant multi-kills. He is so quick on that re-up on the scope right there. It is instant. You don't have a time to trade him.
That's a... You know, I'm not much of a lip reader, but that's a vamos.
I've been hearing a lot of those after they won versus Mouse. I'm sure it's coming out now.
Would imagine.
Man.
Liquid economy broken. With only 2 rounds left in this half, but they're not going to have much in this.
This sort of opping is exactly what I think Dust 2's perfect for, man. Martinez is going to thrive in this environment. Being all over the map, and it feels like every time if you're Liquid, you're running into this op here.
I will say, I don't know if the data actually bears this out, but my anecdotal experience is Dust 2 does feel like a pretty defensively lean map right now.
I'm going to agree with you there, yeah. From what I've seen a lot of very strong CT sides.
I don't know that we have a big enough sample size to draw huge conclusions, but...
The feeling's there, and I feel it too.
The vibe is definitely there. Let's see. So that's your silver lining, Liquid fans listening. The not-so-silver lining is they've almost fumbled several leads. So what happens when they don't have a lead? That's the not-so-silver lining. What happens when 9Z doesn't need to pull off a ridiculous comeback?
Yeah, what happens when Martinez takes over the Surfer as well?
Monster's performance. 17th kill. Jeez.
Okay. Oh.
Nasty ass snap. Might still have something to say about that. He spots out the next. She'll allow him bond plant. Of course, he's hungry for the kill, not the plant. Knows he has an isolated fight, and that might just be what he needs, but it's going to be too many to ask. Not happening here and now. 2 nice deep shots, no more. And a little excited fist bump there coming through from the coach as we get ready for the final round of the half.
I mean, making sure to show some love to the man at the end. Buddha got him through that Mouse game.
And now this time they said, all right, Martinez, your turn.
Can you do it for us? Can you close it out? And this utility is powerful.
Loses himself.
Yeah, lost in the... I mean, well, really the flashbangs got him. Not even lost in the sauce. The utility. Just too much to bear. Buddha might get some action on this B set once again, though. At HE on a twist. Oh, when are they going to throw it? Skulls is making the proactive move here. He's going to look to dance around the smoke. At HE, there it is. It's going to blow open. It's going to expose them all right there to 2 rifles that deal with them quickly. Skulls with it. AK eventually does finish, but it's Max who's whipped out the deagle, and he's looking for them all. He will find them all. The sidearm gets the job done, and 9Z, they finally head into a half with the lead.
Be just anyone. I'm not just anyone. I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going, and I'm not interested in settling for the hell of it. All these people want convenience, I want more. The wolf is howling at the door, and now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh, oh please, I'm busy now.
Closer Peak is live in the server, ready to get going here, underway, but it's been a tale of the Opera. In this map, it's been a tale of Martinez. And if he's saying his name, you know what he deserves to at this point. Been monstrous, really propelled 9Z back into that one. And so finally, 9Z is staring at a second half where they don't have to recover a massive deficit, where they can just battle through like it's a normal half of Counter-Strike.
That's got to be such a relief right there. We got Martinez, I think, on 140 ADRs. We hop into the second half as an Opper. So that's pretty good. He started it off with a pistol round as well. The big impact.
On the other side of things, Yakinta having a very strong start to that game. Some very strong rounds indeed. Big space taken over towards B, playing the spawn timings. But again, slightly akin to Nuke, it did feel like 9Z started to get a better feel for what he was trying to do towards the end of that.
Now we'll see if that powerful performance on that T side can lift them up again. We said, potentially leans CT side here. We'll see if that feeling continues, as it is going to be Yakindar looking for more opening duels here. But DGT out and towards Blue Bin. It looks like there's a good read on the situation at the very least.
Oh, he's hunting up this specifically and assassinating, dealing with that long control. You got nothing here now. A better leave at 9Z. They want to get out of the neighborhood. Not going to be able to rotate off of this. No strong indicator just yet about which way they want to lean. Kind of milling about a bit. Presence on catwalk. Could be a play through mid in towards B. But they better get this smoke down because there are eyes all over the place for Liquid. Here comes that smoke. It is indeed going to be the play through towards B.
Oh, yeah.
Flashbang stalls him. Here comes another. Oh, assassination. Nice shot out from Twist. Looking for more. Hunting it up. Confirming the bomb. His life lost. But there's still Naf to deal with in the back of the site. And as they swing, Naf repositions. His teammates now rallying. Buddha will find this one, but there's work to do to confirm a bomb plant. And 2 players to contend with. Bomb going to be committed down. Skulls has found the space, and the bomb denied. Nicely played from Skulls, not getting sucked into the fight, letting his teammate and his opponent do the work for him.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfectly played right there. Skulls, he's playing smart. CS to close out that round right there, making sure that there's no mistakes, that it's an impossible round here. Buddha either sticks the bomb and tries to, or gets taken down or gets off it to try and kill him. His teammate's far removed, so that is a pistol that they need to start things off. Quickly look to equalize. We got a little force buy for Martinez, a little faith placed into him with this scout. Understandable that 9Z give him some tools, some resources, even on a round where they don't invest a lot. They say, hey, you can go or whatever you think you can work with here. And if you do get a couple of scout headshots, maybe turn this quickly in our favor. A couple tags go a long way. But nothing given right now from Liquid. Kindar might give him a fight. Playing around that smoke. There it is. The tag lands, and that'll scare him off for now.
Scout tag like that will scare a lot of folks. Up the catwalk they go. Katie does not have the gun for this fight. MP9 at the ramp. Better be hoping they would get really rampy with it.
Smoke is going to help, kind of, but it feels like they could just work around it.
It's almost a functional lurk smoke for them to a degree.
Oh no.
Yeki out. Now it's pressure on. He was the low player. Cadian is able to snatch that gun. Skulls comes in for support, but they got to be careful not to let these pistols close the gap. Cadian's now low. A bomb plant might be possible here. Cadian gone. And Naf pogo sticking his way to make sure this one doesn't get weird. Backstopping that round. Guns can be recovered. And Liquid don't even concede the bomb money.
Yeah, a little bit scary right there, but they deny the bomb plant and they only lose 2. And again, you've got Martinez that goes for the big investment in that round as well.
Seeing Zeus just biting his nails behind them, I think he's very relaxed right now, personally.
Yeah. Again,
not stressed at all.
This is the half that determines if you make it to the playoffs, if you make it to the stage or not.
You got to do it the easy way or the hard way.
Absolutely.
Wasso peek, catching Yekindar getting so aggressive up mid. Just trying to take it all the way. And that's not one he'll get away with.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same idea, right? You want to give Yekindar the freedom to work with how well he's playing right now. But shut out instantly. But 2 more fill the void. They're trying to bait for Twist. Try and play these close range angles. A lot of players converging in on mid.
There's a play around. Utility, I mean, they're past this, right? So this isn't really going to sell much of anything. It's actually leading to the very heavy Liquid lean the other way around. But no, it's pulled them. They're not trusting it. That one lurk smoke out of tunnels is pulling so much presence off of the long fight. And now Skulls is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, at least get one quick rotate. Yeah, back's turned. Both of them have no idea of this long control. That one lurk smoke just sells it completely. Hook, line, and sinker and Twist. Might give it a little bit of a go here, but I think the bomb was tossed over for Max to lock in those numbers.
Yeah, with DGT out towards pit. Gonna try. He's expecting the late lurk. That's at least a good idea. So here's a player just in tunnels now. And Buddha making his way on out, but this one's looking good for 9Z to find their 8th. to crack into this second half early.
That's just a brutal read right there as well. You've got a player solo in mid and a player solo in B. It's never the game plan to go towards the B side, but you've got 2 lurking smokes out in that direction, right? Yeah. Nothing saved, man. Buddha still closes out that kill. But the only game plan was to go out towards long. That was the end goal there. It was always going to be that case for 9Z, and of course you're going to rotate. If you've got no one on B and they throw a lurk smoke, you're going to send a player there. It only makes sense.
That's going to be a painful one for Liquid as a whole. I mean, you have 2 players just completely tunnel visioned, never prepared for what's coming your way. You feel like you've just been led around by the nose. Full stack for Liquid. Very limited rounds. They go for the major long play, and, well, they picked poorly.
Jeez.
Time to back away. It's B-take. Bomb will be down, and this one's just got to be conceded. No world where they can think about getting into this.
Not a chance. Back-to-back, which feels like flawless reads for 9Z. At this point...
Real kick in the teeth.
Yeah, exactly. No longer just a poppy seed there.
It's a boot.
But at least they do get to hold on to all their guns.
That is nice. You basically get the do-over on the force buy while you're still saving. Presumably, that's what they'll do. Theoretically, I guess you could invest the remaining money and just keep growing. But that feels a little Ponzi scheme-ish.
I mean, as I always say, you can always buy a deagle and armor and continue to make money as long as you lose. That loss bonus will stack up eventually.
The Intel Extreme Masters would like to confirm that Cole Extra McHenry is not capable of giving financial advice. Please do not buy a deagle every round.
Especially when it comes to your matchmaking games.
Please do not tilt your pug teammates into oblivion. So what's going to be the solution here for Liquid? They got the same tool set as last time. Did they go back to the same solutions? Did they change things up? Obviously, that was a hard read onto a long fight. Probably not going to do the hard read onto a long fight again, unless this time 9Z go long.
Yeah. I mean, you could make that gamble again, or you could try and figure out a way to set up Yukindar with his rifle again. When you have players that are playing very well, you kind of want to lean on that when times get tough. See if they can pull you through a round, especially in a lower buy, where he's one of the 2 that have a hero rifle. But they're rolling it back, saying, no way you rush B again, and, well, my God, they just might do it. They just might run it back. Let's see what Skulls can do. It's another B rush here. They have completely read this one. Rush B until it does not work, and Skulls is in between them all.
Oh, how much can he get past? They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Oh, he's getting nothing for it. Disaster on. Martinez sussed up that something might have changed. So it's going to be another save.
I love that call from 9Z so much, man. It feels like
if it ain't broke.
And you're ahead at that point. It's Liquid saying there's no way they do it twice, and then 9Z just throw it right in their face.
You know what I bet they're saying now? No way they do it a third time.
No, they just might. They just might be that crazy.
I mean, it keeps working. They keep playing light on B. Don't have choke point util. The thing is, as well, if you're 9Z, right, and you're thinking about why you would do that, they don't have choke point util. So it's either everyone's stacked there, or you have the advantage.
Honestly, HEs and tunnels as the smoke is fading is like the best way to deal with a B rush.
Yeah.
So you're exactly right. This time they will have choke point util. This time you'll probably have a more standard setup.
You would imagine, if it's the 5-man off-spawn call, 9Z are truly mad scientists here.
Oh, they don't have a great B spawn, but I see a lot of players turned in that direction.
They're doing it. They're doing it. No, 3.
No, just 3.
That's like... Did they just go out? Surely not. Okay, Molotov's in. Yeah, no. For a moment, I believe. For a moment, I almost hoped. But it's not to be the case this time.
Oh my God. Adian's just left middle. He's going to be back turned again as they walk out. It's free. It's a free pick.
They hurt him all the way. Twist has to go Super Saiyan here if they're going to get anything out of it. Naf finds something. stays alive. That's huge, massive, honestly. And it gives his teammate an opportunity, but even then, it still leaves Yeki in a 1v2 where his position is completely known and he's getting pinched. He has to make a play one way or another. A shot in the back, there's just no solutions there. That's disastrous. 9Z now are just in spitting distance of closing this series. 9Z are 2 rounds away from confirming their spot in the playoffs of IEM Dallas, from marking themselves as a playoff contender of the 100th IEM.
I mean, that would be surreal. I don't think anyone had that at all. I don't think anyone expected this sort of performance out of 9Z. But this team works hard. And the double op is what they're going to use to try and save them here. So what they're going to use to try and slow things down. And stop this momentum from 9Z. Stop 9Z from getting in your heads. Because that's where they've been these last 3 rounds. Where they've just had the perfect read. Last 4 rounds even.
This time there's some sort of control for Liquid. This is something that hasn't existed really much this half. They have control towards tunnels. But Twist is now lost. That's just a straight duel from spawn.
And they're going to reclaim tunnels control. Now, good move from Yekindar to at least try and contain this space as his teammate rotates off. That is at least good news here. But he doesn't commit for too long. It's just this timing game that he has to work through. And I don't know if he's going to win this timing game here.
They clear back in towards mid. How do they
He's pressuring long. Max just got a kill on the opposite side of the map. You're going to rotate your stack over there. And 9Z, the coast is clear towards B. The coast is clear towards series point and qualification to playoffs point.
What better way for 9Z to march into series point than to march into an empty B site? Liquid have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, time after time on this side of the map. And there's nothing to do for it but to save. There's nothing to do for it but to save. To march in with sticks and stones into the next and try and battle just to keep yourself alive here on Dust 2. You know, we said it before this match. One of their streaks is ending. Right now, it's looking like Liquids might just evaporate.
Got the money for the hunt. Give it a go. They're finding the kills here. Holding on to these guns should be a bit of an easier task. Should be. Not guaranteed, though. Yekindar somehow managing to route his way around it. Jumping up. Would having some fun with it. Same case will be true for Martinez, but man, Yekindar fights hard. He'll be able to hold on to his guns. So 3, I think the double up still maintained. But what can you do? You can have all the firepower in the world, but if you're walking into these free bomb sites, it doesn't matter what tools you have.
That's just the brutal reality, right? It feels like Liquid are willing to give up B at the drop of a hat. And 9Z apparently have a lot of hats.
Just throwing them on the floor.
Timeout used. Might as well. Can't take them with you into the next game. Doesn't seem like they're doing a lot of talking.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I mean, again, you've got to figure out a way to slow down this, but I think Max is taking control of the server right now and showing some of the peak calling that this guy can do when the pressure is on.
There we go.
There we go. Zeus trying to get loud here.
Get some energy in there. Get some juice going. Meanwhile, it still smiles on the face. I love that you can see with Max when he's leaning forward. He's just got this little bit of a going right.
Goodness gracious.
Last long.
They've already lost one towards middle as well. Naf plucked out of the server as he tries to cross. And I mean, it's a coffin in mid. No other way to start off a Dust 2 round than just plucked out and watch from the sidelines as the rest of your roster fights for their life. Or at least fights for this upper bracket run.
The terror of Dust 2. They're so expecting this tendency breaker because, again, they just have no B presence. There's none. And hearing that player getting towards lower, tagged up Twist, now they know there's one wounded player at least on this B site. The Sharks are circling. There's blood in the water right now, and this lurk smoke's now been thrown out towards B, and still, Liquid won't budge the stack. They catch the cat player. That's something. That's something. That's the first piece of the puzzle, but he spotted 2, and that's going to embolden his teammates. Ground to be gained. Real estate. Free and ripe for the taking. Twist Twist on the line. He hits the shot. Needed that. Needed that. A second one to follow. And finally, Liquid are putting up resistance here on the beta site. Falls to Martinez and DGT. They could just opt for the save, but there's still time aplenty to try and twist the screws on Team Liquid. And even if they can't see this one to the finish line, economic damage here is worth its weight in gold. There's the nade to pop, and yet Kindar will make sure that that is never a threat. Finally, Liquid find their footing.
Yeah, this is a map where your Kindars right now trying to just get them across the finish line and try and keep them alive, especially in that 4v5. I will just say, I mean, the first is real mistake I think we've seen out of 9Z, just not smoking that door when they have the utility to get it done. And that buys Liquid some time here. And Kindar punishes fully. Oh my god! Playing a dangerous game here.
Terror of Dust 2.
You saw what happened in AF last round. Ooh.
That's not where that flash is supposed to go. A little bit more resistance on B. Now they're finding it to be a stiffer defense. Yeah, he gets caught off. And now without the guy who's been the hero of this map,
oh
the
boy.
rest of Liquid find their defense.
Buddhist missed it, but the smoke's going to fade. And oh my god.
Oh, someone look left.
My god.
Oh
left.
My god. Someone turn left. Zoolander duel out here. You can't turn left. The tension I feel in this moment. Somebody turn.
Oh my god. How?
Naf is found to kill elsewhere. What is happening here?
How long can this stay?
They're laser focused. They're just tunnel visioned in. Who makes an audio cue? Who turns? Who quick switches? A footstep to end this. How long will we be caught in this eternal struggle? It feels like this is just a second ticking by into eternity. The rest of the round is unfolding, but I can't look away. He's just left.
No way.
They stood next to each other for 30 seconds, and Skulls has just left, and he's going to find the bomb. Now the pinch on in, but they'll never expect the player long. Cadian is so confident that there's nothing coming. And what's about to happen? Two found. Skulls, when does he realize? Where's the third? Where's he got to? Now they know, and it won't cost them.
I can't believe it.
That is, I think, one of the most absurd things I've ever watched in all of the many thousands of hours of Counter-Strike I have witnessed. That feels like just surreal.
They were back to back for 40 seconds.
I cannot wait for Skulls to go back and watch that.
Wow. I mean,
for Buddha to see what that was.
You've got to consider as well, if Buddha finds that kill, where's Cadian left but no man's land on the A site with 2 fights? That could have been Curtains instead. An absolute miracle of a timing.
That genuinely might be, if Liquid battle back into this, that's the moment.
Well, what's crazy is they're never going to even know that moment. They're not going to understand what just happened.
Not until they go back.
Not until they, and that's going to be the moment in which they...
I have a suspicion that one might spread a little bit. Might be seeing some of that on the Twitter.
Absolutely.
Reddits.
Oh,
wow.
Man. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. Oh my god. And now, I mean, again, this puts them in a powerful position. A half buy here, rolling through for 9Z. Some purchasing, some not, but trying to just even out that economy. And this allows for Liquid to just inch their way back into this game. You can only imagine the hunger that's in this team right now to right the ship and get to a playoffs again where they would certainly have that home field advantage.
Certainly. This is a crowd that's hungry for Liquid. Hungry.
Oh, yeah.
For this team to show up, for this team to make their presence known. Only one found for Skulls out towards long, but elsewhere on the map, things are turning well for Team Liquid. They got the overwhelming weight of the health off that first exchange. The man advantage to boot. Now, a long control has been conceded. Buddha just hits an absolute sniper of a shot. out towards Carr. It is just this long presence that they have to contend with now. The rotation is here as well. Twist coming in to support. Both ops on the line.
Oh, no.
Adian tries to take it all in command. And now it falls to DGT. The nade will do it. Just the barest bit of shrapnel to tickle his toes, but that's enough to finish off this round. And right now, Liquid do not care how they're winning. By hook or by crook, they just need these rounds.
Just 2 more. That's all that they need here. We'll wipe the slate clean for this squad. Sigh of relief could come through. It's easier said than done here. We're going to go again fast towards this long play here. Wow, so Peak making it. No, not quite. Actually cut off by Yakindar. And he finds another one. Yakindar shutting down the long play and shutting down this full buy into a 5v3.
Control established again here. What can they do to upset the apple cart? Twist suspecting someone might have been through the mid play. It's not to be just, yeah. Cadian comes back into the angle. He's not been having a great time of it here on Dust 2. But now holds the most important choke point on the map at present moment.
They're going to stand still. This time there's actually doors in between them.
Battle of the wills. Battle of the patience.
You know, the pressure's on Martinez to make the move here, not KD. They got a 5v3. They can coast.
There's still a molly on Skulls. There's still a nade on Yeki. The nade is now gone. But the Molotov, at the right moment.
And what about now?
Okay, now they've got no utility. They've got a single flashbang. I mean, that might have been enough. It was a little early, perhaps.
The same is true for the T side. They don't have any flashes to get past the line here, and especially if Cadian comes back, tosses in on the late G. I just don't know if there's going to be any initiative right now. With how they're posted up, I'm thinking...
Save?
I'm thinking this isn't going to be a round that ever formulates past this 5v3.
Kind of starting to smell like it. 15 seconds, they don't seem to be moving much of a muscle. So it seems like 9Z going to be content to take this down to the wire. They would not have much to work with if they didn't save these guns here. But it means the utility is going to be desperate. There's going to be precious little to work with. AKs can be retrieved, upgrades to be had. 1 round now is all that separates Liquid from overtime. 9Z opened this series with overtime on Nuke. Perhaps only fitting if we close it. It's overtime on D2.
I'd like more of this as well, man. Dust 2 delivering. We got a battle of just endurance at this point. It's been a long series here. Martinez doesn't take the shot this time around. Waiting for someone to peek around that corner. Wary of any of the gimmicks that Liquid might throw their way to try and lock this round in.
What kind of gimmicks do we have right now? Cadian set up with Skulls. Oh, Nap ahead of the lurk smoke. This could be a cheeky one. But to test it, he's going to get his toes tickled, but he's out and away. Thanks him for the free massage, and you know what? Never mind, he's out.
It debates out a Molotov at the very least of that B-side utility, so putting a little bit of pressure without having to sacrifice too much is always very nice.
Skulls, speaking of pressure, he's about to be under it. If he sticks around after the smoke fade, I'll re-smoke up. Utility behind it.
Deep molly.
They know he's here.
That's, again, a full belt of utility that he would need to hold Catwalk that he no longer has, really, at this point.
And they've left him alone. I mean, there's long presence. That nade is good. Now there's very little to actually stall this out when the hit does come through. Cadian's rotating back in. Has some support nadeage. But nothing for the choke point. It's going to be a hit. It's very late. 30 seconds. They're just going to bet it all on this. Time is ticking down, and 9Z need to commit one way or another. But they're throwing a little bit of a fake, a little bit of a feint, and it seems like this might not be the first read. No, they're falling off. They're in towards mid. There's the drop down. They're trying to make the play towards B. The smoke is up. The choke point's here. And now Nap realizes alarm bells are ringing. Twist, this is not the gun you want for this fight. You gotta snap around. He's been overwhelmed. The bomb's going to go down. This could be it. They bet it all. And the bet's paying off. Yakindar and Skulls have to do so much work just to get back into position to make this retake a possibility. Max still in spawn. Guasha Peak holding court out the window, and this window might just be slamming shut. The approach back in. They'll get to the lip. The choke point. Tunnels. Control still underway. They just need to get on the stick, and they'll never get past the choke. 9Z have made it to the playoffs at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. They will be playing in front of the crowd at the 100th IEM through the upper bracket. 2 wins on day 1, and celebrations are certainly in order for this team. The lowest seed in the tournament. A team that no one had pinned as a dark horse, as a contender, as any sort of hope, are now going to play in front of the crowd, are now going to have their chance at the crown. They could take it even a step further. They could confirm their spot directly into semifinals. 2 stunning upsets today, starting with the #1 team in the world in Mouse. And they're here now. Look, the desk has been talking about it. They've been talking about it all day. Dallas delivers. Pardon us, folks. That moment was so absolutely huge, it fried the circuits. But the circuits have been unfried just in time for us to continue to celebrate this monumental occurrence on the side of 9Z. Absolutely stunning what they've been able to do here. Absolutely stunning at the opportunity that they've given themselves now here, Cole. This might just be the upset to the dark horse to end all dark horses.
Yeah, and they started off with an upset impressive enough in a best of 1 versus Mouse, but you got to go into that best of 3 to make it into a playoff run here, and being able to do that, even up against Liquid that we weren't sure about coming into this event here. It's just so monumental for this squad. It's always impressive what they do, but this is a step above what I even thought they could do.
Absolutely. And I think what's stunning about that Dust 2 in particular is, yes, you had the individual performance. Martinez, I'm sure his teammates are going to be buying him dinner tonight. Yes. Right? That's a hell of a performance for Martinez. But it's the calls, man. Yes. It's the number of times they rocked in towards that B site, vacant, empty. It's the number of times that last round. They completely bamboozled Liquid. They were willing to play on such slim margins to have complete faith in their leader, to have complete faith in the game plan, in the game call. This is not a team that's hesitating, that's doubting what they're being told. This is a team that is in lockstep, that is ready to move, and Martinez at the helm of that delivered throughout this series.
Yeah, I mean, and again, Martinez is one of those key pieces in that step here. Both maps that they won, he was absolutely popping off here with performances that meant so much to this 9Z squad. When you have an Opera that is bringing this to the table, this sort of consistency, high impact on both sides of the half here, not gone missing on those T sides. He can bring those openings as well as the great defenses. He's capable of both. It just means so much. And again, I think a full team effort there, but full faith in the leadership has been absolutely key for this 9Z squad to get to the ceiling.
It has been. It has been indeed. I mean, geez, what an incredible moment. I really just didn't think we'd get here. I feel like I'm still stunned. I'm still speechless based on that. An absolutely deserved Air Force Aim High MVP from Martinez, but just the rest of the roster. DGT had his monstrous math. Buddha had his moments, despite maybe wanting to change his ratio, his resolution rather. But just so many moments coming through from that whole roster, from this young squad, from a squad that just constantly gets written off as change after change comes through, as they they lose stars, as they shift focus, as they lose coaches, as they lose this, that, and the other thing, yet again and again they find themselves in these arenas, in these opportunities, and this time they've taken it further than ever before.
Yeah, and I think every time you see this roster put in that amount of hard work there, it always ends up paying off in some form or fashion, whether it takes a little bit of time to get to that point. Again, we didn't see these same sort of results at IEM Chengdu, but now you have these results coming through into IEM Dallas with a little bit more time, a little bit more work being done, and you can definitely see that it's fully fielded for this squad, and honestly, a pretty exciting matchup there to determine who's going to be locking in that semifinals position. You know, I think really what this matchup kind of put 9Z on the map back in the day.
It did. I mean, there's definitely history here. It's an interesting situation as well, right? Vitality have made a good run through this upper bracket, but you remember how it started for them. It started with them having to come back on Nuke against a Monty team that nearly pulled off a tremendous upset. Nuke upsets? That's somewhere where 9Z might be cooking a little something.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a very exciting matchup there. As we can see from that lower bracket, though, we do have Complexity, unfortunately, eliminated, which just breaks my heart.
That is actually heartbreaking. Complexity in Dallas, you know, with the reacquisition by Jason Lake. Jason Lake narrating the trailer for this event. That was the hometown event. This was the one. This is the one where if, you know, you can pick one event out of the year that's not a major that you make it to the playoffs of, if you're Complexity, it's Dallas. And that's really going to sting. That's going to be felt in that organization, I'm sure. Meanwhile, lower bracket here, M80, another one of those NA contenders facing elimination, facing the prospect having to make it all the way through the bracket. Here's the schedule for Stream A for tomorrow. Navi Spirit starting out, FaZe, Virtus Pro, and they'll wrap with G2 and Mouse. But most importantly, folks, the schedule for Stream B.
Of course.
Because the B stands for best. And that's where you'll find us. M80 versus Heroic. That'll be Scrawny and Launders to take you through that one. And then we'll have you for big FlyQuest and Falcons versus Team Liquid. Teams facing elimination. Teams facing the end of their Dallas journey. But ours is only just beginning here, Cole.
Yeah.
You know, beneath the beautiful Texas skyline. Beneath the stars out here at Big Bend National Park. You know, it's time for us to say goodnight, I think. It's time for us to say sayonara. For us to make our sign-off. It's been a tremendous first day here at the Intel Extreme Masters. We've already had twists, turns, upsets, eliminations, chaos, pandemonium. And we'll have a whole lot more of it over the next few days, so be sure to be tuning in, be sure to be checking on, and be sure to get active in the streams. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeehaw, everybody. Good night.
Started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on the money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Hang time, we up. Gotta stay up, way up. Let's cut it up, wanna rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey, back at it, I'm back to it. I been in, but not last to it. I gotta go all the way with it, full send. I can't have to it with a hit set, gotta tattoo it. I'm going in with an attitude. I can't pass when I'm passing through. Yeah, guarantee it's absolute. I'ma win. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. Game time, check, hang time, we up. Gotta stay up, way up. Let's cut it up, wanna rematch. First time won't be last. Yeah, it's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. It's the beginning, we just got started. It's the beginning, we just got started.
Absolutely phenomenal. And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Stroll's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Goldie! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's now. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job.
Party won't stop.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that? Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.